Glade of Harmony. Future's Birth, Volume 4. Written and narrated by S.J. Saunders. Chapter 1. Invitation by way of acquaintance. Jack hesitated only slightly in leveling a notched arrow at the back of the nearby tigerkin's head upon identifying the cloaked figure as Nelina. Glad my instincts are still sharp, she thought, recalling her visceral distrust of the shadowy form, even before knowing her identity. Despite Nelina's warm smile that was now directed at the rest of the group, Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar had opted to approach cautiously, but in full view of the figure that had awaited them on the narrow path they walked beneath the forest canopy. This woman was not their friend. For the moment, Jack was still deciding how much she considered Nelina an enemy. The infuriating answer was that it was just short of loosing her taut bowstring. Beside her, nearly as invisible as Jack was in the underbrush, Ember nudged her elbow with his long, furry snout, as though prompting her to fire. I know, Em, she thought, glancing down to meet the wolf's gaze as she reached out to his mind. But it's probably best to show some restraint, no matter how good it would feel. Ember's only response was to curl back his lips in a low snarl. His distaste for the tigerkin before them was nearly as palpable as Jack's own, even to Jack's fledgling senses in the ways of deciphering raw animal emotion. Wait. Tanner's voice from where the trail opened up into Nelina's small clearing drew Jack's gaze to the scowling foxkin. Your employer wants to meet us? Nelina bowed her head, smiling pleasantly to Tanner and the glaring human woman, and no man to either side of him. Yes, rather adamant about it, actually. Jack saw the human woman, Allie, let her eyes narrow to slits as she calmly pulled back her cloak, resting a hand pointedly near the dagger on her belt. Why? The tigerkin released a low chuckle. He said you'd have questions, and that I should do my best to answer as many of them as possible. Her jaw clenching, Jack swept out of the bushes behind Nelina, annoyed slightly further by the fact that the tigerkin's only response was to glance over at the bow, still loaded and aimed in her direction, and give a tight smile of greeting. Even the sight of Ember stepping out beside Jack, who doubled in size since Nelina had last seen him, only caused a slight tweak of her striped brow, almost as though she'd anticipated the development. Then answer me this, Jack said coldly, planting her feet as she held her arrow trained on the tigerkin's eye. Why in the blazes would your employer send you to issue his invitation? Nelina gave a meek shrug about the group. I suppose he thought it would be best coming from a friendly face. Shame he couldn't find one to send, the armored gnome at Tanner's knee muttered, glowering at the tigerkin. Charming as ever, I see, young Gefnar. Nelina shot back with a wink. Regardless, my employer does apologize for not being here in person, but at the moment, he has many other duties that must be seen to. Such as? Allie pressed, calmly drawing her dagger and twirling it about her fingers in an impressive display of dexterity. Nelina merely smirked at the obvious threat. Only securing the future of all half-breeds in this world, she said before adding with a derisive laugh, I know. The man's horribly optimistic. Right, Tanner said slowly, attempting to hide his obvious unease by folding his arms over his chest. As the only half-breed in the group, Nelina's most recent words had to have given him pause. Jack knew that, growing up as he had in Dragon's Nest, a predominantly human town, Tanner had endured more than his share of judgmental or distrusting looks from those around him, simply for being different. The people of Dragon's Nest were only now beginning to come together, after centuries of prejudice following the half-breed's first appearance in the world. And Jack had heard that half-breeds who lived in the continent's larger cities had things far worse. And how exactly does he plan on doing that? Tanner added after a sharp grunt. Nalina gave a long sigh, shooting a glance to Jack's unflinching bow.
My employer, King Shanedir, is leader to the kingdom of the eaglebloods, one of many half-breed nations that have formed since the waking.
Jack's eyes narrowed. The waking of the half-breeds. The time near the end of the Dragon War, when various strains of half-breeds had come into existence, seemingly manifested into being simultaneously about the world, was an event often steered into the realm of legend or hyperbole. Though no one had proof as to how the infant races had come to be, Jack found it hard to believe the school of thought that postulated the waking was conducted by the Thakur themselves, in order that the half-breeds would inherit the world after the devastation of the Dragon War, a teaching said to have been used by militant, fanatical half-breeds through the centuries. As ludicrous as Jack found the belief that half-breeds were inferior to the major races, it was equally preposterous to declare an entire world as their birthright.
And if this Shanedir is promoting something so incendiary... King Shanedir is a man of peace,
Nalina said sharply, seeming to sense the guarded shift in her audience.
He wishes for all races to live in harmony with each other, regardless of their heritage. To that end, he has called for a summit between the many half-breed nations, declaring the first great gathering of the One Blood in the ruins of Cadasson.
Gefnar's eyes went wide as he glanced about to the others.
Shanedir's invited all the half-breeds to meet in the ruins of the most influential elven kingdom in history? Why?
Nalina gave a coy smile.
He deemed it appropriate.
At Jack's pointed throat-clearing, the Tigerkin sighed.
Shanedir is a student of all things elven, and he believed it would honor their memory if the first attempt to unite all half-breeds were to take place at the site of the first gathering of the major races, at the dawn of the Age of Birth.
Symmetry, huh?
Said Tanner, shrugging.
As good a reason as any, I guess. Your employer's study of elven culture wouldn't also have anything to do with your little theft back in Dragon's Nest.
Jack's dark eyes were fixed on Nalina's face at Tanner's words, absorbing every minute twitch of whiskers or tug at the brow. What she saw confirmed her suspicions. It had been Nalina who'd relieved Guard Captain Phylac of the artifact Jack and the others had acquired from High Priestess Intothica, and the Temple of Nomen Kal, in order to trade for the freedom of Atrisar, Phylac's indentured servant. Following a successful transaction, and Atrisar's subsequent release, Phylac had been so infuriated to find that the item he'd traded for Atrisar's freedom had gone missing the next day, that he'd nearly reneged on the agreement on the spot. And it hadn't exactly been an option to explain that the Tigerkin Jack and the others had enabled to rob the guard captain by granting her the key to his vault, had just so happened to steal more than she'd indicated she would. They'd barely been able to talk Phylac down as it was.
That's certainly a serious accusation,
said Nalina, trailing off as Allie took a menacing step forward.
Don't insult us by denying it,
the woman snapped, brushing chin-length blonde hair from her face.
The statue disappeared at the same time you went after Phylac's old elven book. It had to be you.
A slow smirk came to Nalina's face as she inclined her head.
Ah, yes. A statue, you say. That does ring a bell. 2 elven lovers entwined, sprouting up into a great tree.
At everyone's hard stares, she gave a curt laugh.
That was a welcome bonus. My employer paid most handsomely for its recovery.
Any chance he'd be willing to return it to the temple?
Said Gefnar, visibly bitter at the slight on the home that had raised him. Nalina fixed the gnome with a condescending smile.
If your high priestess has as much honor as I think she does, she wouldn't think of requesting it be taken from its rightful owner. And if your employer had as much honor as you say he does,
Jack thought darkly,
he would never have wanted you to take something that would endanger someone's chance at happiness.
Jack thought briefly of Atresar and the home the former serving girl had been able to find for herself with Gwytherin and Njoller, the atypical lady and lord of Varbius Keep. A smile nearly cracked through Jack's anger at the thought of how Gwytherin and Njoller might react to being addressed as such.
Gwytherin would probably smack me on the back of the head and tell me not to say such foolish things.
Rightful owner? Allie said sharply, stepping closer to Nalina. Yeah, said Tanner, cocking a brow. I thought you said this Shavakadu was a eagleblood. Nalina chuckled.
King Shanedir, and he is. It is whispered, however, that Shanedir now possesses proof of a shared lineage for all half-breeds. Proof that once belonged to the elven seer, Sinarmiat.
Tanner gave a low whistle. That statue belonged to Sinarmiat?
I can only tell you what I know,
Nalina said with a shrug.
But as you can see, this would serve as another reason for Shanedir to call for the summit in Sinarmiat's home of Cadison.
Which still hasn't answered my first question, said Allie, intrigue showing through her impatience. Why is Shanedir inviting us? Nalina's eyes quickly found Tanner's as she gave an admonishing shake of her head.
Try not to look so smug, Foxkin. Shanedir wishes for all of you to attend the summit as his guests of honor. Again, why?
Jack growled.
Most of us aren't even half-breeds. Shanedir only wants each of you to fulfill your destinies,
Nalina said in mock reverence.
One that he believes will impact the future of all half-breeds. He does, however, wish to offer a gift.
At Gefnar's expectant look, the tigerkin rolled her eyes.
The gift of insight, young Gefnar. Shanedir is a seer of considerable skill himself.
Tanner grunted. So what? He's going to read our palms or something? Or shake our hands? Gefnar mumbled, obviously recalling Balgi, the half-orc seer they'd all encountered on the island of Nizame.
That is hardly his style,
Nalina said with a sneer, ignoring Gefnar's input.
No, Shanedir believes that he can offer you each a piece of yourselves, a glimpse into the path that awaits you, as he put it.
Jack immediately bristled. She was growing rather tired of having everyone tell her what her destiny was, from ancient scorpion deities declaring her, Tanner, and Allie cosmic anomalies, to having a sect of crockbloods dub her the huntress of legend who would unite the natural world, to now, apparently, having some birdkin she'd never met so intently want to lay out her future for her. Your destiny was what you made of it. That's what Jack had always believed. She'd been raised to value the ideals of self-discovery, integrity, and sacrifice. If that caused her to line up with someone else's view of her, then so be it. But she wasn't about to change herself in any way to suit another person's vision. She was still Jack, whatever titles people might try to impose upon her. And the promise of yet more vague sketches of her future wasn't exactly enticing.
That's all very fascinating,
Jack said coldly, drawing Nalina's gaze back to her and her still leveled arrow.
But your employer has nothing I want, which means you still haven't given me a good reason not to let go of this bowstring, and my arm's getting tired.
A puckered smirk came over the tigerkin's muzzle as she held Jack's stare.
I suppose I could rely on your curiosity and tell you that you'll never find the summit without my aid, but I'm rather curious as to what might transpire if I don't.
She gestured broadly past her shoulder.
The summit lies to the northeast in a large glade along the eastern border of the ruins of Cadison. Finding it should not be difficult.
The defiant grin Nalina wore seemed to cause Jack's bowstring to twitch for release. Jack? Jack! Tanner broke in, drawing a sidelong glance from the woman. His imploring look gave her enough pause to lower her bow at last, after which Allie motioned her over to the others with a nod.
Come on,
said the other woman, shooting a heavy glare to the smug-looking Nelina.
Let's at least discuss this for a moment.
Jack grunted, motioning for Ember to guard the tigerkin as she strode toward and past her friends.
Fine. Away from any prying ears.
The throaty chuckle from Nelina was almost enough to make her reconsider her lapse of mercy.
Well,
said Allie, carefully monitoring the faces around her once they'd retreated a few dozen paces from Nelina.
What's the plan here? The battle plan, you mean?
Jack growled, glancing back to where Nelina had resumed her seat by her small fire, pointedly ignoring the massive gray wolf that stalked in circles around her, except with her swiveling ears. Tanner frowned, looking about the circle. Well, I'm intrigued. It's not every day you get a personal invitation to a historic meeting of half-breeds.
From a faithless coward who only cares about herself,
Jack said with a grunt. Allie sighed. Of all of them, Nelina seemed to have gotten under Jack's skin the most.
I'm not a fan of Nelina either,
she said, lowering her voice so that it could only just be heard over the magical link they all shared.
But try to ignore the messenger for the moment. Whatever it is this Shanedir is really up to, he at least seems to know enough about us to think we should talk.
Assuming this isn't all an elaborate trap, of course, said Tanner, seeming reluctant to consider the possibility. I'll admit, Shanedir is sounding a bit too good to be true.
Does it even matter if it's a trap?
Said Jack.
What we're really asking here is if we're willing to associate with the kind of people who would employ someone like Nelina.
From well below everyone else's eye level, Gefnar shook his head.
I don't think it is. She could even be making all of this up for all we know, but is that a chance we're willing to take?
He looked slowly around the circle.
You have to admit, it's hard to pretend like there's not more at work here. The three of you finding each other in a small town on the edge of the world? Then meeting a fallen Thakur who tells you all that you're anomalies?
Allie suppressed a shudder, remembering the hatred she'd felt for the image of the great scorpion, Kravog, as it had calmly informed her of her tainted bloodline, one marred with violent specters from the netherplane whose only purpose seemed to be destruction.
And what's happened in the time since?
Gefnar pressed, looking to Jack.
You slipping more into place with some crockblood prophecy of a huntress?
To Tanner.
Finding out that you're the host to some fire entity?
To Allie.
And your powers seeming to double every other week?
He was exaggerating, of course, but Allie still found herself clenching her fists at her side. Even in just the few weeks of travel since they'd left Varbius Keep behind, Allie's meditations had seemed to yield greater and greater results. She could summon the dark power within now more freely, channeling it into devastating blasts that, in more than one practice session, had nearly shredded smaller trees. But she was still in control, never once feeling as though the power was about to overcome her, to wield her instead. And she felt more at peace with herself now than she had since she'd been that grubby, cheerful child on the streets of Lorsen. Honestly, she wasn't entirely sure what this Shanedir might be able to offer her beyond the clarity that Antothica had been able to bring her. Building on the efforts of Lethold, her first mentor back in Aranak Sanctuary. After years of searching, Allie was beginning to feel like she'd truly found herself, despite the constant nagging fear that the dark power would one day overtake her. Among her friends on a mission to secure the safety of Dragon's Nest, a place she'd come to think of as her adoptive home, she had purpose, a reason to better herself for the sake of others. And yet...
I agree with Gefnar,
she said at last, smiling down to the gnome.
If Shanedir thinks he has something to offer us, I say let him try. We'll call it a win if even one of us learns something useful.
Tanner nodded.
And who knows, maybe Shanedir's right. Maybe we all have a part to play in the future of the half-breeds.
Fine,
Jack said with a sigh.
From our current position,
it shouldn't delay the journey to Falcon Crest too greatly. I hope I don't have to remind you all that we still have a craftsman to find for a certain large friend."
She didn't. Allie found it rather difficult to forget the enormous red dragon trapped beneath the streets of Dragon's Nest by her master, Kelavost, centuries earlier. Stripped of her wings in the betrayal, the dragon, Veladrock, had commissioned Allie and her friends to seek out plans to build new artificial wings from Varbius Keep, a specific craftsman to build them in Falconcrest, and a mage to bind them to Veladrock's body in Lorsen. It was the final destination Allie tried to think about least. The quest had begun under implied duress, with Veladrock casting a veiled threat toward the townsfolk above her, should her champions fail. After a trip into the past, courtesy of Kravog's head minion Solak, however, Veladrock had greeted their return to the present with a message of gratitude for the warning they'd given her past self concerning Kelavost's betrayal, promising that, should her wings be restored, they would have a full ally in her. Though the reassurance had been comforting, Allie knew they would all sleep better at night once they'd completed their obligation to Veladrock.
None of the old legends accuse dragons of being terribly reasonable, after all.
Tanner gave a somber nod at the reminder as well, slowly scanning the others' faces. "Then it's settled?" A stream of nods followed, and it was hard to miss the glint of excitement that flared in Tanner's eye. As one, they all turned back toward Nelina, guiding their horses along the narrow path through the dense foliage.
"You have your answer, then?"
said Nelina when they drew near, setting down her plate of bread and sausage and rising to give a slight bow.
"We do,"
Allie said tersely, motioning back to the horses.
"You ride with us back to Shanedir."
She adopted an insincere smile.
"You understand, of course. You have a bit of a history with disappearing."
"And I'll be taking your sword," said Tanner, stepping forward with a hand outstretched. "You understand, of course. You have a bit of a history with backstabbing, too." Nelina's brow furrowed, almost playfully.
"And how am I to know that it is not you all who will turn on me?" "I guess you'll just have to trust our sense of honor,"
Jack said flatly. Pausing only a moment, Nelina shrugged, unclasping her belt and handing it and the full sheath that swung below to Tanner.
"I suppose being disarmed would make things more interesting,"
she said, barely twitching as Jack summoned Ember back to her side.
"Well then, shall we be off?"
Chapter 2 Attack of Happenstance. The fur on the back of Tanner's neck bristled at even the slightest breeze as he sat awkwardly upright in his saddle. Not that he was expecting monsters or cultists to come pouring in at any second. He was more concerned about the individual directly at his back, tucked closely against Tanner, one arm wrapped around his middle for stability. Nelina's sword was fastened to the saddle horn in front of Tanner, the hilt secured in the scabbard with twine, in case the tigerkin attempted to make a grab for it. But that did little to keep Tanner from being on edge. "It's all right," he reassured himself from time to time, glancing about to his powerful friends on all sides, all of whom shot pointed looks in Nelina's direction at their leisure. She'd be crazy to try anything. Given what Tanner knew about Nelina thus far, however, the thought did little to console him. "So," he finally ventured perhaps an hour or so into the ride between the thickening trees, forced to start over as his voice failed him. "So, Nelina, I suppose with all the half-breeds being invited to Shanedir's summit, there'll be some more tigerkin around?" Even half-turned to regard the woman behind him, Tanner was able to see Nelina's face sour.
"No," she said curtly. "There will not be. Roneba, vizier of my people, was asked to attend, but declined the offer."
Said Jack, scowling over to the tigerkin behind Tanner, while weaving a top ember through a stand of trees to the right.
Anyone else happen to pass on Shanedir's invitation?
Tanner could hear Nelina's smile in response.
Your rival will not be there, Huntress. Garich was invited to represent the Crockbloods now that he's proclaimed himself their leader, just as Merima was asked to attend as the voice of all Snakebloods.
Tanner stiffened at the mention of the merchant who'd infiltrated Dragon's Nest under the guise of an ordinary human woman. Before deciding that Tanner's back had needed a dagger in it during the scaly attack on the town. She'd been like Tanner, one of the few half-breeds able to bury her animalistic appearance, being what Tanner had come to know as Dimisilg.
Neither has even sent a response,
Nelina continued.
And there was no clear leader of the Lizardkin for Shanedir to invite. Not after Garich slew the last one, uniting Crockbloods and Lizardkin under a single banner.
Wait,
said Gefnar, his brow furrowed as he looked to Nelina.
Merima's in charge of the Snakebloods now?
She always was,
Nelina said toothily, her arms cinching around Tanner's waist a little more tightly.
It seems your friends have a knack for drawing the ire of only the most influential foes.
The comment left Tanner trying desperately not to think about Kravog.
And what about my people?
He ventured after a moment.
Are there going to be any other foxkin there?
There was a long pause from behind, prompting Tanner to crane his neck around to catch as much of Nelina's face as he could. She looked guarded, as he might have guessed, but there was also sympathy?
No,
she said at last, averting her gaze. Tanner swallowed, silent as he gave a slow, somber nod.
They're dead, aren't they?
It was a thought he'd never allowed himself to voice, barely allowed himself to think. The idea that he could be truly alone in the world, without any hope of finding anyone to answer the questions that had gnawed at his mind since he'd been old enough to ask them. But Nelina shook her head, her cat-like eyes finding his.
I do not believe you to be the last of your kind, Tanner. But whatever remains of your people is scattered. They've recently fallen from prominence.
Tanner grappled with the emotions swirling in his chest for a few long heartbeats, then pressed.
When?
Almost a decade now, I suppose,
said Nelina.
Or at least that is when I learned of the calamity that had befallen the foxkin.
From up ahead, Allie drew up the reins of her horse, glancing apologetically to Tanner before her eyes shifted to Nelina as their horse came up alongside.
What happened to them? They'd lived in harmony with a loose civilization of humans on the eastern coast of Asalirin for many years,
said Nelina, slipping into a sort of morose oratory.
Almost since the waking itself, the stories say. Then, though I never learned why, survivors from a fallen city-state in the region who blamed the foxkin for the destruction of their home attacked your people, Tanner, nearly eradicating them outright. Those who remained never returned to claim their land, as it was scorched beyond all use.
Tanner's gaze fell to where his hands gripped the reins of his horse. He could feel everyone's eyes on him, but he was almost too distracted to notice. With all the questions thrashing about in his mind, chief among them being,
So, how in the blazes did I end up in Dragon's Nest with Curtis?
He knew better than to think Nelina would have all the answers, however, contenting himself with a subdued grunt. Then,
Oh.
The next minute or so was silent, save for the chirps and rustling of the surrounding forest, and the steady thud of horses' hooves through the trees. More than once, Tanner heard one of his friends draw in breath to pursue the topic, then, just as quickly, abandon it. Surprisingly, it was Allie who finally broke the silence, peering back to Nelina from where she'd resumed point in their formation.
Well, Nelina, since it seems like you actually feel like sharing for once,
Why don't you tell us a bit more about yourself? There was a distinct edge to what should have been a nonchalant question, Tanner noted, and from the way Nelina shifted in the saddle behind him, his passenger had picked up on the fact as well.
Why?
The tigerkin asked slowly.
We've got the time,
Jack chimed in from the side, smiling tautly to Nelina when Tanner looked her way.
Who knows? We might actually learn something endearing about you.
The lack of hope in her voice could have slapped Tanner in the face.
Very well,
Nelina replied at last, her pleasant smirk audible.
Believe it or not, I have nothing but my employer's interests to hide. In fact, I like to think I'm much like all of you. Just a person who's learned a few humble skills over the years and is attempting to put them to use.
Sure,
Gefnar muttered from nearby.
I just like to think our skills aren't so
Refined?
Nelina offered. Gefnar turned to meet her gaze.
slimy.
Nelina chuckled.
I prefer pragmatic, but to each their own. Fascinating,
Allie said dryly.
but I think we have a pretty good idea of who you are. How about where you come from?
A hint of genuine surprise entered Nelina's tone.
You want to know about my childhood?
Allie shrugged.
Like Jack said, we've got the time. Start at the beginning.
Even for Tanner, it was hard to gauge whether this was an invitation or an order. After a long, unwieldy pause, Nelina chuckled once more.
Why not? Let's see. I was born to barely competent parents far to the southeast in Lasmak. At the earliest opportunity, I chartered passage aboard one of the few merchant vessels that run the Lasmak coast to Asalirin from the Helishith Isles, quickly finding that I quite enjoyed the life. Over a handful of years, I worked my way up through the ranks, eventually securing a ship and a small crew of my own.
She smiled proudly in Tanner's peripheral vision.
I'm sure you all remember the Sea Cat. Even as a crew member on other people's ships, however, I'd grown skilled at picking up unusual employment, and so I set about making this my business full-time, finding discerning employers from Grastad to Pagren. And how long have you been working for King Shanedir?
Said Jack, her dark eyes fixed on Nelina. An almost wistful tone entered Nelina's voice.
Almost since the beginning, I suppose. Early on, during my first voyage across the Styric Sea, I encountered an envoy of his at a small coastal port, and was invited to meet the man even before introductions.
Tanner could hear her expression slip into a proud smirk.
It seems Shanedir was already aware of me, and I, of course, was hardly interested in turning down an audience with a king. So I went, finding in Shanedir the most gracious of employers. He provided more than enough coin to keep my ship afloat, only asking in return that I keep my eyes open for items and people that might be of interest to him.
So, elves and their artifacts, said Tanner. Nelina nodded.
Quite so. Only on occasion have I been sent to recover a particular piece, and, as Shanedir has no issue with me picking up other work along the way, I've never had reason to refuse.
But how does he find out about things like Phylak's book?
Gefnar cut in.
I do not share the man's affinity with extrasensory sight,
Nelina said with feigned modesty.
So I am loath to presume.
Jack gave a sharp grunt, drawing all eyes back to her as she stared down the tigerkin.
I can't believe I'm asking you this of all people, but after all of your time working for Shanedir, would you consider him to be a good man?
To Tanner's surprise, Nelina made no snide remark, or any attempt to dodge the question whatsoever. If anything, she seemed to consider her answer carefully for a moment.
"One of the best I've ever known, I think,"
she said, just when Tanner was beginning to think she'd gotten lost in her own thoughts.
"Optimistic, certainly. Horribly naive for someone gifted with such foresight. But he's a leader who truly cares for his people. For all people, I suppose. He has a rather annoying habit of trying to see the best in those around him."
Ahead, Allie was forced to duck below a cluster of low-hanging branches as the trees began to grow more closely together, and Tanner felt Nalina slip nimbly from the saddle behind him, alighting on the forest floor.
"And now it seems,"
she said, seemingly recovered from her moment of sentiment,
"that we will have to proceed on foot. These woods grow denser before they disperse again."
Jack's eyes fluttered open shortly before dawn many hours later, instantly darting across the glow of their small campfire to where Nalina lay on her bedroll, appearing to be deep in a blissful slumber. Scowling, Jack sat up, eliciting a soft grunt from the sleeping wolf at her back as she spotted an upright and alert Allie nearby, the other woman leaning against a tree. Catching Jack's questioning glance toward Nalina, Allie shook her head.
"Still nothing suspicious."
Jack gnawed on her lip for a moment before snatching up the weapons laid out beside her bedroll. Her time on watch before Allie had been just as uneventful, with the sleeping Nalina seeming just as peaceful as the surrounding darkness that had fallen over the forest.
"But are we all just going to believe there's no ulterior motive in all of this for someone like her?"
thought Jack, taking stock of her surroundings. Everything was just as she'd last seen it when she'd reluctantly shut her eyes to catch a few hours of sleep. The horses were tied to the surrounding trees with enough slack to sleep or graze. Tanner and Gefnar lay close by, both snoring softly in time with the cool autumn breeze rustling through the branches above. Everything was peaceful.
"Which means nothing,"
thought Jack, slowly scanning her surroundings once more. She'd felt the familiar prickle of danger on her spine enough times to know when something was amiss. Her own inherent caution, along with Ember's natural sense for trouble, was the main reason she was still alive. Behind her, Ember's large, furry head shot upright, just as Allie's gaze snapped around to peer into the darkness.
"Jack,"
the other woman hissed.
"There's something—"
"Now!" came a grating yell from the shadows, prompting bursts of movement from all around the smoldering coals of the fire. Instantly, Jack was on the move, stabbing a handful of arrows into the soft earth and slipping onto one knee, her bow already loaded and drawn. All she needed was a target. Beside her, Ember sprang to all fours, snarling into the darkness as a swarm of shadowy figures fell in on the travelers.
"Tanner! Gef!"
Jack shouted, simultaneously seeing the first of the attackers emerge into the fire's flickering glow. A resigned sneer came to her face as she loosed her first arrow.
"Crockbloods!"
Allie's dagger flew from her grasp, grazing a crockblood as it swept in on the still prone Nalina. The reptilian half-breed hardly seemed to notice, bearing down on the tigerkin, and abruptly finding her vaulted to her feet, smirking hungrily for the coming battle, even as she stood defenseless, save for her gleaming claws. At a thought, Allie's dagger materialized back in her palm, and she turned her attention from Nalina to the pair of crockbloods spilling out of the trees toward Tanner, who was only now opening his eyes, glancing frantically about.
"Never let it be said I didn't help those in need,"
Allie thought with a grunt, preparing to channel the darkness inside of her into a devastating blast. Before she could focus her energy, though, a massive, heavily armored crockblood swept around a nearby tree, shouting through his bared teeth as he brought his gnarled greatsword down for Allie's neck. Startled, Allie ducked beneath the blow, bringing her fist around in an uppercut that would have flattened an average street urchin. The crockblood, however, barely staggered, grinning toothily down to her as it braced its sword for another swing.
"Well, damn,"
Allie thought dryly as she brought her dagger around to guard. Her free hand still clenched into a fist, she could feel blood begin to ooze from her knuckles, cleanly split open against the crockblood's rough scales.
"I think I just pissed him off."
Tanner gave a rather unmanly yelp as, still on his back, he looked up to see a pair of upside-down crockbloods charging in, each with a jagged metal implement they seemed intent on introducing to his body. "Gefnar!" he shouted, turning to the gnome, just in time to see Gefnar's eyes go wide with shock as, before he could clamber to his feet, the ground itself gave way beneath him, in time to a flash of magic from the darkness behind Jack. A half-second later, there was a heavy thud. "Gef!" Tanner called out, scrambling to the edge of the hole. I'm okay," the gnome shouted from the near blackness below, hauling himself upright. Then, "Tanner, behind you!" Tanner spun just in time to watch the first arriving crockblood slash down for his back, leaving Tanner barely enough time to roll aside. The blade still cut through cloth and flesh, bringing a sharp, gasping wince from behind Tanner's clenched teeth. Still down on his rump, and backed up against the small crater that had swallowed up Gefnar, Tanner looked up in horror to find both crockbloods he'd seen before, as well as another he hadn't, slowly closing in on him, victorious snarls on their faces. Just as panic began to set in, Nelina was behind one, ramming her shoulder into its back to send it flailing directly toward Tanner. Dodging just in time, Tanner heard the crockblood give an indignant squeal as it tumbled, head first, down the pit after Gefnar. From below, Tanner heard a sharp bleat of alarm from the gnome, then a hesitant, "Thank you." Glancing behind Nelina in the second of confusion she'd bought him, Tanner saw another of their attackers bleeding out on the ground a few paces away, a distinct set of slashes carved deep into its scaly throat. He'd only just remembered to start calling fire into his grasp as his eyes found Nelina's.
"Really would have been simpler if I'd still had my sword,"
she snapped pointedly, sidestepping a wild slash from another of the crockbloods. Tanner had no space in his thoughts for a witty retort, screaming incoherently as he shot a fountain of flame into the crockblood still bearing down on him. All in all, he considered this to be one of the ruder awakenings he'd ever experienced. Jack allowed herself a tight smirk of satisfaction at the horrified yell that rang out from the darkness as Ember charged the spark of magic that had flashed in the night.
"Whoever that was won't be opening any more pits beneath our feet,"
she thought, spinning on another blur of movement in the shadows to release another arrow. The projectile found its mark, sinking deep into the shoulder of a crockblood as it skirted one of the flailing, whinnying horses, but the scaly didn't alter its course. Instead, it turned to lock glowing eyes with Jack, its lips drawn back in a taunting snarl.
"Your friends will die, Huntress."
Before Jack could ready another arrow, he was out of sight, sprinting toward the already encircled Tanner. The first pangs of dread began to clutch at Jack's chest as she glanced behind her. Allie was still locked in deadly combat with the largest of the crockbloods, already bleeding from a wound in her side, while a trickle of blood was beginning to spill from the corner of her grimacing mouth. Seeming to sense Jack's uncertainty through their link, Allie yelled without looking in her direction,
"Help the others! I can handle this one!"
As though to emphasize the point, she flung herself back from her opponent's latest strike, shouting ferociously as, dark power blazing in her eyes, she unleashed a torrent of deep purple lightning. Her attacker barely avoided the blast in time, still faltering as the energy coursed over his frame, and the small crockblood behind, rushing up to skewer Nelina through the back, was nearly incinerated on the spot.
"I guess you can,"
Jack thought proudly, darting after the crockblood she'd just wounded.
"Ember,"
she called in her mind, reaching out to the wolf's familiar presence there.
"I could use your help if you've got a moment."
A second later, she heard Ember's heavy paws tearing up the mulch behind her as he raced to catch up. Again, Jack's face split in a smile, her bow falling from her grasp as she slid her slender elven blade from its scabbard.
"You want to hurt my friends?"
she thought toward the familiar crockblood closing in on Tanner as she sprinted up behind.
"You will quite literally have to go through me."
Fear, cold and raw, swelled up in Allie's gut as her attacker seemed to shake off her latest blast, growling furiously as he swept forward, slashing his sword for Allie's midsection. Wincing in anticipation, Allie brought her shoulder around to take the worst of it, half expecting to find her arm cleaved and falling to the ground. The crockblood's blade, thankfully, was far too dull for that, however. Instead, sending a sickening crack up through Allie's humerus that nearly caused her eyes to glaze over with unconsciousness. Through the pain, though, Allie managed a blood-stained grin. Allowing the impact of the blow to spin her away, Allie capitalized on the distance to conjure up a final barrage. Her fingers extended like claws, she thrust out a crackling tendril of dark energy, skewering through the Crockblood's belly to hold him suspended off the ground for a heartbeat. Then, a victorious sneer on her face as she met the Crockblood's wide eyes, she followed up with a second, snaking beam of power right to his heart, now that she was granted a moment to aim.
No point in dragging it out, after all.
The Crockblood was dead instantly, dropping limply to the ground as Allie turned her attention toward the rest of the battle, sprinting in to help. It was almost over. Tanner clutched the fresh, bleeding wound in his side, sending a blast of fire into the face of the Crockblood who dealt the blow for its trouble. Even as he did so, he reeled back, nearly tumbling into the pit behind him after Gefnar, as another of the attackers closed in to bring its sword down on his skull. Unable to dredge up another blast in time, Tanner threw his arms up over his head, peeking out between his fingers to see Nelina dart forward, grab the Crockblood on either side of its snout, and yank. With a sickening snap, the Crockblood fell to the forest floor. Even as Tanner's would-be killer dropped, Nelina's cat-like eyes fell to Tanner.
Again, I'd have been far more efficient if I'd still had my sword.
Tanner's hand self-consciously went beneath his cloak, where he'd tucked Nelina's sheathed sword away for safekeeping. He had no time to consider returning it to the tigerkin, however, before yet another Crockblood appeared around a nearby tree, blade at the ready to plunge through Tanner's throat. Drawing fire to his hand on instinct, Tanner prepared to engulf the Crockblood in flame, knowing full well that his counterattack would be an instant too late to save him. As though in answer to his unspoken prayers, an immense grey wolf rounded the tree after the Crockblood, its jaws clamping down on the Crockblood's leg and wrenching it off balance. In the same moment, Jack was there, her sword, Hellfade, in hand, and slashing across the Crockblood's chest. Breathing heavily, Tanner looked to the trio of dead Crockbloods arrayed about him, finally climbing to his feet. A quick glance about the area showed the horses beginning to calm themselves, as well as a distinct lack of moving Crockbloods.
Guess we can just go back to bed then,
Tanner thought bitterly, only now registering the clang of clashing steel, along with the grunts of battle sounding from inside the small pit before him. Stepping up to the edge, he watched as Gefnar squared off with the single remaining Crockblood far below in the sheer-faced arena, illuminated by a soft glow from Gefnar's shield.
"Be up in a minute,"
the gnome shouted, exchanging a few more blows with the Crockblood.
"This guy really doesn't want to die."
Just then, Allie arrived at the pit's edge, casually summoning a dagger born of pure energy to her grasp and flinging it down to the pit. The dagger seemed to multiply in flight, each fragment separating to slash at the Crockblood from a different angle to leave it swooning on its feet for a bit, then slumping to the bottom of the pit.
"Thank you,"
Gefnar called out again, wiping his barely bloodied sword on a rag at his side before sheathing it, then glancing about the walls of the ovoid pit.
Could someone drop down a rope?"
As Jack moved to comply, Tanner turned to regard the nearby Nelina, slowly drawing her sword from beneath his cloak and presenting her the handle.
"Thanks for, saving my life. I'd say you've earned this."
At the Tigerkin's amused smile, he flinched slightly from the offer.
"But if you do plan on turning on us, have the decency to kill me first, would you?"
He glanced at Allie and Jack, both of whom were regarding the moment with pointed skepticism.
"The others would never let me hear the end of it."
"Certainly,"
said Nelina, coolly accepting the sword, then wincing as she tossed it from hand to hand.
"Ah! Why is it so hot?"
Tanner shrugged sheepishly.
"Yeah, well, that's what happens when you leave your things with someone who tends to set himself on fire."
Chapter 3 The Gathering of Infant Races.
"And there it is,"
Nelina said grandiosely from the back of Tanner's horse.
"The Elven Kingdom of Legend, Cadison, in all its splendor."
Allie took a moment to survey the sprawling green landscape northward, now that they'd broken from the tree line of the forest behind, entering into a vast stretch of lush plains speckled with half-crumbled archways and the husks of homes and towers, all long since overgrown with grass and ivy in the centuries since Catisson's fall. She found it hard to express the annoyance she felt at Nelina's flippant description of the once grandiose kingdom. Maybe it was the Tigerkin's flagrant disregard for the heritage of their world, or maybe the way her light-hearted assessment clashed with the horrors Allie imagined taking place to those who'd called Catisson's many cities home. Regardless, Nelina was doing little to gain herself any favor with Allie, or, she assumed, any of her friends. And, despite the attack they'd suffered the night before, Allie was still conflicted at the knowledge that they'd freely allowed someone so untrustworthy to arm herself again. The more paranoid part of Allie's mind was even still mulling over how the Crockbloods might have been agents of Nelina all along. It did little good to obsess over such things, though, Allie knew, and they had enough disturbing possibilities to consider, without her subconscious blithely adding to it. Upon searching the bodies of their attackers the night before, they'd found missives on the apparent leader, the one who'd done Allie the honor of singling her out in the combat, that had seemed to provide specific instructions on a pattern to follow in the search for the huntress. Unbidden, Allie's eyes drifted over to Jack, who sat tall atop Ember's back, only leaving her slightly below everyone's eye level. She seemed to be taking the new development as well as could be expected, or at least calmly enough to provide that illusion, but Allie knew they all had to be wondering the same thing. Were there more of Garich's agents out there? The attack the night before had been their first encounter with Crockblood since they'd seemingly managed to throw Garich and his people off their trail back at Varbius Keep, weeks earlier. More than that, the language in the missives had seemed to indicate that the search for Jack had grown aimless, with Garich simply casting a wide net, rather than being able to find and follow any particular trail. The final order of the documents had even been a strict command for any searching party not to engage the Huntress and her allies, a command the band of Crockbloods the night before had obviously decided to ignore, thinking that they had the upper hand with surprise on their side. They'd only been half right. Still, depending on how Garich's minions operated, it might not take long for the party Allie and the others had slain to be missed, discovered, and used to pick up a certain huntress's trail once more.
Which means we'd better be on our toes,
thought Allie with a sigh.
Not like that's not our default demeanor anyway.
I imagine it was more impressive in its heyday, said Tanner, twisting his head around to regard Nelina.
Even so,
said Gefnar, craning about in his undersized saddle from his lower vantage point.
The ruins alone are breathtaking.
He looked proudly about to the others.
You know, it's said that gnome craftsmen were brought in to assist with the more intricate stonework. The elves were artisans through and through, sure, but even they knew that no one could match the little folk in pure, sturdy masonry.
Nelina gave a wicked snicker.
Not even the dwarves?
Gefnar fixed the tigerkin with a scowl.
Carving the earth to fit your needs isn't the same as the meticulous crafting of the gnomes. We take the utmost pride in our work. Whether we're shaping text, runes, or statues, you'll have a hard time finding anything of gnomish make that isn't visually flawless.
Said Nelina, a needling twinkle in her eye.
Must be a level of precision one can only achieve with such delicate hands.
One of Gefnar's hands was, at that moment, distinctly drifting toward the hilt of his sword as he glared Nelina down, with Jack nudging Ember about to face the tigerkin as well.
Enough, Nelina. You're here to take us to Shanedir, so get on with it. As you wish, my dear,
Nelina said pleasantly, leaning in close to Tanner's ear and pointing off toward the northeast.
That way.
Seeming unsettled by the tigerkin's proximity, Tanner nudged his horse into motion, his jaw slightly slack as he scanned the seemingly endless ruins that soon enveloped them.
Kinda depressing, isn't it?
He said after a few minutes, jarring Allie from her own morose thoughts. Tanner's drawn, fox-like eyes looked around to the others.
I mean, Varbius Keep was old, sure, but Katasan, this place was ancient, even for the elves.
Gefnar nodded slowly as he surveyed the broken homes and towers about them.
Yeah, even my people were still considered an infant race when they were brought in to aid in the expansion.
He offered a small smirk to Allie and Jack.
And your kind hadn't even arrived yet.
Allie found herself unable to suppress a smile of her own as she recalled Lethold's decidedly human spin on the story of creation.
"This world had no name before our arrival,"
he'd said in a light-hearted, grandiose tone whenever he'd related the tale to his pupils, who'd largely been human themselves. The newcomers had always listened with rapt attention, as Lethold had continued.
"For it had had no need of distinction. Yet when humankind journeyed here from our long-forgotten home, shortly before the age of birth, we were the first to call it Dernas, the land of wonders." And indeed it was. There were beasts we'd never seen, people of strange builds and stature, people who'd called this world home long before we stepped through the doorway atop Mount Gozerda. Many of these peoples were quick to see us as abominations.
Here Lethold would always wink.
For, you see, we had cheated this world's perfect system.
His white, weathered beard would crease in a smile at the responding chorus of laughter, and he'd push on.
4 of the 8 Thakur, it was said, had given rise to the major races, though Dernas itself had long existed, even before the birth of the elves, simply as a physical manifestation of the nether plane. It was ruled by simple beasts, and the primal nature which they serve. It was not until Zautep, protector of the green, formed the elves from a piece of his soul, and Earnot, likewise, forged giant kind from a fragment of his own, that Dernas's history truly began. With the taming of earth and rock at the hands of these children of the Thakur, Zautep's sister, Hungyel, then crafted gnomes to wield the might of nature their elven cousins had harnessed. It was also at this time that Okugath fashioned the orc, a brutish race meant to give voice to the primal rage of a world brought to heel. Balance had been kept between the major races for millennia before our arrival, ensuring that the introduction of humans into the mix drew a great deal of suspicion. We were not of the natural world, nor were we children of the Thakur. We were external curiosities to be feared. Relations between humans and those who'd preceded us remained strained for centuries, finally resulting in our greatest stronghold at Penat falling under attack by the combined hordes of many great orc tribes. Just when it looked as though humankind would be wiped from our adoptive world, however, a force of elves, gnomes, and giants arrived to turn the tide of battle, routing the orcs and rescuing the battered human survivors. It had been decided among each of their leaders that they could not stand by and do nothing as their new human neighbors were slaughtered. In the wake of this unprecedented alliance, the first ever summit of the major races was called.
Again, Lethold would pause here to make an exaggerated grimace.
Orcs excluded, of course, and we humans were officially adopted into this world's family. The age of birth had begun.
Allie shook herself from the memory, with a brief shudder as the slight autumn drizzle that had swept over their trek through the ruins of Katasan managed to slither down the back of her neck to tickle at her spine. She squirmed against the sensation, scowling at the scattered clouds above as she weaved through overgrown rubble. Sighing, she tugged her cloak more tightly about herself, hunching forward in the saddle as she recalled Lethold's ensuing history lessons. The peace that had been formed at that summit of elves, giants, gnomes, and humans long ago had lasted the better part of the past 9,000 years.
Which puts a bit of pressure on as far as historical summits go,
she thought darkly.
Let's hope, for all our sakes, that King Shanedir has even remotely similar goals in mind.
A strange sort of comfort came over Jack many hours later as she began to spot a large cluster of tents through the ruins. True, the gatherings between the Wilderling clans back home had never looked so grandiose, or had nearly as many attendees, it seemed. But there was something about having different groups of people coming together, people who were bound by a common history, that brought warmth to Jack's heart. She frowned as she and the others rode nearer, now able to spot well-dressed eaglebloods scurrying about through the opulent cream-colored tents.
Now, if only I could shake this feeling that all of this is a comforting farce.
Welcome, dear friends,
Nelina declared as they reached the first of the tents.
to the camp of Shanedir, king of the eaglebloods.
She gestured broadly further northward, where Jack could see a handful of other expansive tent clusters, speckling the landscape in the overcast sunset.
If you glance up ahead, you will see where Shanedir's guests, representatives from many half-breed nations, have positioned themselves just out of arrow range. And look, it appears we are just in time to witness Shanedir's first communal address.
By then, Jack had been distracted by the eaglebloods bustling around the camp, some of whom shot wary glances in the newcomer's direction. The camp was arranged in what Jack had come to identify as a semicircle, gathered about a handful of strange roped-in patches of cleared dirt, a few hastily constructed freestanding wooden walls, and 2 parallel rows of small marker flags that extended northward between 2 of the other encampments. Her eyes drawn by the flags, Jack caught Nelina's meaning. Emerging from a few of the other encampments were sizable bands of half-breeds, each purely confined to a single race. At the sight, a pair of nearby eaglebloods looked to each other, then fluttered up to a nearby watchtower, one of them striking a gong strung up there with a small hammer. With the sound, each of the nearby camps that had lain dormant now produced their own representatives, some even bearing distinct banners to herald their approach. Jack dismounted along with the others, graciously declining a silent, though pointedly conflicted, offer from an eagleblood to escort Ember to the horse troughs along with the other mounts. She smiled to soften the tension, noting the way the retreating eagleblood eyed Ember's admittedly menacing form.
Elephantkin,
Gefnar gasped, drawing Jack's gaze back to the approaching bands of half-breeds. The gnome's eyes were wide as he distractedly allowed his pony's reins to be taken from his grasp.
They're supposed to have disappeared.
Following Gefnar's stare, Jack saw that there was, in fact, a sizable number of elephantkin lumbering their way toward the eagleblood camp, along with the bands of apekin, bearkin, and all manner of birdkin. Though they walked upright, like all other half-breeds, Jack noted the way the elephantkin marched with a wizened stoop, their large eyes dark and somber, and fan-like ears drawn reservedly back against their necks. Most, including the broad, dark gray one at the head of the column, dressed in long wraps of resplendent thin fabric, sported only muted tusks, marking them as females, while a smattering of armored, well-tusked warriors, wielding long, curved spears, flanked the procession, what Jack took to be the leader's elite guard.
Yes,
said Nelina in response to Gefnar's awe-struck comment.
Even I'm uncertain how Shanedir managed to coax Matriarch Velekani out of hiding. Their kind have given new meaning to the word skittish in the years since their exile from Muntukom.
Allie markedly scanned the ranks of the other half-breeds.
So, I take it their lionkin friends weren't extended an invitation?
They were,
said Nelina with a shrug.
King Kozagon simply opted to decline.
Jack was unable to keep back a grunt as they watched the half-breed nations continue to approach.
Do all cat-bloods have trouble working with others, then?
Nelina shot her a puckered smile.
I'm here, aren't I?
Before Jack could think up an appropriately scathing retort, she noticed that Tanner's gaze was locked on the approaching band of bearkin, his head cocked slightly to the side as his jaw fell slack. Turning back to the bearkin, Jack quickly saw why. A handful of the bearkin, sporting fur of all shades, wore burnished armor of different prime colors, but they all bore similar markings to the ones that covered the rarely donned helmet and breastplate of one Curtis Surehammer. Just as Jack was about to remark on this, Tanner stepped forward, quickly closing the distance between himself and the bearkin procession, and stopping a little ways off. Jack looked to the others, unsure if they should step in or not. Certainly, Tanner was entitled to sate his own curiosity, but there was something in the way these bearkin held themselves that made Curtis seem warm and inviting by comparison. While Jack and the others grappled with their indecision, Tanner spoke, calling out to the bearkin at the head of the band. An enormous, well-muscled man of fairly advanced years, it seemed, who sported thick frost-gray fur and a plethora of battle scars. A flowing black cape billowed behind his broad chest, decked with light glinting armor plates, somehow making him seem even larger.
Excuse me?"
Tanner blurted, shrinking away from the loudness of his own voice, and the steely stare many of the bearkin shot his way, including the apparent leader. He didn't back down, however, adding,
Do any of you happen to know a bearkin named Curtis?"
Jack found herself wincing at the obvious spark of recognition in the leader's glacial eyes, as well as at the forced diplomatic grin that came over his face as he strode purposefully up to Tanner, a brown-furred female in nearly as lavish armor keeping pace at his side.
"Yes,"
the lead bearkin said slowly, looking Tanner's comparatively slight frame up and down.
"And how, if I may ask, have you come to know this old friend of mine?"
"Oh, well," Tanner stammered, glancing back to Jack and the others, as though to assure himself they hadn't abandoned him. "I suppose you could say that he's an acquaintance of mine."
"I see,"
said the bearkin, his voice a low rumble behind bared, ostensibly smiling teeth. He gave an abbreviated bow, his eyes never leaving Tanner's.
"I am Letterog. I don't suppose that Curtis ever mentioned me in your short time together?"
Jack could almost hear Tanner's gulp from over a dozen paces away. "Nope," Tanner said quickly, his voice so strained that even Jack couldn't tell if he was lying on that account. "Like I said, I don't really know him that well, you see."
"I do,"
said Letterog, bowing his head slightly.
"And where was it that you encountered him again?"
Oh, on the road, I guess you could say, really. Just, the little village I was passing through. Can't remember the name." Jack grimaced, resting a hand on the back of Ember's neck as she prepared for the worst.
"There's no way they're going to believe this."
To her relief, Letterog didn't seem too intent on questioning it either, appearing content just to bare his teeth down at Tanner in a smile that left Jack feeling as though the bearkin had caught the scent of fresh meat.
"My lord,"
the well-armored bearkin at Letterog's side said softly, gesturing for her superior to assume his place among the rest of the half-breed delegates. Letterog nodded in response, his eyes still fixed on Tanner, before turning to retreat to his appointed place in the gathering. As soon as Letterog's back was turned, Tanner gave a full-body shudder, practically scampering back to rejoin the others.
"So if you could all try to keep me from ever doing something like that again,"
he said weakly, his gaze abruptly drawn past the others. Jack turned, seeing that, stepping into the dreary open air from the most gilded of the eagleblood tents, an older, regal birdkin had emerged, a tasteful plating of engraved silver lining the crest of his folded eagle-like wings. Cutting short her stream of hissing reprimands toward Tanner, Allie turned as well, each of them seemed drawn to the eagleblood's immutable magnetism.
"Shanedir,"
Jack thought, folding her arms over her chest as she watched the eagleblood approach the nearby platform, amid an entourage of guards and an apparent advisor who seemed to be apprising him of updates even as he made for the stage.
And our host arrives,
Nelina purred under her breath, affirming Jack's suspicions as Shanedir's steps seemed to falter for a moment, his sidelong avian gaze snapping about to settle on Jack and the others. A creasing of the downy feathers about the eyes and the slight crook of the lower beak that Jack had come to recognize as a birdkin's smile swept over Shanedir's face instantly, and it looked as though he wished to break from his course and make straight for where they were clustered near the foot of the platform. Duty quickly outweighed personal interest, however, and he squared his shoulders, his hands clasped before him as he ascended the handful of steps to the platform's summit. He still wore his smile as he scanned the gathered representatives from each camp, great warmth in his voice as he bellowed for all to hear.
"Welcome to you all, my brothers and my sisters. You cannot know the joy it brings me to see that so many of you have come."
His fiercely yellow eyes settled on the apparent elephantkin leader as he gave a solemn nod.
"Matriarch Velakani, your people have endured great hardships, both here and in your first home of Muntukom. I know that I cannot unravel the pain and mistrust to which these hardships have given birth with words alone. But I thank you for honoring us with your presence, and for granting us all the opportunity to begin mending the wounds we all bear, together."
At Velakani's respectful nod of response, Shanedir's gaze shifted to the few dozen phoenix bloods beside, bowing his head toward their leader as well.
"King Phasix, it does my heart good to see your people coming together for this endeavor, regardless of caste. May these proceedings bring about unity for us all."
Jack easily caught the faint twitch in the phoenix blood's eye behind the meek dip of his head.
"Ever the statesman,"
Nelina said with a guffaw. Glancing to the others, she muttered,
"King Phasix has been struggling to keep all-out rebellion from erupting within the lower castes of his nation for years now. More than a few people are saying that this summit is his last-ditch effort to keep peace in his lands."
Only mildly interested in the Tigerkin's commentary, Jack refocused on Shanedir, watching as the Eagleblood King turned now to the Owlblood delegation, his smile seeming to widen.
"Tiladwin,"
he said warmly, addressing the friendly-looking birdkin decked in flashy blue armor that would likely offer little in the way of actual protection.
"Long have our nations stood together in our efforts to provide a better future for all of our peoples. Your support here today reminds me that none of us need to stand alone, old friend."
Jack cocked her head at the light scowl that flashed across Tiladwin's face at the praise. It was hard to place whether the look stemmed from guilt or just unease. Shanedir, however, had moved on to addressing the Ravenbloods, with Jack only catching the last bit of,
"For your own reasons. But I thank you for allowing me the chance to persuade you, Queen Rothiak."
The Ravenblood Queen smiled good-naturedly, inclining her head as Shanedir moved on to the small crowd of apekin, each of whom seemed to wear streams of dangling metal talismans. Foremost among them, their leader sported a thick, broad breastplate to match his enormous torso, the back of it glistening with well-smithed silver.
"Pethinkul," said Shanedir cordially. "High silverback of your people. You also have my gratitude for attending this historic gathering. I know your people have little problem with unity, or with removing yourselves from the affairs of the major races, but the fact that you've seen fit to travel so far to hear of my vision for our future tells me you know things cannot continue as they have. I will do my utmost to deserve your show of faith."
As Pethinkul graciously tapped a fist to his chest, Shanedir turned to the last delegation, his inviting stance shifting to something more military.
"Lederug, chief among chiefs and king to all Bearkin clans, I extend to you the heartiest of welcomes. You and your people are known the world over for your strength and prowess in battle. Together, your people have tamed the wilds of the north and I hope that you will see the merit of lending that strength to us all for the betterment of every half-breed.
Lederog mirrored many of the other leaders with a crisp half-bow, but something in the way he stared down the eagleblood atop the platform caused Jack's stomach to clench. The old bearkin hardly seemed to share Shanedir's optimism. Shanedir, meanwhile, spread his arms and wings wide where he stood, hope shining in his eyes as he looked across the gathering once more.
It brings such light into my heart to see us all come together like this. And, yes, as many of you have heard, the rumors are true.
He let his words settle for a moment in conjunction with the bated, eager silence that swept over the glade.
I do have in my possession proof of a shared heritage between all of our peoples.
Jack and her friends exchanged quick, furrowed glances at the words, the others presumably recalling, as Jack had, the unique elven book Nelina had acquired from Guard Captain Phylak in Dragon's Nest, as well as the statuette depicting the two elven lovers with which they'd purchased Atrisar's freedom. A wave of low murmurs crested through the gathered half-breeds, which Shanedir allowed to run its course.
But such discussions are reserved for the dreary proceedings between myself and your leaders,
he declared after a moment. His joyful smile returned in full force.
Tonight, we celebrate this momentous expression of unity with food, drink, and games.
He gestured broadly about the encampment as dozens of eaglebloods appeared from within the tents, carrying platters, tankards, and barrels, all brimming with sweet-smelling delicacies that quickly overwhelmed Jack's flaring nostrils. As chatter began to rise from the gathering, mild chaos overtaking the evening as each band of gathered half-breeds broke rank to partake of the ever-expanding dinner selection, Shanedir's arms and wings shot to the sky.
Let the first ever One-Blood Games commence.
Many half-breeds, seeming to have anticipated the declaration, shrugged free of their cloaks, revealing simple shirts and breeches, some even sporting archery bracers, as they began stretching in the cool evening air, preparing to utilize the roped-in rings, walls, and rows of targets nearby positioned about the camp.
Interesting tactic,
Jack thought, watching as eaglebloods with clipboards began calling out arrangements for the various events.
Get things started with refreshments and a bit of light competition.
She frowned, watching as a few bearkin athletes snarled softly to themselves as they warmed up for the heats.
Let's hope it pays off.
My apologies for not being able to speak with you all right away,
said a warm, birdkin voice, causing Jack to turn and see that Shanedir had made directly for their group upon concluding his address. His smile was so pronounced now that Jack initially found it unsettling, a little too eager.
You see,
he went on,
and this is awfully embarrassing for a seer, such as myself, to admit, but I didn't think that you'd be arriving this early.
We, made good time,
said Allie, glancing back to the others.
Weren't exactly anxious to hang around after running into that crocblood patrol.
Shanedir instantly sobered, his neck feathers rippling as he gave a quick nod.
Yes, I imagine so. My apologies, I should have seen that as well. I've been rather distracted of late.
Jack nodded, her gaze shifting around the camp once more as the proceedings began to sink into a raucous, albeit not unfriendly, din.
Yes, well, you seem to have had some planning to do.
That I have,
said Shanedir, beaming.
But come, it grows deafening out here, and what I wish to discuss with all of you is better suited to a private audience besides.
His gaze fell to Nelina, his expression shockingly cordial for someone addressing the tigerkin.
My thanks for a job well done, my dear. But if you wouldn't mind granting us a few minutes of privacy.
Of course,
said Nelina, bowing in a way that almost seemed sincere.
I'll await my payment in my tent. And who knows?
She grinned as she glanced about at the revelries.
My crew and I might even stick around for a bit.
Nodding cheerily toward Jack and the others, she departed into the crowd, leaving them all at Shanedir's direction.
Come, please. You are all most welcome here, and we have so much to discuss.
Chapter 4 The Stranger in Your Soul. Still reeling from his unusual encounter with the bearkin chief Letterog, Tanner was grateful to be out of the camp's main clearing. Stepping inside of King Shanedir's thoroughly embroidered tent along with Allie, Jack, Ember, and Gefnar, as well as a female eagleblood Tanner took to be Shanedir's aide. The tent's interior was lavish, but restrained enough to keep Shanedir from losing too much face in Tanner's estimation. Throughout the length of the old eagleblood's welcome to the other half-breed representatives, Tanner had been impressed with the sincerity lacing Shanedir's words. Not only had he seemed to be open and inviting to all who had answered his invitation, regardless of what type of face they wore, there had been an earnestness there that had spoken of unbridled passion for his cause. Despite his reservations about Shanedir upon first hearing of what he intended for this summit, Tanner couldn't help but feel that he was beginning to like the exuberant eagleblood.
Yes,
Shanedir stammered upon entering the tent's main audience chamber, hurrying over to a nearby table to shift a bench closer to the carved wingback chair across from the entrance that Tanner took to be the king's seat.
As I said, we weren't expecting all of you quite yet, and, well...
Shanedir gestured to both the bench and the large pillows strewn about the carpet of direbear pelts.
I hope you don't find the seating arrangements too disagreeable.
It's fine, said Jack, smiling pleasantly enough as she motioned Ember down to the floor, leaning up against his furry side.
Thank you. Good,
said Shanedir, seeming disproportionately relieved at the assurance, stooping low to offer his hand to the woman.
You are as gracious as I had hoped, Jacqueline.
Jack said firmly, though not aggressively, as she took the offered hand. Shanedir's eyes went wide.
Jack, my apologies,
he said sheepishly, turning to the stone-faced wolf serving as her backdrop.
And this must be Ember.
The awe in his voice caused Tanner to share a scowling glance with Allie and Gefnar. True, since his sudden unexplained growth spurt, Ember was larger even than most dire wolves Tanner had read of, but not so drastically as to leave someone that amazed.
Yes,
Jack said slowly, resting a protective hand atop Ember's head. For a moment it looked as though she might press if Shanedir knew the cause of the wolf's abrupt upsizing, but then the eagleblood king was on to Allie.
And you, Miss...
Shanedir trailed off, obviously second-guessing himself after his slight fumble with Jack. He seemed more than hesitant to get another of their name preferences wrong. Tanner frowned, almost afraid. Just Allie, Allie said with a reserved smile, though she folded her arms as she leaned against one of the tent posts, pointedly avoiding the proffered hand. Can't say I blame her, Tanner thought, recalling how Balgi, the half-orc seer they'd met on Nizame, had appeared to have the ability to read certain things about them with a single touch of the hand. But this guy seems to know a fair amount about us already.
Allie,
Shanedir repeated, obviously still on edge at her rather reserved response. He then turned to Tanner, positively beaming.
And the band's half-breed and demisilg, Tanner Surehammer.
Tanner stifled a wince at the sound of his rarely used surname, recalling how he'd nearly given up Curtis's location to a band of, well, people like Curtis, just outside. Sure hope they don't feel like having that discussion again anytime soon, Tanner thought, recalling the decidedly feral look in Letterog's eyes at the sound of Curtis's name. Yes, he said, remembering himself in time to complete Shanedir's handshake. Thankfully, there was no flash of magic in the birdkin's eyes at the touch, indicating that Shanedir might have attempted some kind of reading. Good to know. Then, stooping, Shanedir extended his hand toward the gnome at Tanner's side.
And young Gefnar Ed Nomenkal, Intothika's chosen representative of the temple.
Uh-huh, Gefnar said softly, seeming thrown at having been addressed so formally. I mean, yes. He gave a short bow. Nomenkal's light shine upon you. Shanedir chuckled as he retreated to his seat.
I hope it shall, my friend.
Seeming to recall something else, he gestured for the eagleblood woman behind him.
Desican, if you wouldn't mind bringing our guests some refreshments. They've had quite the long journey.
At once, my king,
said the woman, genuflecting deeply before glancing about expectantly to Tanner and the others. Oh, some water would be great, Tanner offered. Ooh, and could we get one of those fruit platters and a boar flank? Desican visibly fought back a smile, her wings fluttering in deference as the others assured her that just water would be fine. As she withdrew from the tent flaps, Shanedir clasped his hands together as he took his guests in once more, excitement gleaming in his avian eyes.
Well,
he said after a notably awkward silence that saw Tanner and Gefnar seated on the offered bench.
I suppose all of you are wondering why a birdkin king has invited a pair of humans, a gnome, and a foxkin demisilg to a summit of the great half-breed nations.
The quiet assent on the faces before him was enough to prompt.
Tell me, how much did Nelina explain to you all?
Shouldn't you know that already?
Allie asked dryly. Shanedir's chuckle seemed genuinely amused.
No, my dear. I'm not sure how much you know of abilities such as mine, but it is far less mystical than many would have you believe. I'm simply able to read more of the fragments of truth scattered throughout our reality than most. What many would call visions are simply hypotheticals I am able to foresee, given the facts at hand. The more I am able to meditate on the world around me and the bright beacons of destiny within it.
At this he shot a meaningful glance about the room.
The more parameters I am able to apply to these hypotheticals, in an attempt to determine the most likely or the most desirable outcome.
He dipped his head meekly.
I am still, however, quite mortal and quite fallible. Such visions are notoriously fickle, especially if some of the facts required to structure my parameters remain hidden from me.
Right, said Tanner, not entirely sure he understood. So, for instance, you weren't sure when we would be arriving here, and you didn't know what refreshments we might be hungry for when we did. A slight clucking sounded from Shanedir's beak, that Tanner knew well to be birdkin shorthand for an affirmative.
Precisely. I also have only the vaguest idea of how this conversation might proceed, given the number of variables that might present themselves. But,
he added, his smile back in full force as he looked down his silver-etched beak to each of them,
I feel as though I know you all quite well already. With Nelina speaking so much and so highly of you all.
As one, Tanner and his friends looked to each other with an uneasy scowl.
Really?
Said Jack, leaning forward over her crossed legs where she sat.
We're talking about the same Nelina who doesn't hesitate in quite literally backstabbing a friend, and who only cares about her coin. She's bothered to speak highly of us.
Shanedir gave a muted laugh.
Try not to judge Nelina too harshly, my friends. The world has forged her into a jagged, deadly blade, but a kernel of goodness still beats in her heart.
Your meditations tell you that?
Allie muttered.
I think you might be missing a few parameters.
Frowning, Shanedir inhaled as though to object, then seemed to think better of it.
I do not seek to change your opinion, for I understand it completely. and this is not the reason I've asked you all here."
Aligning his posture to the engraved back of his chair, he smiled again.
"I wish only to offer you each a piece of yourselves. None of you can yet fathom the way you will tip the scales of our world's future."
His eyes fell to Tanner first.
"You burn brightly, my boy, but you will one day burn as to pale the sun itself, and it will be your choice to do so."
Tanner blinked at the words. For a moment, it felt as though he'd almost been able to see himself as Shanedir did. He gave a small gasp at the being of pure, cleansing fire in his mind, returning to himself in time to see that Shanedir now spoke to Jack.
"You are only beginning to understand the true depths of your connection to the beast that walks at your side, Huntress."
Jack visibly rankled at the title, leaning back to press into Ember's furry side as she draped an arm over him. The prophecy hardly seemed to excite her. If anything, she seemed to find it annoying. Then Shanedir was looking to Allie, his voice dropping to something like an odd whisper.
"And you, my dear, will be the most powerful of all."
Allie cocked an eyebrow, seeming ready to start poking holes in the king's theories as Shanedir's aide, Desikin, returned with her arms full of refreshments, calmly handing out the water mugs and placing Tanner's requested food on the nearby table.
"Thank you, Desikin,"
said Shanedir, nodding his gratitude.
"If you would please wait outside."
Again Desikin bowed, her drawn eyes nearly bursting with something unspoken as she withdrew once more. "So, I'm confused," Gefnar blurted into the ruminating silence that followed. He motioned around to Tanner, Jack, and Allie. "You know their futures?" "Yeah," said Tanner, a spark of irritation flaring in his chest at having such a grandiose vision played before his imagination. "I thought you said the whole problem with seeing the future was that it was fickle. How in the blazes do you know any of this for certain?"
"I am as certain as I can be,"
Shanedir admitted, his voice slightly subdued at the backlash.
"As certain as I am that you will all play some integral part in the future of all half-breeds, of the entire world."
"Right, but again, how?" said Allie, placing her hands on her hips. "You just said the whole process was only working with probabilities. That has to leave you with at least hundreds of possible outcomes."
"Which is precisely why you three are all so remarkable,"
Shanedir insisted. That eager sparkle returned to his bright yellow eyes.
"For every outcome I foresee, there are a dozen others that contradict it."
He paused, meeting each of their gazes once more.
"But when it comes to the three of you, though the paths may vary, I have yet to see a single future where you do not alter the course of history."
Tanner swallowed, clearing his throat at the weight that seemed to settle on his chest. "Well, that's not something you hear every day." Unable to meet Shanedir's gaze, he turned to Jack and Allie. As he'd hoped, Allie's light blue eyes were filled with scrutiny as she studied Shanedir's face, alert for any sign of deception. Somehow, though, Tanner couldn't quite bring himself to hope that she would find any. Jack, meanwhile, simply looked perturbed.
"You're not the first to inform us that we're anomalies, my king,"
she said, her respectful words veiled behind a tone of impatience.
"And you also wouldn't be the first to attempt to use us."
She stood, bowing slightly.
"I wish you well in trying to unite the half-breed kingdoms in peace, if that truly is your goal, but without any sort of proof."
"Ah!" said Shanedir, quickly rising to his feet.
"Please, if you only allow me a few more minutes, I do believe that we can help each other."
Jack inclined her head, but didn't resume her seat. Shanedir laughed nervously.
"Well, I can see you're all quite eager to begin."
After a few false starts, his gaze again settled on Tanner.
"Let us embark on that which is most tangible."
As the eagleblood king stepped forward, Tanner shifted on his seat, glancing to the wary Gefnar at his side.
Don't worry,
said the gnome, his eyes meaningfully finding Shanedir's.
We won't let anything happen to you.
Neither balking nor recoiling at the veiled threat, Shanedir knelt before Tanner, smiling as he drew near.
You've been gifted with a rare ability to hide your face in many ways, my boy. But if you would please now show me your other true self, for it is no less a part of you than the foxkin form I see before me.
Cautiously, Tanner nodded. The birdkin obviously already knew he was a demisilg. What could be the harm?
Sure,
he said slowly, briefly closing his eyes and calling up his human face. He felt the familiar sensation of his fur peeling back in on itself, his snout shortening and the fur atop his head growing finer. Opening his eyes, he knew that he looked back at Shanedir from the face of an average human man his age. But, to Tanner's confusion, Shanedir scowled.
No, my boy, that is not your true face. If I may.
At Tanner's hesitant nod, Shanedir reached out with both hands, lightly touching the sides of Tanner's face. Curiosity overcame Tanner's unease as Shanedir closed his eyes, a low hum of magic pulsing in his talons as they traced over Tanner's ears. To Tanner's shock, he felt that same shifting of his flesh he'd come to equate with the sensation that swept over him as he changed forms. Not painful, but nerve-wracking all the same. Though Tanner hadn't initiated the change, it felt comfortable, like he was putting on a favorite pair of shoes. And, the cartilage of his ears tingling at the sides of his head, Tanner felt the rounded tips of his ears crest to a distinct point. He inhaled sharply, but only partly at the strange, though still familiar sensation. After all, he'd sported pointed ears for most of his life while wearing the orange-furred face of a foxkin. As impactful as this change was, it somehow merely felt like a natural progression. What spurred his muted gasp was the sudden, thrashing sensation that seemed to fill every limb at once. The pounding, fiery heart of it clawing for release from within his own heart. Even in the time since Curtis had told him about the fire entity he seemed to hold within, this was the first time Tanner had felt it manifest so fiercely. Since leaving Dragon's Nest, and especially since losing the bracers Curtis had given him to keep the entity at bay, Tanner had lived in constant fear of being overwhelmed by the thing, terrified of becoming a prisoner in his own body, forced to watch as fire flew from his hands to engulf those around him. But, in that moment of terror, when it felt like the fire entity would shatter his will and leave him a helpless vessel, Tanner sensed something else. The thing felt scared. Beneath the animalistic ferocity was a need for justice. And to be heard. Then Shanedir was staggering back as the sensation subsided, a look of sad bewilderment on his avian face.
You've attempted to chain it.
Tanner's hand shot to his ears, feeling that they were still very much pointed.
What? I'm an elf?
Despite the pained look still dominating his face, a gleam of excitement returned to Shanedir's eyes.
Yes, Tanner. We all are, in a way.
He gestured broadly toward the camp beyond his tent.
That's the secret I've come to learn about all half-breeds. The common heritage we all share is elven in nature.
Even as this revelation continued to wash over Tanner, however, Shanedir physically waved it aside.
But this other presence inside of you, why have you denied it a voice for all these years?
Tanner glanced around to his friends for support, finding that they were as dumbfounded as he was.
He said slowly, turning back to the birdkin. I had no idea it even existed until a few months ago. And when I did learn, I found out that it had hurt someone I care about.
He recalled the burns on Curtis's wrists from his last apparent outburst, and the unbridled guilt that had accompanied the sight. Shanedir shook his head.
It is not a presence to be feared or imprisoned, my boy. Were you not able to feel it? This other being, this other soul that is intertwined with your own. It is your sister.
The room seemed to freeze, along with Tanner's heartbeat. My what?
Hold on,
Allie said sharply, stepping forward. She glared over to Shanedir, one arm pointing directly to Tanner's face.
He's got another soul in there with him?
Yes,
Shanedir said, fatigue sneaking into his voice as he staggered back to his chair.
As I said, that of his sister, if I'm reading his memories correctly.
His eyes settled on Tanner.
The two of you were bound in your heartache at a great loss. The death of your parents at the hands of a vile coward, a man whose face haunts you both still.
As Shanedir said the words, Tanner felt as though he was thrust into a terrible moment of fire and shadow. He saw two figures in the near darkness, their silhouettes much like his when he took on his foxkin form. And, standing between them like a tower of pure menace, was a looming human-like individual, a wicked longsword in his hands that scythed this way and that, carving through flesh and bone. There were screams, unbearable pain. Then fire swept over Tanner's vision. But, worst of all, Tanner could sense a small, trembling form in his arms all the while, could feel the unbridled fear pulsing through his own veins. Deep within, he felt the fire entity flail about, desperate to bring justice to the shadowy figure who had caused them so much hurt. Again, Tanner gasped as the scene faded, one hand grasping his own chest, as though to reach in and comfort the terrified presence inside of him.
You were both highly gifted in the manipulation of magics and fire,
Shanedir said after a long moment of Tanner fighting to catch his breath.
And your abilities only strengthened when you became one.
He paused, waiting for Tanner to look up, meeting his gaze.
But you are not two halves of a soul. You are, both of you, complete. Half fox and half elf. In this way are you granted the ability to wear the face of a full elf.
He smiled warmly now.
And in this way you will be able to embrace your fox side completely as well.
Recalling something, Tanner frowned.
But there's no mark.
He awkwardly stretched around himself, then looked down the front of his shirt, finding no heart tattoo to match the one Tagathis had worn. Hesitantly, he looked to Shanedir.
Is there?
Shanedir inclined his head.
You refer to the apparent mutation or marking that accompanies the joining of two souls in one body. But you forget, you are adept at disguising your true features, to the point that you hide this mark from even yourself, it would seem.
And if I manage to, find the real me in all this?
Tanner said, still trying to grasp the intricacies of it all.
The real us? My sister and I.
I do not know,
Shanedir said meekly.
But it is possible that, should you come to peace with your situation and the presence of your sister, you will cease to suppress this mark, and it will be made clear. That's all well and good,
said Jack, her tone betraying the lack of anything well or good as far as she was concerned.
But the last time we encountered someone who held two souls inside, they turned out to be rather unstable. And this subjects all with this condition to the same fate?
Said Shanedir, looking defensively to each of Tanner's friends in his place. At the moment, Tanner was too scared of what he might find.
Have you that little faith in your comrade's mental acuity?
It's not that,
said Allie, betraying the seriousness of the moment by not pouncing on the opportunity for a snide comment.
It's just that every piece of literature we could get our hands on about the subject seemed to indicate that something like this invariably led to the host being driven insane.
Something about a single body and mind simply not being enough to sustain a pair of souls. Tanner clenched his fists until his nails nearly drew blood in his palms. He remembered clearly the fate of Tagathis, the conniving orc murderer they'd met on Nizame who'd carried the soul of his stillborn twin brothers since birth. The sight of his slow, purposeful execution at the hands of the half-orc woman, Bozina, still popped up in his nightmares on occasion. Is that the kind of death that waits for me? He wondered. Am I destined to become a backstabbing powermonger like Tagathis? Would I be getting exactly what I deserve? Justice. That last thought sent a chill down his spine, mostly because he was quite sure it hadn't been his.
And I suppose you also learned in your research that the condition cannot be undone,
said Shanedir, meeting Allie's gaze. At the woman's nod, he sighed.
That part, at least, is true. But do you think this other individual you encountered ever considered allowing their two souls to function as equals? To dare give the other suppressed, frightened soul a voice?
There was a long silence while Tanner continued to stare down at his own lap, before Jack offered a low grunt.
Doesn't really sound like him.
Then, frowning,
So, all Dimisilg house an extra soul for some reason or another? Yes,
Shanedir said gravely.
And of the few in existence, even fewer make any attempt to hold themselves to any standard, instead abusing their abilities for personal gain. It is why legends have sprung up throughout the centuries of face shifters, who invariably become tyrants to depose. It is simply the way the condition manifests among those of us with dual ancestry.
Feeling drawn to do so, Tanner lifted his eyes to meet Shanedir's, seeing the eagerness in the king's eyes.
Do not fear the other soul, my boy, or what you think you might become. Reach out to her in whatever way you can. Let her know that she is alone no longer.
Tanner gulped, almost missing Allie's offer amid the frantic pounding in his ears.
I'll do what I can to help you with that,
the woman was saying when Tanner looked her way. She gave her equivalent of a comforting smile, which Tanner had only begun to recognize after their long weeks together.
Intothica helped me out when I didn't understand what was going on inside of my own head. The least I can do is pass on what I learned.
Thank you, said Tanner, clearing his throat as he looked back to Shanedir. Do you have any advice?
Very little, I fear,
Shanedir admitted with an apologetic smile.
There are paths each of us must walk alone.
He stood shakily to his feet, his wings fluttering slightly, as though he might need them to stay upright.
But now I'm afraid I'm quite tired. You are free to set up a place for yourself within my camp if you wish, but I have also had a tent prepared for your arrival.
At this he gave a self-deprecating wink.
Thankfully ahead of schedule. Moreover, I invite you each to take part in the One Blood Games. Perhaps some friendly competition will provide a measure of clarity for your inner thoughts.
Tanner found himself doubting the claim as he stood, only now, as he looked to his friends, realizing how selfish he'd been.
What about everyone else?
He said to Shanedir.
You said you had something to share with all of us, right?
I do apologize,
said Shanedir, bowing his head to Jack, Allie, and Gefnar.
But the encounter with Tanner's sister has left me more spent than I had anticipated.
Given the way the birdkin swayed on his feet, Tanner was inclined to believe him.
I imagine each of you is fatigued as well from your long journey, so if you'll forgive me, the rest, it seems, must wait for another time.
Jack gave an indifferent shrug, while Allie appeared only slightly annoyed. When Tanner looked to Gefnar, the gnome was simply gaping up at him, distractedly reaching up to touch his own ears. Both of them, though drastically oversized in comparison to Tanner's, sporting a distinctly pointed tip.
Yes, we've got matching ears now, said Gefnar with a hesitant chuckle.
Tanner grinned weakly.
Guess we do.
He turned to Shanedir.
I guess I should switch back, though.
That is up to you,
said Shanedir with a tired bow.
Many already suspect what I plan to reveal at the summit's official beginning tomorrow. Wear whichever of your faces you wish, and do so with pride.
Smiling, Tanner stood, unchanged, leading the others out into the gathering dark and the flourishing festivities. For perhaps the first time in his life, he marched boldly into the world with a face not quite like any other, feeling neither shame nor the need to conform.
Nice feeling,
he thought, already marking a handful of double takes he garnered from those nearby barely 2 paces from Shanedir's tent. Should probably be confident more often. Chapter 5 Sisters.
So, how long does it usually take for, something to happen?
Allie sighed, opening her eyes to stare down the length of the cot from where Tanner sat, notably ill at ease in a kneeling position. Even after a couple of hours, it was still decidedly odd to see those high-pointed ears on the sides of Tanner's, elven face. It wasn't that they looked out of place. If anything, they seemed to fit the rest of his other sharp-edged features far better than his human ears ever had. To Allie, it was more than a little poetic that Tanner had missed out on discovering this truth about himself years earlier, simply because of his need to fit in with those around him.
If only Atrisar could see him now,
she thought, recalling the similar shape of the companion they'd left behind at Varbius Keep with Gwitharin and Njoller. Though her farcically elven appearance had been the result of a surgeon's blade, Allie couldn't help but think how adorable of a pair Tanner and Atrisar would make now. She took great care not to let the sentiment show on her face, however. Easily adopting a look of exasperation, she stared down the expectant man across from her.
Well, how long does it usually take you to quiet your own thoughts, on any level?
There's not really a usually for that, said Tanner with a self-conscious laugh.
I've never felt the need to try anything like this before.
Allie nodded.
And now?
I have to,
Tanner said without hesitation, his furtive eyes locked on Allie's.
I can sense her there now, Allie. At least, her emotions. It's like I'm finally getting to know this part of me I always knew was there, but never had the courage to explore. I mean, it's not like I can just get rid of it.
He winced at his own words.
And I don't want to.
Blinking rapidly, he stared down at his hands.
She's so alone. So scared. I have to let her know that I'm here. That I know how she feels.
Allie found that she identified with the emotions rather well herself. After having spent so many years feeling as though she was a slave to her own body. That, at any moment, the dark power within might manifest, eradicating everything around her. She also felt a strange kinship with this other soul inside of Tanner. More than that, she had to imagine it had been something of an ordeal being trapped inside someone like Tanner for so many years. True, after all they'd been through together in such a short time, Allie respected Tanner well enough, even considering him a friend when he wasn't being absolutely impossible. But living at the whim of someone with so little seeming ability for forethought had to have been utterly infuriating. Allie didn't pretend to understand how cognizant the girl might be of the world around her, but Allie had only been forced to witness Tanner's often cringe-worthy antics for a number of weeks. His poor sister might very well have been granted prime seating to them for years. Shuddering at all the possible implications, Allie glanced about the interior of the tent. The two of them had been left alone, with Jack departing soon after their arrival to take part in an archery contest. She'd returned a short time later to quietly report a second-place finish to an awkwardly quiet Gefnar, who'd remained, but been left to lie uncomfortably quiet on his own cot, as Tanner had eagerly approached Allie for her to make good on her offer of assistance in meditation. Jack had easily managed to coax Gefnar from the tent at that point, both her and the gnome doing their best not to disturb Allie and Tanner's quiet, closed-eyes staring contest. But Allie had still heard, and so it seemed had Tanner.
That, or he's just really bad at keeping his focus.
Sighing again, Allie turned back to Tanner, seeing that he'd expectantly lifted his gaze to her once more.
If you really want this to go anywhere,
she said, channeling a long-suffering Antothica-like reprimand as best she could,
then you've got to concentrate.
Tanner nodded, inhaling deeply and resuming his meditation posture. Then, abruptly, he frowned, cocking his head as he stared back at Allie.
Sorry, I guess I'm being pretty selfish. How are you feeling?
Allie cocked an eyebrow.
About what?
About what Shanedir said to you, said Tanner, turning hesitant at Allie's seeming indifference. About what else he might say. Later. Over the years, Allie had been given the opportunity to perfect the skill of keeping her face stoic, no matter what prodding or hurtful things people might have said. At that moment, however, her ability was pushed to the limit. Shanedir had gleefully informed her that she might be the most powerful of all, as if something like that was supposed to comfort her. With Antothica's help, and the continued meditations, Allie's power had grown more in the past 2 months than it had in a handful of years under Lethold's care. She was beginning to feel more at peace with herself than she'd ever thought possible. But having the awestruck Shanedir speak with such conviction about the forces she might wield in the future had filled her with anxiety.
Is that really what I want to become? She wondered. Someone so powerful that she can inspire that kind of amazement in mages and kings?
That wasn't the crux of the worry, though, Allie knew. She feared what she always had, the horrible fate that had plagued her nightmares since the loss of her adoptive sister, Shala. It wasn't being revered that scared her. It was being feared. Allie, said Tanner, drawing her back to the interior of the tent, illuminated in the soft glow of the nearby lantern. Are you all right?
Well enough,
Allie said with a grunt.
It's just the same old thing. Hard to tell why I'm even moving forward sometimes.
Tanner cleared his throat.
Well, if it helps.
You are. Moving forward, that is. He attempted a comforting smile. Even just since I've known you, I think you've changed for the better. Oh, not that I've found you awful at first. A bit abrasive, perhaps. Well, a lot abrasive. Allie snorted. But you're here now, Tanner went on. Not just because you need some cryptic book or because the coin's good, which, by the way, it's not. You're here because there's something that needs to be done, and you know you can help do it.
Yeah,
Allie said with a derisive chuckle.
Sneaked up on me, I guess.
Happens to the best of us, Tanner said, laughing. Just ask my dad. Silence settled as they both retreated into their own thoughts. Tanner presumably thinking of Curtis and his long-lost sister, while Allie's mind seemed to stretch into the future, this time with slightly less trepidation. True, she was still no closer to deciphering the path that lay before her, but, in one much less infuriating way, nothing had changed. She was still the one who determined the course of her own life.
And,
she thought, allowing herself a smirk as she looked up to Tanner,
I have friends to help keep me in line while I do.
Well, she said, snapping her fingers in front of Tanner's vacant stare as she reasserted her meditation pose.
Enough procrastinating. Back to it.
Right, Tanner said amid a whooshing exhale, his hands returning to his thighs as, kneeling, he straightened his back and receded into the simple breathing exercise Allie had shown him.
He'll get the hang of it yet,
thought Allie, returning to her own soothing meditations. Tanner may not have been as quick of a study as Atrazar, or Allie herself for that matter, but he was driven.
And if I've learned anything about my friends during our time together, it's that it's not the best idea to stand between them and their goal.
Jack's feet pounded beneath her in the cool dusk, sometimes swishing slightly off course in the tall, wet grass. Before, behind, and to her left were a half-dozen half-breeds, representing many of the delegations who'd attended Shanedir's summit, each seeming just as focused on the run as she was. But for different reasons, Jack suspected, glancing to her right where a loping Ember kept pace at her side. She'd hugged the exterior of the track on the entire race thus far, not being awfully concerned with the prospect of winning. Her customary jog with Ember had been simply calling to her, and she'd supposed that taking part in the evening's competitions was a suitable way to achieve that goal.
And the show of solidarity from one of Shanedir's honored guests was probably called for,
she thought, not altering her pace or her course, as a lumbering bearkin moved to pass on her left.
Good luck to you,
she thought, shooting the bearkin a crisp nod, receiving none in return. This wasn't exactly a surprise. Most of the competitors Jack had encountered thus far had been reservedly civil at best. The apekin who'd bested her in the archery contest had even seemed slightly shocked when Jack had approached to shake his hand, upon the victor being declared, though he had quickly accepted the gesture.
All in all, though, a moderate success, I think,
Jack thought as she came upon the turn that marked the halfway point of the race. The many camps of half-breeds were competing in a mildly cordial manner, and, from what Jack had seen of the revelries back at camp, food and drink had apparently been a highly effective means of breaking down any tribal barriers. Even a few elephant-kin had seemed to be having fun.
Which hopefully means that everyone will be a bit more receptive for Shanedir's vision. If he's been honest with us, that is.
Jack still had little interest in whatever it was he might have to tell her about her future, but she was glad that Tanner at least had seemed to discover something useful. Shanedir had given him a chance to reconnect with his sister, and maybe he would share something equally beneficial with Allie. Still, there was an atmosphere to the whole thing that unnerved Jack. Her time on Nizame especially had conditioned her to be wary of anything that felt a bit too perfect. And it wasn't hard for her to spot many half-breeds from each camp who seemed to feel the same way. Not that Jack didn't understand the caution. The centuries had hardly been kind to many of the half-breed nations, first with the prejudice they'd faced from the major races, then, at times, from even each other.
And then there's the conspicuously absent delegations. But if all goes well, maybe at the next summit.
Jack's thoughts were cut short as, to the east, she caught a flicker of movement from within the tree line that ran adjacent to the marked track.
Nothing.
Sensing her sudden interest, Ember turned to look as well, his nose tilting upward to drink in the air as they ran. He turned back to her with a negative grunt. Somehow, Jack managed to sigh, even through her measured breathing.
And me without my gear.
Before investigating, she'd have to return to the group's tent to recover it all. It hadn't exactly seemed like the best idea to take part in the race decked in light armor and a small arsenal of weapons. With a flick of her wrist, Jack motioned Ember to keep at her side, completing the turn and beginning the leg of the race back toward camp. Already she could see eagleblood attendants lighting the torch markers that lined the course up the opposite stretch as darkness truly set in.
Light up all of those you can,
Jack thought dryly.
If whatever's out there is what I think it is,
We are going to need all the light we can get.
True, the flash of movement she'd admittedly only caught in the corner of her eye could have been a deer, or something equally innocuous.
But when have I ever been that lucky?
Tanner swam lazily through his own mind, his calls into his own consciousness long since having left his voice hoarse. Or however this all works. He felt like he'd managed to do something right, though. Just like Allie had said, his breathing had seemed to grow farther and farther away, until he'd been left in the splotchy darkness he knew well from all the hours in his life he'd spent with his eyes closed. Not that I feel especially closer to making any sort of connection, he thought in exasperation, envisioning himself reaching out into the darkness, palm upward, for what felt like the 1,000th time.
It's all right, he soothed. I'm here. Let me help you.
There was an abrupt flutter of emotion in response, reminding Tanner of the way a mistreated street dog might instinctively shrink away at an offer of food, or a pat on the head. But at least there's no growling. Tanner was still alone in the swimming blackness, pointlessly glancing this way and that for a physical manifestation of the other presence. Then, without warning, flames sprang up all around, furious and blinding. It took every scrap of Tanner's willpower not to flinch away, instead shutting his eyes even more tightly and letting the fire lap over him. As he'd gambled, the flames simply washed over and through him, and, with a sigh of relief, Tanner willed a similar fire into his physical grasp.
I'm like you,
he thought, letting the other presence absorb the reality for a moment.
You don't have to be alone anymore, and I'm so sorry you ever were.
The flames lessened as primal emotion continued to sweep through Tanner's consciousness. There was confusion and fear, certainly, but also a flicker of hope. Tanner felt his faraway body give a soft laugh.
That's right, he thought. I'm your brother, and I'd really like to get reacquainted.
With the fire receding to resemble the smoldering glow of a blacksmith's furnace at the end of the day, Tanner pictured himself extending a hand, palm upward, into the flickering darkness. To his disappointment, the other presence didn't draw nearer, instead seeming to manifest as a pulsing globe of flame that skirted Tanner's immediate area. Occasionally it seemed to drape itself in shadow, or perhaps it was winking out to reappear above or below. Whatever the case, it drew no nearer, and no amount of goodwill or silent pleading emanating from Tanner could seem to entice it forward.
It's all right,
Tanner said at last, picturing himself dropping to his knees, mirroring his physical form.
I understand that it might be hard to trust anyone when you've been feared and locked away for as long as you can remember. But here's the thing. I'm not going anywhere. Wouldn't even if I could. You're my sister, and I'm going to find a way to help you.
His stubbornness seemed to catch the presence off guard, as though it couldn't comprehend such a drastic turnaround in someone's perception of it. Simultaneously, however, there was a flicker of what felt like recognition, as though this was a trait it might recall finding incredibly infuriating.
You and Curtis should really talk,
Tanner thought with a chuckle, letting his elation burn bright as the presence seemed to nestle down before him, well out of reach. In its flaming surface, Tanner could have sworn he even saw a flash of a small, foxkin face.
Don't worry, thought Tanner, infusing the words with calm. You'll remember who you are. We both will.
They stayed like that for what felt like hours, simply growing accustomed to each other's presence.
Not exactly how I'd ever imagined meeting my family someday,
Tanner mused, but it was a change he could easily learn to accept. Allie's eyes fluttered open before she quite knew why, and she found her gaze drawn across the lamplit interior of the group's tent to the door flaps as they peeled open to allow a mildly winded Jack entry, a faint sheen of sweat on her dark brow.
Hey,
said the woman softly, stepping up toward Allie upon seeing that she'd been noticed. Behind, Ember's massive furry frame shouldered into the tent after, depositing itself on the floor by Jack's cot.
I've got something I plan to investigate, Jack continued, and I wouldn't mind some backup if you're free.
Sure, Allie said slowly, swinging her legs over the side of her cot and slipping into her boots. Trouble? The other woman's tone had betrayed no hint of urgency, but Allie was beginning to realize that it had been Jack's apprehension through their link that had jarred her from her meditations.
I'm not sure, Jack admitted. But I've had this sense since we arrived here that something's been keeping an eye on us, and I think I managed to catch a glimpse in return.
Allie scowled as she stood and pulled on her cloak.
More crockbloods? Maybe,
said Jack, moving to retrieve her own gear.
But I don't know. I've been on edge ever since Nelina turned up and...
She gestured vaguely about the encampment.
None of this feels right, somehow. Can't you feel it? Yes,
said Allie, folding her arms at the admission.
But a summit like this isn't exactly normal.
Then, after a weighted pause,
Are you sure this doesn't have anything to do with Shanedir?
Jack stuttered partway through slinging her quiver into place, turning to meet Allie's gaze.
How do you mean?
A low snort sounded from Allie's nostrils.
And to think, I used to see you as this tower of serenity.
She tapped her temple.
We're linked now, remember? Hard not to know what the three of you are thinking these days. It's clear that something about the man upsets you. Remember, Imidre did give us those 2 extra dosages of the Mind Link potion. So if you really feel like you need to get a better read on Shanedir...
Jack sighed, letting her bow drop unstrung to her cot as she slumped to a seat after it.
He's nice enough, I suppose, and he certainly seems sincere about his hopes for the half-breed races.
Allie nodded.
But aren't you tired of having everyone tell you what your destiny is?
A little, Allie admitted with a shrug.
But I think I'm mostly just glad that I might have one that doesn't include destroying everything I touch. I suppose that would be a welcome comfort,
Jack said with a gracious smile.
I just wish it felt like we had more of a choice in the matter. With Kravog, Balgi, and now Shanedir, all seeming to think that we have some major role to play in the world. It's growing difficult to believe that we happened to come together by chance.
Something in the tone of Jack's voice caused a flutter of panic in Allie's chest.
Jack, you don't want to leave, do you?
Jack looked up sharply, a startled frown on her face.
What? No, of course not. With all the good we've managed to do together, and all we can still do, that would be the equivalent of a childish tantrum. It's just... I suppose I always thought that my time beyond the clan grounds would feel more... nomadic. Like I was free to seek out my own fortune.
At last, Allie felt she understood.
This is about the prophecy of the huntress, then?
Again, Jack sighed, nodding.
All I've ever tried to do is to be the best version of myself I knew how. Then, suddenly, everything from my family history to my heat-of-the-moment decisions...
She glanced to the wolf curled up at her feet.
To the best friend I've ever known, is all downgraded to being pieces in a prophecy that sets me up as some mythical heroine. And now we receive a mysterious invitation from an eagleblood king, telling us he has insight into our journeys?
Jack clenched her fist, staring back up to Allie.
How many people are going to try to take my life from me?
To her own surprise, as much as Jack's, Allie gave a sharp guffaw of laughter.
To blazes with that, Jack. I've known you for a tiny fragment of your life, but I know it'd take a dozen mages to cast a spell to keep you from doing what you thought was right. Has hearing you were an anomaly or a prophesied huntress ever once kept you from doing what you would have done anyway?
Jack smirked.
Not remotely. Then you're still you,
said Allie, striding over to offer the other woman a hand up from her cot. Jack took it, a grateful smile on her face as she stood.
Thank you, Allie. That
That means a lot.
Allie cleared her throat, abruptly uneasy at the clearly heartfelt gratitude.
Right, well, we're heading for possible trouble.
She turned back to where Tanner still knelt calmly on her cot.
One of us should probably wake up Fireboy.
She glanced back to Jack.
Which one of us thinks they can do it without burning the whole camp down?
I can hear you both, Tanner groaned, his eyes fluttering open as he glared in their direction, a playful glint in his elven eyes. And I'll have you know that I intend to ask Shanedir for a much quieter tent. People are proving to be far too chatty in this one. Chapter 6 Skeptics in the Face of Harmony. Jack found her senses on high alert as she and her companions passed through what should have been the haven offered by the gathering of jovial half-breeds around them. True, with it seeming to be common knowledge, at least among the eaglebloods, that they were here as guests of King Shanedir, things were unlikely to escalate to physical violence. But Jack's survival mentality was still operating at full capacity as she caught the glances of surprise, wariness, and even mistrust that met the pair of humans, an oversized wolf, and the distinctly elven-faced man bringing up the rear.
Besides,
Jack thought, keeping as many of the notable onlookers in her vision as possible as she maneuvered through the crowd to where she'd last spotted Gefnar near the fighting rings.
Some of the more volatile representatives might just be looking for a reason to start something.
For Jack's part, she had no intention of giving them one. Avoiding eye contact as much as possible, she guided the others through the seemingly light-hearted proceedings, noting that, though many of the attending half-breeds remained in tightly knit groups of members from their own encampment, a sizable portion from each had also deigned to eat and drink communally, many looking as though they were animatedly discussing their recent turn in the games.
All right,
Jack thought with a faint twitch of a smile.
Maybe a bit of friendly competition was a good idea after all, Shanedir.
There were, of course, sore losers in the mix, easily spotted as they stormed back to their camp of origin, or a cluster of their own people. But even most bearkin, notoriously volatile in nature, had seemed to take the outcome of their event in stride, joining in conversations with other competitors as everyone recounted the match, or tales of their previous exploits. Even as a human, Jack found the sight oddly comforting. The uniting of the half-breed nations had never been an issue she'd given much thought, but now, as she caught a glimpse of Shanedir's dream, it gave her hope for the future she hadn't known was missing. Then she was nearing the roped-off wrestling rings, casting her dark eyes about for any sign of Gefnar in the torchlight. She spotted him a way off, chatting with a familiar apekin on a bench, while sipping from a comically disproportionate mug. This was the same apekin Jack had witnessed sparring with Gefnar in one of the rings upon her return from her race.
What place was I again? 8th?
The match had concluded shortly after Jack had strode up to witness it, her eyes going wide with surprise as Gefnar had managed to sidestep the apekin's lunge, catching hold of the apekin's arm, throwing him off balance, then clambering up onto the apekin's back, still grasping his competitor's furry left forearm, and locking the other in place at the elbow. Jack had been unable to suppress a brief chuckle. Gefnar had barely been able to reach both arms behind the apekin's back at once. In short order, the ring's designated arbiter had rushed in to declare in amazement that Gefnar was the victor. The panting gnome had then leapt from the apekin's back, looking up with wide eyes as his towering opponent had climbed to his feet, only to grin graciously and offer his hand in congratulations. And, just in the short time Jack had been gone, the two had apparently decided to share a drink. "Hi, Gef," said Tanner as he stepped up behind Jack. "Win any wrestling matches lately?" Gefnar looked up, glancing sheepishly to his newly arrived friends. Is this a mind link thing, or a someone saw it happen thing?"
A bit of both,
Jack said with a smile,
I was watching, but it was also hard not to catch the rush of victory over the link.
Yeah, well, Gefnar said, laughing self-consciously as he looked to the apekin beside him.
You apparently didn't see the climbing match we had beforehand. I didn't stand a chance.
No,
the apekin said with a toothy smirk.
You didn't.
He then looked to Jack and the others, executing a respectful half-bow where he sat.
It is good to see you all again.
Even peripherally, Jack saw recognition dawn on Tanner's face as he placed the apekin from their time aboard Nelina's ship, the Sea Cat.
Oh, 5, right?
The apekin gave a small nod, even as Gefnar added,
Well, Nelina's not around, so we can use his actual name, Imal.
Imal it is, then, said Allie, nodding to the apekin. And, speaking of your overbearing employer, I don't suppose you've seen her around anywhere.
I haven't,
said Imal, sounding unworried.
When festivities are in full swing, she can usually be found elsewhere. Were you needing to speak with her?
More like wondering what she might be up to with everyone so distracted,
said Jack, noting the flicker of amusement on Imal's face.
Not an undue precaution,
said the apekin, glancing about the gathered half-breeds.
But I've honestly stopped trying to figure out what my captain might be planning a long time ago. So long as I'm not asked to harm innocents, I have no problem handing down my orders to the rest of the crew.
Jack bristled.
Is that something that happens often?
Imal gave a curt laugh.
Not yet. But you never know with Nelina.
Then, if it's all right asking, Tanner ventured, why exactly do you stay with her?
The pay is good,
Imal said with a shrug.
And, in her own twisted way, I do think that Nelina wants to make the world a better place.
For profit, you mean?
Jack said with a grunt.
I won't pretend that's not her highest calling,
the apekin allowed.
But I do know that we've relieved some rather unsavory characters of their existence along the way. Lenmore of Nizame was far from the first, and if the wind stays at our back, he will hardly be the last.
Jack found her fists firmly clenched at her sides with the thought of someone as morally fluid as Nelina being designated judge, jury, and executioner. But even she had to admit that the world was likely a better place without Lenmore, the foul, self-styled captain of Nizame. The thought briefly turned her to musings of the two individuals who had assumed control after the deaths of both Lenmore and the true power behind Nizame. The conniving orc, Tagathis. Tagathis's bodyguard, Aquelia, formerly of the Samanir Order, had taken up joint governance of the island along with Tagathis's prized fighter, Rithbane. If the group's communications with Curtis and High Priestess Intothica were any indication, Dragon's Nest and its former Dark Cloud, Nizame, had grown into allies in recent weeks. And even the nearby Glenadok orc tribe had sent envoys to a meeting between their neighbors' leaders, spurred into the act of diplomacy by the death of the human man Osgur, the orc chief Argos's adoptive son. Jack blinked at the reminder of how intricate the web she'd weaved with her actions already trailed, with her pilgrimage only just begun.
There's probably a reason most Wilderlings make it a point not to get involved in politics on journeys like this.
But if I may ask all of you a question,
said Imal, drawing Jack's attention back to the present. The apekin looked pointedly about their group, a trace of hesitation in his eyes.
I'm curious as to the perspective of a pair of humans, a gnome, and...
He squinted at Tanner for a moment.
Someone able to wear the face of an elf.
Tanner laughed self-consciously. It's complicated, and also probably not my place to say. Imal nodded, clearly letting the topic slide. His eyes drifted past Jack and the others, to where the bulk of the apekin representatives were gathered protectively about their high silverback.
Pethinkul, our leader, has only attended this summit out of curiosity, I think,
said Imal, gesturing with his chin.
And many of the half-breed rulers have their own agendas in being here, or clearly wish to come out on top of whatever alliance might be declared.
He paused, frowning as he looked back to the group.
I want to believe in Shanedir's vision for us all, but with so much skepticism and mistrust, well, I suppose I'm asking if any of you think what Shanedir wants is at all possible. Even if we manage to set aside our differences and thirst for personal gain, what hope do we have if the major races declare us a threat to be exterminated, seeing us banding together as an act of aggression?
Jack percolated on the issue for a moment, finding many of her own reservations about the summit given voice in Nimal's words. Well, if it helps, Tanner said dryly. Whatever's left of the major races in Kavorum are kind of tangled up in a war already. And one would hope that someone would be able to tell the difference between a legitimate threat like Marima and Garich from a peaceful alliance like Shanedir's, Allie added, her voice not exactly laden with optimism. Nodding at her friend's points, Jack turned to Imal.
But as to whether we think the half-breed nations can come together at all, I honestly don't know. I have little enough knowledge on each nation's past, and more importantly, their current leaders, that it would be pointless speculation to call one outcome over another. What's important here, what's always been at the heart of the matter at times like this, is whether people are willing to let go of the past, swallow their pride, and declare their willingness to work together for a better future.
Gefnar bowed his head in agreement. That goes for the major races too, I guess.
Something that has already begun in Dragon's Nest,
Imal reminded them. No one's more surprised than I am, trust me, said Tanner, a dubious scowl on his face. But it took a horrible shared experience like the Crockblood attack for that to happen, and one tiny town on the edge of the world is hardly what I'd call extensive.
No,
Imal said slowly.
But it's a start.
It was a technicality Jack wasn't exactly keen on debating, so after allowing the moment to breathe for a bit, she turned to Gefnar.
We were just coming to let you know, though, Gefnar, that we're heading out to investigate something I saw during my run.
The gnome glanced from her to Imal, then around the raucous gathering of half-breeds. Trouble? He whispered.
Maybe not,
said Jack, aware of Imal's studious gaze.
But given what we faced on our way here...
Gefnar nodded. Point taken. Then, obviously recalling something that had slipped his mind in his faintly tipsy state. Oh, and while we're discussing potential problems, Tiraki's here. Jack frowned, at first thinking she must not have heard the gnome correctly.
What?
Shrugging, Gefnar gestured back toward the thick of the eagleblood encampment. I didn't get a good look, but I'm sure it was her. A pair of guards were taking her to Shanedir's tent after our climbing match. She had her staff and everything. Allie cocked an eyebrow. They didn't disarm her? I didn't really get the sense that she was a prisoner, said Gefnar, nearly spilling some of his drink as he shrugged again. More like a mandatory guest? Even so, said Tanner, looking heavily to Jack. We should make sure she's all right. Silently agreeing, Jack spun on her heel, already making for Shanedir's tent. Did you need me? Gefnar called after. Not for this, Allie replied, her voice dropping conspiratorially as she added, but maybe stick around and see who else might be feeling talkative. Right, said Gefnar, with Jack far enough away now that she barely discerned Imal's offer to refill the gnome's mug. No thanks, came Gefnar's polite response. his voice echoing into the tankard as he looked down.
I think I've got enough for the rest of the evening.
Ah, good.
Tanner heard Shanedir greet his companions as he trailed the others into the Eagleblood King's tent.
I was just about to send for you all.
The tent greeted Tanner's gaze as he entered, looking much as it had earlier that evening, when they'd visited Shanedir for the first time. Now, however, a pair of Eagleblood guards stood to either side of a robed, wiry Crockblood, a few paces from where Shanedir filled his chair. The king's aide, Desican, standing at Shanedir's side, scrutinizing the scene with the kind of guardedness Tanner supposed was prudent in someone with her job description. Tiraki, as the Crockblood soon revealed herself to be, turned to regard the newcomers, bowing slightly toward Jack. To Tanner's eyes, she didn't look to be harmed, or even under a great deal of duress. If anything, she just looked mildly embarrassed.
Greetings, Huntress,
said Tiraki, nodding toward Allie as well, while her glance toward Tanner triggered an increasingly familiar double-take. Firstly, Tanner supposed, Tiraki had only ever seen him in his foxkin form, and the rather unsubtle point of his ears probably came as a bit of a shock. Still, she recovered quickly, recognition coming to her eyes as she seemed to recall the full extent of Tanner's abilities, and she continued.
It appears as though my sneaking skills have proved inadequate to evade detection.
Then, a scowl of confusion creeping over her scaly face.
If I may ask, what are all of you doing here?
We're here at Shanedir's invitation, just like you,
said Jack, leveling a hard stare at the Birdkin King.
Albeit not at the hands of armed guards.
Shanedir raised a placating hand.
Merely a precaution on the part of my soldiers, I assure you. As I've said, Garich has not responded to my invitation to this summit, and so any Crockblood sightings would, understandably, cause a certain level of suspicion.
Then let's clear this up, said Allie, stepping forward to lock eyes with Tiraki. How'd you end up here?
I've been scouting ahead of you all for many weeks,
said the Crockblood, watching Jack's expression closely, as though preparing to be scolded. When Jack's only response was a cocked brow and a nod, however, Tiraki added,
I had determined that your path should be clear leading out of the forest, the nearest patrol of Garich's people being a day's journey away. And so I headed northward, where it seemed that many half-breed clans were congregating. I was attempting to determine if this would pose any threat to your progress.
Yeah, well, we found that patrol on our way here, said Tanner, frowning at Tiraki's guilt-ridden nod. Which doesn't mean you didn't do your job, we just bumped into Nelina and, well, the plan changed.
A possibility I should have considered,
said Tiraki, bowing her head toward Jack.
My apologies, Huntress.
There's nothing to apologize for,
Jack assured her with a smile, turning back to Shanedir.
Is she free to go?
Desican stepped forward before Shanedir could respond.
You will vouch for her, bearing the weight of whatever wrongdoing she may commit? I will,
said Jack without hesitation.
She's proven herself an ally on more than one occasion.
Shifting her gaze to Shanedir once more, she added,
I don't believe she's here to disrupt the summit.
And I'm inclined to agree,
said Shanedir, his beak clacking lightly in the Birdkin equivalent of a smirk. Standing shakily, obviously still fatigued from his encounter with Tanner hours earlier, he bowed gracefully to Tiraki.
Sorry for detaining you, my dear, but I'm afraid a seer is often rendered overly cautious by a development he has failed to foresee. I release you now to take part in the proceedings, however you may wish.
Thank you,
Tiraki said slowly, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden trust. But Jack, meanwhile, stepped forward.
Before we go,
said the dark-haired woman, glancing back to Tanner and Allie,
There's something else we should probably mention.
Shanedir's eyes narrowed.
Yes? It may be nothing,
Jack admitted.
but I've learned to trust my instincts over the years. I caught sight of something in the trees to the east during my race, and we intend to investigate.
I see,
said Shanedir, nodding at the news. To Tanner, however, he seemed almost dismissive.
Well, I appreciate your investment in the safety of this summit, and our gathered people, and I trust no one's abilities more. Please, pursue this as you see fit, and report back should you discover anything of interest.
In the morning, if it can wait,
Desikan said sharply, looking protectively to her admittedly haggard-looking king.
Or you may find myself, or one of my guard.
Chuckling, Shanedir shrugged toward his guests.
As she says, I suppose. After all, what point is there in having an advisor if you do not heed their advice?
Jack nodded graciously, turning to Taraki.
You're welcome to stay behind if you wish. Gefnar is here and we have a tent.
She trailed off as Taraki shook her head.
It would be for the best if I stayed at your side, I think.
Tanner saw her glance furtively to the guards flanking her.
I do not think the attention I would receive would be beneficial for anyone.
Well, if it's any consolation, said Tanner lightly, gesturing to his distinctively elven face. As well as what were probably the only two humans for tens of miles.
We definitely understand what it's like to stand out.
Allie frowned, not quite sure how to take what she just heard.
What do you mean they don't match?
Just what I said,
Jack replied, wearing a scowl of her own as she rose from her stoop over the set of tracks on the edge of the tree line, the white glow of magic fading from her fingertips.
I'm able to see the figure that made these tracks, but the person I see is too big for them, carries themselves the wrong way for the kind of impression left.
Curious,
said Taraki, the engraved crest of her wooden staff pulsing as she looked down to the subtle tracings of feet left behind in the moonlit mulch.
I do sense that there is magic at play here. What sort of individual do you see?
Jack's eyes darted to Allie, informing Allie of the answer before the other woman even spoke.
They're crockblood, Taraki.
Taraki's reptilian eyes shot up to Jack's, shame more than disbelief in her gaze.
I had not tracked any of Garich's people this far northward. It seems I must beg your forgiveness for my failings once again, Huntress.
You don't,
Jack said brusquely, gesturing down to the tracks.
And this is hardly proof that you missed something. All we have is a pair of booted feet, wider than most humans, yes, but they could belong to a number of half-breeds. Whatever illusion we're sensing could be hiding not only the individual's true face, but their species as well.
Not impossible,
Allie supposed, exchanging a mute shrug with a nearby Tanner. She turned to regard the track beyond the tree line where Jack had caught sight of their interloper earlier that evening. A handful of competitors were taking part in another heat, their way lit by torches that lined the inner circle of the track. Their light was dim, however, in comparison to the glowing braziers that shone from in and around the various half-breed encampments. Despite her silent admission, Allie found the prospect of crockblood spying on the summit a bit too perfect to ignore.
A historic gathering of half-breeds showing an interest in uniting in peace, even while Garich is attempting to rally goblins and scalies to declare war on the major races. Who else would benefit so much from sabotaging Shanedir's efforts?
Whatever we're tracking, Tanner interjected, motioning back into the forest as Allie turned to regard her friends once more.
How about we finish the job and see where they came from?
Jack nodded, motioning Ember ahead of her.
Good idea. Maybe M can shed some more light on things with a clearer scent. It's too jumbled this close to the Bearkin camp.
To his credit, the oversized but still impossibly nimble Ember did seem to pick up a singular trail as they pushed deeper into the trees. Though Jack's silent communication with him hadn't gleaned anything useful by the time they'd followed the tracks back to a small, doused campfire, surrounded by the impressions of 3 bedrolls.
Well, either we're tracking a trio of human-sized bipedal griffins,
Jack said with a sigh after touching foreheads with Ember for a moment,
or our mystery guests are wearing stenchers.
At her companion's confused stares, she added,
Pouches of herbs and pheromones designed to cloak someone's movements in a hostile environment. Predators are less likely to hunt you down if their nose tells them you're far too big to be prey.
Allie folded her arms, cradling her chin between her thumb and forefinger as she studied the barely discernible traces of the campsite before her.
So, we're dealing with at least 3 individuals who clearly know how to stay undetected.
Question is, said Tanner, his eyes glinting softly in the near darkness as he looked to the others. Are they just here out of curiosity, or are they planning something a little more invasive?
That's not a chance we can take,
said Jack, crouching, eyes closed, to touch the flattened undergrowth where their quarry had recently slept. A heavy frown creased her face as she opened her eyes, bright magic fading from her pupils.
Huntress?
Said Tiraki. Not responding, Jack moved to another patch, repeating the spell that would reveal the face of the person who'd left the imprint.
They're the same,
she said at last, standing to look about the faces of her comrades. In a flash, Allie understood.
Different-sized imprints, but the same face?
Jack nodded slowly.
Whoever these people are, they all seem to be wearing the same illusion.
Bit of an odd choice, said Tanner, his elven brow creasing. What are we thinking? It's the only fake face they had?
Or they were never meant to all be seen at once,
Allie offered. Jack visibly ruminated on the development a moment, finally glancing about to the others.
There are at least a dozen other possibilities, and I don't find any of them comforting either.
Your wolf has found where all 3 trails depart together, Huntress,
said Tiraki from where she'd sidled up to study the point where Ember had dedicated most of his sniffing.
Shall we see if any answers lie there?
Yes,
Jack said slowly, skirting the campsite.
Especially since that seems to be our only option.
Allie frowned.
No other trails?
Jack shook her head.
None. And if I had to guess...
She looked meaningfully toward Tiraki, who focused for a moment, causing the memory stone veins atop her staff to thrum with magic. Soon enough, the crockblood nodded.
They've magically hidden their other pathways.
Like we're being herded,
Tanner muttered, though he dutifully fell in behind the others as they followed the single visible path further northward. Allie let herself fall back from the trio of Jack, Ember, and Tiraki as they went, coming alongside Tanner.
You good?
She said under her breath.
Said Tanner, looking to her quizzically.
Oh, do I feel like I'm going to burst into flame and burn the forest down, you mean? The thought had certainly crossed Allie's mind.
Do you?
Nah, said Tanner, smirking.
And, yeah, I'm good. My sister is... I think she'll be all right. Is that why...
Allie let her question trail off as she gestured broadly to her own face, ending with her index finger leveled toward her own ear.
Why I'm letting my inner elf out?
Tanner finished for her, chuckling.
I guess so. It's only something I can do because she's a part of me, and I haven't exactly figured out how to swing the pendulum the other way yet.
Allie looked him up and down skeptically.
You think Shanedir was right then? That you can transform into an actual fox, too?
Tanner shrugged. It makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Allie said slowly, shuddering.
I just hope Dimisilg like Marima never figure that out.
Oh, ew, yeah, said Tanner, his face crinkling in revulsion as he obviously relived his violent encounter with the transformed snake blood back in Dragon's Nest. Then he seemed to consider for a moment. Although, isn't an elf-sized snake with no arms better for us than an elf-sized snake with arms?
There's a question I never want to answer,
Allie muttered, her lip curling back in disgust, her reprieve coming in the form of Jack bringing their procession to a halt up ahead.
Gone,
said the other woman, sighing as she looked back to the others.
The trail from here on also cloaked with magic,
Taraki said, nodding as her staff pulsed.
So we've got scouts who know how to hide their movements,
said Allie, counting off on her fingers,
who cloak themselves in illusions, possibly even of a different race, and who really want someone to know they're here.
Tanner frowned. Why would you say that?
Because, if they wanted to,
Jack cut in, absent-mindedly stroking the top of Ember's head as she stared at the ground.
They could have hidden their movements entirely.
Taraki gave a slow nod.
So, they wanted you to know of their presence, Huntress.
It might not even be about me,
said Jack, sounding hopeful at the prospect.
It might have been their plan to hang about the fringes of the glade until they were simply spotted by anyone. The fact that they were seen by one of Shanedir's honored guests could have even been a slip-up, given the lack of credibility we have here.
Allie grunted.
Or a pleasant surprise, depending on who their message is for.
Right, said Tanner, clicking his tongue as he thought. Well, what if we just don't tell anyone? Jack shook her head.
It doesn't do any good to second-guess ourselves, and besides, we owe Shanedir the truth. Assuming he doesn't already know,
thought Allie, setting off with the others back toward camp.
Working with a seer sure has its quirks.
Chapter 7 Eyes of a Forgotten Foe. Jack stared up at the slanted ceiling of the tent, letting the low murmur of the world outside calm her worrying thoughts.
Why are we even here?
She thought, sighing as she laced her fingers together behind her head. She understood the other's curiosity, she supposed. The chance to learn about some part of yourself you didn't understand had to be enticing. But, with nearly every glance she received from the half-breeds outside their tent, Jack felt more and more out of place. In just the single evening they'd spent as Shanedir's guests, it had been made abundantly clear to Jack just how much bad blood had been brewed between the half-breeds and the major races in the past few centuries. Even the eagleblood guard to whom they'd reported the previous night's findings, though he'd dutifully listened to his king's honored guests, had shifted to a more withdrawn stance upon conversing with the outsiders.
Is there any proof of ill intent?
He'd asked, after Jack had related the peculiar tracks and campsite hidden in the trees to the northeast.
No,
Jack had allowed.
But I think you'll agree that it's certainly suspicious, and the king's advisor, Desikin, requested that we inform her of what we learned.
Then she will be informed,
the guard had said crisply, bowing his feathered head in a rather final manner. Jack had smiled graciously, though her frustration at their quarry's sudden trail end had been compounded by the guard's nonchalance.
He was just doing his job,
Jack reminded herself, her foot twitching as she ruminated on the situation.
What did you expect him to do? Call a summit-wide alert that would have caused a panic?
The thought was as uncomforting as it had been the night before. Somebody should have been doing something. In her fatigued state, however, she'd been in no frame of mind to determine what that might have been. So she'd done her best to fill her smile with gratitude, as Taraki had declared,
I will investigate our surroundings further while you sleep, Huntress.
She'd glanced about at the waning festivities, her crockblood snout drooping at the pointed look she received in return.
It would be best for us both, I think.
Jack's guilt at the notion that Taraki wished to extricate herself from the group to better preserve the image of her huntress nearly caused her to urge the Crockblood to remain. But Taraki had been right. If the half-breeds Shanedir had gathered for the summit looked at Jack, Allie, Tanner, and Gefnar with mistrust, they appeared to eye Taraki with outright disdain. Many of them doubtlessly seeing all Scalies as a convenient rallying cry for those of the major races who wished to banish or subjugate half-breeds. After all, not even half-breed city-dwellers could deny that Taraki's people had earned a reputation of petty raiders, vermin, as many gnomes and humans referred to them. A soft growl of frustration slid from Jack's throat as she mused on the world's many divisions, causing the wolf curled up beside her cot to raise his head, staring at her with large, curious eyes. Smiling, Jack slung her feet over the side of her cot, reaching out to scratch Ember behind the ears with both hands as she drew his forehead to hers.
"Good morning,"
she thought, feeling the warmth of his greeting touch her mind in return. Her smile widened. The communication was still far from a verbal conversation, but in some ways it was deeper, as though the fullest meaning of what they wished to tell each other was realized in the purity of thought. She let her mind stray to thoughts of food as she stood, causing Ember to leap excitedly to all fours and push through the curtain draped around their corner of the tent, the wolf prancing like a puppy ahead of her to the tent flaps before looking back over his shoulder. The movement had been typically soft on his enormous padded feet, but there was still a stirring from behind Gefnar's curtain, followed shortly by a low snoring. Jack stifled a chuckle as she moved to follow Ember from the tent. She wondered if Gefnar had even finished his first mug of ale. From the other side of the entrance, another curtain peeled away noiselessly to reveal a dressed, though mussy-haired Allie, who nodded a good morning to Jack before falling in step behind.
"Sleep well?"
the other woman asked when they were a few steps outside into a dew-drenched autumn morning. The rest of the camp was still largely dormant in the low light of the cloudy sunrise, but Jack could smell the sense of a fledgling meal drifting their way from the clearing beyond Shanedir's tent.
"Well enough, I suppose,"
said Jack, smiling.
"You?"
Allie grunted.
"Nightmares, I think."
Jack nodded. She'd suspected. During the night, as had happened before on a handful of occasions, a faint aura of energy had crackled softly about Allie like a lightning-filled storm bank as she'd slept, rousing Jack from her own dozing for a moment.
"Are you in control?"
Jack offered, careful not to inflict anything remotely fearful or accusatory.
"Yeah,"
Allie said with a nod. She fixed Jack with a dry, sidelong look.
"It's not like I have another soul inside of me desperate for release."
Jack gave a mirthless smirk at the mention of Tanner. She hadn't heard the usually attentive foxkin stir as they'd left the tent, but she supposed they'd all been exhausted after the long day, Tanner especially so. To learn he'd had a piece of his lost family so close for so long, it had to be world-shattering.
"Not to mention being one of the first to learn of the half-breed heritage,"
Jack thought, recalling the look of bewilderment on Tanner's elven face as Shanedir had laid it all before them. It was enough to make even Jack wonder how the king's promised insights might change the way she saw the world.
"Afraid, more like,"
she admitted to herself, renewing her resolve that, whatever Shanedir might tell her, she would remain true to who she was. Tents fell away as Jack, Ember, and Allie entered the main clearing, seeing that a handful of eaglebloods bustled about, preparing the morning meal on the gathered tables for the few hundred half-breeds attending the summit. As with the previous evening, much of the cuisine was in forms Jack didn't recognize, but that hardly made the scent of them any less pleasing.
"Well,"
she thought, smiling eagerly as she retrieved a plate at the end of the nearest table, surveying the rows of meats, breads, and beverages arrayed before her.
Let's see what an eagleblood breakfast tastes like, shall we?
Ember gave an affirming snort from beside her, licking his furry chops as he watched Jack pile her plate high with food and retreat to a nearby bench. He was practically drooling by the time Jack handed off a large slab of seasoned meat, nearly nipping her fingers as he tore into the flesh, dropping to hold it in place between his massive forepaws. Jack giggled at the sight, letting herself forget thoughts of elusive interlopers, vengeful crockbloods, and impatient dragons for the moment, as Allie arrived to sit beside her, the two eating in pleasant silence.
Maybe this summit isn't so bad after all,
she thought, rolling a mouthful of spicy, vaguely sweetened venison over her tongue. Her mother would have hated it, she was sure.
A simply vile transgression,
she would often say of blending flavors in such a manner, and not completely in jest.
To sweeten that which Eernot has already blessed in savory succor? It is a thing most barbaric.
Jack had only begun to smile at the thought when the morning was split with a piercing wail, one filled with shock and despair. Instantly, Jack was on her feet, sharing a look of apprehension with the likewise alerted Allie before sprinting in the direction of the sound. Jack had only heard a cry to match the one she'd just heard once before, when Bozina had believed herself to have murdered Osgur, her beloved. It was a grief Jack had never wished to hear given voice again. Tanner stirred, feeling as though he was swimming through a murky pond toward the light of consciousness. He squinted, blinking rapidly against the harsh morning light that filtered down to him from the trees above. Something about the sight caused him to scowl. Wasn't I in a tent? He reached up to rub the sleep from his eyes, or would have, had his wrist not encountered firm, clanking resistance, even as he felt a sharp tug on his other arm. Inhaling sharply, Tanner squirmed onto his side, registering that his hands were held together in front of him in iron shackles, linked by a thick chain. "What?" he tried to say, finding his own voice distant to his ears as the grogginess of sleep seemed to cling to his senses. Dew had soaked through his clothing, leaving him cold and uncomfortable as he irritably shook his head, fighting to absorb his situation.
"I wasn't certain I'd find you here,"
said a deep, thickly accented voice from nearby, snapping Tanner's focus to a broad, muscular back a few paces away.
"After so many years of searching, I've learned never to think the hunt over before it's time."
Panic rose in Tanner's throat almost before he knew why. The words were sufficiently ominous, certainly, but it was the voice behind them that filled him with dread. Unfortunately, this merely left him more baffled at his situation, as he was fairly certain he'd never met this man before in his life. The figure turned as Tanner's vision began to clear, granting Tanner a view of a weathered, scruffy face, long, stringy hair, and a mass of fleshy scars along the man's neck, jaw, and cheek. He was dressed in light armor, adorned with imagery Tanner was unable to place, an immense dark cloak nearly concealing the large blade at his side. And, in the same instant, hatred purer than any Tanner had ever felt threatened to rip him in two, thrashing about between his ribcage to incinerate the man before him. Only then did Tanner allow himself to admit the truth. The figure before him, in both build and bearing, aligned perfectly with the silhouette of his nightmares, the man who'd cut down his parents.
"Now,"
said the man, striding purposely forward as he lazily flipped about the gleaming knife in his grasp.
"Let me explain to you how this is going to work. I am both tired and impatient, and I am not easily swayed by trickery."
He knelt down before Tanner, even as the foxkin fought to steady his breathing, desperate to soothe the fury of his sister before she overcame him. The man's eyes held contempt and confidence as he added,
"I am going to ask you a few questions. If you fail to answer them, the blade falls. If you attempt to deceive me, the blade falls. If I do not find your answer satisfactory.
He paused, cold promise in his dark gaze.
The blade falls. Do you comprehend?
Tanner frantically fell into one of Allie's breathing exercises, barely managing to center himself as he stared, slack-jawed, into his captor's face.
Who are you?
The blade fell, sending a sharp wave of pain across Tanner's cheek as he gave a muted yelp, clasping his fresh injury as he stared up in shock at the face above him. He'd barely even seen the man move.
I am to be the one asking questions,
the man said evenly.
Understand?
At Tanner's stuttering nod, he raised the blade before the foxkin's face.
Now, tell me.
The man leaned closer, his next words said with slow, deliberate menace.
Where is the girl?
Allie fought to absorb the chaos that had swept over the glade, with dozens of half-breeds emerging from their respective camps, while Allie, Jack, and Ember led the charge toward the Ravenblood camp, the origin of the recent wailing. Even as they neared, a single Ravenblood half-sprinted, half-staggered out of the gathered gray tents, tears filling his wide, panicked eyes as he yelled, "They're dead! They're all dead!" At a quick glance to Jack, Allie swept her dagger into her grasp, her hand up and at the ready to unleash a devastating spell at whoever these murderers might be.
Why you?
A small voice in the back of her mind chided.
Many of the people around you don't even want you here. What makes this your fight? Because I'm here, and I can do something, damn it,
she snapped internally, reflecting that the self-centered street urchin she'd once been would have scoffed at her lack of pragmatism.
Well, I'm not you anymore,
she thought with a growl, sprinting the last few paces to the Ravenblood camp.
I'm trying to be better, because I have to believe that I can be.
Her drive faltered as she arrived alongside Jack and Ember at the edge of the camp, even Allie's hardened stomach lurching in protest at the devastation that met her gaze. The air was heady with the stench of congealing blood in the cold, humid air, with black feathered bodies splayed about the space between tents, each one's throat cleanly slit.
Hear not's grace,
Jack whispered, her revulsion mirroring Allie's as they both began to stalk through the encampment, weapons at the ready.
Anything?
Allie asked after a moment, her attention focused on the still tents around them, alert for any sign of danger, while Jack and Ember surveyed the massacre about them. Jack gave a somber nod.
Ember certainly recognizes the scent.
Her voice trailed off, and Allie watched as the other woman strode over to a nearby body, stooping to examine the fallen blade beside it. With a sigh, Jack looked up to meet Allie's questioning gaze, indicating the crooked, dented blade.
And I think it's fair to say that this is a familiar sight.
Allie gave a low growl as she placed the blood-slick blade. It was hauntingly similar to those wielded by many of the crockbloods they'd faced. She looked about the bodies, her lip curling back in a snarl.
No crockblood bodies. And no witnesses,
said Jack, a concentrated frown on her face as she considered the problem.
If this is truly something of Garich's doing, these are crockbloods more powerful than any we've seen.
With powerful magic, said Allie, nodding.
There's no way a slaughter like this could have happened without a sound. Unless powerful mages were here to dampen it,
said Jack, groaning as she massaged her brow, sorrow shining through as she took in the grotesque scene about them.
Golden.
Allie's ears, flushed red with rage, twitched at the hint of guilt in the other woman's voice.
We couldn't have prepared for this,
she said, staring intently into Jack's downcast eyes.
All we knew was that someone was spying on the summit, and we told the right people.
Jack lifted her gaze, managing a curt nod.
I know. It's just, I'm tired of being too late. What am I here for if I can't stop things like this?
We're here to make it right, said Allie sharply. If I've learned anything, it's that blaming yourself is useless. Guilt is a call to action, not an excuse to lie down and feel sorry for yourself.
I know,
Jack said again, resolve flashing in her eyes as she rested a hand on Ember.
And I don't plan on being too late again.
The patter of light feet entering the encampment caused both women to turn and see a handful of various birdkin breaching the exterior ring of tents, horror on their faces as they took in the strewn ravenblood bodies. "Where's Shanedir?" Allie said crisply, sweeping back in the newcomer's direction. One of the birdkin, an eagleblood, gestured weakly over his shoulder.
He's there, under guard.
Allie gave a nod to which her informant seemed oblivious, striding back the short distance along with Jack and Ember. Just their side of the gaming grounds, Allie saw that the surviving ravenblood had dropped to his knees, blubbering something unintelligible in the arms of a phoenix blood. Nearby, a deep scowl lining his beige feathers, stood Tilidwin, the Owlblood king, who glanced away from Allie and Jack as they drew close to regard Shanedir, recently emerged from his tent. Apprehension tugged at Allie's face as she took in Shanedir's slumped posture and vacant stare. He seemed lost, as though this praised monarch was completely bewildered for what to do.
Like he didn't see this coming,
thought Allie, her mind already racing at the possible implications. Her eyes then shifted to the crowd of bustling eaglebloods about Shanedir, but mostly to the wild-haired gnome who burst through, hastily strapping on his armor as he glanced about, wide-eyed for some clue as to what was happening. Allie met his gaze, motioning him over with a somber twitch of her chin. Nodding, Gefnar began hurrying in her direction.
"We must begin an investigation,"
Tilidwin called out, hesitantly at first, and with a few glances toward the inert Shanedir, as though reluctant to assume the lead. This was, after all, Shanedir's summit.
But he's in no condition to be making any calls,
Allie thought morosely, glimpsing the brokenness in Shanedir's eyes as he turned to be escorted back to his tent, while Desikin, his advisor, nodded her gratitude to King Tilidwin. Looking about, Allie could see that, while the birdkin representatives as well as many apekin had eagerly spilled from their camps, obviously eager for direction, King Letterog and his bearkin had remained close to their own tents, scrutinizing each new development. Matriarch Velikani, meanwhile, had kept her people clustered well within their own camp, peering out cautiously as guards moved to line the perimeter.
"Those skilled in law enforcement,"
Tilidwin was declaring when Allie turned back to him,
"please lend your expertise to investigating the scene of the crime. Others who are able, please report to take part in a search of the surrounding area. Perhaps we will find answers, or some trace of the perpetrators. Those less able, please help in the search for survivors. Some of Queen Roithiak's people may yet draw breath, and—"
The rest of Tilidwin's words fell like distant echoes on Allie's ears, as she had the distinct impression she'd just been punched in the gut. Until that moment, the mental link established between their group had been flooded with confusion and fear. Now, however, came a stab of real physical pain, along with ferocious, unbridled despair. Allie's eyes darted first to Jack, who seemed as blindsided by the wave of emotion as Allie, then to Gefnar, who'd stopped in his tracks on his way to join them. All three exchanged furtive glances, all finally seeming to arrive at the same heart-stopping conclusion.
"Tanner."
"Girl?"
Tanner gasped, feeling blood seep through his fingers as he clutched his cheek. Even as the pain washed over him, he desperately attempted to clamp down on the fiery presence of his sister, thrashing about for release.
"For justice." What girl?"
Again, the blade fell, and Tanner was left to howl in shock and pain, clutching his own coiled bloody fist as he watched the small fleshy tip of his little finger plop to the grass.
"You have many fingers,"
the man said evenly, waiting until Tanner met his gaze once more before continuing.
"And many segments of each. One of the many ways you mongrels poorly mimic the human form. I am to be the one asking questions."
At Tanner's stuttering nod, he raised the blade before the foxkin's face.
"Now, I ask again. Where is the girl?"
The helplessness Tanner felt in that moment left him hollow and frozen, unable to decide what to do. And the fiery presence of his sister saw its chance. Before Tanner could cry out in alarm, his senses seemed to recede within his own physical form, and he was left to watch the world through a fiery haze. His limbs seemed to act of their own accord, flames spewing from his splayed hands. "Stop!" he wanted to scream, overwhelmed by panic and fire. He wasn't that concerned with his captor's safety while facing his sister, but it was a truly awful feeling being unable to control his own actions. Still, in the swirling cyclone of flame that raged around him, Tanner was strangely grateful. At last, he thought he understood how dark of an existence his sister had been left to all those years. In a moment of pain and horror, Jack's jaw fell slack as she felt Tanner's presence simply wink out of existence over their group's mental link. Her mind was still frantically trying to piece things together as she heard Gefnar give a sharp gasp. "Tanner!" the gnome blurted, his eyes wide with shock as he looked to Jack and Allie.
"We'll need search parties to comb the surrounding woods,"
King Tilidwin was declaring nearby, seemingly oblivious to the distraction of some of his listeners.
"We're in,"
said Jack, stepping forward and bowing heavily toward the Birdkin King. There was no telling how the murder of the Ravenbloods might relate to Tanner's thoughts falling silent, but, with Tanner gone before they could have even thought about trying to feel out a heading, the quickest way they might be able to find him was to work with a search already in progress. All Jack had felt was a faint tug toward the southeast, far from their shared tent.
"Which means he was probably already gone by the time we woke up."
The guilt Jack felt at the thought was soon replaced by protective resolve.
"If we manage to get him back, if we're not too late, I'm keeping tabs on each one of my friends at all times."
Even as Tilidwin gave a quizzical but grateful nod, Jack gestured to the gathered half-breeds.
"I'm quite skilled in tracking, and would like to take a team southward if that's agreeable, Your Highness."
"It is," said Tilidwin, motioning a pair of owlbloods forward. Behind them, a familiar apekin stepped up as well.
"Glad to see at least some of the major races investing in the dream,"
said Five.
"What was his real name again?"
"Not going to pretend we don't have another goal, Imal,"
said Allie, already trotting southward.
"One of our own just went missing. But yeah, justice and the half-breed future are important too."
As Jack moved to follow, she saw that, far ahead, Gefnar was already sprinting back to their tent, his half-secured armor bouncing awkwardly against his body.
"Check the inside,"
Jack thought, sending the words to the gnome over the link.
"Ember and I will skirt the perimeter."
Gefnar's only response was a mad sprint through the camp. Barely glancing back to see that Allie, Imal, and the others were following, Jack began issuing silent orders to Ember.
"If Ear Not is kind, we'll at least have a scent trail to follow."
Chapter 8 Timely Interventions.
"Nothing?"
Allie blurted, hoping that the frustration in her voice was clearly directed toward the circumstance, rather than her friends. Jack shook her head, already breaking into a run once more.
"Nothing. No scent trail, no tracks."
So what do we do?"
said a breathless Gefnar, bolting around the tent to fall in behind them, still holding his chest plate in place as it clanked about, unstrapped. Sighing, Jack stopped, helping secure the gnome's armor.
"We head southeast."
Allie nodded. In the brief jolt of pain they'd felt over the link, That had seemed to be the vague direction of Tanner's plight. Gefnar looked between the two of them, turning to see that Imal and the two owl-bloods assigned to accompany them were standing close behind, looking to Allie and the others expectantly. But what if we're wrong? We can't think like that, Allie snapped, meeting the gnome's worried gaze. We have a lead, and we need to act on it. Hesitation and doubt could cost us exactly what we're afraid of. Right, said Gefnar, nodding firmly as Jack cinched his armor into place, and they all fell into a silent run, with Allie constantly glancing to the giant wolf at Jack's side for any hint of a direction as they headed vaguely toward the last place Tanner had seemed to be. Well, Tanner, Allie thought, hoping that somehow her words might reach her impulsive, often infuriating friend, as she and the rest of the search party closed in on the nearby tree line. What kind of mess have you gotten yourself into this time? Tanner felt fire course along his body as though he was buried a layer beneath his own skin, heard primal shouts of rage spew from his throat that no longer belonged to him. He felt his sister's satisfaction as her fire met its target once, twice, and saw the cold fury in his captor's face through a thick veil of flame. He heard more than saw the man's sword shriek through the air, then felt the blade's frosty bite sink into his flesh, feeling as though it nearly cleaved him in two. Blood boiled up in his mouth as the world swam, seeming to lose all focus, and a broad, flat surface abruptly slammed into his back. The ground, he realized, his head lolling to take in the dew-slick grass. Its nearer blades charred by their proximity to the inferno that was his body. Falling. It feels so strange. He'd exerted the will to lift his head before realizing he once more had the power to do so, his eyes flickering over with darkness as he looked up into eyes of pure hatred. His captor stood above him, blade raised to end their encounter. Wait! Tanner tried to shout, the word only manifesting in his mind. The man above him seemed to relish his terror. Yet, at the same time that Tanner understood just how devoid of mercy his killer was, he heard a faint, high-pitched whirring, similar to a sound he'd come to find quite comforting for some reason. Oh, right, he thought as time seemed to slow. Sounds a lot like Jack's arrows. A faint smile came over his face, even as his brow knotted in confusion. The tiny projectiles speeding for his killer's back didn't look quite right. The three disc-like blades shooting for the man's back impacted, causing a sharp grunt of pain as the man spun, scything his great sword around to meet the source of the attack. Running in to meet the man's blade was well, Tanner supposed he must have been hallucinating because, through the haze of fire and blood loss, the figure sprinting forward, slender blade drawn to do battle with his captor, was him. A little older than the foxkin Tanner was accustomed to seeing in his reflection, he supposed, and decked in fitted drab-colored armor Tanner didn't recognize. But that was the only explanation. Dredging up every ounce of his focus, Tanner shrugged aside the last of the flames licking around his body, placing a hand to the blood-drenched wound in his side and fusing his skin back into place. He inhaled deeply, blinking as he sat up to watch the astounding display of swordsmanship between the figures before him, his faculties somewhat restored as he climbed out of his own shock. His heart stopped, then fluttered with astonishment. The foxkin dancing beyond his captor's reach amid the sharp clang-clang of their traded blows wasn't himself at all. For a moment, he couldn't determine whether the realization made him feel more stupid, surprised, or elated. There's more than just me, he thought blankly, a slow smile coming to his face. I'm not alone. Gef, Allie, Jack shouted as Tanner's presence swept back into her mind, along with an unmistakable heading. Without turning to see if her call had been heard, Jack swung herself over Ember's broad back, feeling Allie nimbly follow suit, then haul up a straggling Gefnar.
"We're on,"
Allie shouted, Jack nudging Ember into motion before the words were finished. Distantly, she registered that Imal and the Owlbloods accompanying them may have called out some question, but Jack was far too focused, shifting Ember's path minutely to match the true point of Tanner's origin. Wind thrashed in her long, dark hair as Ember sped through the trees, vaulting over logs and underbrush as though he'd not been weighed down at all.
"That's it, Em,"
Jack urged, feeling Tanner's presence draw near.
"Almost there."
Without warning, they burst into a small clearing to find a baffling scene playing out before them. Tanner was on the ground, his clothing drenched in blood as he tried to stagger to his feet. A few paces away, a broad-shouldered human man, marked with burns both new and old, hacked furiously away at the defenses of
"Another foxkin."
Content to let explanations wait until later, Jack swung herself off Ember's back, her bow in her hand almost before she'd consciously reached for it. As she did so, she watched the human man capitalize on his foxkin opponent's brief distraction at the new arrivals, batting aside the other man's guard and slashing deeply down across the foxkin's chest. Shock in his eyes, the foxkin fell. Tanner gurgled an indistinguishable cry, while the human man spun to watch as Allie, Gefnar, and Ember all began to close in. An irritated snarl on his face, the man snapped a small metallic sphere into his hand, throwing it with all his might to impact with the soft, grassy earth. The sphere detonated, unleashing a thick cloud of smoke that robbed Jack of a target just as she brought her notched arrow to bear. Baring her teeth, Jack fired anyway, frustration rising in her chest as she heard her arrow fail to find its target.
"Circle around,"
she shouted, only now registering that everyone else had been caught up in the smoke.
"Don't leave him an escape route. Tanner, are you all right?"
"Fine,"
she heard him respond in her mind, even as she heard him coughing against the smoke in real life.
"Really starting to miss the days when I didn't know what it felt like to be stabbed, though. Anyone see where the foxkin—" "Never mind. Found him." "Good," Allie snarled through the link. "But I've lost the other guy." "Me too," Gefnar chimed in, audibly clunking around in the smoke. Grunting angrily, Jack darted around the smoke cloud's exterior, catching a flurry of movement through the trees on the far side.
"Got him!"
she shouted, notching another arrow, but unable to find a clear shot through the trees.
"Left of my voice."
She was already running in that direction when Allie burst from the smoke, energy crackling in her hand as she looked wildly about for a target. Spotting the man's fleeing back, she coalesced the power into a series of small blades, seeming to use the dagger in her grasp as a kind of mold. Then, shrieking one after the other, the energy daggers shot for the man's back, her target giving a cry of pain and surprise as he dropped to the ground.
"Nice shot,"
Jack thought with a grin, converging with Allie on their fallen prey. A disoriented Gefnar leapt from the smoke in the corner of Jack's eye, followed by a loudly snorting Ember, frantically trying to blink smoke from his eyes.
"Got you,"
thought Jack as she came to a stop over the prone form.
"Whoever the blazes you are."
Tanner scrunched his eyelids tight, partly to better focus the mild healing magic he was able to summon, and partly to keep the thick clawing smoke from his teary eyes. Grasping the other foxkin's unmoving arm for reference, he felt for the deep gash in the other man's chest, letting the meager pulse of magic spill from his fingers into the wound. He stifled what likely would have been a hacking sigh of relief in the smoke as he felt flesh and fur begin to sew back together. Crouching low, he swept his cloak over both of their forms, allowing the other foxkin to gasp in a rush of musky, unwashed travel clothing, rather than a lung full of smoke. The foxkin quickly fumbled for the blade fallen at his side, already scrambling out of the smoke cloud before Tanner could think what his first question to another one of his race might be. It was a tough call between, "Who are you? Where do I come from?" and, "Why in blazes am I just meeting you now?" Denied the chance to decide between them for the moment, as the other foxkin darted in the direction of a sharp cry of pain, one that thankfully didn't sound like a voice Tanner recognized too well. Tanner hauled himself upright, fighting against his screaming lungs not to breathe until he burst into the clean air.
"It's not him,"
the mystery foxkin was shouting as Tanner's vision cleared, and Tanner turned to see that Jack, Allie, and Ember were standing over a large prone form, alert for any sign of danger, while Gefnar charged in to join them. All looked back to the foxkin quizzically, with Allie rather unceremoniously kicking at the form with the toe of her boot. Her foot passed into the now shimmering illusion.
"Damn,"
Tanner hissed, drinking in the clear forest air as his eyes darted around for where his captor might have gone.
"Then where's—"
His eyes snapped to a swaying branch far beyond his friends in the same instant as Allie.
"There!"
Allie shouted, pointing in the direction of a pair of branches that had recently parted in the near distance. Jack was swinging onto Ember's back once more, bolting off in the indicated direction.
"I don't have a shot. Allie, can you—"
Allie didn't answer the incomplete question because, in truth, she wasn't sure if she could strike an invisible target with her magic through the dense trees around them, and at an already considerable distance.
"Well, then this is how we find out,"
she thought. Her brow knitted as she focused on the subtle shifts in the foliage, the faint sound of receding footsteps. All the while, she gathered a furious storm of dark, crackling energy to her joined palms, letting the storm grow until she thought she might be incinerated from containing it. Finally, with a howl of frustration, she unleashed the storm through the trees, blasting a small sapling in her path to splinters before the magic caught up and coruscated around a shimmering human-shaped figure. The form was flung through the air at the impact, a far more muted cry of surprise greeting Allie's ears now, and the form dropped, unmoving to the forest floor, whatever magic that had granted him invisibility dissolving beneath the onslaught. She glanced to the foxkin stranger as the slight, wounded half-breed darted past her, a hesitant question in her eyes. There was no verbal response, but it was clear to see from the snarl of satisfaction on the foxkin's face that their quarry had finally run out of tricks. The bastard was finally down. Jack swung one leg off Ember's back, dropping lightly by the prone form of their prey, and crouching to study the charred blast still trailing smoke in his back. It seemed to have largely struck the man's thick armor, leaving him mostly intact. A fact the unknown foxkin soon rushed in to remedy, his long, slender blade shooting down to pierce the back of the man's neck.
"Wait!"
Tanner called out, staggering up to the others as they all encircled the man at Jack's feet.
Don't kill him!"
The other foxkin froze, the tip of his blade nearly pricking the man's flesh as he turned slowly to regard Tanner, confusion and disappointment in his eyes.
"And why not?"
he asked in a low growl, his accent heightened by the gritted teeth that caged the words as he watched Tanner's self-conscious approach. Tanner frowned as he drew closer, looking down to the barely breathing man.
I know him."
Jack shared an incredulous look with Allie and Gefnar.
"From where? He doesn't exactly seem the type to come through Dragon's Nest."
"No,"
said Tanner, shaking his head slowly as he leaned against a nearby tree for support, still shaky on his feet.
"It was before that. He was there."
Gefnar's mouth fell open as realization dawned in his eyes.
This is him? The man who murdered your family?"
Jack's understanding at Tanner's silent nod soon gave way to curiosity.
"So, how did someone like that end up here, and now? And could he have anything to do with our other problem?"
"The man who murdered your entire people,"
the other foxkin snapped, teeth bared as he moved to stand face to face with Tanner, still pointing his sword down to the man.
"The name Irimis has been spoken with only fear and hatred among those of us who remain for years."
Tanner's eyes widened.
There are others?"
The other foxkin shrank away at the words, pain filling his eyes.
"I do not know. Any I have called comrade have been slain.
Bitterness and resolve returned as he spun to glower down at the man, Irimiz.
By this man, and those like him.
Tanner visibly winced in sympathy as Jack followed the other foxkin's gaze.
It wouldn't really be the worst thing to let him have his justice, I suppose.
After the massacre of the Ravenbloods, knowing that someone at least had been able to right such a monumental wrong would certainly provide a dose of catharsis.
But I need to know why,
Tanner pleaded, adding as the other foxkin was clearly about to declare he knew the reason.
And I think I need to hear it from him.
The other foxkin grunted, turning from Tanner to Irimiz, and back again.
You are not as I recall, but I suppose it has been some time.
Tanner blinked.
We know each other?
Yes,
said the other foxkin, sighing as he sheathed his sword and bowed his head toward Tanner.
You were quite young. I should not have expected you would remember. I am Jotugan. Your mother and mine were sisters.
He stepped forward, clapping a hand on Tanner's shoulder.
And, despite your childish need for clarity, it is good to see you again, Otuli.
An odd sense of familiarity swept over Tanner as Jotugan,
my cousin,
uttered the name, like hearing a lyric in a song he'd nearly forgotten.
My name,
said Tanner, finding a deep frown on his own face.
Otuli, that's my name. My real name.
Jotugan scowled, cocking his head as he studied Tanner's eyes.
You have forgotten more than I'd thought, it seems. But please, are you at least able to tell me what became of your sister?
Tanner gulped.
Well, that's a bit of a wrinkle. It turns out she's, a part of me now.
Understanding swept over Jotugan's furry face.
The fire being you became to combat Irimiz, your soul has bonded with hers.
Yeah, Tanner said with a sigh. And if you plan on informing me just how dangerous and volatile that can make someone, I'm pretty sure I've already grasped the situation.
Good,
Jotugan grunted, his eyes narrowing.
That certainly complicates things. Have you managed?
The question was cut short, Jotugan's hand shooting to the hilt of his sword as 3 sets of feet pounded near, one decidedly heavier than the others.
It's all right,
Tanner blurted, his hand clamping down on Jotugan's to keep him from attacking, as Imal and 2 owlbloods swept into view, confusion showing in their faces as they took in the peculiar scene.
It's all right,
Tanner said again at Jotugan's questioning glare.
They're friends of ours.
Imal gave a crisp nod of acknowledgement, his large ape-like eyes pointedly glancing between Tanner and Jotugan.
Good to see that you're all right, Tanner. I was under the impression that you were the only foxkin to have drifted this far from Asaliren.
Tanner shrugged, offering a weak chuckle.
So was I.
Nodding slowly, Imal's gaze fell to the still form of Irimiz.
And who is our other guest? He seems to have been treated with less hospitality.
Jotugan looked ready to declare his distaste for Irimiz once more, but Jack cut in first, stooping over Irimiz and rolling him onto his back.
An interloper,
she declared, beginning to search through his clothing as Gefnar hoisted the fallen man's sword, obviously appreciating the craftsmanship. One of the owlbloods stepped forward, her spear gripped firmly in hand.
Is he behind the attack on the Ravenblood delegation?
Tanner froze. Attack? At the somber looks of affirmation from the others, he let out a long, heavy sigh.
How bad?
Almost all of them,
said Jack.
Whoever it was is
Thorough. The only survivor wasn't there at the time.
Tanner's jaw clenched as he glared down to Irimiz.
And we're thinking he might have something to do with it?
Not unless there's a few more of him running around, Allie muttered, nudging the man's scarred face with the toe of her boot to ease his breathing, though she looked like she would have liked to put a bit more force behind the movement.
He's a tough bastard, sure, but I don't think even he could have slaughtered all those Ravenbloods alone.
Tanner looked to Jotagun expectantly.
Well?
Well, what?
Jotagun snorted without meeting Tanner's gaze, baring his teeth toward the fallen Irimiz.
You seem to know him best,
said Tanner, motioning to the target of his cousin's hatred. Do you think he could have been working with others? That he could have been the one to kill the Ravenbloods? Reluctantly, Jotagun tore his eyes from Irimiz, shifting to look at Tanner.
I've ensured that those who share his goals, as well as his hatred for our kind, are dead. He also has little coin to his name, so it's doubtful he would have gained more allies that way.
So he's alone, said Tanner, nodding slowly as he stepped over to the body.
Probably didn't have any motive to attempt something so dangerous.
Still,
said Jack, watching as Ember sniffed along Irimiz's body.
His timing was a bit too perfect.
She looked up to Tanner.
Nabbing you just as the chaos from the attack set in? It has to be more than coincidence.
Right, said Tanner, crouching down beside her and joining in the woman's search through Irimiz's pockets with his still shackled hands.
So he probably knows something, or at the very least has a key to these things somewhere.
His voice trailed off as his eyes found the unconscious man's slack face. There was no movement or any hint of wakefulness, but that same burning hatred that Tanner had felt well up inside him when he was at Irimiz's mercy returned, its fury unabated.
Tanner?
Jack seemed to ask through a rising haze of flame. Then,
Tanner!
It was too late. Fire swept across Tanner's body, seeming to spill out from his heart, and all thoughts of reason or curiosity fell away beneath a torrent of purest rage, the searing desire to see Irimiz dead, engulfed in flame.
Wait!
Tanner tried to yelp, only able to watch in horror as Gefnar lunged forward to grapple him to the ground, thoughtless to his own safety. And, to Tanner's torment, he was just as helpless to keep the fire entity he'd become from lashing out at the gnome with scalding tongues of fire. Chapter 9. Justice Deferred. Tanner wanted to close his eyes, wanted to run away from the shredding of his own heart as he watched the other being now in control of his body pour flame into Gefnar's diminutive form, throwing the gnome to skid through the dew-slick underbrush and collide with the base of a nearby tree.
Gef!
The yelp of horror and guilt Tanner felt as though he'd blurted at the top of his lungs seemed to wither beneath the flames. Panic and self-loathing took over Tanner as he saw Allie, Jack, and Ember move in to subdue him as well, and he found himself envisioning a future where he had to live with the guilt of slaughtering the people in his life he'd come to think of like a family. His fiery eyes settled on Allie in that moment, the determination in her gaze. Only now did he think he might have barely grasped the pain she lived with every day. Anguish overtook Tanner as his sister prepared to consume everything about them in flame. But then something ludicrous happened. A soft voice seemed to cut through the crackling fire, and Tanner found himself spinning to stare down Jotagun, the foxkin reaching toward him with a pained look in his eyes. And he was singing. Not well, or even with words that made sense to Tanner, but Tanner soon realized that he was not the audience. Jotagun was singing to Tanner's sister. Even as Tanner began to recognize the lilting tune as a sort of lullaby, the flames swirling about him seemed to lose a measure of intensity, with Tanner growing more cognizant of his surroundings as the harsh glow softened. His friends hung back, watching with hopeful scowls as Jotun's singing seemed to drain the fury of the fire entity, even as they stayed at the ready to restrain Tanner in any way they could. At the edge of Tanner's vision, Gefnar stirred, shaking away his daze as he climbed to his feet, retrieving his sword as he stared eyes wide at Jotun and Tanner. The Owlblood guards, meanwhile, looked on the verge of bolting for their lives, and even Imal looked uncertain as to what use he might be in this odd encounter.
Okizi,
Jotun said at last, reaching out to take the now softly glowing hand that wasn't quite Tanner's. The foxkin nodded, smiling sadly.
You will have your justice, my cousin, but please do not harm your brother or his friends.
A flicker of shame seemed to wash over Tanner, as though his sister, Okizi, was able to grasp at least on some level what she had done, withdrawing in on herself and leaving Tanner to thrash for the surface of his own body. "Ah!" he gasped as his limbs became his own once more, nearly dropping to his knees as his muscles stuttered in their response. Jotun caught him by the arms, holding him upright until his feet felt like obeying, wobbly finding their place beneath him. Tanner smiled weakly up at his cousin, self-consciously trying to shove his hands in his pockets as Jotun retreated a pace, only to recall that they were still shackled. "Sorry," he said, clearing his throat as he looked about to his spectators. I didn't think." He looked over to Jack, Allie, and the recovered Gefnar, half expecting Allie to angrily agree with his assessment. But Allie seemed content merely to scrutinize him for the moment, leaving Jack to offer reassurance.
It's all right, Tanner,
said the dark-haired woman, quickly second-guessing her own words as she glanced down to the haggard-looking Gefnar. The gnome was focusing, visibly mending himself with the light of Nomenkal.
Well, this time, anyway. But you've got to find a way to stay in control. Your sister's obviously not ready to be in command of your powers yet.
So we work at it some more, said Allie, nodding toward Tanner. We're not going to let you be a slave to a part of yourself that you can't control. Thanks, said Tanner, looking apologetically down to Gefnar as the gnome hesitantly sheathed his sword. But maybe until then. His eyes drifted over to the prone form of Irimiz. I should steer clear of all the old enemies I apparently have. I'd sure appreciate it, said Gefnar, sending a smirk Tanner's way that seemed to lift a bear-sized weight off his chest. I prefer it when you're throwing fire at the bad guys. Tanner managed a nervous laugh, backing away from Irimiz and holding out his still shackled wrists. Well, in that case, can someone else get me out of these? The Cadison Glade, serving as the site of Shanedir's summit, was predictably in disarray by the time Allie and the others returned, the pair of Owlblood guards hauling the unconscious form of Tanner's captor, Irimiz. Though Allie admired Tilidwin, the Owlblood king, for being the voice of reason following the attack, especially with Shanedir withdrawing in on himself in the wake, there were still many varied delegations in attendance, each seemingly with their own favored response to the slaughtering of the Ravenbloods. As Allie and her friends re-emerged into the glade from the trees, it was hard to miss the gathering taking place on the outskirts of the Bearkin camp. King Letterog had gathered a crowd of his own people about his towering form, with some apekin, phoenixbloods, and even eaglebloods scattered throughout.
And now we see the tusked cowards simply fleeing this clear act of war,
Letterog was shouting, gesturing broadly across the glade to where the Elephantkin camp was being hastily torn down, its occupants clearly preparing to leave. Letterog bared his teeth in disgust as he glared in their direction, his eyes flashing indignantly back to his gathered audience.
"What of the rest of you? Will you allow yourselves to be cowed, like animals?"
At the low, angry murmuring that overtook the crowd, Allie didn't think many of the half-breeds would.
"What is he doing?"
Tanner hissed, massaging his furry wrists where Jotukan had managed to pry his shackles open. He'd been hastily filled in on the few details Allie and Jack had learned of the attack on the way back, and was still visibly trying to digest it all.
"Getting people riled up is no help. He's just making the situation worse."
"Do they not deserve to be angry?"
said Jotugan from his side, still never quite letting Iramiz out of his sight.
"An atrocity has been committed. Those of virtue should be eager for justice."
"Like this, though?"
said Gefnar, frowning as he shook his head and skipping every third step to keep up with the other's brisk pace.
This is fear-mongering, making people feel like they're being attacked for who they are."
"It's not uncommon,"
said Imal, his apekin face set in stoic memory as he trailed the Owlblood guards to their camp.
"I mean, something on this scale is certainly, but it also wouldn't be the first time members of the major races slaughtered a people group simply for being different."
Allie felt her brow furrow as she recalled the elven-led Infinity Grove massacre against the dwarves of centuries past.
"Not exactly a bright spot in world history."
"We don't know that this was the major races,"
said Jack firmly, turning to Imal.
"And I'm not saying that as a human, but as someone who simply doesn't have all the facts yet."
Imal inclined his head.
"True. And I suppose it would be hypocritical of me to conclude a people group's guilt without evidence. But let me ask you then, who else would have motive?"
Allie stiffened, recalling the apprehension in Jack's eyes as she'd related her vision of the figures in the woods. The guilt when they'd found the bloodied crockblood weapons strewn about the Ravenblood camp.
I think,
Jack began, but Allie firmly cut in.
"Too early to speculate. We'd just be muddying our own minds with possibilities."
"I suppose you're right,"
Imal said after a short pause, growing silent as the group made their way past the bearkin gathering, quickly garnering attention as they trailed Iramiz's unconscious body.
"See now?"
Letterog howled, pushing his way through the crowd to stand before the hesitant Owlblood guards.
"We've captured one of the attackers already."
Allie braced herself for action as Letterog strode purposely forward, reaching out to claim Iramiz, but Tanner was suddenly in her way, standing between Letterog and Iramiz. Tanner wasn't terribly short, but Allie didn't think she'd ever seen him look so small, backdropped as he was now by Letterog's immense frame. Letterog sneered down at the foxkin, looking almost delighted at the prospect of ripping Tanner in two, but Tanner stood his ground, admirably not bursting into flame.
"No one knows if this man had anything to do with the attack, Your Highness," he said curtly. "And even if he did, get in line. If this man is going to answer to anyone, it will be me. And—" he trailed off, glancing briefly to the nearby Jotugan. "And my family. All you want is a target for your vendetta. Well, I want justice."
A slow smile curled at the corner of Letterog's mouth.
"Justice, you say? And do we not all deserve justice for the marginalization, the cruelty that has been dealt us over the centuries by these apparent friends of yours?"
At this, he looked over to Allie, Jack, and Gefnar, a low growl emanating from Ember as the wolf perceived the threat.
"Easy,"
Allie thought, even as she glanced over to the gathered half-breeds. Most appeared focused on the standoff between Tanner and Letterog, though some did turn their direction with mistrust in their eyes.
"Just so long as none of you get any ideas."
Allie hadn't tested her powers to their full limits yet, but she was confident enough to know that, should it come to it, she could buy herself and her friends some time to escape. Whether she could do so non-lethally was another matter. Tanner, meanwhile, scoffed into Letterog's face.
And what about the people who condemn all bearkin for your merciless reputation, the way you stir up conflict? I suppose every last one of your kind should be held accountable for each war crime a bearkin has ever committed?
At the stony hatred pouring from Letterog's gaze, Tanner visibly gulped, but swiveled to address the other half-breeds present.
I've lived among the major races for as long as I can remember. Nobody knows the kind of petty hatred they're capable of more than I do.
He turned to catch eyes with Allie, Jack, and Gefnar, shooting them a faint smile.
But I also know that not all of them are like that. All those that are can change.
His gaze swept back to the gathered half-breeds, pleading sincerity in his foxkin eyes.
I've seen it. It doesn't all happen overnight, and maybe not even without a harsh call to action, but I have to believe that there's a future for this world where we can live together, as equals.
A heartwarming sentiment,
Letterog spat through his snarl.
But the reality is that we'll never be seen as anything but animals. We're simply too different.
Tanner spun to glare up into Letterog's face once more.
No, we're not. We have more in common with the major races and with each other than we know.
With that, his fur began to ripple, receding to reveal the starkly elven form beneath. Tanner's defiant eyes never leaving Letterog's.
Well, I guess the secret's out,
Allie thought with a sigh, watching as a wave of surprise and alarm swept through the half-breeds. Many had likely seen Tanner in this form already, but watching the change take place, knowing that his pale, pointed features were no illusion, was another matter entirely. Letterog's eyes widened only slightly, a slow, sneering smile coming over his face.
So it's true, then.
He gestured broadly to Tanner's altered form.
This is Shanedir's great secret. The common heritage meant to bind us all.
How can it not? Tanner fumed. If this really is a part of each of us, how can that just be meaningless?
Again, he looked to the gathered half-breeds. Following his gaze, Allie was relieved to see that there was agreement in many of their faces.
If we're the heirs to the elven legacy, not only are we connected to each other, but to the major races as well. Fear and hatred don't have to divide us anymore. Don't you get it?
He set his jaw, clearing his throat as emotion nearly overtook him.
We're the same.
Allie couldn't keep a small smile from tugging at the corner of her mouth as she saw that Letterog had been rendered silent.
Wasn't sure anything could shut him up,
she thought, watching as Jack moved coolly up to Tanner's side.
If this prisoner did have anything to do with the attack on the Ravenbloods,
her tone firm but placating,
your voice will be needed, along with those of the other leaders present, to determine an appropriate course of action, King Letterog.
She inclined her head respectfully, though her voice took on a distinct edge.
But until such a time as there is actual proof of his involvement, or a confession from his own lips, I'm afraid it's our job to ensure that this man reaches all of the summit leaders safely.
At a small flick of Jack's fingertips that even Allie barely caught, Ember moved up to the woman's shoulder, staring down the large bearkin king, his furry limbs coiled ever so slightly for action. Letterog grunted, sinking back half a step to give an insincere smile.
Well, then, by all means.
He swept his arm grandiosely toward the Owlblood camp.
Let's go and see what decisive action Shanedir's pet, Tilidwin, has in store for our murdering friend.
With a wave back toward the well-armored female bearkin never too far from his side, Letterorg's people began to disperse, along with the other half-breeds, and Allie finally let her hand fall from her concealed dagger, the energy crackling behind her eyes receding as she let her tension drain away.
Good,
she thought, exhaling deeply as she trailed the others toward Tilidwin.
I'm pretty sure we have enough going on without starting a fight in the middle of Shanedir's summit.
At the thought, she glanced southward to the eagleblood camp, noting the soft activity around the king's tent. A pair of eaglebloods were just exiting, both of their faces dour. Groaning at what she was about to do, Allie picked up her pace, trotting to catch up with Jack.
Just have to keep getting more involved, don't I? Can you hold up a minute?
She whispered to the other woman when she drew near. Mutely, Jack slowed her pace, turning to catch Allie's eye.
What is it?
Allie sighed.
I hate to say it, but if this summit's going to have any chance at overcoming everything that's happened, Shanedir can't just withdraw like this. Someone's got to talk some sense into him.
Jack nodded, glancing back to the eagleblood camp.
No offense, Allie, but are you sure that someone is you? None taken,
Allie said with a shrug.
And I was hoping you'd join me. I know I'm not exactly the best at, encouragement.
To her credit, Jack made no sarcastic comment, instead directing her gaze forward once more, shaking her head with a chuckle.
He doesn't phase easily, does he?
Allie's eyes drifted to Tanner as well, watching as he strode with purpose alongside the only other foxkin Allie had ever seen. Though Tanner did admittedly look over to scrutinize his cousin from time to time, as though to assure himself he hadn't dreamed their meeting, he seemed wholly focused on the task of seeing Iramis brought before what passed for a local tribunal. He was, thankfully, careful to keep a moderate distance between himself and his ex-captor, however.
He could have been dead less than an hour ago if we hadn't found him,
Jack continued.
And now he's just on to the next thing.
Allie thought better of mentioning all the times Tanner had been reduced to a yelping, stammering mess after a moment of shock, instead giving a small grunt.
Yeah, well, I'm told a scary thing happens when you live a life of danger and chaos. What's that?
Said Jack, the look in her eye indicating that she had an educated guess.
You get used to it,
Allie said with a smirk. Looking toward Tanner again, she motioned with her chin.
Reluctant to let him out of your sight?
Mm-hmm, said Jack.
Aren't you? He doesn't really excel at, thinking things through. Guess we all have our weakness,
Allie said with a soft laugh.
I don't think he'll do anything too stupid for a few minutes. He knows to keep some distance from the prisoner, and he's got a new cousin to distract him from setting anything on fire, on purpose.
Jack stifled a laugh of her own, turning a skeptical eye on Allie.
Are you really so certain he can be left alone?
Oh, blazes no, Allie said quickly, smiling as she gestured to the gnome trailing behind Tanner.
We're leaving Gef with the elf. Good,
said Jack, smirking as her eyes flickered with magic, indicating that she was now speaking through their communal link.
Tanner, Gefnar, Allie and I are going to check in on Shanedir. Try to keep anything too crazy from happening until we bring him in on this, all right?
Think you can? Gefnar responded after a short pause, turning back to see that a sizable distance had already opened between them.
He wasn't looking so good when we saw him last.
Well, we've got to try at least,
said Allie, about facing on her heel to match Jack and Ember's pace southward.
People are going to start infighting pretty quickly if the man who called them together can't be bothered to make sure they're playing nice.
Tanner was quite sure that nothing could diminish his focus to reach Tilidwin with the man who'd shortened his pinky, which still stung painfully with every pulse of Tanner's heart. He'd even only offered a small nod back to Jack and Allie, at their declaration of withdrawing to talk some sense into Shanedir. Tanner knew himself well enough to guess that, if he were to actually let himself picture the eagleblood king in such a defeated state, he'd probably have to join in the pep talk. He owed Shanedir a conflicted gratitude for revealing the existence of his sister, of Okizi, to him after all these years. Then Tanner looked over to see the elephant kin to the northeast, dismantling their camp, and his step faltered. They can't really think that leaving is a good idea, he muttered to no one in particular. Jotagan briefly followed his gaze, giving a tight shrug.
There is no alliance to be broken. Each faction may have decided to attend this summit, but they'll all know that they stand alone.
But that's stupid,
Tanner blurted, almost forgetting to be self-conscious at all the pointed looks he received.
We don't have to stand alone anymore. We never did.
Gefnar sighed from just behind Tanner, faintly out of breath for having to trot to keep up with the other's longer strides.
The Lionkin nearly eradicated them, Tanner. Forced them from their homeland. They're not just going to wait around to be surrounded and slaughtered again.
And if they leave? Tanner snapped, spinning to face the gnome, who shrank back a step.
Sorry, but they're just going to make themselves more vulnerable. They have to see that our only chance is to face this, whatever it is, together.
A growl from up ahead brought Tanner's gaze to the snarling Letterog.
Let the cowards leave, boy. We've no use for their weakness in our new order.
They're not weak,
Tanner shot back, veering his course away from the Owlblood camp.
They've survived the worst this world could throw at them. They're just scared.
Otuli,
said Jotagan, freezing Tanner in place to look back at his cousin. The other foxkin still kept a pace behind the unconscious Irimiz, gesturing to the man.
You go alone. I will not let this monster out of my sight.
Tanner nodded curtly.
I know, and I'm sorry, but we're not the only ones who've been wronged.
Jotagan grunted, turning his eyes forward as their paths diverged.
Do what you must, Otuli. I will not let justice evade my grasp again.
Gefnar glanced quickly between the two of them, soon hustling after Tanner.
I'm with you, Tanner.
Oh, Tuli? He gave a nervous laugh.
What exactly am I supposed to call you now? Still not used to the new name.
Well, the old name, Tanner admitted, smiling as he welcomed Gefnar alongside him.
Let's stick with Tanner for now.
Got it, said Gefnar, falling silent as he rather obviously fought not to study Tanner's every movement as the elephantkin camp drew near. Tanner sighed.
I guess Jotagan's not the only one who feels like he's got to keep someone dangerous in sight, huh?
Gefnar inhaled sharply, as though he was about to deny the accusation, then simply emptied his lungs with a long whoosh.
Yeah, sorry. It's just, with this summit as frail as it is, I figure someone should stick with you to make sure you don't accidentally burn the whole glade down, you know?
Sure do, said Tanner, feeling Okizi protest from within as the distance between him and Irimiz grew. It almost felt as though she was attempting to step outside of him through his spine, thrashing to gain her freedom.
Just hold on,
Tanner tried to soothe, feeling her efforts lighten but only by a small fraction.
I want justice too, but that doesn't mean I can just ignore everyone else and their problems. Understand?
Okizi didn't exactly seem to have the keenest grasp of the notion, but the thrashing subsided when Tanner added,
We'll be there to see justice done. I promise.
As Okizi's presence retreated to a fiery kernel in his chest, Tanner found himself fervently hoping, for both their sakes, that he'd be able to keep that promise sooner, rather than later. Chapter 10. To Whom the Trail Falls. The last hope Jack had that their mission to Shanedir's tent might prove unnecessary died as she, Ember, and Allie drew near the tent opening, now flanked by a pair of eagleblood guards.
"But my king,"
the voice of Shanedir's aide, Desican, filtered to them from inside.
"It is not possible for one man to know all futures. You push the limits of your abilities too far already."
"And if I'd pushed a bit farther?"
came Shanedir's tired, barely discernible reply.
"Queen Rothiak and her people may still be alive."
Jack felt Allie bristle at her side as they both turned to request entry from the king's guard. Before they could speak a word, however, both guards looked to each other, nodding, first in agreement, then in a respectful half-bow to Shanedir's honored guests. The look in their eyes betrayed their hope that, whatever Jack and Allie's reason for coming, it might shake Shanedir and his chief confidant from their cycle of fruitless discussion. Nodding her gratitude in return, Jack trailed the impatient Allie into the tent, noting the glimmer of hope on Desican's face as she turned from addressing her king, who was seated on his modest throne.
"Welcome,"
Shanedir's advisor offered after an awkward pause, when it was soon made evident that all Shanedir himself could manage was a weak cluck of greeting. Desican bowed deeply to the new arrivals, as Jack supposed was befitting the honored guests of a king, though it still made her uncomfortable. She'd managed a brief bow of her own before Allie swept forward, hands on her hips as she stared at Shanedir.
"So, what's the plan?"
Shanedir blinked, glancing to Desican.
I'm not sure. I was not able to foresee this. Not the killing of the Ravenbloods, nor the loss of your friend, Tanner. So, he's heard something, or sensed it,
thought Jack, glad that she could at least provide some comfort on the second point.
"We've got him back,"
she said, stepping up beside Allie while Ember dutifully slumped to the floor at her side.
"We even secured the man who abducted him. He has been taken to King Tilidwin for questioning." "Good,"
said Shanedir, relief slumping him back in his chair.
"Tilidwin is wise. He will know what to do."
"You mean you'll all know what to do?"
said Allie pointedly.
"This is something that concerns all of the leaders gathered for the summit. You don't just get to sit it out because you're feeling sorry for yourself."
Jack winced as she watched Shanedir's face fall.
"Too bad we didn't stay in Dragon's Nest long enough for Antarctica to extend her instruction to little things like tact." "It's not self-pity I feel, my dear,"
Shanedir said with a sigh.
"My abilities are clearly compromised, which means my vision of the future I've clung to for so long, it's likely nothing more than the delusion of a tired old man." "But that doesn't mean it's out of reach,"
said Jack, smiling despite Shanedir's averted gaze. At the king's silence, Allie loosed a groan.
"So life blindsided you. You think no one else knows what that's like?"
"I do not pretend that my experience is singular,"
said Shanedir, his eyes snapping over to his guests.
"But when a mistake proves this costly, how am I meant to react? By calling this summit in the first place, I've only made things worse. How can I simply return to my duties as leader of my people, pretending that my judgment is not impaired?"
"Because you have to,"
Allie snapped.
"You messed up. Everyone knows that. Your people know that. It doesn't mean that they don't need you to be their king."
The woman's voice quivered, and Jack readied herself to steady her friend, should she need it.
I know what it's like to make a mess of things. Blazes, I killed so many innocent people. My best friend. But we keep going."
A pair of tears escaped the corners of Allie's eyes as she spoke.
We try to be better. We find people we can help who need our help, and we do the best we can because, damn it, why else are we even here?
Shanedir nodded slowly, his eyes filled with sympathy as he met Allie's gaze.
What happened, Allie? It was not your fault.
Jack gestured to the closed tent flaps behind her and to the blood-soaked Ravenblood camp beyond.
And this wasn't yours. All we can do is try to make it right.
Leaning forward in his seat, turning to catch Desikin's affirming nod, Shanedir managed a subdued chuckle.
Well, it seems that, whatever else I might have been wrong about, you are all just as inspiring as I had hoped. We're just here to help,
said Jack, squirming slightly at the king's words.
We'll leave the inspiring up to you.
The faint smile in Shanedir's eyes made it clear that he felt differently, but he let the moment slide, climbing weakly to his feet as he leaned heavily on his staff. Desikin stepped forward to support him, but he waved her aside.
I'm saddened, my dear, not feeble.
Then, nodding to Jack and Allie, he started for the tent opening.
Well, it would seem I have somewhere to be.
They don't look that happy to see us,
Gefnar muttered as he flanked Tanner to the outskirts of the elephant-kin camp. At a quick scan of the looks he and his friend received as they drew near, Tanner found himself inclined to agree with Gefnar's assessment.
And whatever I decide on saying probably would have been better not coming from an elf and a gnome. Two prime examples of the major races,
he thought, his skin crawling as he itched to return to his foxkin form. He thought better of it as a large elephantkin female swept toward them, laden with skillfully etched armor and an embarrassing number of gemstones and beads.
Probably a bit late to be pulling out a new face now.
Do you come to mock us as Lederog does?
Said the elephantkin as she intercepted Tanner and Gefnar's path. Her meaty gray hand hoisted the spear at her side ever so slightly.
Or has the last elf come to slaughter us as well for tainting his homeland with our half-breed stench?
Neither, Tanner stammered, gulping down his fear as the elephantkin towered over him.
I'd like to speak with your matriarch, if that's all right.
It is not,
the elephantkin bellowed.
Matriarch Velakani will not sully herself by conversing with the likes of you. I am General Thembakwesi, greatest of her warriors. You will submit your request to me, and then you will depart.
Tanner cleared his throat.
Well, all right then.
His eyes drifted behind Thembakwesi, watching as the rest of her people continued to dismantle the camp. At this rate, they'd be gone by midday.
Look, General, this isn't... You can't just leave.
Thembakwesi cocked her head menacingly, clacking the top of her shield against a muted tusk.
Can't.
Poor choice of words,
said Tanner, smiling nervously, noting that Gefnar had shifted back a pace, as though preparing to defend himself.
No sudden movements, Gef. I'd prefer if you didn't get stomped on. What I mean to say is, look, we're all shaken up. Blazes, some guy with a vendetta against my people nearly killed me this morning just because I had the nerve to still be living. But we have to stick together. It's the only way we can get through this.
Together,
Thembakwesi spat, her trunk rippling with anger as Tanner let himself wonder how long she'd continue to throw his own words back in his face.
Tell me, elf, fox, or whatever abomination you are, who was it that came to our aid when King Kozagan drove us from our home?
Tanner swallowed, exchanging an uneasy glance with Gefnar.
No one.
Thembakwesi nodded, seeming to appreciate the direct answer at least.
And when we arrived in Kovorum as refugees, already turned away from Endorta, Lasmak, and the Hellishith Isles, who brought food to our starving children? Who sent medicine that we might save our sick and wounded?
Tanner's eyes fell to his feet, and he wished desperately that he had anything but the truthful response to give. No one. Adopting a victorious stance, Thembakwesi made a show of slinging her broad circular shield over her back.
You see, elf, we are not merely accustomed to standing alone. It has shaped us, made us stronger, and we will not let the tragedy of others cow us into an alliance that will leave us broken and subservient.
But it doesn't have to be that way,
Tanner pleaded, fists clenched at his sides as he stared up into the elephantkin's eyes in defiance.
Maybe it couldn't have saved my people, but if we'd come together long ago, all of this senseless death could have...
He was unable to finish his sentence as he abruptly found his lungs deprived of air, pain blossoming in his belly as he was flung back to the ground. Thembakwesi's large, rough hand having lashed out to slam into his gut. Winded, Tanner quickly raised a hand to Gefnar, whose sword was partway drawn from its sheath as Thembakwesi swept in to loom over Tanner's prone form, fury in her gaze. Eyes wide with shock and fear, Gefnar complied, looking about to the elephantkin who'd stopped in their duties to watch the scene unfold, and backing away slowly. Easing to Tanner's side. Thembakwesi, meanwhile, looked as though she'd like nothing better than to ram her spear through Tanner's throat, though she contented herself with bellowing down into his face.
We will not be threatened by you or by anyone. What happened to the Ravenbloods will not be our fate.
Tanner gasped, letting Gefnar help him back to his feet as Thembakwesi retreated just enough to allow him to rise.
I wasn't... Leave!
Thembakwesi snapped, pointing with her spear back toward the other camps.
And tell your masters that you have failed to bring us in line with your fear-mongering.
It's not...
Tanner shot back, inhaling deeply before continuing as he fought to calm both himself and the thrashing presence of his indignant sister.
I know, I don't like being sucker-punched either. Look,
he said at last, bowing respectfully to the scowling elephantkin before him.
All I was trying to say is that a tragedy like this, it should make us all strive to be better, so that nothing like it ever happens again.
Something flickered in Thembakwesi's eyes, and she gave a slow, reluctant nod.
Yes, but we will look within for our strength, elf. The rest of you must look to find your malleable lackeys elsewhere.
Tanner shook his head sadly.
Do you really think that's what this has all been about? Is it so ridiculous to believe that we could all have a chance of building a better world together?
Thembakwesi fell silent, scrutinizing Tanner for a long moment, until, at Gefnar's insistent nudging, Tanner let himself be guided away.
This world you seek to build,
said the elephantkin as the two retreated, causing them to turn awkwardly back around.
I fail to see how it could ever exist. But you are right about one thing.
She looked past them to the Ravenblood camp, genuine sadness in her eyes.
This was a great tragedy, and I hope that wherever our paths lead, none of us will face one like it again.
With that, she gave a crisp nod to her visitors, spinning about to snap at those of her people who had halted in their work to watch the exchange, spurring them back into motion with a flurry of orders.
That probably could have gone better,
Gefnar muttered as he reached up to steady Tanner's uneven steps at the elbow.
Well, I'm pretty sure I didn't start a war, at least,
said Tanner, shooting the gnome a pained grin.
But day's still young, I guess.
Then, after a few painful steps of trying to convince himself he was absolutely fine after being gut-punched by someone twice his size, and a morning of light torture.
Say, Gef?
Yeah?
Don't suppose you've got a bit more healing left in you?
Allie scowled as she, Jack, and Ember trailed Shanedir back to the tent of King Tilidwin and the Owlblood camp. Watching as Tanner and Gefnar made their way inside only a short way ahead of them.
"What have you two been up to?"
she said, softly voicing the question across the link. She saw both elf and gnome glance her way, the still reduced form of Tanner giving a sheepish shrug.
"We, just thought we'd try convincing the elephant-kin into sticking around."
"And?" said Jack, her voice audible to Allie from both inside and outside of her head, as the other woman turned to share an uneasy look with Allie.
"They politely declined,"
said Tanner, slipping inside Tilidwin's tent at a nod from the guards, trailed by a subdued-looking Gefnar. Thankfully, Shanedir didn't turn around to demand an explanation to the one-sided conversation, though Allie was certain he'd heard it, continuing to lead them the remaining distance to their destination.
"Remember to keep your distance from Iramis,"
Jack offered through the link, soon drawing an uneasy laugh from Tanner.
"Should be easy enough. It's already pretty crowded in here."
"Terrific," thought Allie, falling silent as she and the others neared the tent opening. She'd only ever found a place in her heart for crowded spaces when it had made it easier to relieve a mark of his or her coin purse back on the streets of Lorsen.
Probably bad form to try anything like that now.
Despite finding the tent already bustling with activity as Tanner had warned, Allie sidled her way just inside the doorway, Jack close at her side. Tanner, Gefnar, and Jotugan had taken up a spot on the other side of the opening, with both Tanner and Jotugan seemingly transfixed on the scene before them. While Jotugan seemed to be savoring what he saw, Tanner's elven features were creased with conflict. Following their gaze, Allie saw that a partially revived Iramis had been thrown to the floor at the center of the tent, while a snarling Ledderog loomed over him, trace amounts of blood on his furry knuckles.
"You will tell us what we wish to know,"
Ledderog bellowed as Shanedir maneuvered to stand near King Tilidwin. Iramis merely smiled defiantly upward through blood-slick teeth.
"I have named my terms, Bear. I say nothing until I am promised safe passage far from here."
Ledderog's fist descended once more, pounding Iramis's face into the ground.
"And I have stated that I have no intention of bargaining with a murderer and a coward like you."
Tilidwin glanced to Shanedir, seeming bolstered at having his friend present once more, resolve showing in his eyes as Shanedir sent him a reassuring nod.
"Ledderog!"
the Owlblood King snapped, stepping forward to stand opposite the bearkin over their captive. The discrepancy in height saw Tilidwin glowering up into the other man's face, but he did not back down.
"You do not speak for all who are gathered here."
Slowly, Tilidwin looked about the tent, making eye contact with King Phasix of the Phoenix Bloods and High Silverback Pethinkul of the Apekin. While Pethinkul gave an arms-folded grunt of affirmation, Phasix was quickly cowed by a glare from Ledderog.
"Shanedir has called this summit that we might all join as equals,"
Tilidwin continued.
"If you think you can simply strong-arm your way into command of us all, I assure you that such action will not be tolerated."
At first, Allie thought from the indignant hatred in Ledderog's eyes that the bearkin was about to paint the interior of the tent with blood and feathers. But, after quickly gauging the lack of support in the other representatives, he gave an insincere smile, retreating a step from Iramis. Bowing his head, Tilidwin stooped low over the bloodied man.
"We have no need to spill your blood, stranger. All we ask is that you tell us this information you seem so intent on asserting that you possess." "And I do,"
Iramis sneered.
"I know of the face of your enemy, and I know what they are planning."
He gave a victorious smirk.
"You know the price of my cooperation, bird."
Tilidwin shook his head slowly.
"I fear we cannot agree to your terms. For all we know, you are the culprit behind the slaughtering of the Ravenbloods." "True,"
said Iramis, turning to spit blood onto the floor of the tent before fixing Tilidwin with a needling smile.
I suppose you will just have to trust me.
Letterog gave a low growl, wrenching Tilidwin back to his feet, the better to yell into the other man's face.
You see, this man will not be swayed by diplomacy or reason. Such refuse only know the persuasive power of pain.
Is violence truly your first and only resort?
Pethencool grunted, stepping forward as he pounded both fists against his chest menacingly.
Release King Tilidwin. Any action must come through consensus.
By rejecting the counsel of those with the clarity to see what must be done, you mean?
Letterog snarled back, swiveling to face the apekin.
Perhaps a compromise can be reached,
King Phasix offered, planting his staff at the edge of the forming circle. Letterog glowered toward the phoenix blood.
Do not pretend you have anything of use to say, Phasix. You cannot even hold your own people together.
Stand down, all of you,
Shanedir shouted, stepping up alongside Tilidwin.
We will debate this as civilized beings, not the animals the major races purport us to be.
To Allie's relief, Shanedir's words at least seemed to diffuse the situation, with each leader taking a moment to inhale deeply before more measured words resumed.
This man,
said Letterog, motioning to the amused-looking Irimiz,
will not relinquish the knowledge to exact revenge on Queen Roithiak's killers, unless he is forced to do so.
Perhaps,
Shanedir allowed, inclining his avian head.
But we must allow him every opportunity before stooping to such violence and unreliable means of extracting intelligence.
His eyes narrowed to slits. Letterog returned the half-bow, folding his brawny arms as he allowed Tilidwin to continue his negotiations with Irimiz. Allie was unsurprised, however, to hear Irimiz's response after a few hushed, imploring words.
It makes no difference, bird. I will share what I know when I am assured safe passage back to civilization, not before.
Groaning in disgust at the impasse playing out before her, Allie swept back out of the tent, catching Tanner's eye with a quick, meaningful glare.
I know,
his whisper of response sounded in her head as she emerged into the Owlblood camp outside.
At least 10 feet from the bad man at all times.
More if you can manage it.
Jack sighed as she joined Allie outside the tent, sighing and rubbing at her eyes.
What a mess.
Allie nodded, both in agreement and in welcome back to Gefnar as the gnome stepped sullenly out of the tent flaps.
They're not going to get anywhere with him,
Allie grunted, facing both her friends as Ember, who had dutifully waited outside the crowded tent, now resumed his place at Jack's side. Allie gestured back inside the tent, where various voices could now be heard arguing with Irimiz.
I happen to have a pretty good idea of what stubborn looks like, and Irimiz isn't about to crack any time soon. But if he wasn't the one to slaughter the Ravenbloods, said Gefnar, a deep scowl on his face as he wiped sweat from his brow, then whoever did is still out there.
Which means,
said Jack, her eyes far away and heavy,
that by the time they might possibly get Irimiz to talk, it could be too late to prevent another attack.
The three quietly looked to each other, and Allie easily saw that they'd both come to the same conclusion that she had.
It's all on us again, isn't it?
She said with a sigh.
We're an external third party,
Jack said, nodding.
Any accusations from us towards summit representatives won't reflect poorly on any one camp. Shanedir can disavow our actions easily enough, and even invite us to leave if things grow too heated.
Gefnar glanced between the two women hesitantly.
We're thinking that some of the representatives might be involved?
I don't know,
Jack admitted.
But at least we're free to follow the facts, wherever they lead, without fear of completely shattering an already unstable summit.
Thinking back to the moment Nelina had extended Shanedir's invitation to the summit in the first place, Allie experienced a moment of self-loathing for not throwing in her vote with Jax. To respond with a hearty declination.
Just could have let it all be someone else's problem for once,
she thought, noting with more than a little trepidation how insincere the thought felt. Her companions were rubbing off on her more than she'd have cared to admit. Jack's fervent altruism, Tanner's insatiable curiosity, Gefnar's indomitable positivity. It was bringing out the best in Allie, despite her best efforts. And in a brief moment of surprise, Allie realized that, for the first time in, perhaps ever, she liked who she was. In many ways, she was still the same as she'd always been, a bit too quick to anger and highly impatient with other people's shortcomings. But she felt more like herself than ever before when she stood where she belonged. Alongside her bizarre hodgepodge of a family, helping where she could.
What would Shala think of me now?
Allie thought wistfully, imagining her long-dead friend playfully chiding what Allie had become.
Far too caring for your own good.
Or,
just like the heroes in the old stories who never knew when to quit. All probably true,
thought Allie, returning to the present as she ruminated on the problem before them.
Gef,
she said, turning to the gnome.
You were chatting people up last night. People always talk too much with a drink in hand.
Gefnar nodded quickly.
Yes, I was, yeah.
Learn anything that might prove useful?
Jack prompted.
Oh, I don't know,
said Gefnar, frowning against the fog of the previous night as he fought to dredge up the memories.
Maybe.
Hunching over as though sharing a secret, he motioned Allie and Jack after him as he withdrew a few more paces from the tent opening, his voice returning in a whisper.
So, I did pick up a few things from all the chatter going on. Turns out people care a bit less about you being an awful major racer when they're a bit drunk, I guess.
Allie merely fixed him with a pointed stare.
Yeah, anyway,
said Gefnar, glancing around a bit too conspicuously for Allie's liking.
Apparently King Tilidwin's wife, Aelin here, is a bit concerned at the blind faith her husband's putting in Shanedir.
Allie and Jack exchanged a quick frown.
Why?
Said Jack.
She doesn't believe in Shanedir's vision?
Again, Gefnar looked hesitantly about the camp, obviously on the lookout for any owlbloods who might want to report any seditious talk to their queen. Any nearby seemed far more interested in hurrying about their own tasks, however, and Gefnar continued.
I don't know,
he admitted with a shrug.
All I heard was that she thought Tilidwin and Shanedir's friendship might have been affecting Tilidwin's judgment.
Valid enough concern, I guess,
Allie grunted.
But maybe something we could ask around about,
Jack added, nodding to Gefnar.
Anything else?
Gefnar winced, glancing back between the two women to the tent where Iramiz's interrogation was taking place, following an angry bellow easily identified as Letterog's.
Letterog's made it no secret among the half-breeds that he thinks whatever alliance is formed at this summit needs to be accompanied by some show of force, so that the major races don't try anything.
Allie groaned.
Idiot. Scare tactics would just motivate people into action. We'd have another war by winter.
Jack's brow furrowed darkly as she turned back to the audibly simmering tent.
Maybe that's what he wants.
Him or his general, Regand,
Gefnar offered.
Word has it she's far more bloodthirsty than her predecessor and is itching for another chance for the Bearkin clans to expand their borders.
Wonderful,
Allie muttered.
What about the other leaders?
Well, like Imal said,
Gefnar continued.
High Silverback Pethencool mostly attended out of curiosity.
He motioned back to the tent they'd exited.
And, like Letterog pointed out, King Phasix is mostly here because he's frantic to keep his people together. Apparently they've had Phoenix Bloods abandoning their home in Farreach left and right.
Allie mulled that one over.
Wars do unite people in desperation. Maybe Phasix could be manipulating things behind the scenes to spur his people into patriotism? Especially with another birdkin nation being targeted. It's a reach,
Jack said slowly.
but not a ludicrous one.
Her gaze drifted over to the hastily dismantling elephantkin camp.
And we shouldn't rule out Matriarch Velakani and her people as the culprits either. They may actually just be evacuating because they're scared, but it would be a convenient way to divert attention.
I guess, said Allie, her mind already racing at their growing list of leads.
What about the leader we lost? She said, turning to Gefnar. Did you hear anything about Queen Roithiak last night?
Gefnar shrugged.
Just that she was very vocal about putting Ravenblood needs first. Some of her people even seemed to be bragging about it in a way. That Roithiak was going to make sure the Ravenbloods came out on top of whatever negotiations there would be.
Even Allie's stomach turned at the irony of the thought.
But isn't it curious?
A new voice chimed in, drawing an involuntary growl from Allie's throat as a familiar tigerkin stepped into view.
That Sanlar, Queen Roithiak's advisor, was not present to suffer the fate of his kin.
Jack fixed Nelina with a hard glower.
If you're getting at something, please just say it. We don't have time for your fake ignorance.
Predictably, Nelina merely smiled in return, slipping into the talking circle, despite being left no indication of an opening.
All I am attempting to say, Huntress, is that, in my line of work, it pays always to be on the lookout for a spot of intrigue, and it hardly gets more intriguing than a torrid love affair.
Allie scowled.
Torrid what? Whose?
Nelina's smile turned slowly to rest on Allie, obviously savoring the juicy gossip.
Why, our poor devastated Sanlar, Queen Roithiak's advisor, and only surviving Ravenblood of the attending representatives, has made it a point to spend a great deal of time with one Zael of the Phoenix Bloods, advisor to King Phasix, whenever their peoples are in even remote proximity.
Right,
said Jack, her tone thick with mistrust as she stared down the tigerkin.
And why exactly should we be acting on the word of someone who's probably never acted in another being's interests in her life?
Believe it or not,
Nelina said, her smile faintly twitching beneath her whiskers.
I do have a vested interest in the outcome of this summit. If things go horribly awry, well, I dare say my employment opportunities will likely dwindle.
Gefnar's mouth fell open as he looked up to Nelina, disgust and disbelief in his eyes.
You mean, you're not even actually concerned about Shanedir? You're just worried that he won't have any more jobs for you if he dies?
Call it professional detachment,
Nelina said with a shrug, her eyes not betraying a hint of guilt.
Intrigue is good for business. Chaos is not.
Well, we'll be sure to take your golden-hearted input under advisement,
Allie said with a sneer.
Was there anything else?
Nothing,
Nelina assured her, flashing her toothy smirk about her audience once more.
But if I happen upon any other intelligence of interest, I'll be certain to seek out my favorite do-gooders once more. Unless, of course, whatever it is I find causes me to deem it best that I extricate myself from this situation before things escalate to all-out violence. Laws of self-preservation, you understand.
When no one offered any sort of affirmation, she merely bowed her head, spinning to stride off southward.
I really don't like being around that woman,
Jack growled, reaching out to brush Ember's furry neck as she monitored Nelina's departure, as though contemplating sending the expectant wolf at her side tearing after.
She's not wrong, though,
Allie sighed, looking apologetically to her friends.
A relationship between the one surviving Ravenblood and an advisor to King Phasix? It's worth looking into, on both sides.
I guess so, said Gefnar, squirming on his feet as he looked across the Owlblood camp to where Sanlar, the Ravenblood in question, was being tended to outside a small tent by a pair of guards and what looked to be an Owlblood in field medic garb.
Just feels a bit dirty digging into people's personal lives like that.
Which is probably why it took Nelina to think of it for us,
Jack said, giving a defeated groan as she surrendered to the course.
Well, come on,
she said, sweeping across the eerily silent camp toward their first lead.
Let's get this over with.
Chapter 11 Of Loss and Hatred. Jack wasn't feeling any more excited about the prospect of questioning Sanlar as she, Ember, Allie, and Gefnar drew closer from across the Owlblood camp. Sanlar had been seated and cleaned of the blood on his hands since Jack had last seen him, but there was a cold, far-away look in his Ravenblood eyes as the Owlblood medic looked him over. Exchanging a morose look with his well-dressed superior standing nearby. As Jack's gaze slid over to the Owlblood who monitored the scene, she found her memory slipping back to the night before, when she and her friends had stood near the base of Shanedir's platform, looking out at the gathered half-breed delegations. The richly robed woman before Jack had stood at King Tilladwin's side, the clasp of her cloak bearing a sigil identical to the one sported by the Owlblood king.
Queen Aelin here,
Jack thought, recalling Gefnar's words of a few minutes earlier. Aelin here wasn't exactly a believer in the summit and its cause, and, if Gefnar's overheard gossip was to be believed, was particularly sour to the blind trust her husband seemed to place in the vision of King Shanedir. Despite the clear motive Aelin here might have to disrupt the summit in some fashion, however, Jack found that she took a quick liking to the Owlblood woman when the queen turned in her direction, the sympathy she'd felt upon studying the broken Sanlar still deeply lining her face. Like a monarch well accustomed to putting on a bold face, though, Aelin here quickly steeled herself, stepping between the approaching Jack and her goal.
"What is your business here?"
said Aelin here, her words crisp and firm, but not harsh. They communicated command of the dialogue without any blatant jockeying for the upper hand. It was already hers. Jack stopped, drawing Ember up beside as she gave Aelin here a respectful bow.
My apologies, Your Highness,
she began, sensing Allie and Gefnar hang back a step, letting her take point in the discussion.
We are not attempting to aggravate the situation. We only want to ask Sanlar a few questions.
Aelin here frowned, her noble avian eyes taking in each of her visitors in turn.
Why? Has someone placed you in charge of this investigation?
Not as such,
Jack admitted with a smile.
But we'd like to help, in whatever way we can. Shanedir has done right by us so far, and beyond that, this is an injustice that deserves all of our attention, regardless of our heritage.
She'd monitored Aelin here's face closely at the mention of Shanedir, but had found the Owlblood woman's face inscrutable.
No undisguisable hatred, anyway. I guess that's a good sign.
The Queen studied Jack closely for a moment, finally giving a deep nod.
It is good to see members of the major races who are not so callous to our struggles.
She glanced sadly over her shoulder to the dour-looking Sanlar.
However, I anticipate that your questions will yield little in the way of answers. Sanlar has grown unresponsive since discovering the attack, I think his mind is struggling to make sense of the pain in his heart.
Jack nodded as she followed Aelinhir's gaze. She'd seen such detachment before in the faces of clan warriors after conflicts with lizardkin or a wandering beast. She'd seen it in Tavik's eyes after the Crocblood assault on Dragon's Nest. Even amid the drive in Jack's mind to find clarity in the horror of the Ravenblood massacre, she spared a thought for the former town guard, and where he might have gone.
Did he ever find his peace?
Jack wondered, refocusing on the vacant-eyed Sanlar and the fresher wounds of the present.
A place where he felt he belonged. Is that even something any of us should hope for, when it can be stripped away so quickly? I'd like to try at least,
Jack felt herself say as she turned back to Aelinhir, deference in her gaze.
If you'll allow it anyway. The longer we wait, the more likely it is that whoever was behind the attack on Sanlar's people will get away with what they've done.
Aelinhir raised a questioning brow.
You do not find the bloodied Crocblood weapons left in the camp to be compelling evidence as to a perpetrator?
Not at all,
said Jack.
It merely seems a little too convenient. Like someone is doing their best to implicate another party. I have more reason to suspect foul play from Garich and his new alliance than most, believe me. I'd just like to ask the right questions before accepting what I've seen.
Little things like, why? Allie chimed in, coming alongside Jack. We've been through enough to learn that, when a story doesn't quite add up, it's probably best to start tugging on the loose threads. Aelinhir looked from one woman to the other for a moment, finally retreating a pace as her bodyguards relaxed their stances behind, seeming to sense that they'd not be called upon to enforce their queen's verdict.
As you wish,
said Aelinhir, motioning the others past her for Sanlar.
But I ask that you choose your words with care. Let us do our best not to worsen the pain that already tears at this man's heart.
Jack bowed in gratitude, easing up to the chair where Sanlar sat as the Owlblood medic backed away, seemingly done with his examination. Turning to him, Jack indicated the nearby tent.
Is there a reason he wasn't taken inside?
The medic looked quickly from Jack to Aelinhir, then back as he received a prompting nod from his queen.
The closed-in settings seemed to amplify his condition, my lady. Having open sky overhead at least let him be peaceful.
Nodding her understanding, Jack turned back to Sanlar, easing up to stand a few feet away.
Sanlar?
She said softly. There was no response.
Sanlar,
Jack repeated, trying to fill her voice with the compassion in her heart.
We haven't met. I'm Jack, a guest of King Shanedir's at this summit.
She motioned to her companions.
This is Ember, Allie, and Gefnar.
She caught a hesitant wave of greeting from Gefnar in her peripheral vision, but kept her focus on the unmoving Sanlar.
We have a few questions we wanted to ask you. Would that be all right?
Finally, Sanlar's eyes shifted, drifting slowly over to meet Jack's as he looked up to her with a loss-filled gaze.
They're gone,
he whispered.
I know,
said Jack, feeling tears sting at the back of her eyes.
But I just need...
So much blood,
said Sanlar, horror washing over his face.
And it wouldn't go back. My queen. I tried to speak to her, but she couldn't hear me over the blood.
Sanlar,
Jack said again.
I know it hurts to remember, but I need you to think.
She paused, letting the Ravenblood focus on her again.
You weren't there, were you?
He shook his head slowly.
No, I was with Zael.
Guilt seemed to overflow from him, along with a slow trickle of tears as he stared into Jack's eyes.
We were happy.
It's all right,
said Jack, resting a hand on his shoulder as she leaned in.
No one is angry at you. You couldn't have known what would happen. But I need you to remember. When did you leave the Ravenblood camp? What time did you return?
A good start would be knowing approximately what time the massacre had taken place, based on the first-hand account of the man who'd discovered the awful scene. Sanlar frowned as his eyes fell to his feet, as though the memory was almost out of reach.
After midnight, it must have been, when I left. I'd been briefing Queen Rothiak on the summit proceedings, how the different delegations were reacting to the games and time of mingling.
His neck feathers rippled in sorrow as his head swayed back and forth. There was clearly a poignant agony in recalling his last moments with his queen.
And when you found the bodies?
Jack pressed after a moment.
Had you only just returned when...
She trailed off as Sanlar nodded.
Yes,
he said weakly.
I smelled the blood on the outskirts of camp as I returned near daybreak, rushing in to find...
He looked up into Jack's face once more.
They wouldn't listen. I tried to tell my queen that she was needed, that her people would be looking for her return, but...
A small gasp escaped his quivering beak.
When I saw she could not hear, would never hear again, I cried out, like a child.
You ran,
Jack said softly, easily piecing together the rest. Allie stepped forward, stooping to Sanlar's eye level as she leaned in, her eyes vibrant with conviction.
You didn't kill them, Sanlar. Not on purpose and not with neglect.
She granted the birdkin a moment to steady his breathing before she added,
I know it feels like the guilt will never stop crushing you. And it sure as blazes isn't something you can just shrug away. But it gets lighter with time.
Sanlar gave a slow nod, tears still pouring from his eyes as he sank back in his chair, seeming to surrender to the pain in his heart. Moved by the scene, Jack nearly reached out to drape an arm over Allie's shoulder, thinking better of it in time and merely shooting the other woman an encouraging smile when Allie looked her way.
And those around you will do their best to help carry the load,
she added, not sure if she was speaking more to Sanlar or Allie.
That must be enough, I'm afraid,
said Aelinhir, stepping pointedly up to Jack's other side, and motioning with a twitch of her avian head for them all to grant the grieving Sanlar some space. When she'd escorted Jack and the others out of Sanlar's earshot, she turned to face them once more.
I doubt anything further can be learned from Sanlar, but perhaps Zael would have a different, more reliable account of their time together.
Agreed,
said Jack, bowing to the Owlblood Queen in gratitude as Aelinhir excused herself and stepped away.
We sure we can trust Zael any further than Sanlar?
Said Allie as the four of them reformed their debate circle.
Doesn't seem like their romance was exactly, well, encouraged.
Gefnar shrugged, finally breaking the silence he'd adopted throughout Sanlar's questioning.
It'd at least give us a chance to see if her story lines up with her gentleman caller.
Jack nodded.
And a few more questions that will need answering if they don't.
Tanner kept his eyes locked on the fire-scarred man at the center of the tent, through bodies of the gathered half-breeds. He found it hard to express the hot, glowing hatred that seethed in the center of his chest, as he watched King Tilidwin and the other leaders attempt to extricate information from the defiant Iramiz. Consciously, it was difficult for Tanner to call up even the faintest memory of that awful night when Iramiz had claimed the lives of his parents, causing Tanner and Okizi to fuse together as two heartbroken souls. Until the night before, he'd even been able to convince himself that he'd forgotten Irimiz's face entirely. But that in no way dulled the fury he felt as he looked into the eyes of the man who'd robbed him of the life he should have led. Even as Tanner watched, however, he found himself wincing in sympathy as Letterog stepped forward to pound his furry fist against the side of Irimiz's skull. And, given the new information Tanner had just received, it was hard to know whom to root for. Minutes earlier, Tanner had felt a soft pulse of magic from within the confines of his satchel, signaling a return message on the scroll linked back to Curtis and home. Tanner had never much liked people who threw their weight around, but, being reluctant to miss any of Irimiz's interrogation, he'd asked one of Shanedir's aides to retrieve the bag from his tent. He'd quickly been glad of it, too, because barely a minute had passed before he'd felt the pulse, sidling away from a stone-faced Jotugan to open the satchel, retrieving the scroll.
"Do not associate with Letterog,"
the newest message had read in typically blunt Curtis speak.
"Whatever good you think you're doing there, nothing can come of it, so long as he's around. Get out of there. Now."
Tanner had blinked, quickly weighing how comprehensive of an update he should supply to his already worried father, and finally deciding that such a problem could wait until later. "So the two of you aren't friends, I take it?" he'd written back. He'd been able to imagine the look of frustration on Curtis's face at the response of,
"We did not part on good terms. He is a vicious warmonger who surrounds himself with like-minded people. Please do nothing to draw his attention."
Would have been nice to know a bit earlier,
Tanner thought, recalling both his recent standoff with the Bearkin King, as well as his quick reply to Curtis.
"I won't. And don't worry, I'll be careful." "Really hope that's a promise I can keep,"
Tanner mused with a sigh, glancing to the unblinking foxkin beside him. He could swear that Jotugan hadn't so much as twitched since assuming his stance near the entrance of the tent. His hate-filled eyes fixed on the implacable Irimiz, Jotugan trembled with what Tanner took to be depthless fury. Having the object of his years-long hunt, the man who had destroyed his world, sitting only a few feet away, calmly demanding his release, had to be a surreal, infuriating experience.
"Who is he?"
Tanner whispered to Jotugan, wincing at the sharpness of his cousin's sidelong glance. Gulping, he gestured through the gathered half-breeds to where Irimiz still warded off the delegates' questions.
"I mean, I get the hatred, believe me. My sister, Okizi and I, don't seem to be able to feel anything else. But what would drive someone to eradicate an entire people like he did?"
Tanner turned to study Irimiz's burned, unyielding features, desperate to feel the faintest trace of empathy for someone whose mere presence felt like a vile intrusion.
"What happened to him?"
Jotugan paused for a long moment, finally exhaling a long sigh.
"His people were our allies for generations in the Vekusu promise of Asaliran. We lived in harmony with them and with all our neighbors. The region was decimated in the wake of the Dragon War, and we helped those displaced to survive in the harsh lands when their cities and walls had fallen. In time, they rebuilt, the majority settling southward in a pair of prosperous coastal towns to either end of the Sikint Sea."
As he spoke, Jotugan's eyes grew far away, his voice turning wistful as he related a history he must have heard 100 times.
Trade and diplomacy flourished, and the western human town of Saglam soon expanded to fill its new walls, repurposed from the rubble of the fallen Hisar Keep. Zirak, the town to the east, however, saw fit to focus on expanding sea trade, foregoing defenses to focus on economic growth. As fortune would have it, it would be the fortified settlement of Saglam that would suffer from the first attack of brutal, amphibious monsters, spilling out of the sea to assault Saglam's walls.
Pain shone in Jotugan's eyes as he delved into his own past.
I was but a child at the time, having only just begun my warrior training. But I recall the wounded Saglam envoys reaching our village, panic in their words as they related the horrible fate that had befallen their home. I couldn't have known then that what happened next would bring about the end of ours.
We went to war? Tanner prompted when Jotagan fell silent. With the sea monsters? Jotagan nodded, his gaze drifting to Tanner.
Yes, a war that would last nearly 5 cold winters. My training was accelerated, as was that of many a young sword-bearer. And, time and again, we and Saglam's warriors kept the sea beast from slaughtering the humans in their streets. Bloody skirmishes at the gates, countless arrows fired from atop Saglam's tired ramparts. Every time we managed to drive them off, but the beasts would not relent, their stoic, unspeaking numbers seeming endless.
Tanner realized he was holding his breath, awkwardly letting out a whoosh as Jotagan trailed off once more. Did we win? Something like a subdued wail came from Jotagan's throat as he hung his head.
In the worst way, yes. The invaders couldn't have known it, but we were on the brink of crumbling beneath the weight of their onslaught. Only, it was at this tipping point that they divided their forces, beginning a siege of Zirak, the human settlement to the east. It was not long before Zirak called for our aid as well. They had little in the way of an army, with many of their meager warriors already fallen in the defense of their ally Saglam. Zirak's leaders pleaded with our people to help rally a defense of their home, but we were stretched too thin already. If we abandoned Saglam, it would fall, and it possessed the walls to make a stand against the invaders tenable. Zirak did not. So we remained, repelling the sea beast's subdued numbers as the war dragged on.
Jotagan sighed, guilt creasing his brow as he shut his eyes tight.
It did not take long for Zirak to fall, and then overnight the war simply ended. The sea beasts seemed content to shore up their new holding on land, and after many weeks of aiding in the shoring up of Saglam's battered defenses, in case the beasts were to attack again, we returned home, bidding our human allies a solemn farewell.
Opening his eyes, Jotagan grew rigid, hatred again smoldering in his gaze.
It was when we arrived home, hoping to find our loved ones waiting for us, that we fell into the ambush set for us by Zirak's survivors, found our home reduced to ashes. Those who'd fled Zirak's defeat blamed us for the devastation, calling out that we were faithless cowards as they pelted us with arrows from the trees. Tired from the journey and from the long war, many of us fell, others fleeing. With my father's dying breath, he implored me to run, and so I did, returning to the remains of our home later to find my mother's body, as well. My brothers, those who had not died in the war, decapitated and covered in ash.
Jotagan's eyes locked with Tanner's, cold anger in his words as he related the events.
It was not enough to slaughter us. Our dead were disgraced. Those of us who survived, hunted down like animals. And so the few of us who survived decided to respond in kind, and a new war began, one that saw our dwindling numbers striking at each other from the shadows as we attempted to hunt one another down. I've not had word from any of my fellow warriors in well over a year, and I've not come across the trail of another Zirakan, save Iramis, in nearly as long.
At last, Jotagan's eyes softened as he rested a hand on Tanner's shoulder.
I could not have known he would lead me to you, O Tuli, but I am glad he did. As you saw, I was not strong enough to confront him in combat alone, and it is good to have family again.
Tanner gulped, attempting a smile. Yeah, same here.
I just wish...
His voice failed him as he looked back to Irimiz, anger flaring in his chest.
After all this time, I know the face of the man who orphaned me, and who left my sister and I fused together in our loss.
Steadying his breathing, Tanner turned to Jotagun, letting his fury drift away.
I didn't know it was possible to hate someone this much. The way he talked about killing my parents, about hunting me down.
Jotagun nodded, showing his teeth in a snarl.
We are not sentient beings to people like him, Otuli. We are animals to be exterminated. He will not rest until we are wiped from the world, so we must kill them first.
The thought simultaneously caused a spasm of revulsion in Tanner's belly, yet felt more like justice than any alternative. Frowning, he glanced from Jotagun to Irimiz, then back again.
But when does it end?
When the last Zirakan lies dead,
said Jotagun, sounding faintly confused and defensive at the question. Tanner just hung his head, looking down to his currently elven hands. He hadn't been asking about the war. He just wanted even the faintest of hopes that the pain in his chest might leave, someday. Chapter 12. Trust Torn Asunder. The phoenix blood before Allie had her hands planted firmly on her hips, the pointed scowl in her eyes causing Allie to wonder if they'd perhaps pushed a bit too far.
Information?
Zael, the phoenix blood, sharply repeated Allie's last prompt.
And what exactly do you think I could tell you about last night's events that you haven't already learned from Sanlar?
She gave a terse cluck.
Unless you're hoping to catch one of us in some lie that makes your job easier for you.
Allie stifled a groan, glancing about at the busied phoenix blood camp around them. Thankfully, any other birdkin hustling about their business seemed far too distracted by their own task to take notice of their king's advisor exchanging a few heated words with Shanedir's outsider guests.
For the moment, anyway,
thought Allie, exchanging an uneasy look with both Jack and Gefnar beside her.
We're not accusing you of anything yet,
she said out loud, turning back to face the scowling Zael.
Or at all,
Jack added quickly, forcing a diplomatic smile as she leaned against Ember's furry side.
Sure,
Allie grunted with a tight smirk.
Thing is, I don't know if you've actually spoken to your...
Seeing Zael's eyes narrow even further, as though daring Allie to make light of their relationship. Allie offered,
friend, but he's not exactly in the most coherent state of mind right now. It might help us fill in a few gaps in his story if you'd tell us your side of things from last night.
Zael stared her down for a moment, finally giving a curt laugh.
And who was it exactly? Who put you in charge of casting blame?
We're not in charge of anything,
Jack assured the birdkin in a soothing tone.
We're just trying to do our part to ensure that every lead has been considered.
We don't want the wrong people being accused either,
Allie added.
But that unfortunately means that we've got to ask all the uncomfortable questions. The ones that might start a diplomatic incident if they were to come from official envoys.
Gefnar nodded, stepping forward.
I know we're strangers and outsiders, my lady, and I take ownership of whatever part my people have had in the marginalization of the half-breed nations. But believe us when we say that we're not here to make this already horrible situation worse. We've been honored to be invited to such a momentous occasion as guests of King Shanedir, and we merely wish to repay that kindness and good faith by helping to uncover the truth behind this tragedy.
Allie raised an eyebrow, looking down to the gnome as he bowed his head respectfully toward Zael.
Look who's all confident now that he's a dragon slayer.
Her rigid posture finally slackening, Zael gave a sigh, folding her arms protectively over her chest like a child caught in a lie.
Talk then. What do you wish to know?
Sanlar said he met with you after midnight,
said Allie, managing what she hoped was a gracious smile.
And that you returned to your own camps shortly before daybreak. Is that true?
Zael nodded, sadness creeping over her eyes at the fresh memory.
Yes. We walked in the moonlight for some time, stopping to stargaze in the ruins nearby.
She swallowed, a smile tugging at her eyes.
I drifted off in his arms for a span.
And on this excursion, Jack said after a moment, did Sanlar seem uneasy at all?
Zael's eyes hardened as they locked on Jack, the huntress simply raising her hands in placation.
The uncomfortable questions, remember? Jack said evenly. Was there any indication that he might have known what was taking place back at camp?
None,
Zael snapped, something flickering in her gaze as she turned slowly northward, as though to witness her outing from the night before.
Though we were both briefly unsettled as we set out by the feeling that someone was watching us.
Allie shot a quick glance to her friends, a pinprick of excitement plucking at her heart at the hint of a lead.
Any idea who it might have been? She prompted.
Zael shook her head, scowling as she seemed to recall the sensation.
None. And we were unable to spot anyone in the darkness. We simply thought it to be paranoia, a childish symptom of our clandestine meeting. It was actually thrilling.
One look into the Phoenix Blood's darkened eyes, though, told Allie that, in contrast to the night before, the sensation was proving to be far more troubling than stimulating.
Could you tell us when this feeling took hold?
Said Jack, motioning beyond the campgrounds to the north.
Where it might have felt strongest?
Zael gave a slow nod, looking up to Jack.
Yes, I will accompany you, in fact. I had not considered that moment in all the chaos that has gripped us throughout the morning, but I now feel strongly that it was not imagined. It is not in my nor Sanlar's nature to fabricate such a scenario in order to simulate passion.
Allie gave a sharp cough, turning quickly northward and gesturing for the others to follow.
Should probably look into it then. Right now. What do you think, Ember?
Jack whispered to the wolf at her side as Ember dropped his nose to drink deeply of the scent trail before them. Looking over to Jack as she knelt down beside him, Ember gave a gruff snort, cocking his head as he deciphered the information he'd just smelled. Jack nodded, glancing about for any more impressions in the thick grass, spotting a handful that trailed back to the south through the elven ruins.
I agree,
Jack muttered, taking in the subtle differences in the gait and bearing of the individuals who'd left these tracks, in contrast to the trail they'd followed the night before.
Definitely not the same friends we were tracking yesterday.
Whoever it was that had left this new trail, however, had clearly taken great pains to pass through unnoticed, and seemed to have some moderate skill in doing so. Jack wasn't entirely sure she'd have been able to spot the subtle tracks, had Zael not gifted her with such a narrow swath to examine. The Phoenix Blood had barely led Jack and the others a quarter mile from her camp before stopping to indicate what looked to be a crumbled shop of some sort on the fringes of the ruins nearby.
I could have sworn a pair of eyes flashed in the moonlight as Sanlar and I passed, but we thought it to be an animal when we saw nothing further. Have you found something?
Zael said from behind in the present, wringing her hands when Jack looked back over her shoulder.
I think so,
said Jack, her eyes darting briefly to where Allie and Gefnar waited dutifully nearby, clearly waiting on Jack to make some sort of declaration. They'd seen enough of Jack's abilities to trust her expertise in finding a stubborn trail.
And?
Zael pressed, glancing worriedly to the others.
Was it Crockbloods watching us?
Hardly,
thought Jack dryly.
Unless Garich himself is now considered small among his people.
The tracks clearly indicated someone of considerable size. Aloud, however, Jack merely replied,
We'll see. I have ways of finding that out.
With a reassuring smile to Zael, she turned back to the tracks, her fingertips glowing with a soft white light as she closed her eyes, reaching down to touch the dewy imprint. On command, the image of her quarry materialized before her eyes, with a subdued backdrop of moonlight sweeping over her surroundings. Her perspective receded to take in the individual who had stood on the spot the night before, and Jack was mildly saddened to see her suspicions confirmed as the form of an elephant-kin, in a richly embroidered robe solidified, peering heavily out through a gash in the ruins to study where Sanlar and Zael had passed by.
How did it come to this?
Jack wondered morosely, even as she scrutinized the elephant-kin's bulky feminine frame. She was only moderately relieved to see that the figure was not, in fact, Matriarch Velikani. As the vision dissolved and Jack was left to sink back to reality, she swayed slightly in her crouch, sadness in her eyes as she rose to her feet.
Croc-bloods, snake-bloods, and now elephant-kin, all blindly working against the advancement of their people.
Shanedir's dream of bringing all half-breeds together had never felt more ludicrous. Jack sighed into the cool, humid air, turning back to meet the expectant stares of her comrades.
How can there be hope for the world's future when so many seem intent on dragging it down into chaos?
What did you see? Said Allie, jarring Jack from her thoughts.
Elephant-kin,
Jack said flatly.
A well-dressed female, but not the matriarch.
The shock on Gefnar's face soon faded as he gave a slow nod.
All right. So now we just need to find a way to identify this elephant-kin before the tribe breaks camp and leaves us in their dust.
He looked back southward, the way they'd come, a broad wince spreading over his features.
Which should be any minute now.
I have a feeling the search will be brief,
said Jack, her gaze sliding to rest on a crestfallen Zael, whose beak had gone slack as she looked down to her feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Soon feeling the weight of Jack's stare, Zael looked up, then over to Allie and Gefnar.
There was someone who asked if Sanlar and I had plans for the evening. Even encouraged it.
Zael said slowly, shutting her eyes tight against some private pain.
I thought nothing of it, as I've come to consider us friends, in our brief dealings together.
Allie looked to Jack, giving a slow nod of understanding.
I think we're going to have to meet with this friend of yours.
Themba Kwesi,
Zael volunteered through a reluctant moan, clucking against the emotion in her throat as she added,
And I do hope I am wrong.
I knew it!
Tanner hissed back across the link once Gefnar had brought him up to speed on the investigation. He could make out the tiny forms of his friends approaching the outskirts of what was left of the elephant-kin camp, even catching Allie's sharp look in his direction.
So glad I stepped outside for some privacy,
Tanner thought, waving awkwardly back at the woman, as he heard the argument concerning Iramiz's fate rise to a crescendo in the tent behind him.
I mean,
he clarified,
I didn't know it, but she seemed way too guarded and cagey about things when I confronted her before.
Rubbing at the bruise that still throbbed away at his midsection, with a hand just shy of a full pinky, Tanner grimaced.
Word of advice, try not to push her too hard. The General's got big fists.
Certainly been a long day, he thought, looking up to where the sun hung overhead in the scattered clouds. And it's barely halfway through.
Understood,
said Jack over the link, leading the others, as well as a phoenix blood Tanner didn't recognize, toward the elephant-kin camp.
We'll also do our best not to start a war.
Right, Tanner sighed, jolted from the conversation as the heated voices from within King Tilidwin's tent suddenly spilled outside. Spinning, Tanner saw that Letterog had emerged, dragging the sizable, bound form of Iramiz along with him, as though the human were a sack of feathers.
You can all do as you wish,
the Bearkin King was snarling back to the other delegates.
but I refuse to wait any longer for answers. The intruder is coming with me to where I have the proper tools to break him.
Even as Letterog swept past Tanner, Irimiz's gaze settled on the foxkin, a sneer of hatred sweeping over his face. If anything, he seemed indifferent about the torture that awaited him. Behind Letterog, the other leaders, Tilidwin, Pethencool, Phasix, and Shanedir, all stepped outside, but without giving chase. Instead, they simply followed Letterog and Irimiz's retreat with their eyes, looking everywhere from conflicted to furious to resigned. Shanedir and Tilidwin, both obviously torn at the development, exchanged a glance, returning inside, and requesting that the seething Pethencool and defeated-looking Phasix rejoin them.
"Come,"
said Tilidwin when Pethencool hesitated.
"We can at least determine what defenses we can muster."
In all the grandiose garb and jewelry of the half-breed leaders, Tanner almost missed the form of the simply dressed foxkin slipping away behind the others, trailing after Letterog. At the bearkin's harsh look backward, Jotugan merely gave a deferring nod.
"I have no plans to interfere with your interrogation, Your Highness. But your prisoner has done me many personal wrongs, and I do not intend to let him out of my sight."
With a grunt, Letterog merely motioned for Jotugan to follow, in roughly the same moment that Tanner managed to jar himself from his stupor and trot to catch up with his cousin.
"What's happening?"
he hissed pointlessly. Jotugan leveled a heavy stare on him.
"You know what is happening, O'Toole. Letterog is the only one here willing to do what is necessary to ensure the safety of this summit."
"Even if that means outright murder?"
said Tanner, his heart stinging with betrayal as he spoke the words. Clearly Okizi wasn't feeling nearly so merciful.
"Not sure I am either,"
Tanner thought darkly as he glanced ahead to the stumbling form of Irimiz. This close to the man, he was even beginning to feel the flames beginning to crawl over his skin, desperate to consume the object of his hatred.
"He will have earned his fate,"
Jotugan spat back, turning his shoulder to Tanner.
"If you have not the stomach to see it through, do not pretend that the blood between us holds any meaning for you."
With that, Tanner's steps slowed, the flames receding over his sight as he watched Letterog haul Irimiz away to what would likely be his end. An eager Jotugan trailing. Part of Tanner wanted to close the distance once more and inform his cousin just how not all right he was with the whole prospect. But he knew that would be a lie. The truth was, he wanted Irimiz to suffer, to die for all he'd done to their family. Sure, there may have been some moral objection in Tanner's heart to murdering a defenseless man, but that was easily overruled by his jealousy. Deep down, he wanted to be the one to end Irimiz's life, to look in the man's impossibly cold eyes and scorch the life from his body. Inhaling shakily, Tanner turned around, walking aimlessly back the direction he'd come.
"You're wrong,"
he whispered, even knowing that Jotugan could no longer hear him, despite his keen, fox-like ears.
"Irimiz hasn't earned this."
He was unsure if he was speaking his own convictions or those of his sister, as he added,
"He's earned way worse."
Allie's eyes darted around the elephant-kin camp, or what was left of it, alert for any sign of aggression or suspicion on the part of the large half-breeds who bustled about the dismantled tents and partially loaded carts. Gefnar, likewise, seemed on high alert, his hand resting a bit too heavily on the hilt of his sword as he peered out from beneath his helmet-mussed hair.
"Recognize the one you saw, Jack?"
he said, seeming acutely aware that one wrong move might prompt the entire herd to attempt to step on him. Not that Allie could fault him for the paranoia. Even she felt small among the lumbering elephant-kin.
"Up ahead,"
Jack muttered back, drawing up short as a fiercely glowering half-breed in a rich embroidered robe looked up from an animated discussion to see the interlopers, snatching up her spear and striding toward them with purpose. Zael, back a pace from Allie's side, gave a defeated sigh.
"Themba Kwesi."
Allie experienced a guilty sort of relief at having their theory confirmed. but stood her ground as the general closed in, flanked now by a pair of armored males.
"Will your kind simply refuse to leave us in peace?"
Thimbakwesi snapped, her gaze softening slightly as she took in the accusing stare of Zael. The birdkin didn't speak, however, seeming unable to find her voice for the moment.
"Which leaves it to us, I guess,"
thought Allie, fighting the urge to cross her arms as she met the elephant-kin's glare.
"We're not here to start anything,"
said Jack, giving a respectful bow.
"Or even to implore you to stay. All we want is to ask you a few questions."
Thimbakwesi's eyes narrowed as she peered down at Jack, her large, thick hand flexing around the length of her spear, like she was still deciding whether to respond with words or weapons.
"What sort of questions could you possibly have for me, human?"
Allie stepped forward, bracing herself to dodge Thimbakwesi's gleaming spear tip.
"Lovely night last night. Don't suppose you took a stroll northward through the ruins at any point?"
Jack's groan was almost imperceptible as, indignation flaring in her eyes, Thimbakwesi whirled on Allie, a low warble sounding from her coiled trunk.
"Certainly got a reaction anyway,"
thought Allie with satisfaction, studying every twitch of the elephant-kin's face. The anger was there, sure, but Allie was also able to note the shock and fear that flashed over Thimbakwesi's features.
"Your motives are clear to me, outsider,"
the elephant-kin bellowed.
"You would seek to place the blame of the Ravenblood slaughter on my people, simply for the ease of granting the other half-breeds a focus for their retribution."
Allie fought to hold the half-breed woman's gaze. Not because she was feeling particularly cowed. She'd grown comfortable enough with her powers in recent days to know that a well-placed blast of energy could hurl the elephant-kin across the dismantled campgrounds in a heartbeat. Instead, the reason for Allie's pointed attention was that she'd just spotted something incredibly important in her peripheral vision. Behind Thimbakwesi, emerging from the single embroidered tent that still stood near the center of the camp, an elderly elephant-kin wielding the staff of the matriarch had turned their direction, a curious frown on her face as she slowly approached the scene. At the very least, having matriarch Velikani present as Thimbakwesi defended herself against the accusations would help Allie and her friends determine if Thimbakwesi had acted alone. Even as Allie tried to think of a diffusing retort for the elephant-kin looming over her, she heard a sad clucking from behind, turning to see that Zael had stepped forward, giving a slow shake of her head as she stared down Allie's new friend.
"Thimbakwesi,"
said the phoenix blood, her voice strained to the point of cracking.
"What have you done?"
The elephant-kin's face fell slack, though she fought to keep her posture straight and shield upheld.
"Have they convinced you of this madness, Zael? And what part am I meant to have played in the tragedy that befell Queen Rothiak and her people?"
Zael sighed, while Allie monitored Matriarch Velikani's approach, the old elephant-kin drawing up short a few paces behind her general. To Allie's relief, Velikani's expression looked more confused and troubled than defensive, like one would be if a plot of your design was about to unravel.
"In truth,"
Zael admitted,
"I do not know your role in the events of last night. Whether you led the attack yourself or were merely a cog in the machine. I have no proof either way."
She paused, obviously conflicted, upon adding,
"But you insisted that I set aside my duties last evening, Thimbakwesi, and that I spend time with Sanlar immediately, rather than waiting until later in the summit. Even suggesting that we make for a secluded spot in the ruins, rather than associate in either of our camps. I'd thought it the impetuous advice of a true friend."
At this, Thimbakwesi's facade faltered.
"We are friends, Zael. I only wished for your continued happiness."
"And the happiness of Sanlar?"
Zael shot back.
"Of his broken people?"
Her gaze hardened as she grew in her resolve.
"You monitored our departure from the ruins, Thimbakwesi. Only after our departure were Sanlar's people slaughtered."
Anger once again flashed in Thimbaquesi's eyes as she was reduced to frenzied sputtering.
You would have had him die with his people? This would have accomplished nothing.
Zael's eyes filled with tears as they fell to her feet, and the twitch in the corner of Thimbaquesi's mouth told Allie that the elephantkin had just realized the same thing Allie had. Feeling devoid of victory at the slip-up, Allie gave a dry grunt, glancing back to the now steel-faced matriarch.
Gotcha. Thimbaquesi,
the matriarch said heavily, and Allie watched as the general's eyes widened with horror.
Velakani!
Thimbaquesi gasped, spinning to face her superior. She looked more like a child caught sneaking a treat than a proud general now.
These outsiders were... There is truth in these accusations?
Velakani cut the general off, her words uncompromising as iron bars as she strode to stand before Thimbaquesi.
No,
Thimbaquesi stammered, looking wildly about for support, even from her troops, and finding none as, with a look to the matriarch, the warriors retreated a pace, shifting to hold their spears at the ready.
We can all confirm the suspicious activity, matriarch,
said Zael with a somber nod, looking to Allie and the others.
Your trackers will be able to mark Thimbaquesi's trail into the ruins, then back, once she confirmed that myself and Sanar were not within the Ravenblood camp.
It is a lie, Thimbaquesi wailed, falling low before her matriarch.
They seek to undermine us. We must depart before... No,
Velakani declared with heavy finality, the weight of rule etching lines in her gray-skinned face as she motioned for the nearby warriors to seize their general. Without hesitation they did, despite Thimbaquesi's failing cries of injustice. Velakani waited for Thimbaquesi's screams to fade for a moment, finally slamming the butt of her staff down into the grassy earth. With a warbling gasp, Thimbaquesi fell silent. From beside Jack, even Gefnar gave a sharp inhale. At Allie and Jack's questioning look, Gefnar swallowed, whispering,
The matriarch has signaled that she is ready to pass judgment.
Allie's jaw fell slack as she turned back to the miserable scene playing out before her.
Already?
I have heard enough,
said Matriarch Velakani, her voice heavy with sadness as she looked down to the blubbering Thimbaquesi, who had been wrestled to her knees before the matriarch.
And I can see the guilt in your eyes, hear it in your voice.
She paused, her eyes flashing as she gave a shake of her large head.
See it in your minds. No,
Thimbaquesi blurted.
Lies, planted by our...
Enough! Velakani boomed, rendering the general silent once more, save for her subdued crying.
For your crimes against Queen Rorthiak and her people, Thimbaquesi, you will be punished.
Raising an arm draped in an elegant layered sleeve, Velakani motioned for her warriors to haul Thimbaquesi near the camp's central fire, where a handful of chairs still sat, waiting to be thrown into a row of nearby carts.
No!
Thimbaquesi shouted again, struggling against the arms of her captors as she was brought to the nearest elephantkin-sized chair and thrown over the seat.
Velakani, please! I didn't know what they intended,
she wailed, but the matriarch's face was unflinching.
They're going to execute her, right now, on the spot,
thought Allie, surprised at the distaste she felt, even for someone who was making it increasingly clear that she'd been involved in the attack against the Ravenbloods. Sharing a look with Jack, Allie saw that she was not the only one to arrive at this conclusion. Just as Jack stepped forward, however, obviously ready to request a stay of execution, at least until Thimbaquesi could be properly questioned, Gefnar's gauntleted hand reached out to grab her by the knee, the gnome shaking his head when both women turned to him. He said nothing, but the look in his eyes made it clear that no one should be interfering with elephantkin justice. Beyond that, he didn't seem like someone of his moral standing who believed they were about to witness an execution. Scowling, Allie looked back toward the matriarch to see that Velakani now stood before the squirming Thimbaquesi, who was still held in place against the chair. Instead of having her ears drawn up from her neck by the other warrior, however, Allie saw that Thimbaquesi's large fan-like ears had been pushed down, away from her face, along with her writhing trunk. Then, at a nod from Velikani, one of her personal bodyguards stepped forward, a mountain of an elephantkin with arms the size of Allie's torso. The bodyguard didn't draw the curved blade at his side, ready to bring it down along Thimbaquesi's throat, however. Instead, he simply walked up before the blubbering mess that had once been his general, raising a massive, booted foot, and bringing it down before Thimbaquesi's face. There was a sickening crunch, along with a howl of pain from Thimbaquesi, and Allie watched as one of the elephantkin's muted tusks was torn from its socket by the root, plopping unceremoniously onto the grass with a frayed, bloodied base. Still sobbing, Thimbaquesi was released, slumping to the grass to curl up into a ball that rocked slowly back and forth.
"The mark of banishment,"
said Gefnar heavily, a conflicted grimace on his face.
"Yes,"
said Zael, giving a sharp cluck as she closed her eyes. Opening them again, she bowed faintly to Allie and her friends.
"I must report our discovery to my king."
"If I may request it,"
said Velikani, striding away from her sobbing general to stand before Zael.
"Please, allow me to be the one to confess Thimbaquesi's wrongs."
She looked back over her shoulder in disgust, her eyes imploring as she swiveled her massive head to take in Allie, Jack, and Gefnar as well.
"I would question her before my fellow leaders learn of her misdeeds, that we might all have a better picture of what dangers we face."
Her ears drooping in sorrow, she added,
"It was one of our own who was complicit in this heinous crime. It is now up to the rest of us to make it right."
Bowing again before the matriarch, Zael gave another cluck.
"As you wish, but do not delay."
Velikani inclined her head.
"Do not worry. I would not have the others remain in ignorance any longer than necessary. I only wish to mitigate panic, as well as allow ourselves to extend a path of reconciliation, along with this dour news."
Seeming satisfied, Zael turned to leave.
"Very well, but there is still someone I must see."
"Tell him we're sorry," Allie said on impulse, smiling weakly at Zael's stare. "Sanlar, tell him we're sorry that we weren't able to see things clearly sooner."
"As am I,"
said Zael, sighing, though she gave a gracious nod.
"That burden is not yours alone to bear."
While Allie watched Zael begin the short walk to the Owlblood camp, where Sanlar was being attended, she heard Jack clear her throat from behind.
"I respect your sense of responsibility,"
the other woman was addressing the matriarch when Allie turned back around.
"But Zael is right. Shanedir and the others need to know what they're up against as soon as possible."
"Do not worry," said Velikani, her darkened eyes turning on Thimbaquesi once more, as the general was escorted into the last remaining tent.
"It will not take long to learn all she knows."
Chapter 13. The Long Path from Knowledge to Clarity. Jack had always thought herself to have been a rather patient individual, but even she was beginning to feel like joining in Tanner's frantic pacing as she waited with her friends for any sign of movement from the Elephantkin camp outside King Tilidwin's tent. The half-breed leader's loud debate, still raging within, made it rather difficult not to feel a bit agitated. And the intermittent screaming from the Bearkin camp to the east wasn't exactly helping things either.
"Mumph,"
Ember grunted from where he lay coiled on the grass beside Jack at the latest scream, looking up to her as though to ask that she kindly ask the neighbors to keep down their racket.
"Yes,"
Jack sighed, glancing in the direction of the sound.
It's not exactly pleasant, is it?
Even Tanner's eyes darted that way from time to time, the grimace on his face making it clear that he was as conflicted about Irimiz's current situation as the rest of them.
Shows a certain strength of character, I guess,
thought Jack, rising from her cross-legged position to stretch out her limbs. It was still barely past midday, if the glimpses of the sun from behind the cloud cover were to be believed, which meant that Velikani really hadn't disappeared inside her tent for as long as it felt. Probably less than an hour. Not wanting to convey the increasingly accurate impression that she and her friends were growing impatient for any developments in Thimbequesi's interrogation, she'd suggested that they regroup with Tanner at the Owlblood camp, with both Allie and Gefnar mutely complying. The change of scenery hadn't helped much, however. Allie was currently causing jagged sparks of power to dance over her grasp, occasionally running the blade of her dagger, Biriak, through the purplish-black storm, then flicking the dagger into the ground. At a following twitch of Allie's finger, the blade would vanish, reappearing in her grasp, and the process would repeat. Jack couldn't help but note that the pulse sweeping away from each impact was growing as Allie grew increasingly agitated.
Obviously not in the mood for meditation,
Jack mused. Gefnar, meanwhile, was taking the opportunity to sharpen the already razor-sharp blade of his sword, shooting fervent glances in Tanner's direction from time to time, as though he was working up the courage to say something out loud. Stifling another sigh, Jack swept forward, planting herself in the pacing path Tanner had worn for himself as the elf-faced boy drew up short, cocking a brow at her. Yes? Jack gave a tight smile, resting her hands on her hips as she stared Tanner down.
Would you mind very much answering the question all of us are apparently too uncomfortable to ask?
Tanner blinked, glancing to both Allie and Gefnar and seeming to gauge that he was the only clueless one in the conversation as he was met with expectant looks. You mean where does my hair go when I change forms? No, you... Allie began, taking a deep breath before continuing. How are you? Smiling sheepishly, Tanner held up the hand that was missing the top digit of a pinky, wiggling his fingers. I mean, it'll take some serious healing magic to grow it back, but I'm patched up if that's what you're... He trailed off, realization coming to his face. Oh, it's not. You have to admit, Tanner, said Gefnar, hoisting his short, armored frame upright as he moved to join the conversation. You've had quite a bit thrown onto your plate over the last couple of days, even before Irimiz showed up. Sure, Tanner said slowly, his posture slumping a bit as he folded his arms and stared down at his feet. I mean, I guess. My sister's alive, but not really. Then it turns out I'm... He motioned to his pointed ears and features. That we're apparently all this, he added, gesturing broadly around the gathered campgrounds. Then, Irimiz. First remembering he existed at all, then having him... He gulped, obviously reluctant to relive his rude awakening that morning. Jotagan. At this, he turned eastward, toward the Bearkin camp, where he'd reported his cousin had retreated, the better to keep an eye on Irimiz.
A lot of good with a lot of bad in there,
Jack said with a commiserating smile.
Need to talk about it?
What's to talk about? Tanner said, wincing at the sharpness of his own voice. I hate him. How could I not? He sighed, folding his arms as he frowned down at his feet. We both do. Jack glanced to the others hesitantly before prompting.
Your sister? Okisi?
Tanner nodded. He took our people, our home, our family. For what? Some misplaced anger that we were responsible for his losses? Looking up to see Jack's confused stare, Tanner grunted. Yeah, turns out during a huge invasion by sea monsters, my people had to make a call whether to help hold a more defensible ally's position that stood a chance, or get us all killed by reinforcing Iramiz's home. We made the clear choice, and Iramiz and the other survivors didn't exactly let it go.
Fear and pain make people do stupid things, Tanner,
said Allie, sharply clearing her throat as she averted her gaze from the others.
It doesn't make it right, but he's been hurt too. People don't just wake up one morning and decide to be a serial killer.
A dark warble entered Allie's tone as she added,
It takes a special kind of pain to make a monster.
That's what I'm afraid of, Tanner said with a gulp, blinking rapidly as he looked to the others. I know the cycle of revenge has to end, but we need Iramiz to pay for what he did. What he's still trying to do. Another bone-chilling scream shot through the cold air from the bearkin camp, causing Jack to give an involuntary shiver.
And what if Iramiz is more useful alive?
She said, waiting until Tanner turned to meet her gaze before pressing,
Could we trust you to set aside your need for revenge long enough to let us find the other monsters lurking about? The ones responsible for the death of Queen Rothiak and her people.
A distinct jolt of flame flashed in Tanner's irises as he scowled.
What? You're saying you believe him? That he knows where to find the Ravenblood killers?
I don't know,
Jack said with a shrug.
But whatever we learn from Thembakwesi might not be enough to track them down. Could you live with the possibility of granting Iramiz his freedom in exchange for justice for the Ravenbloods?
Tanner seemed reluctant to answer for a moment, obviously ruminating on Jack's words, and finding that they tasted vile.
Matriarch incoming,
Allie interjected before Tanner could find his voice again, prompting Jack and the others to turn and see that Velikani was, in fact, approaching the Owlblood camp with a small entourage of bodyguards. Jack bowed respectfully as the matriarch drew near, noting that her companions followed her lead, with Velikani offering a tired but respectful nod in return, before requesting entry into Tilidwin's tent from the guards stationed there.
Guess we'll see if that's something I need to worry about, Tanner muttered to Jack by way of reply, slipping into the tent after the elephantkin.
I suppose,
Jack thought with a sigh, leading Allie and Gefnar in behind, and motioning for Ember to await her outside.
I just hope you understand that you're not the only one who's worried.
Tanner watched as, at the center of King Tilidwin's tent, Matriarch Velikani bowed her head in sorrow, allowing the other leaders a moment to absorb the weight of her words. Her own general had been involved in the horrific attack against the Ravenbloods. Each half-breed leader seemed to digest the news in their own way, with Shanedir nodding slowly, a distant look in his eyes, as though things had just fallen into place for him. Tilidwin, meanwhile, seemed stunned, but eager for any further information, and King Phasix of the Phoenix Bloods looked frantically about the tent, like he couldn't decide what stance to take on the confession, and was eager for someone else to make the first response. Pethenkull wore a similarly conflicted look on his apekin face, but at least appeared willing to hear out the rest of Velikani's report.
It appears, the matriarch continued after a moment, that Thembakwesi has been working in concert with Gurulf of the Wolfkin for some time, their slightly disparate goals aligning enough to warrant a joining of their efforts.
Tanner's eyes darted to where his friends stood nearby, noting the realization that swept over Jack's furrowed features.
I guess it would make sense,
he thought, seeing silent agreement in Allie and Gefnar's expressions as well. Even the wolfkin Tanner had encountered during his upbringing in Dragon's Nest had been naturally skilled in the art of covering their movements.
Made them annoying to track down when I was just trying to give them their finished order,
Tanner mused, recalling a handful of occasions when even his foxkin nose had failed him in locating a wolfkin customer back home. As for the crockblood illusions Jack had encountered, Tanner may have been moderately skilled at magically adopting a false face, but it was a poorly kept secret that many wolfkin had perfected the art through the centuries, managing to hide among the major races in plain sight. Thing was, enough of them had the ego to brag about it later that Tanner was surprised humans and gnomes hadn't gone crazy with paranoia years ago. Or maybe they have, he thought distractedly. Would explain a lot of the tension.
While Gurulf, as many of you know, is insistent that our nations not ally with one another, for fear of drawing the forces of the old races down on us, Velikani went on, prompting Tanner to refocus on the present. Thembakwesi, it seems, saw fit to help him disrupt this summit in the pursuit of keeping our people's interests separate from the other half-breed nations.
At this, Velikani hung her large grey head.
For whatever part I played in perpetuating such a dogma of isolation through my time as matriarch, I can now see clearly enough to feel ashamed. Had I not carried on the misplaced lack of trust of past generations, perhaps Thembakwesi would not have felt so compelled to ensure that our peoples not align that, against her better nature, she would see fit to be complicit in such an atrocity.
Heavy silence hung over the tent for a moment, and Tanner found that he had stopped breathing as he studied the dour faces around him.
Perhaps,
King Phasix said at last, his eyes downcast as his vibrant red feathers rippled in the lamplight.
Perhaps we are all complicit, however. Though each of us answered Shanedir's invitation, I will readily admit that I was still thinking only of how this summit might benefit my standing among my own people.
And I,
said Pethencool, folding his hairy arms as he looked about the tent.
I came merely to gauge the political landscape, with no true intention of partaking in any alliance.
Tilidwin nodded, turning to where Shanedir stood beside him with a sheepish clack of his beak.
Even I have doubted your vision, my friend, despite my assurances to the contrary, though I'm sure you've suspected.
I have,
said Shanedir, attempting a good-natured chuckle as he clapped his fellow king on the shoulder.
But you have supported me nonetheless, and for that I thank you. It seems mistrust is rampant within us all, said Velikani, her trunk uncoiling as she stood fully at ease, and Tanner found himself witnessing something truly remarkable, a moment of pure honesty among political leaders. If I may,
Jack said slowly, stepping forward to stand among the half-breed monarchs. Velikani, Shanedir, and Tilidwin all quickly deferred, followed by a slightly hesitant Phasix and Pethencool, and all eyes turned to the huntress.
I know none of us are truly a part of this,
Jack continued, motioning back to envelop Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar.
But I just wanted to say that I'm encouraged by what you all have said. You may have set yourselves apart from each other for centuries, and the scars of that may last for years to come. But here, in this room, we have all of you. Leaders who are brave enough to realize that just because something always has been, doesn't mean that it has to continue being.
Velikani inclined her head, looking on Jack with respect.
Well said. I only wish that it did not have to come at so great a cost. Tragedies will happen,
said Jack, her voice unwavering.
All we can do is attempt to prevent the ones we can, and learn from the ones we can't.
A simple sentiment, perhaps, for all of us,
said King Phasix, motioning beyond the tent's walls.
But for Sanlar and the Ravenbloods to whom he must return with this grim news.
Pethencool nodded.
Then we do not abandon them. We can send a protective escort home with young Sanlar, along with ways the mourning Ravenbloods may send requests for aid.
A noble idea,
said Tilidwin, clucking softly.
Perhaps Sanlar would even serve as a worthy successor to the Ravenblood throne. Roithiak was young in her reign, and had yet to produce an heir.
The conversation swept on from there, with Tanner barely able to keep up with all the intricate political speak, and he gave an audible exhale of relief when Allie motioned for Shanedir to step outside with their group. Quickly complying as he extricated himself from the debate, Shanedir slipped out of the tent after Tanner and the others. A faint smile returned to his eyes as he looked expectantly about their faces.
Yes? Was there something I could help you with?
Another yowl of pain echoed from the bearkin camp, and Jack motioned past the king toward the sound.
We were actually hoping you could explain that.
Ah, yes, said Shanedir, wincing at the sound.
As distasteful as it is, when one is attempting to forge a bond between peoples of such different values, one is forced, it seems, to make certain concessions.
Eramis isn't a prisoner at this point, Allie said curtly. He's a plaything, and Letterog's going to kill him. Something inside of Tanner pulsed with a sick giddiness at the thought. Shanedir gave an uneasy shrug.
Unpleasant, perhaps, but Eramis's lack of compliance by more lenient methods of interrogation left Letterog rather displeased. Understandable,
Jack allowed.
But after what we learned from Velikani about the Wolfkin being behind the attack, I'm inclined to believe Eramis's story that he has some knowledge of the enemy's movements.
Shanedir nodded slowly.
And you fear that Letterog may kill Eramis before he is able to provide any useful information.
Or just that Eramis won't say anything soon enough, said Allie, glancing over her shoulder to the overcast glade beyond the campgrounds. If Gerulf starts to think that the game is up, he'll have no reason to slink around in the shadows anymore.
An all-out attack,
Shanedir said darkly.
I do believe that to be a possibility.
Tanner's heart gave a lurch, and he shared a worried look with his friends before prompting, You've seen something?
No,
said Shanedir.
But it was always a possibility for which I sought to prepare.
Oh, said Gefnar, his eyes darting around the very open, very exposed site on which Shanedir had opted to host the summit. That's good, I guess. Not appearing to catch the sarcasm, Shanedir clasped his hands behind his back, meeting his guests' gazes in turn.
Letterog would not listen to me or the others when we cautioned him on the shortcomings of torture, but he may be willing to grant you some time with the prisoner, as Eramis may speak more readily with others of his own kind.
The king's eye gave a faint twitch as he looked over to Tanner.
Though perhaps some of you should remain outside.
Tanner nodded mutely, squirming under the intensity of Shanedir's gaze, as the king added,
And allow me to apologize for your ordeal this morning at that monster's hands, my boy. Not only did I fail to see it coming, but I was unable to locate you in your time of need.
It's fine, really, Tanner said crisply, attempting a shrug as he motioned toward the bearkin camp, turning to his friends. Well, should we get over there before Letterog peels Eramis like a banana? Jack, Allie, and Gefnar exchanged an uneasy look before Allie nodded. Sure. I do prefer talking to unpeeled people.
What about you?
Said Jack, her gaze shifting to Shanedir.
Me?
Said the eagleblood, giving a dry chuckle.
It appears it is my unfortunate duty to redirect my fellow leaders into discussing the more demanding present, rather than the hopeful future.
Bit ironic for a seer, isn't it? Allie said with a grunt.
I suppose it is,
said Shanedir.
But then we do not always get to choose the part we must play in life.
The sentiment seemed to leave Tanner squirming uncomfortably in his own skin, as Shanedir gave a respectful bow, returning to the tent's interior.
Encouraging as it is to hear you all planning a united future,
Tanner heard him say as he disappeared inside.
I'm afraid we are faced with a problem far more pressing. Should Gerulf mount an assault of our positions, what defenses do we intend to have in place?
The question sparked off an entirely new round of people talking over each other, and Tanner sighed as he turned and began the trek toward the Bearkin camp. Great. Hope I don't have to be writing back to Curtis about yet another battle I survived. His step faltered as he considered the alternative, and he gave a sharp gulp. Or, maybe there are far worse fates than giving bad news. He glanced affectionately back to his friends, feeling queasiness rise in his gut. Like if one of them had to write Curtis for me. Chapter 14 Deals of Necessity. The Bearkin stood her ground, her tall, lean frame pointedly interposed between Allie and the opening to the tent.
As I said,
the Bearkin growled behind a toothy smile,
Letterug is not able to entertain visitors at the moment.
Because he's busy with one already, Allie said sharply, forcing a smile as another howl of pain echoed from the tent behind the Bearkin. So we've heard. Even as Allie stared down the Bearkin, she felt Jack shoot a pointed look in her direction, the other woman stepping in with a far more perfected facade of diplomacy.
We understand that King Letterug is very intent on his current objective, General, and the necessity for extracting important information from Eramis in a timely manner. But we've actually come to offer our assistance.
The Bearkin, who had brusquely introduced herself as General Regand upon Allie and Jack's arrival, shifted her gaze to Jack, seeming to mull over the words.
And what aid do you feel you can offer someone so adept at instructing others in the way of pain as my king?
A new tactic, said Allie, feeling her hand twitch for the dagger in her cloak as Regand's sharp eyes swung back to her. Given what we know about Eramis, he's not about to crack any time soon, no matter what Letterug has in store for him. He'll drag things out until he sees an opportunity to escape, in which case he'll either slip away, leaving us with nothing, or he'll get himself killed in the process. Again, to be clear, leaving us with nothing. Had to push it too far, didn't you? Allie thought to herself, noting the sneer on Regand's face at the snideness of the last remark.
Look, we're both humans,
Jack cut in, gesturing between herself and Allie.
With someone as clearly mistrusting of other races as Eramis, our best chance of getting him to open up is to present him with something familiar, someone he feels he can talk to.
General Regand's eyes narrowed to slits.
Were you not the ones to subdue him and bring him back to camp? What makes you think he'll listen to either of you?
Because we'll listen to him, said Allie, fighting to keep her tone civil. He's demanding his freedom? We'll give him the chance to earn it.
You would set him free?
Regand snarled.
Hardly,
said Jack, a coy smile creeping over her face.
But he doesn't need to know that.
Allie squirmed at the sight of the slow, toothy grin that came to Regand's features, the Bearkin giving a slow nod. Despite Allie's apprehensions, she had to admit that it seemed like Jack had been right to suggest playing to the General's conniving nature.
Deception,
said Regand with an appreciative chuckle.
Perhaps on ears more willing to believe it, now that they've been loosened with pain.
Exactly,
said Jack, resting a hand on Ember's furry neck beside her.
And, if it fails, we can always go back to more visceral methods.
So we can,
said Regand, nodding once more as she looked between the human women before her with seemingly newfound respect.
A moment, then. I will extend your offer to my king's ear.
With that, she spun about, disappearing inside the fur-lined tent behind her, as the guards who'd flanked her lowered their axes, assuming a disinterested stance.
Well, we've got the General on board anyway,
Allie whispered, knowing that her barely uttered words would still reach Jack through the link. Great. she heard back before Jack could respond, prompting her to glance toward the no man's land beyond the edge of the Bearkin camp, where Tanner and Gefnar had remained. Well out of range for Tanner even to catch Irimiz's scent. How's Jotagan taking it? Turning to the stump situated a few feet away, Allie took in the scowling, foxkin face of Tanner's cousin seated there, noting the reluctance in the man's scowling eyes. Rather than respond to Tanner's question, Allie stepped toward Jotagan, glad to see that he at least still had his weapon sheathed.
I know it's not as satisfying as Letterog's methods,
she said with an apologetic smirk, motioning back to the tent.
But we've got to use the resources on hand to get some idea of our enemy's position and forces. And right now, Irimiz is our best resource.
I understand,
Jotagan said slowly, his posture growing rigid as he spoke the words.
But I cannot lose him again. Irimiz must die.
Allie nodded.
We know what he took from you, Jotagan. From Tanner. Pretty sure I'd feel the same if I were either of you.
For the moment,
said Jack, joining Allie before the foxkin.
We need him. After that...
She frowned, seeming to shift uneasily beneath the weight of her next words.
Well, I don't know the ways of your people, or what they would have wanted, but we won't stop you from taking whatever revenge you see fit.
A ripple of anxiety swept through the link, telling Allie that their side of the conversation at least had reached Tanner's mind, and that their friend was decidedly conflicted at the prospect of Irimiz's execution. Allie's thoughts went back to the death of Tagathis, killed at the hands of Bozina, the half-orc woman whose love he'd stabbed, and whom he'd magically persuaded to think that she was the one to deal the blow. As far as Allie was concerned, evil beings like Tagathis or Irimiz deserved ultimate justice for their crimes. But, even then, Tanner had protested the act.
And just how awful does someone have to be before you admit they have to die?
Allie thought with a sigh, sensing even Gefnar's cold acceptance of their plan. Sure, maybe enjoying the act of revenge was problematic, but Allie would never believe that revenge itself wasn't necessary. Some wrongs simply couldn't go unpunished. She stifled a shiver, recalling the pain and loss she'd inadvertently caused so many others when her powers had first manifested. Not just Shala and the ruffians who'd assaulted them both, but the unwitting innocents who'd been unfortunate enough to live in the buildings nearby, or even be passing through on an adjacent street.
When the time comes to pay for my crimes,
Allie wondered,
will I be so ready to promote the cause of justice?
Distracted from wishing to believe that she would, Allie turned to see that General Regand had re-emerged from within Letterog's tent, the Bearkin King himself in tow.
And what is this I hear about Shanedir's guests offering their aid in my interrogations?
Said Letterog, motioning the guards to either side of him into the tent behind. As he spoke, he ran a red-stained rag over his furry knuckles, doing a poor job of wiping away the quickly congealing blood.
Just looking to be helpful,
said Allie, willing her mouth into something like a smile.
The fact is, Irimiz has a bit of a problem with half-breeds. But he might be more willing to negotiate some more reasonable terms with someone of his own race.
Letterog gave a throaty chuckle, tossing the rag in his hands aside.
Then he is more the fool, isn't he? Hasn't he heard?
At this, the Bearkin King spread his arms wide, as though to encompass the entire glade.
We're elves, the lot of us.
In a manner of speaking, yes,
Jack allowed.
But that's hardly a helpful point. The elves haven't managed to maintain goodwill with the other nations for quite some time.
Allie grunted.
Being wiped out will do that, I guess.
Scowling at the point, Letterog peered down at the humans, peripherally noting the large, currently docile form of Ember.
Easy,
thought Allie, forcing her hands to remain unthreateningly at her sides. We're not here to start a fight, big man.
Very well,
Letterog said at last, stepping away from the tent entrance and motioning for his general to stand down. Coolly, Rigand removed her hand from the blade at her hip, smirking toward Allie and Jack as she complied.
I'll allow you both a few minutes alone with the prisoner.
He grinned broadly.
High time I took a break for lunch, anyway.
Allie's spine prickled at the implication that anyone had consented to Letterog overseeing Aramis's fate at all. But Jack issued a smile and bow of thanks while motioning for Ember to remain outside, leading Allie inside the tent. As the two entered, both guards within quickly retreated at a growling order from Rigand. The floor of the tent was predictably carpeted in beast fur, extending to every corner of the main room that saw an ornate, antler-adorned chair poised atop a small platform at the far end. Tankards, crumbs, and craigbit bones adorned the tables that flanked the entryway, but the room was otherwise empty, save for the claw-like candlesticks that illuminated it all in warm, flickering light from within their covered metal housings. And, seated like a grotesque ruler in the oversized chair, his scarred limbs bound in place, was Aramis, his eyes nearly swollen shut as he studied Allie and Jack's approach. His tongue sliding gingerly along his cracked lips, Aramis groaned through his sneer toward his new interrogators, sizing them up and down with bloodshot eyes. Allie thought the man looked very much like someone who'd given up bathwater for a tub full of knives.
Was wondering when you would show up,
Aramis croaked, finishing with a blood-slick cough.
I assume you've come to agree to my terms.
Beside Allie, Jack folded her arms, her eyes growing as cold as Allie had ever seen them.
That we're just going to take you at your word and set you free, you mean? No.
You see, here's the thing,
said Allie, planting one foot forward at the base of the chair's platform and leaning in close so that her eyes were level with Aramis. At a playful flourish of her fingers, a small swarm of daggers, crackling with dark purplish energy, began to swim about her hand.
You're the one that's pressed for time here. We can all armor up and prepare for a fight, regardless of knowing anything about our enemy. But if the fighting starts, well, we suddenly stop having any reason to keep you around.
Aramis chuckled, bright red drool dripping from his battered jaw as he stared Allie down.
And you would have the fighting start without knowing their position, their numbers, who they even are?
Gurulf and his army?
Said Jack, smiling pleasantly at the flicker of unease in Aramis's gaze.
We've learned a bit, but we're not going to pretend that we wouldn't like to learn more.
Of course,
said Aramis, nodding slowly.
However, I have named my price.
Your freedom,
Allie groaned.
We know. Not happening.
We require a show of good faith,
said Jack, bracing an arm on the back of the chair as she loomed in over Aramis.
Some kind of proof that your information is sound. Otherwise...
She motioned pointedly to the light daggers swimming about Allie's fingertips. His eyes narrowing even further as he looked between the two women, Aramis visibly chewed on the offer.
You would kill a defenseless prisoner? A fellow human?
Allie put on her best maniacal grin.
Maybe don't try appealing to our sense of conscience. You hurt a friend of ours. You're lucky we're talking at all.
Aramis bared his teeth.
The fox.
Jack smiled.
The same. Now, do you perhaps feel like telling us where you spotted Gurulf's forces?
His head drooping to the point where Allie could see that some of his hair had been torn out by the roots, Aramis gave a guttural laugh.
I suppose I do. Though,
He looked up to meet Jack's stare.
I would not be so foolish as to part with what is keeping me alive, if only for the moment.
Nearing the end of her patience, Allie drew back, preparing to hurl her light daggers somewhere unpleasant, or at least near enough to be persuasive.
But,
Iramiz said quickly, squirming against his ropes as his eyes flashed to Allie.
I would be willing to escort you both there.
Allie and Jack exchanged a quick, debating look, with Allie giving a faint dip of the head.
About as good as we could have hoped for.
You'll be bound,
said Jack, her hand clamping down heavily on Iramiz's shoulder as a faint white pulse of healing magic shot through her grasp into the man's body. Even as Iramiz winced at the impact, Allie could see the swelling of Letterog's hits recede, and the cuts on Iramiz's burned skin fuse shut. Jack waited until Iramiz refocused on her before adding,
And you'll be watched. Closely.
The last word might have been a seductive whisper, had it not chilled Allie to the bone. Iramiz squared his shoulders, obviously awash with relief as the agony he must have been in subsided, if only a little.
I understand. No, if you wouldn't mind running along to secure my release.
Looking as though she wanted to jam her fist into the man's battered ribs, Jack slowly withdrew, striding out of the tent. Allie followed, performing a sharp flick of her wrist over her shoulder, and knowing her light daggers would fly true.
Next time,
she thought, letting the fantasy soothe her as Iramiz gave a sharp yelp at the near miss.
I'll be sure to aim a little higher.
Jack was already in negotiations with General Regand when Allie stepped out of the tent, a quick glance around revealing that Letterog had departed for the eagleblood camp, flanked by his bodyguards, and led by what looked to be a skittish elephantkin messenger.
Just because my king has been invited to grace his fellow leaders with his presence once more,
Regand was saying, her expression as incredulous as the nearby Jotakans was wary,
does not mean that our ranks have been rendered without leadership. Am I meant simply to bow to your wishes? To let you take this man away from our guard so that he might escape?
Not at all,
Jack assured, her diplomatic smile growing notably tired.
In fact, we were hoping that you would see fit to dispatch a few of your highly capable soldiers to accompany us. We know how slippery Iramiz can be.
A slow smile came to Regand's furry face, and Allie had the distinct impression that their group had just grown one battle-crazed general larger.
Yes,
said Regand, straightening.
Yes, this I can allow, but only if it is I who oversees the prisoner's security.
The faint twitch in Jack's pleasant facade told Allie that the other woman had anticipated this development as well. Telling someone as notorious for her love of war as Regand that there was an opportunity to study an enemy's potential weaknesses was not a way to ensure that your mission remained unsupervised.
We wouldn't have it any other way,
said Jack, motioning Ember to her side and leaning into the wolf's broad neck. Allie suspected that this was to keep herself from drawing her bow.
Splendid,
said Regand, slipping between both women back into the tent.
I'll prepare the prisoner for travel and inform my senior captain that he has command of the outpost.
Stifling a sigh, Allie looked to Jack, meeting the other woman's weary gaze. The day was far from over, and already they'd been through enough emotional turmoil and political dancing to make Allie regret waking up that morning, maybe even accepting Shanedir's invitation at all. Then she thought of the excitement in Tanner's eyes the night before, when he'd learned of his family's true fate, and the elven secret in his blood. Allie hadn't seen him that engaged since before Atchissar had remained behind at Varbius Keep.
Fine,
Allie thought, trying desperately to be infuriated that the happiness of her friends meant so much to her.
I guess it hasn't been all bad. And maybe now that we're here we can keep this madness from going any further.
She was jarred from her thoughts by the sight of Jotagan rising slowly to his feet, his foxkin eyes slipping from Allie to Jack Then back again.
I'll be joining you too. I will not allow Iramis to escape me again. If I even suspect that he is about to attempt something, I will end him.
Good, said Allie, nodding toward the man. Saves us the trouble.
We have no love for Iramis,
Jack said softly.
We're only looking for any edge against Gurulf before it's too late. But if Iramis is foolish enough to double-cross us, you might just have to wait your turn for our shot.
Jotagan shrugged.
I care not who deals the blow, only that he dies.
With that, he fell silent, eyes fixed on the opening of Letterarg's tent as Regand emerged, driving a bound, bloodied Iramis. Hey! Gefnar's voice sounded through the link in Allie's mind, sounding as sheepish as ever. The gnome's tiny form waved awkwardly in the distance as Allie looked in his and Tanner's direction. So, it's been quiet for a bit. Do we have anything?
Yeah,
Allie said slowly, shooting a concerned look over to Jack.
How do you both feel about going for a bit of a walk?
The ensuing pause told Allie that Tanner had understood the implication of the question before the foxkin chimed in with a sigh. Let me guess. You're bringing a friend who disagrees with me.
If you wouldn't mind keeping your distance,
said Jack, her hushed tone apologetic as Regand issued a few guttural orders to an apparent underling. Sure, said Tanner, his voice strained for levity as he added, Wouldn't be the first time a woman asked me for that. Jack couldn't help but second-guess herself as she looked southward over her shoulder to see the many half-breed encampments that made up Shanedir's summit fall away in the gloom. She and the others had been walking north for what had to be close to 2 hours now, all at the direction of a vengeful madman, growing further and further away from where the half-breed nations were gathered. And the faintly accusatory look Tanner was giving her from a few hundred paces back wasn't helping to ease Jack's anxiety about the situation. For his part, Jotagan kept his eyes fixed on the individual beside Jack, his sword already in hand as he awaited the first sign of trouble. Jack wasn't entirely sure they hadn't missed it.
How much further?
She snapped, eyes returning forward as she glared into the profile of the man keeping pace beside her.
Patience,
Iramis said with a sidelong sneer, hobbling slightly as he was spurred on by the occasional growl from Ember on his other side. With bound hands, Iramis motioned up ahead, where the remains of a broken tower were now closing to within a stone's throw.
This is the place. In my study of the surrounding land as I debated the best way to abscond with your mongrel friend, I encountered Gurulf's forces doing the same within some of the ruins. Someone of your skills should not have an issue picking up their trail from here.
Jack glanced first to Allie, seeing that the other woman was as guarded as she was, the dagger in her grasp swaying gently left and right. Then to Gefnar, noting the increasingly frantic looks the gnome directed toward both the broken tower and the nearby guardhouse. A few paces ahead, General Regand seemed to ignore the exchange taking place behind, her bearkin nose to the air as she drank in the wafting scents of the glade and its secrets. She'd been unsettlingly quiet since the group of them had set out from the campgrounds, and Jack was beginning to wonder if Regand cared at all for ensuring that Iramis remained a prisoner, or if she'd just come along in the hopes of sparking a fight.
We really do meet the best people,
Jack thought with a sigh.
You're right,
she responded to Iramis aloud, letting ice creep into her tone.
Ember and I should be able to determine if your story holds up quickly.
Iramis grunted, smirking over to her.
And when it does? Then your job is over,
Jack said crisply, eyes darting about the broken tower as they drew near. Something about the place felt cold, like magic had been twisted there.
Regand returns you to Letterarg's care, and the rest of us proceed to scout out Gurulf's position.
Ah, said Iramis, slowing his pace as he glared toward Jack.
You'd no intention, then, of upholding your end of the bargain. My demand that I be released upon directing you to the enemy position.
Jack spun on him, motioning Ember to hang back with them as the others came to a halt a few paces forward.
That was never part of the arrangement. If you do as you're told and give up on escaping, we might be inclined to speak on your behalf. But we're not about to let someone like you slip away to continue your genocidal vendetta.
Irimiz bowed his head, his burn-scarred lip curling back in a snarl.
I'm to be broken then, tortured and stripped of my humanity.
Despite the discomfort Jack felt at the thought, even for someone so vile, she gave a firm shrug.
That's not for us to decide.
The man's eyes flickered past Jack before he gave a low chuckle.
Well then, I suppose I don't feel too badly about this.
Before he finished speaking, Ember's nose was up, his hackles raised as he turned his attention from Irimiz toward the ruins, and Jack felt a heavy thud echo up through the ground at her feet. The thudding didn't stop as she swiveled to take in the ruins, and she realized with a flash of horror that the thudding belonged to a pair of massive, thick-skinned feet, as a large, brutish elephantkin sprinted out from behind the tower, bellowing a fearsome battle cry through its trunk as it barreled down on Jack and the others. And, spilling from in and around both the guardhouse and tower, was a band of growling wolfkin, their teeth bared and their weapons scything about as they closed in on their prey.
Golden,
Jack thought, barely able to keep her panic at bay as she whipped her bow around into her grasp.
We've walked right into an ambush.
Chapter 15 Priorities of Emotion. Tanner felt his jaw go slack, and his heart seemingly twist in on itself, as, up ahead, a small band of wolfkin and a lumbering giant elephantkin closed in on his friends. Even as Allie, Jack, and Gefnar spun to face the incoming assault, Ember dropped low to the ground, snarling as he prepared to lunge into battle. And, despite the distance between them, Tanner was able to make out the crazed smile that came over Rigand, the Bearkin general's face, as she brought her sword around to defend. Her movements grew more natural and energetic as she fell into what Tanner took to be the comforting rush of combat. He had no time to be unsettled at the sight, however, as, in the same instant that the wolfkin rushed in, seemingly out of nowhere, Jotugan, from Tanner's side, gave something between a gasp and a growl.
Irimiz!
Feeling Okizi's flash of anger inside of him, Tanner followed his cousin's unflinching gaze to see that, while Jack, Ember, and Allie were distracted, and Gefnar charged headlong into a wall of wolfkin, his blade shimmering with the light of Nomenkal, Irimiz had ducked away, working his hands about in his bonds as he attempted to conjure a spell. "No!" Tanner blurted, taking off after Jotugan as the other foxkin attempted to close the distance to their quarry. The one word on both of their parts was the most they'd spoken since departing the summit grounds. Despite all the questions bubbling inside of Tanner's mind, he hadn't seemed to be able to give any of them voice. Now, as Jotugan broke away, and Tanner saw Irimiz throw a sneering smirk back in their direction as, completing the spell, he vanished from sight, Tanner found that he was terrified that he'd never get to ask any of those questions at all. If they lost Irimiz, Jotugan would instantly be on the hunt once more, tracking the coward down across the continents. Tanner might never see his cousin again. Unless I go with him. Tanner flinched at the thought, his feet churning up the ground beneath him as he fought to match Jotugan's pace. Okizi had said nothing. The thought had been completely Tanner's own. And why not? He absurdly mused in the moment, even while conjuring bright flames into his grasp. It's my hunt too, isn't it? As his eyes darted about for a target, now that he was drawing within range of his friends, he saw the desperation on their faces as the fighting began in earnest. Each of his companions forced to defend against multiple wolfkin as the elephant beast loomed closer. Damn it, Tanner thought with a sigh, preparing to loose the fire he held into the thick of the wolfkin. Irimiz and Tanner's newfound duty to his family would have to wait. Sorry, Jotugan. Tanner groaned inwardly as he saw his cousin drive single-mindedly toward the point where Eramis had turned invisible.
You're not the only family I have to worry about.
Allie felt her arm muscles spasm as she caught a descending wolfkin blade on her upraised dagger, clenching her teeth as she thrust her free hand into another foe's midsection, the blow accompanied by a blast of crackling power. The wolfkin staggered but didn't fall, snarling as it closed in to flank Allie with its comrade.
Guess I'll just have to try harder then,
Allie thought with a growl, falling back from both enemies and bringing up both palms. Her fingers splayed outward as she channeled more of the dark energy up from her core. 2 more blasts poured from her hands, catching both wolfkin up off their feet to land, charred and unmoving, on the ground. Abruptly, Allie realized that her throat had grown raw and irritated, and she realized a second after the fact that she'd unleashed a primal scream of defiance behind the attack.
Well, whatever helps,
she thought darkly, whirling to face the thick of the fighting, and finding that 3 more wolfkin were closing in on Jack. What held Allie's attention, though, leaving her eyes wide with horror, was the sight of the enormous elephantkin abandoning its wild strikes toward the tiny gnome at its feet, as Gefnar drove his blade into the thing's thick-skinned knee. With a howl of rage, the monster stooped low, planting its forearms on the turf as it lined up one gleaming curled tusk before Gefnar's body. Amid a yelp of alarm, Gefnar tried to dive away, but the elephant beast lunged forward, its tusk catching Gefnar in the side and lifting the gnome off his feet. Gefnar's body went limp as, with his momentum, he was ripped free of the tusk, hurled through the air, and landing in an ungraceful sprawl on the nearby grass, blood already beginning to pool around his body.
Gefnar!
Allie shouted, the pain in her throat driving her rage all the more as she prepared to dredge up the purest epicenter of her power, driving it into the elephant beast's back. Before she could, however, a blinding blast of fire slammed into the beast's enormous head, leaving it to reel and sway on its feet, as both it and Allie turned to see that Tanner had closed in, already drawing up another blast of fire amid the tears of fury Allie could see stinging his eyes. Simultaneously, Ember rushed forward to clamp his jaws around the beast's ankle, and Allie was left without a risk-free shot toward the thing.
Which means,
she thought with a snarl, turning to refocus the energy roiling in her grasp on the 3 wolfkin now almost on top of Jack,
that you 3 are about to have a very bad day.
Jack was forced to avert her gaze as a deafening, blinding blast of energy barreled in from her right, catching up the unfortunate wolfkin who'd been closing in, forcing Jack to abandon her volley of arrow fire in favor of drawing her elven sword for defense as she slipped her bow over her shoulder. When Jack had blinked rapidly a few times, looking up to ready her guard against the attackers, she saw that only one remained, her fur matted and burned as she glanced down to her fallen comrades, who'd taken the brunt of the blast.
Well, sorry,
thought Jack, diving forward to drive her blade into the wolfkin's ribcage.
But I am a huntress. Capitalize on destruction, or die.
As she withdrew her blade, however, the remaining wolfkin dropping to join the others, Jack heard a cry that pierced her heart clean through. Spinning, Jack saw that, not too far behind her, Ember had squared off with the elephant beast, whose shaggy mantle was now wreathed in the flame that continually battered against the thing's thick hide. And the beast had just brought its sword down to carve into the wolf's side.
Ember!
Jack yelped, darting forward to aid her faithful companion. The wolf had been able to dodge aside at the last second, to keep from being bisected, but now curled away from the wound, limping even as he continued to snarl up at his foe.
Step back!
Jack shouted pointlessly at the beast, driving her sword, Hellfade, into the thing's hamstring. At least, she sincerely hoped that, whatever this thing was, it had hamstrings. Whether or not Jack had guessed the anatomy correctly, the beast loosed a bellowing howl, turning to swat down at Jack as she dived to come up on her feet beside Ember. Jack had no time to relish the blow, or even to send a taunt up towards the beast as, animalistic rage flashing in its eyes, the beast dropped its head once more, its tusks, one now slick with Gefnar's blood, braced to skewer both Jack and Ember into the crumbling wall of the guardhouse behind them. In an instant, Jack had assessed that she couldn't get Ember clear of the attack in time. Half a heartbeat later, she'd assessed the rest of the battle. Allie looked to be in a weakened state and was on the defensive once again, battling two more of the wolfkin, while General Regand, who'd rushed into the thickest of the enemies, was wounded and surrounded. Though that only seemed to spur her on all the more, her eyes wild as she cut and slashed at the wolfkin about her, eager to add to the pile of bodies at her feet. Nearby, Gefnar lay still in the grass, a grim reminder of the fate soon to befall Jack and her loyal friend. Jotagun, for his part, seemed only interested in scrambling about to pick up Iramiz's trail, and Tanner, fire trailing from his eyes, yelled incoherently as he flung yet another frantic blast of flame into the beast's back, waving one arm about wildly in hopes of distracting it. But the beast held its focus, lunging forward toward Jack and the wounded Ember. No, Jack thought, stubbornness rising in her throat as she latched onto her furry companion, shutting her eyes as the beast's massive head impacted against them both. She had one last desperate ploy. The wind seemed to be wrenched from Jack's lungs as both she and Ember were slammed back into the guardhouse wall, Jack's head ringing with the contact as, dazed, she reached out to Ember for support. Relief washed through her chest as her hand touched fur. As her vision cleared, Jack saw that the beast was drawing back with only a trace of fresh blood along its left tusk. Jack's eyes darted to Ember, seeing that the tusk had only grazed the wolf's side. Whatever elation she felt at seeing Ember still on his feet was swept away as she saw the beast, trumpeting in fury at how reluctant its target seemed to be in dying, draw back its large, crooked blade for another blow. Jack set her jaw, gripping the bow in her hand as she prepared to dodge the beast's blade, or even block it if she had to. That thing was not going to touch Ember again. Then, in the heart-pounding chaos of the moment, she found her eyes drawn to Ember's, and she was nearly brought to tears at the trust and affection in the wolf's gaze. But, beyond that, she saw Ember's own conviction. He wouldn't allow the thing to hurt her anymore either. Just as Jack allowed herself to entertain the horrific thought that Ember might throw himself on the beast's blade, a completely ridiculous image entered her mind. Battered back into the rubble that remained the guardhouse, they had no hope of escaping either left or right, and yet Ember was pleading with her to leap onto his back. Jack didn't hesitate, vaulting off a larger chunk of rubble to drape over Ember and clutching a hold with both hands and knees as she let her sword clatter to the overgrown stonework. Whirling about, Ember crouched low, as though to leap over the guardhouse entirely. Jack's eyes widened. Clearing down to logs in the forest was one thing. Could Ember really carry them both nearly 10 feet into the air? Despite her misgivings, she held on as Ember braced to pounce, letting herself believe that her dearest friend might just be able to achieve the impossible. Her hope was snuffed out, however, as, behind her, the beast's blade fell, raking across Ember's flank and causing the wolf to stagger beneath Jack's weight. A gasp escaped Jack's lips as a pained whisper rose in Ember's throat. But not out of fear. To either side of the wolf, unfurling to match the span of a mighty griffin, 2 enormous furry wings sprouted from behind Ember's shoulder blades, fanning out to the sky. Then thrusting downward as Ember uncoiled, hurling both himself and Jack over the battered roof of the guardhouse and beyond, his wings drumming rhythmically against the air. Shock and disbelief overcame Jack as Ember banked about beneath her, granting her a clear view of the dying battle below. But somehow, Jack was able to detach from the impossibility of her situation, seeing that the elephant beast now bellowed angrily up into the sky, finally beginning to stagger beneath Tanner's torrent of flame. Glancing to where Gefnar's small form still lay, unmoving nearby, Jack unslung her bow with enraged clarity, notched an arrow, and fired. The arrow flew with cold precision, searing through one of the beast's eyes, and soon followed by another to pierce its twin. With a gurgling croak, the beast swayed, tumbling forward into the guardhouse to reduce the site where Jack had stood to rubble. The rest of the battle was over just as quickly, with the remaining wolfkin distracted by the death of their pet. Allie and General Regand soon dispatched them. Allie spared only the briefest look up toward Jack before darting in to check on Gefnar, while Tanner had stopped a few dozen paces away, his eyes seemingly darting about for Irimiz, as Jotugan scurried this way and that, sounding to have unleashed a stream of curses as he failed to mark the prisoner's trail. Turning forward to see Ember peering back at her, Jack patted the wolf lightly on the neck.
I suppose we should land, Em.
She was unsure what else to say.
They'll be needing our help.
So the wolf can fly now, I guess, thought Tanner distractedly, slipping easily from his elven form to that of a foxkin, nose to the sky for any trace of Irimiz.
Grant me control,
Okizi seemed to shout within him.
We can't let him escape.
Tanner's eyes darted to where a bloodied Gefnar lay in the grass, pain filling his heart. He had no idea how powerful his sister would be if he granted her request, if he could even ever claw his way back.
I'm sorry,
he hissed aloud as he began jogging for his friends once more.
I can't just leave if I can do something to help.
A fierce, almost staggering stab of betrayal sank into Tanner's chest as Okizi lashed against his ribcage from the inside.
You said we were family,
it seemed to shriek.
That we would stand together. You promised. I'm sorry,
Tanner repeated, guilt piercing him to his soul.
But my friends...
Something sharp and cold bit into Tanner's neck, leaving his throat to spasm and burn as a potent toxin began to course in his blood.
Consider this a parting gift, mongrel.
A familiar voice growled in his ear before a dazed Tanner heard a light patter of footsteps recede eastward. Arms flailing wildly for purchase on the invisible Irimiz, Tanner felt his knees buckle as he fell to catch himself on his hands, lungs heaving with the poison as his whole body began to spasm. White-hot anger burned in Tanner's chest as he tried and failed to scream against the pain. He'd spared Irimiz's life, pleaded with Jotugan to set aside his need for revenge. He'd even felt some measure of sympathy for the man as Letterog had dragged him away to be tortured.
And this,
Tanner thought with indignant anger,
is what I get for trying to show him mercy?
Even amid his own agony, however, Tanner looked up to see that Allie had reached Gefnar's side, the gnome beginning to twitch as the healing magic in Allie's grasp took hold. Content that his friend would live, Tanner gripped the turf beneath him until his fingernails tore into the dirt.
Okizi,
he thought, closing his eyes.
I'm sorry.
He gulped, letting a level of hatred he'd never imagined possible boil his thoughts down to pure instinct.
I was wrong. We'll bring him down. Together.
With those words, he sank back into his own mind, reaching out to the presence of his sister without hesitation or recourse. Obviously wary at first, at the unprecedented amount of control being offered her, Okizi waited a moment, then seized onto Tanner's psyche with an iron grip. Tanner could feel the two of them fusing together into one conscious being, and he finally understood. It hadn't been Okizi's fear that had kept them from embracing their third form, but his own. And now, with no conscience or inhibitions to hold him back, Tanner let the two of them speak together in the purest way, to experience each other's innermost thoughts and identify beyond empathy. Only then did Okizi become more than a concept in Tanner's mind. For the first time he could remember, she was truly his sister. In a moment as pure as Tanner could imagine, there was also rage. His own and Okizi's. And, seemingly without conscious thought on either of their parts, fires swelled up from their very core, burning away Irimiz's poison and washing out and over their hunched form. Tanner felt their limbs morph and twist, an experience that should have been excruciating drowned in the flame that now coated their fur, swaying in the breeze. With a primal yowl, they thrust their head to the sky, spinning to follow Irimiz's scent that lingered on the air. Fully steeped in their fox form, Tanner and Okizi darted across the Katasan glade, eyes blazing for their quarry, their paws sizzling on every impact with the dew-slick ground.
Irimiz!
They bellowed, the word emerging as a twisted, dark facsimile of Tanner's own voice.
Justice has come for you!
Come on,
Allie muttered, easing aside as she crouched over Gefnar's form to allow Jack to utilize their healing wand on the gnome, having already used it on Ember's wounds.
Wake up.
As Allie said the words, Jack touched the wand's glowing end to Gefnar's wound, causing Allie to breathe easily as the tissue began to knit back together.
Thank you, you're not.
Jack gasped in relief, smiling to Allie as Gefnar's eyes fluttered open.
What?
Said the gnome, giving a sharp cough.
What happened?
Before Allie could answer, a chilling voice rang out from behind, causing her to spin around on one knee, dagger in hand.
Irimiz!
The form of a fox, wreathed in fire, screeched a few dozen paces away as it tore off eastward.
Justice has come for you!
Tanner?
Allie breathed in disbelief, marking the intricate golden swirls that decorated the oversized fox's fur, easily matching them to the robe her friend wore.
Otuli!
Jotagan shouted from nearby, sprinting after Tanner's fleeing form.
Wait!
He's going after Irimiz,
Gefnar groaned, hauling himself to his feet as he winced away from his still mending wound.
We've gotta help him.
Allie nodded, helping the gnome upright and snatching up his fallen sword. Jack, can Ember? The question trailed off as she took in the other woman. Jack's eyes were wide with recognition, anger rippling over her features as she stooped over the elephantkin beast's body to retrieve her sword from beneath its shoulder. Her eyes were fixed on the thing's belt, where its tattered breeches were held up with threadbare loops. Tucked in the belt was a staff Allie placed quickly, a simple wooden rod etched with vines they'd last seen in Tiraki's grasp. And the staff was broken.
They got her,
Jack said coldly, turning to meet Allie's gaze. Allie glanced between Tanner and Jotagan as both diminished to the east, then looked to Ember as the wolf clearly picked up the trail their attackers had walked to the broken tower from westward in the ruins. Gritting her teeth at the impossibility of the choice before them, Allie let out a groan.
Tanner's got Jotagan, Tiraki's got no one. You and Ember have to track her down, and there's no catching up to Foxboy on foot for Gef and I now.
Handing Gefnar down his sword, she gestured to the expectant Ember.
Hope he's fine carrying all three of us. Let's move.
Smiling her gratitude, though the expression was marked with guilt as her eyes shot eastward, Jack slung up over Ember's back, leaving Allie to be distracted for a heartbeat as she realized the wings that had manifested from behind the wolf's shoulders hadn't just folded down, they'd vanished. At her questioning glance to Jack, the other woman shrugged.
Don't ask me. They retracted as soon as we landed.
Well, do you think he could do it again? Said Allie, slipping up after and heaving Gefnar up behind.
Do what again?
Gefnar's muffled voice sounded from behind Allie.
He flew,
Jack said sheepishly, spurring Ember into motion with a nudge of her knees.
Oh,
said Gefnar, his small hands clutching the back of Allie's cloak as the four of them tore off after the trail that traced their attacker's path in the depths of the elven ruins.
Am I the only one with questions about that?
Chapter 16 Skyborn and Firebound. Dozens of questions peppered Jack's mind as, Atop Ember, she darted through the crumbled remains of Catison. Not the least of which being if she'd made the right call in rushing to Taraki's aid, rather than Tanner's. Last she'd seen, Irimis had been bound and weakened, true, but he'd proven himself to be a formidable and slippery opponent, even when seemingly on the defensive. Beyond that, her mind raced as to the fate that might have befallen her crockblood ally. Had the Wolfkin slain her outright? Would they find her body mangled from torture? Jack shuddered.
Partially eaten?
It wasn't lost on Jack as she, Allie, and Gefnar crouched low over Ember's back, diving through crumbling archways and weaving through vines and brambles, that she was doing everything in her power to distract herself from the foremost question in her mind. Her eyes fell to the shaggy head of the wolf beneath her, and she felt her heart give a small flutter of excitement and fear.
What are you, Em?
The excitement stemmed from the thought that her closest friend might be more than what he appeared. The fear at the prospect that she, by extension, might be as well.
Why can't I just be me?
She growled in her thoughts, her hair whipping about her face as Ember drove on along the trail.
Why can't that be enough?
She was spared from pursuing these questions any further as Ember gave a low grunt, glancing back to notify Jack that they were closing in on their target.
Then let's not keep them waiting,
Jack thought, clenching her teeth as she nudged Ember forward, beginning to hear a handful of gruff voices conversing softly. She didn't exactly feel like sneaking at the moment. Needing no further encouragement, Ember swept around a half-broken stone wall into what would have been an entryway, now covered in moss and grass, and sporting a low burning campfire at the center. And, around the campfire, their startled expressions granting Jack a flicker of satisfaction, were 5 more wolfkin, one of them wielding a staff that sported a claw-like cage for the memory stone atop it. Jack felt Allie and Gefnar slip from Ember's back, dropping lightly to the ground as she and Ember charged in, the wolf bounding through the shimmering heat above the campfire and tearing into an unprepared foe as Jack slashed downward with her blade. As Allie's daggers began to fly, and Gefnar scurried in to support Jack before she could be surrounded, Jack spotted the small, robed form tied up and propped against the old chamber's nearby wall. Tiraki's crockblood eyes wide as she struggled against her bonds, and the gag in her muzzle.
Hold on,
Jack thought, nudging Ember into motion once more. Her friend was in danger. She wasn't about to show restraint just because their enemies shared a passing resemblance with the wolf beneath her. Tanner and Okizi inhaled deeply of the scents around them as, heart-pounding, they bolted deeper into the forest.
He's not far now,
they thought, savoring the smell of charred soil as their paws scorched the earth beneath them.
We'll have him. There.
They juked left as the faintest rustle of leaves reached their ears. Ahead, a nearby branch still swayed with movement, around chest height for someone of Iramis's stature.
Iramis!
Tanner and Okizi screamed again, the fury in their voice rising to a low thunderclap.
Justice is here!
Fire rose in their throat, seeming to spill up out of their heart and burn its way up their esophagus. Distantly, the part that was Tanner wondered how much they resembled an ancient dragon as they planted their paws, roaring with anger as flames spewed from their mouth, impacting with seemingly nothing to swarm about the outline of a familiar figure. They couldn't hear Iramis's howl of pain as the fire tore into clothes and flesh, the worst of it peeling away to reveal a now visible Iramis staggering forward, glaring back with hatred at Tanner and Okizi as his flesh blistered and blackened.
Not enough,
the siblings thought as one, leaping the remaining distance to stand over their quarry, flames licking about their bared teeth. Iramis met their gaze, snarling back with loathing and defiance as the fire lapped about his body.
We tried to be merciful,
Tanner and Okizi roared into his face. their voice like a seething inferno. "But a monster like you only understands pain. For our mother, for our father, and all the loved ones you've ever stolen, you must burn." With that, they loosed a primal scream of rage, a torrent of flame pouring from their gullet for what felt like an eternity to engulf the man beneath them. At last, the fire drained from their body. Tanner and Okizi were left to stare at what was now the charred hunk of flesh beneath them. Irimiz hadn't begged, or even attempted to squirm away from the flame. He'd simply accepted his fate. Within the fox form, Tanner was struck by the realization that, in the instant before being consumed, Irimiz had almost looked relieved. The world swooned about him, and Tanner found that he was tumbling backward, reverting to his foxkin appearance as his robe unfurled from his frame, assuming its former shape, and Tanner distantly realized that his rations and morning star hung at his belt once more. He had no time to consider what sort of pocket dimension in which his gear must have spent the last few minutes before he felt Okizi lashing out from within. She was horrified, in denial as Tanner stared down at the smoldering body of Irimiz, the nauseating stench of broiled flesh clawing at his nostrils. To Tanner's dismay, he found he wasn't faring much better, his mind racing at the implications of what he'd just done. "He's not really dead," Tanner thought absurdly. "It would feel different. I'd feel more." Okizi seemed to mimic the sentiment, receding inside of Tanner like the frightened child that she was, as she struggled to comprehend the lack of fulfillment, the gnawing hole of sameness that still clung to Tanner's heart. And Tanner had to accept the truth before him. Irimiz was dead, by Tanner's doing. It just didn't matter.
"I wish I could have spared you from this, Otuli."
A voice sounded from nearby, and Tanner turned as though in a haze to regard the sorrowful Jotagan a few paces away. The other foxkin eased forward, stooping to rest a hand on Tanner's shoulder as he offered his cousin a handkerchief. It took Tanner a dazed moment to understand the gesture. He was crying. Tears and snot spilled from his eyes and muzzle to mat in his fur, arriving without sobs or fanfare of any kind. Numbly, Tanner accepted the handkerchief, wiping at his face as he leaned over his knees to stare at the corpse before him, still unable to reconcile the husk with the man who had taunted his dreams for so long, even when Tanner had forgotten his face.
"Revenge. It is not a mission,"
Jotagan continued with a sigh, dropping to a knee beside Tanner.
"It is a lifetime. Many who let it take hold in their heart do not understand the weight they will forever carry. I did so because I felt I had no other choice. What else did I have to live for?"
Tanner felt his cousin's eyes settle on him and reluctantly turned to meet them.
"You feel despair in this moment, Otuli, as I once did. And that is good. Let it scare you. Let it guide you to a better path than I was able to find. And perhaps then my life has served some purpose, other than to breed further death and hatred."
Still crying, Tanner hung his head. I don't think... He stopped, stiffening as he felt a jolt of adrenaline through his mental link with the others. Gefnar was in trouble. "Again?" Tanner hissed, leaping to his feet and sprinting back the way he'd come. Even amidst his worry, he was grateful for the distraction, and to leave Irimiz's smoldering remains behind.
"Otuli!"
Jotagan shouted, falling into step behind.
"What is it?"
"My friends!" Tanner shot back. "They're in trouble."
"Okizi,"
he soothed inward simultaneously, reaching out to his sister with the mental equivalent of a comforting hand.
"Please, I'm not fast enough without you."
He felt reluctance, confusion, and fear in response. But, beneath it all, a glimmer of trust. And, simply by willing it to happen, Tanner found himself coiling onto all fours once more, his body rippling with the change as, this time, he was coated in far more muted flame. In contrast to a few minutes earlier, his mind did not join with Okizi's. Instead, she remained at the back of his consciousness, granting Tanner a part of herself to allow her brother to maintain their full fox form.
Us together?
She seemed to ask, the emotion heartrending with its timidity.
Yes,
Tanner replied, a sad smile coming to his face as his tears faded.
No stopping us now.
He tried not to be petrified at how true that might be. Allie deflected her opponent's sword strike as, peripherally, she saw Ember shoulder his way past the wolfkin between them and Taraki, both mount and rider whipping about to tear into the enemy before he could strike. And, as someone who'd spent years lashing out while avoiding her real problems, there was a ferocity in Jack's eyes that Allie knew all too well.
Oof!
She heard Gefnar grunt from nearby in time with a blinding flash of magic, and she turned to see that the wolfkin magic wielder had stumbled back from the fray, unleashing a blast of power from his staff at the gnome. Much of the blast was caught on Gefnar's upraised shield, though he did stagger back a step. Preempting Allie's worry, however, the gnome's eyes hardened behind his visor as he resumed his charge, sweeping the legs from beneath the wolfkin that inserted itself between Gefnar and the mage, and slashing downward for the kill. Content that Gefnar could handle the distraction, Allie refocused on her own enemy, glancing another blow aside with her dagger and manifesting a crackling blade to life atop her fist as she drove it into the wolfkin's belly. Jack, meanwhile, had swerved Ember about with her knees, bearing down on the mage. With a yelp of pain and alarm, the mage found himself dragged to the ground in Ember's frothing jaws, dispatched quickly as Jack leaned low to slash her sword across his throat.
Guess we're not taking one alive, then,
thought Allie, glancing over to see that Gefnar stood over the last wolfkin, an archer whose arrows had been vexed at every turn by the gnome's shield as he'd advanced, and who then had, seemingly, found himself cornered. Seeming to read Allie's thoughts, Gefnar looked up to meet her gaze, then back down to the cowering wolfkin. With a loud grunt, Gefnar brought the flat of his shield down on the wolfkin's face, the wolfkin going limp as he was rendered unconscious. Allie nodded in appreciation, sheathing her dagger as she stepped up behind Jack, who'd slipped from Ember's back to cut the squirming Taraki free of her bonds.
Thank you,
the crock-blood said raspingly, massaging at her wrists and ankles once they were unfettered by rope. She bowed her head in gratitude to all in turn as she eased to her feet, her gaze settling on Jack.
Once again, you put your own life in peril to come to my aid, Huntress.
Jack smiled.
It seems only fair, since you were only captured while doing reconnaissance on my behalf.
As is my duty, Huntress,
said Taraki, a faint smile of her own emerging as she accepted her cracked staff from Jack.
And, as I have come to understand, my privilege. During my tutelage under Aglek, I would not have thought to find fulfillment in the service of a human, but you are not what I expected you to be.
Allie monitored Jack's face as she attempted to shrug aside the praise.
How is that? I am not intent on eradicating your people?
Taraki shook her head.
No. You genuinely care for those around you, even those who are clearly beneath your skills. The way Aglek spoke of the Huntress, a being whose bond with the green was so pure as to render their potential nearly limitless, I thought you would be cold, arrogant.
Allie's gaze shifted to the wolf behind Jack, easily recalling the image of Ember sprouting wings and taking Jack to the sky. Jack, however, seemed eager to put the thought out of her mind.
Yes, well,
she said with an uneasy laugh as she leaned against Ember's neck.
I suppose I was raised with the audacious belief that everyone should do what they can to help others, not scramble for their own personal gain.
A slow frown came to Allie's face as she studied Jack's taut expression.
She can't allow herself to be excited.
Allie realized. As Ember's powers had continued to manifest, Allie had been removed enough from the phenomenon to marvel at it with everyone else. But, she now grasped for Jack, it was a nagging reminder that Ember was clearly not normal. That she wasn't normal. With a pit of cold anger in her gut, Allie recalled the scorpion deity, Kravog, and his words to them each in the tunnels beneath Dragon's Nest. The thing had seemed surprised when it had sensed that, unlike Tanner and Allie, Jack had, at the time, been oblivious to the power within her. And it was easy for Allie to identify with the unnerving sensation of something within that defied understanding. She was still trying to craft a comforting response for Jack, something decidedly out of her skill set, when Gefnar cleared his throat.
Speaking of helping others, Tanner's gone silent over the link. Shouldn't we?
His words were cut short with a sharp yelp as, around the edge of the battered nook in which they stood, what looked to be a streak of blinding fire bolted in on them, stopping short a few paces away as its smoldering paws caused the grass beneath them to curl and blacken.
"Hey!"
said the blazing foxkin before them, still approximately Tanner-sized. Its voice was a low, growling echo that reverberated in the earth as it added,
"It felt like you were all in trouble."
Its fiery eyes drifted about the wolfkin bodies.
"But I guess you've taken care of it."
Allie's brow furrowed.
Is that you, Tanner? Or are we talking to Okizi?
"It's me,"
said the foxkin, in what had to be a response from Tanner.
"Hang on."
He closed his eyes, cocking his furry head as he focused, and the flames flickering over his body diminished to a soft shimmering glow, allowing the others to see his orange highlighted gray pelt beneath, then faded entirely. Opening his eyes again, he gave what Allie took to be a sheepish shrug. "Sorry, still, whoa." His eyes widened as he drew back, ears flattening. His voice had returned to normal. "Interesting. Yeah, still sorting out the different voices in my head, and getting a hold of this." He gestured back along his own body, his fur still highlighted in the glyphs that should have adorned his cloak.
It's like he's absorbed the magic,
Allie thought with fascination.
"And you're not stuck like this?"
said Gefnar, warily glancing to Allie and Jack. "No," said Tanner, self-consciously pawing at the shriveled grass beneath him. "But I'd like to stay like this for a bit, if that's all right."
I suppose,
Jack said slowly.
What about Iramis? Did you track him down?
Fire flashed in Tanner's eyes once more, and he seemed to bare his teeth involuntarily. Yes. A heavy silence settled on the group. No one needed further explanation.
Well,
Allie said after a moment, striding over to the wolfkin Gefnar had rendered unconscious as she reached into her pack for some rope.
I guess we should be heading back to camp then. Shanedir and the others need to know that Thimbaquesi was telling the truth about Gerulf and his forces.
And about the beast they had, said Gefnar, audibly wincing as he touched his recent wound.
There could be more of them.
Allie was about to respond that they had to assume there were, when another set of pounding footsteps rounded to enter their battered nook, a winded Jotugan bursting into sight.
"Are you quite through? Running off, Otuli?"
said the foxkin, staring in frustration down to Tanner, as he saw the threat was ended, and sheathed his blade. "Not exactly," said Tanner with an apologetic laugh.
Ember can carry 2 of us, as well as the prisoner,
said Jack as Allie returned to securing the wolfkin in question.
"Do not worry about me, Huntress,"
said Tiraki, preempting Jack as she turned to offer the Crockblood a place on her wolf.
"The rest of you must return quickly, and my powers are compromised with my staff broken. I will be of little use."
Allie looked up from her work to see Jack give a reluctant nod.
Right,
said the other woman, nodding over to Allie.
Then we'll ride with the prisoner between us.
She turned to Tanner.
Think you can keep up with Ember in that form?
One way to find out, said Tanner, obviously attempting a grin. He then shifted about awkwardly on his paws, turning to Gefnar. And, one of you is small enough for me to carry. Despite the torrent of emotions that had pelted Jack throughout the day, she found herself stifling a grin as she drew Ember up on the outskirts of the Owlblood camp. While Tanner, who had indeed been able to match the large wolf's pace the whole way back while in his fox form, pattered to a halt, allowing Gefnar to slip ungracefully from his back. "Wow," Tanner said with a forced laugh as he fought to regain his breath. "You're heavier than you look with all that armor, Gef." "Uh-huh," said the gnome, pointedly avoiding eye contact with Tanner, as he helped Allie heave the unconscious form of their prisoner from Ember's back. Tanner coughed uneasily, thankfully seeming to grasp that Gefnar didn't exactly want to talk about the experience of using his friend as a mount, and glanced back over his shoulder. You think they're all right?"
"I'll find out soon enough,"
said Jack, following Tanner's gaze as she nudged Ember into an about-face with her knees. There was no sign of either Taraki or Jotugan in the large expanse of grasslands to the north, but Tanner's cousin had assured them that he would be able to navigate them both back to camp safely. Not that this was a risk Jack was willing to take. "You're going back for them?" said Allie, letting the limp wolfkin drop to the grass at her feet. Jack nodded.
"For all we know, those ruins are swarming with wolfkin," she said, gesturing westward toward the bulk of the remains of Katasan. "Even someone as skilled as Jotugan claims to be can be surrounded."
"All right," said Gefnar, smiling uneasily up to Jack. "But that means you can too. Please don't try to take on a whole army by yourself, and get out of there if they start to close in." A warm smirk came to Jack's face as she noted the worry in Gefnar's eyes.
"I will. And if it comes to it, I suppose I can just fly off again."
It was clear to Jack from the quick glance between her companions that they'd seen through her front of confidence. In truth, Jack wasn't certain how it had happened the first time, if it had been entirely Ember's doing, or some subconscious effort of her own.
"Hopefully we don't have to find out,"
she thought, looking past Tanner to see that a pair of Owlblood guards had monitored their approach, and were now moving forward with weapons firmly in hand. "Tanner," Allie hissed, marking their welcoming party as well, and gesturing broadly toward Tanner's currently unfamiliar form to all but themselves. Cocking his head in confusion, Tanner turned to greet the Owlbloods, adopting his usual confident swagger when preparing to unleash his natural charisma, obviously missing Allie's meaning entirely. "Greetings," he said cheerily, sauntering toward the guardsmen, who now offered each other confused scowls. "We've returned, and with a gift for your king, Tilidwin." Jack sighed, leaning low over Ember's neck to whisper in Allie's ear.
"Try to make sure they don't kill him, all right?"
"Like we have any other job?" Allie muttered, stooping to haul their prisoner's body forward, along with Gefnar. Chuckling as she shook her head, Jack nudged Ember into motion, feeling the wind whip in her clothing and hair once more as the wolf bounded back northward. It was only a matter of minutes before, the summit grounds already fallen into the distance once more, her eyes darted left at a sudden frenzy of movement, causing her heart to seem to pulse in time with the soft thud of Ember's paws. Spilling out from within the ruins, each one armed and ready for battle, was an ever-growing horde of wolfkin, their dark fur seeming to draw the approaching dusk on more quickly as they began to form ranks, marching southward toward the summit grounds. And, dotted among the swelling ranks like lumbering hills, were dozens of beasts like the one Jack and her friends had faced at the broken tower, one of them coiling its massive trunk toward the cloudy sky to trumpet the army's approach with a deafening cry. Jack cursed under her breath, her eyes briefly darting about for any sign of Rigand. The Bearkin general had been well on her way back to the summit grounds when Jack and the others had passed before. Now, however, she looked either to have been picked off or to be in hiding. Looking forward once more, Jack peered out at the horizon for any sign of Taraki or Jotugan. If they'd made good time, They'd be almost on top of the wolfkin horde. She saw nothing. Pleading silently with Earnot for that to be a good sign, Jack snarled through clenched teeth, tugging at the thick fur of Ember's neck like reins to swivel him about. Gurulf and his wolfkin would be on top of the other half-breed nations in under a half hour, and it wouldn't do her any good to run off alone, possibly drawing attention to her allies behind enemy lines, who might yet have evaded notice. And Gefnar had been right. If she were to rush in, she'd only get herself killed. So, taking care to stay well out of arrow range, Jack reversed her course, urging Ember southward back toward her friends, 1,000 wolfkin eyes monitoring her movements all the way.
Well, Em?
She thought, somehow knowing that the wolf heard, and, at least on some level, comprehended the plea.
If you have any other surprises for me, now would be the time.
Chapter 17. To Make a Stand.
Gurulf, in his wisdom, will not stand for an alliance between the half-breed nations.
The wolfkin, bound to the central tent support at Tanner's feet, growled upward.
He will force you to disband, if necessary.
Tanner grunted, folding his arms over his chest as he stared the wolfkin down, now in his elven form, after that brief misunderstanding with Tilladwin's guards. What, he doesn't like being left out? I hear he was invited, just like everyone else. The prisoner snarled something unintelligible, and likely unfriendly, setting his jaw as he stared down to his bound feet. Sighing, Tanner looked to Allie and Gefnar, motioning with his chin for one of them to step in. Interrogating cantankerous prisoners wasn't exactly his specialty, and King Tilladwin and his people had been too busy to commit any assistance in the matter besides an empty weapons tent. Easily slipping into a glare, Allie dropped to a knee in front of the bound wolfkin, fiddling about with her dagger in one hand.
And where is Gurulf now?
Nearby,
the prisoner spat.
I couldn't tell you more, even if I wished to. We were scattered about the area, scheduled to give reports on our findings, and to seize anyone who might have spotted us.
Allie grunted. Tiraki? The Crockblood?
Yes,
said the prisoner, baring his teeth.
She was not so stealthy as she had intended while scouting our position.
Why not just kill her?
Gefnar chimed in, his confidence seemingly bolstered by having the wolfkin at eye level. The prisoner hesitated, then appeared to conclude that the game was up.
We were attempting to implicate the Crockbloods from the start. Having one fall into our grasp was an opportunity too good to ignore.
A gnawing chasm seemed to manifest in Tanner's gut as he stared down at the wolfkin. The prisoner would only give up such information so easily if he believed that the time for subtlety was past. Which means trouble, Tanner thought, sharing a look with Allie and Gefnar that told him they'd arrived at the same realization. Leaving the wolfkin where he sat, all three of them exited the dimly lit tent, emerging into the frenetic jumble of activity the summit grounds had become. To Tanner's frustration, he saw that no move had been made to join the efforts of the various half-breed encampments, with each hastily erecting its own defenses. Barricades and trenches had been hobbled together, or burrowed with magic, but though the delegations were clearly sharing resources and weaponry, they were still clearly divided.
Did you learn anything?
Said a voice from near the tent opening, and Tanner turned to see that Imal, Nelina's apekin first mate, had remained to await their report after happening upon their group as they dragged the prisoner into the tent. Nothing good, Tanner sighed. But at least now we know he's not going anywhere, thanks to those sailor knots of yours. You'll have to teach me those sometime. Imal gave a modest chuckle.
It will have to be another time, I'm afraid.
Allie frowned.
You're leaving?
Almost certainly.
Imal said with a heavy exhale.
Nelina is not fond of remaining in the thick of danger. At least, not when there isn't a profit to be made.
Tanner attempted a smirk. You could always jump ship. Stay and help defend Shanedir's dream. Imal's face morphed into a conflicted but nostalgic smile at the suggestion.
Perhaps. But my captain does need me. And, though I know you may not believe it, she has earned my loyalty.
Gefnar grunted.
Yeah? Well, she has a way to go before we can say the same.
Though he shared the sentiment, Tanner was still about to wish Imal good luck, when a loud cry of despair echoed through the summit grounds.
They're here!
Someone shrieked in the near distance, causing Tanner's stomach to lurch as he glanced about for the danger, his gaze quickly settling on the wall of fur, armor, and steel bearing down on them from the north.
Not an hour away,
Imal breathed, turning back to nod at Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar.
Fortune and safety to you all, my friends. And I hope fate will be kind enough to, one day, see me fighting at your side.
With that, he darted southward, breaking off toward the cluster of tents in the eagleblood camp, where all Shanedir's guests had been positioned.
What about us?
Said Tanner, feeling Okizi squirm about like a frayed nerve cluster, still clearly grappling with their final encounter with Irimiz. Worse, Tanner's own fears and insecurities about the deed seemed locked in a symbiotic dance with Okizi's, all amidst Tanner's growing fear at the ever-swelling wolfkin ranks drawing near, and his concern for Jotugan and Taraki's safety.
We go see Shanedir,
Allie said curtly, fists clenched at her sides as she marched southward after Imal.
And hope with everything we've got that he saw this coming.
Gulping, Tanner shot a final look over his shoulder, stifling a shiver as he took in the towering elephantkin beasts dotted through the wolfkin ranks. Their report to Tilidwin upon returning had been brief, but comprehensive, and their intel on the wolfkin and their brutes would have found its way to the other leaders by now. Still, Tanner couldn't help but feel as he saw the sea of warriors approaching that they may have undersold the danger.
Be safe, Jotugan,
he thought, trotting to catch up with Allie and Gefnar.
I don't think I can afford to lose any more family.
Allie nodded to the eagleblood guards to either side of the opening to Shanedir's tent, not slowing her pace as she pushed inside.
And Phasix has requested as much of our oil reserves as we can spare.
Desikin, Shanedir's aide, was informing her tired-looking king on his throne, as Allie, Tanner, and Gefnar entered. Both eaglebloods glancing in their direction and offering a faint bow of their heads in greeting.
See to it,
said Shanedir, dismissing Desikin with a sharp but not impatient cluck of his tongue, motioning Allie and the others forward.
I assume you're aware,
Allie began, gesturing with a thumb over her shoulder.
But you've got a wolfkin army outside your door.
Yes,
said Shanedir with a heavy nod.
It seems that Gurulf has decided that the time for subterfuge and misdirection is over.
But you have a plan, right? Said Tanner. You saw this as a potential future, and you made some sort of, I don't know, secret weapon?
Shanedir blinked.
Not exactly, my boy. When one is attempting to promote peace, it's best not to have any of those hiding in one's back pocket.
Suppose I wouldn't make much of a diplomat then,
thought Allie, taking quick mental stock of the weapons she had tucked away on her body. Aloud, she said,
What about moving to a more defensible position? We're completely exposed, out in the open.
I'm afraid,
Shanedir said with a sigh,
that such an endeavor would require more time and internal trust than we currently possess. However,
he trailed off, his eyes growing distant as his beak twitched in a faint smile.
"Oh, good,"
he said softly, rising from his chair.
"I had hoped that she would rise to the occasion."
Allie cocked an eyebrow, exchanging a confused look with Tanner and Gefnar, as Shanedir disappeared into his personal chamber for a moment, re-emerging with a large satchel slung over his shoulder.
"Time I passed this along, then,"
said the king, striding from the tent with something resembling his confidence of the day before.
"If you'll accompany me,"
he said, glancing back over his shoulder at Allie and the others.
"I think your friend is about to make a scene."
With Ember's large paws practically thrumming against the turf beneath her, Jack clung to the wolf, the elation of the run receding as she examined the overcast campgrounds before her.
"What are they doing?"
she thought in exasperation, watching as each surviving half-breed delegation seemed to be setting up a defensive perimeter around their own camp. The bearkins looked most formidable, with even a handful of small archery towers cobbled together from barrels and shields, while the elephantkin barricades seemed to consist largely of overturned carts. A handful of phoenix bloods were positioning tubs of lamp oil, obviously hoping to buy themselves some cover with fire, and the owl bloods appeared to have dismantled the climbing wall from the previous evening's games, hastily fashioning its remains into a palisade.
"And none of it will matter,"
Jack thought, a very ember-like growl rising in her chest.
"Gurulf and his people will be able to pick them off one by one. If they don't fight together, they're all going to die."
Looking down to catch Ember's sidelong eye as they neared the outskirts of the summit grounds, Jack understood her companion's unspoken words as clearly as if they'd been her own thoughts.
"Do it,"
Jack whispered, patting the wolf's neck.
"I'll hold on tight."
With a grunt, Ember turned forward, closing his eyes as he lowered his head. And, following a muted pounce that saw him landing in a deep crouch, Ember lunged for the sky, the wings that had borne him skyward earlier unfurling from nothingness once more, pounding mightily against the drizzling raindrops. Clamping her knees together until her thighs ached, Jack briefly allowed herself simply to feel the moment. The pelting of the cold autumn shower against her cheeks as she rushed up to meet it. The pounding of Ember's heartbeat as he clawed his way toward the clouds. The flurry of wind all around her as Ember's mighty wings churned the wet afternoon air. Then, as Ember reached the peak of his arc, Jack inhaled deeply, peering down at the summit grounds below. For a second, she hesitated. She was far higher than she'd anticipated, soaring at a height that would be the death of her if she fell. More than that, however, she could sense dozens of eyes already on her, watching her, needing her to provide some glimmer of hope against the oncoming darkness.
"Can I give them that?"
Jack wondered, the weight of every death she bore seeming to crush in on her. Those lost in the attack on Dragon's Nest, Osgur, Queen Roithiak and her people, all dead because she hadn't been quick enough to thwart the danger, wise enough to anticipate it.
"And how do you think the wisest among us became so?"
The voice of Jack's father rang in her memory. She could recall his warm smile down to the child she'd once been, as he'd added,
"By being the most incompetent of us all in their youth."
Then, growing more serious,
"If one wishes to learn wisdom, my treasure, one has only to examine the path they have taken and to understand the power of a single step."
Sighing at the loneliness that crept into her heart at the thought of her family, Jack nevertheless smiled at the memory and the comfort it offered, gripping the elven sword at her side and holding its blade to the sky.
"Eagle, phoenix, and owl bloods,"
she shouted, her lungs burning with the effort.
"Elephant, bear, and apekin, heirs to the realm of Cadison all, stand divided no longer. Please, for the sake of your peoples, and for the future of our world, join me on the ground and listen to my words."
With that, she nudged Ember into a dive, still holding her sword, Hellfade, aloft as Ember pulled up shortly before impacting near the center of the summit grounds, reversing their momentum with a wild flapping of his wings. As they touched down, Jack leaned forward to pat the wolf affectionately, seeing fatigue in his eyes and feeling the slight tremble of his muscled limbs. The exhaustion went beyond physical exertion, Jack knew, as, worriedly, she dismounted, sheathing her sword. Holding Ember's shaggy head in her hands as she met his gaze, Jack saw the familiar flicker of magic in the wolf's gold-flecked eyes. Whatever power her companion utilized to reshape his own form, it took its toll, draining the wolf's body of more than the strength he received from food. Somehow, however absurd or frightening the thought, Ember was naturally gifted in the ways of magic. Just like Jack.
What are you?
She didn't quite dare to speak out loud. There was the awful chance she might receive an answer, that Ember was more than she'd ever imagined. That he wouldn't be hers alone any longer. Worse, a niggling fear had entered Jack's mind.
Did I make him like this?
She was spared from entertaining the thought any further, as, emerging from Shanedir's tent alongside the eagleblood king, her friends, their expressions ranging from awe to familial pride as they caught the last bit of her appeal and landing, walked briskly toward her. "Wow," Tanner said with a broad grin as they neared. "Shanedir wasn't kidding. That was quite the grand entrance." Jack blushed softly, hoping the red of exertion in her cheeks would disguise it as she gave a meek smile and slipped from Ember's back to the ground.
It seemed like the best way to get everyone's attention quickly.
"Well, you weren't wrong,"
said Gefnar, looking past Jack to the other half-breed encampments. From each, save the Ravenbloods, the delegation's leaders were emerging, flanked by guards as they worriedly looked northward to the oncoming wolfkin horde. In the end, each seemed to determine either that they had the moment to spare, or, in the case of Matriarch Velikani, that they owed Jack the time she was asking of them. Letterog was, predictably, the last to begin making his way in Jack's direction, the scowl on his face making it abundantly clear that he was not accustomed to, nor particularly fond of, being summoned.
"You've got them to hear you at least,"
Allie muttered from beside Jack, a not too optimistic frown on her face when Jack turned to her.
"Hope you have a grand speech prepared for whatever you expect them to actually listen to, though."
"They'll listen,"
said Shanedir, striding up to Jack, unslinging a large sack from his shoulder as he looked to the others.
"To all of you."
He let his words settle for a moment, before dropping to one knee, untying the drawstring of his satchel, and pulling it open. Jack found herself unable to keep from peering inside excitedly, her jaw falling slack as she absorbed what she was seeing. What Shanedir was drawing from the sack was a saddle. Not one to match the normal fare Jack had seen astride horses, but an intricate piece of artwork, cured and fashioned with care to be both sturdy and lightweight. And it was precisely the right size for Ember.
"I had hoped you would have need of this," said Shanedir, his eyes beaming as he stepped forward, depositing the contraption in Jack's arms. "I think you'll find that, as Ember's strength grows, your time in the air will come to you far more easily."
Jack stared down at the saddle, dumbfounded.
It's beautiful,"
she said after a moment, nearly lost in the subtle, swirling runes that lined the leather. Shanedir said nothing, instead gesturing for Jack to fulfill Ember's request, as the wolf nudged curiously at the saddle. Quickly seeing how it was meant to be secured, Jack oriented the saddle correctly towards the wolf, with Ember dutifully bowing his head and stepping into it. It looped easily around his forelegs like a harness, with Jack merely having to secure the crisscross of straps about his midsection. As she did so, She noted the space behind Ember's shoulder blades had purposefully been left clear to allow his dormant wings their full range of motion when they emerged. She turned back to Shanedir, hoping the gratitude in her eyes shone through her surprise.
"Thank you,"
she said, smiling affectionately as Ember looked back along his body, excitedly nuzzling her hand.
"He seems to like it. I did not have my craftsman forego thought of his comfort when fashioning it,"
said Shanedir with a clucking chuckle.
"I hope that it will serve you both well."
Then, sobering, the eagleblood king took a step nearer.
"I know it can be a great burden, feeling that you must live up to others' expectations of you, or that you are obligated to fulfill someone else's vision of your future."
Jack gulped, her posture tensing as Shanedir sighed, adding,
"But I know this, Jack. We are, all of us, what we choose to be. Regardless of the plans and machinations of others, it is not a failing to adhere to one's own path, to remain true to the values and beliefs that make up who you are."
He smiled softly, resting a hand on her shoulder.
"Striving to do what is right, that will always be enough. It is in complacency, a path often walked by those who believe themselves bound to destiny, that we fall."
Jack nodded slowly, opening her mouth to respond, only to find that she had nothing to say. She hadn't known how desperately she'd needed to hear those words, and the unheralded relief they carried had left her in a sort of blissful shock. Instead, she simply nodded again, turning to see that her friends had stepped forward to meet the nearing half-breed leaders.
"Guess we just keep going then, huh, Ember?"
she thought, moving to join the others as she leaned into the wolf's neck.
"We live, we learn, and just keep trying our best."
She fought to calm her pounding heart as her audience began to gather, expectant looks on their faces.
"Even when we have no idea what we've just gotten ourselves into."
"Well?"
said Letterog, a broad sneer on his face as he folded his arms, gesturing with his chin at the warriors behind him, as well as the other half-breed leaders beside.
"You've summoned us, then? What do you have to say?"
Tanner gulped, glancing over to Jack, hopeful that she'd get them started.
"You did summon them, after all."
"You're all going to die,"
Jack said simply, meeting her audience's eyes in turn as the ominous words rang out.
Not exactly the start I was hoping for, thought Tanner,
seeing the indignation and fear in the gathered half-breeds' expressions. But Jack wasn't done.
"I've seen your enemy's numbers,"
she said, pointing northward past the campgrounds.
"And they easily outnumber your combined strength 3-1. "And what would you have us do?"
said Pethinkul, the apekin high silverback, desperation in his tone as he gestured toward the ruins to the west.
"Relocating to a more defensible position would leave us even more vulnerable."
"And lead us into a trap likely as not,"
King Phasix chimed in, his eyes darting about for support.
"So we don't make ourselves more vulnerable,"
Allie snapped, gesticulating about the summit grounds.
"But you're all acting like it's enough that you're sharing resources. It's not. Positioned like you are, Gerulf can overwhelm you one at a time."
Her eyes leveled on the glowering Letterog.
"Even you."
Tanner sighed, focusing for a moment as his features morphed into those of a foxkin. Stomach churning, and still fighting not to let Okizi's terrified presence overcome his resolve, he stepped forward to join his friends.
"What my human compatriots are trying to say,"
he chimed in, stifling a nervous whimper as all eyes turned to him,
"is that if you're going to have any chance to see tomorrow, you have to mount a singular defense of the Glade, without thoughts of whose camp you'll guard or something equally petty getting in the way."
Velikani bowed her head, but released a low, defeated drone through her trunk.
"I see the wisdom in your words, But we have not the time to consolidate as you say.
With a broad arm draped in embroidered robe, she pointed to the north.
Gurulf is almost upon us. Should he choose to attack, we'll not be able to restructure our defenses quickly enough.
At this, Tanner noticed that King Tilidwin, who'd remained silent alongside his queen throughout the exchange, had turned his gaze meaningfully on Shanedir. Cocking an eyebrow, Tanner turned to follow the Owlblood's gaze, seeing a faint glint of secretive mischief in Shanedir's eyes.
That is not entirely true,
said Shanedir, striding forward and past his fellow leaders.
I merely wished for you all to see the merit of a joint defense before foisting it upon you.
His deferential expression swept back across the others gathered, each offering their nod of acquiescence in turn. Even Letterog seemed half as reluctant as he might have before. His beak twitching in a smile, Shanedir pressed on, stopping on a small mound nearby as the others followed hesitantly.
A great elven fortress once stood here,
said Shanedir, turning to face his audience.
Before the days of the Dragon War and the devastation of our ancestors.
Closing his eyes, he sank to his knees on the earth, reaching out to rest his fingertips on the ground.
Let us see if I can convince the land to remember.
A low shockwave of power rippled down Shanedir's arm and into the dirt, sweeping out in all directions and beneath Tanner's feet, like a soft tremor that seemed to leave the ground crackling with static. Tanner felt his eyes go wide as, with a thrum as though someone had plucked a cord in the earth itself, a soft glow of magic washed over the summit grounds. Then, as Shanedir cocked his head, leaning faintly in the direction of the oncoming Wolfkin army, the magic seemed to take on a life of its own, coalescing into faded veins beneath the dirt, and shooting off to the north. There, just beyond the Owlblood camp, the veins gathered beneath the grass, clustering until they grew to a blinding radiance that climbed up from the ground as earthen branches, that weaved in and around each other, almost timidly at first, then, as though remembering the shape it once held, clambering up and upward to form walls, battlements, and a single mighty gate. Staring in shock at what he'd witnessed, Tanner felt a flicker of worry as Shanedir opened his eyes, rising shakily to his feet. The walls were high enough, certainly, but barely covered a portion of land 20 meters wide.
A neat trick,
Letterog said with a pointed scoff as he approached Shanedir.
I don't suppose you'd mind finishing the job, so that our defenses might not be thwarted simply by Gurulf taking a few extra steps.
Shanedir gave a gracious if heavy chuckle.
I'm hoping I won't have to, King Letterog. I'm hoping that Gurulf will see the strength we wield united, and I'm hoping this may all yet be resolved peacefully.
He looked heavily to the stone-faced Letterog.
We should all pray to whatever Thakur we so choose that a true battle is not upon us, because, if it is, even a victory would come at far too high a cost.
Tanner frowned as he caught Shanedir's glance back toward his friend, King Tilidwin, but shook himself from the moment when he saw that Shanedir now walked in the direction of the gate.
Where is he going?
Said Gefnar, gesturing worriedly after the eagleblood king.
He's going to speak with Gurulf,
said Jack, starting forward with purpose.
And he's not going alone.
Tanner winced, falling in step with the equally resolved Allie and a wide-eyed Gefnar.
Yeah,
he muttered.
I was afraid you'd say something like that.
Chapter 18 Threads Unseen. Allie kept only a handful of paces behind Shanedir, pointedly aware that even the other half-breed leaders remained well behind, obviously less supportive of the eagleblood king's seeming fearlessness in the face of Gurulf's approaching Wolfkin army. Even King Tilidwin seemed taken aback as Shanedir neared the gate he'd just manifested from the earth, the eagleblood king clearly intending to step out and face a darkening horizon filled with enemies. In the eerie silence that felt as though it had descended to accompany Shanedir to his death, Allie thought to look over her shoulder at Desikin, the king's advisor, keeping pace nearby. There was worry in the eagleblood woman's eyes, certainly, but it was tempered by resignation. She knew there was no talking her king out of this.
Ah, well, it seems the true scoundrels behind everything have been revealed at last.
A purring voice cut in on the somberness of the moment, a predictably toothy smile meeting Allie's gaze as she turned forward once more to see Nalina standing before her.
Terribly frustrating, really,
the Tigerkin continued.
This whole business of not knowing all the facts. Quite honestly, I'm not certain how the rest of you can stand to live like this all the time.
What do you want?
Jack said coldly, barely slowing her pace alongside Allie so that Nalina was forced to fall in step. Allie thought of voicing a harsher sentiment, but caught the eye of the apekin beside Nalina, noting the conflict and weariness in Imal's eyes.
Me?
Nalina nonchalantly answered Jack's query meanwhile.
I don't want anything. I've just come to bid you all farewell. I'm honestly uncertain if we'll see each other again, what with all the chaos from this summit that needs to settle, so it seemed impolite simply to disappear.
Wouldn't have thought less of you, Tanner said with an insincere smirk. Honest.
I'm sure,
Nalina chuckled.
Still, regardless of what you think of me,
her eyes followed Shanedir as he began to ease the large earthen gate outward.
I am sorry that it's come to this. Shanedir was a good employer these many years, a rare one I was able to feel good about working for.
Allie grunted bitterly.
But not good enough to stay and actually help, I'm guessing?
Nalina smiled over to her.
Altruism is an admirable quality, my dear, one I might even envy on my better days, but deep down it's simply not one I possess, I'm afraid.
Then, with a chipper nod,
farewell, my heroes of Dragon's Nest.
She almost managed not to sound insulting about it.
I do hope we meet again someday. Life is hardly boring with you lot around. Come along, Five.
With that, she spun on her heel, trekking off southward, a forlorn-looking and notably silent Imal in tow.
Just how Nalina likes him,
Allie thought angrily, noting the longing in Imal's eyes. It was a look she knew well, the overwhelming desire to stand for something, to believe that you could make a difference. Ensuring to log the cowing of a good man under Nalina's many misdeeds, Allie sighed away the moment, returning her focus to following Shanedir and her friends out of the lofty gate the eagleblood king had erected. She felt more than a little ridiculous doing so, considering she had only to trot slightly out of the way to bypass the gate and its portion of wall entirely, but she understood the message being sent. "We're prepared to defend ourselves," Shanedir was saying by drawing Gurulf's focus to the earthen battlements, and by opening the gates, emerging in a posture of truce. "But we're not prepared to give up on the prospect of peace." Hoping that the message was as clear to the encroaching wolfkin, Allie squared her shoulders, stepping out of the gate and into the vast stretch of grasslands that swept northward of the summit grounds, her heartbeat quickening at the sight of a sea of wolfkin, now closer than ever, and the towering elephantkin beasts that dotted the procession. As Allie watched, however, the army came to a halt a few hundred meters away, as did Shanedir in front of her. Exchanging uneasy glances with her friends and a wide-eyed Desikin, Allie wasn't forced to wait long for something to happen as, from within the wolfkin ranks, a pair of soldiers emerged, holding a white banner of truce. Allie monitored the envoy's approach with trepidation, ready to hurl magic and daggers in every direction at the faintest hint of danger. After their experience at the broken tower, she wouldn't have been surprised to have wolfkin leap up out of the tall grass and close in on them with swords bared. "Seem a little too good to be true," Tanner muttered from nearby, shifting uneasily from one foot to the other. Shanedir looked back with a tilted smirk.
Despite what you may think, Gerulf is not a vindictive man. As I'd hoped, it seems he will hear us out before things escalate any further.
More than a few choice words entered Allie's mind at the eagleblood king's defense of someone who had slaughtered dozens of ravenbloods in their sleep, but she kept them to herself, falling into the breathing exercises she'd learned from Antothica as the Wolfkin envoys drew near.
You will follow us,
one of them growled when they came to a stop a few paces from Shanedir. The eagleblood king inclined his head in deference, but gestured back toward the summit grounds.
As you wish, but my fellow leaders will accompany us as well.
The other Wolfkin bared her teeth in what Allie hoped was a smile.
We were told you would request this. You may send for them.
Nodding in gratitude, Shanedir turned to Desikin, issuing a command in a clucking, crooning language Allie didn't recognize. Visibly taken aback, Desikin bowed. Duty between her king's command and personally seeing to his safety warring in her eyes as she retreated through the gate. The Wolfkin envoys waited patiently, markedly sizing up Allie and her companions in the short time before Tilidwin appeared out of the gate. Velikani, Phasix, and Pethinkul emerged as well, each with a meager pair of bodyguards, with Lederog showing himself last, both himself and his bodyguards adorned with as many weapons as possible. Allie rolled her eyes.
Like we could really try anything except running away if this turned out to be a trap.
Shanedir, however, managed a gracious nod to each of his fellow leaders when they arrived, turning back to the Wolfkin envoys with an amiable smile.
Now we will follow you.
Still appearing uncertain as to the presence of Allie, Jack, Ember, Tanner, and Gefnar, the envoys seemed to determine that the presence of a handful more potential hostiles at their parley wouldn't exactly swing the odds against them, turned, and motioned for everyone to tail them.
You will speak with our master, Gerulf,
the first one said sharply.
And you will be given one final chance to avoid your demise.
Perfect,
Allie groaned inwardly, practically clinging to Shanedir's side. It wasn't hard to notice that Desikin hadn't returned, seemingly at her king's order, and that Shanedir had foregone the accompaniment of his own bodyguards.
This Gerulf sure seems willing to hear both sides.
Jack's eyes darted about the elven ruins as she clung to Ember's side, ready to leap onto his back and into battle, or in front of Shanedir, if any of the Wolfkin prowling about the fringes of her vision made a move against the eagleblood king. A low growl rose from Ember's throat beside her, and Jack sighed in response.
I know, Em. They don't exactly seem eager to hear Shanedir's side of things.
Despite the seriousness of the situation, she shot the wolf a smile.
Don't worry. We all know it's not your fault that they look like you.
Seeming to understand the joke, Ember glanced her way, a disapproving "Humph," his only response. Around Jack, Shanedir and the other leaders did their best to exude calm and confidence, while the bodyguards all but Shanedir had brought with them were pointedly on their guard, shields poised to block incoming arrows, and weapons firmly grasped in hand.
Couldn't just set up a picnic in the middle of the glade,
Tanner muttered from where he flanked Shanedir's other side. As though on cue, a brisk gusting wind poured through the rubble and broken archways, causing a low, eerie moan to echo through the ruins. Between the other two, Allie nodded, flipping her dagger about her fingers in her agitation.
Yeah, I've had friendlier invitations from angry city guards. But Gerulf won't try anything, right?
Said Gefnar, looking eagerly up into Jack's face.
He won't... he can't be that dishonorable, right?
Gerulf does what he believes to be best for his people,
Shanedir said heavily, looking back to his guests.
As do we all.
Then, with a sad smile,
You know, the 5 of you needn't have felt obligated to accompany me in this, though I hope you know that I am grateful that you have.
Jack nodded crisply.
Like you said, we all must be true to ourselves.
With a low, amused grunt, Shanedir turned forward once more, just in time to lead their strange procession after the Wolfkin envoys into what looked to have once been a great dining hall. The grass that had overgrown the stone floor in the past centuries clearly having been subject to recent trampling. The result of the sentient infestation of these forgotten ruins was clear, with rocks and debris having been cleared away from a large cracked table, its worn, stony surface having been hoisted back together and held in place with hastily constructed wooden supports. And there, standing proudly erect at the far side of the old table's easily 20-foot length, was a pair of well-dressed wolfkin, both laden with thick, glinting armor. The one to the left, a male with an impressive build and thick, lustrous fur, sported a pelt of darkest gray, a shield held at his side with a surface nearly covered in the vibrant imagery of a snarling wolf's head. Beside him, a female with fiercely yellow eyes and a midnight black cloak that stood in sharp contrast to her pale, well-groomed fur, scrutinized each individual who entered the once proud dining hall, a flicker of confusion showing in her gaze as her eyes shot to Jack and her friends in quick succession. Stationed a few paces back from the two wolfkin at the table were 4 soldiers, their weapons and armor matching those Jack had already faced. Each held a bow in their hands, an arrow notched menacingly on all 4 bowstrings. Predictably, every wolfkin face present sported an unflinching glower as Shanedir guided his fellow leaders, as well as his honored guests, to the broad side of the table opposite from their hosts. Arriving at a point slightly off-center of the table, Jack noted, Shanedir gave a gracious bow across the surface toward the wolfkin, not uttering a word, as Tilidwin, Phasix, Pethinkul, Velikani, and Lederog situated themselves to either side, with Jack and her companions hanging a few steps back. Beside Jack, Ember sank into a light crouch, his muscles coiled for action, and Jack wasn't feeling good enough about the situation to direct him otherwise. Instead, her eyes began to shift about the open-air dining hall, left dusky in the waning light of an already cloudy day. Her own bow wasn't yet in her hand, but she let her fingertips brush the lower length of it behind her back, knowing that muscle memory would see the job done before anyone present had had the chance to blink. In a broken chamber so taut with tension Jack could practically hear her beads of sweat, the male wolfkin across the table gave a growling grunt.
"I warned you, Shanedir,"
he said, his low, rumbling voice causing Jack to think that thunder had clapped overhead for a moment.
"I told you what I would be forced to do, should you proceed on this reckless course."
It was easy for Jack to note the shocked to accusing glances Shanedir received from the other leaders present. But the eagleblood king merely bowed his head.
"And I told you, Gurulf, that despite the risks, I could not do anything else."
The wolfkin, Gurulf, snarled, spreading his arms wide.
"So, now we find ourselves here, just where the great king Shanedir wished us to be, in all his arrogance."
He sneered across the table in disgust.
"You know the future as I do, Shanedir. You have seen it, as Sunblade has."
At this, Gurulf motioned to the female wolfkin beside him. Jack marking the accusing glower in Sunblade's piercing eyes.
"You know that only one thing could bring peace among the major races at this crucial juncture. That an alliance of half-breeds on this scale could bring Volkret and Mevard to a truce. One that would see all their might brought to bear on our peoples. Already, there is pressure on both sides to address the threat Garich and his forces pose, to the safety of the old world's remnants. Are you so naive as to think they will wish to live in harmony with what they will inevitably perceive as a threat?"
"The world and its people are changing, Gurulf,"
Shanedir said with a sigh.
"For us all to do our part in helping it grow, sometimes even risks as great as this one are worth taking.
From your perspective, perhaps,
Gurulf spat back, gesturing broadly to the other leaders gathered at the table.
But regardless of the danger in which you are willing to place your own people, it is the very pinnacle of arrogance to think that you should be allowed to speak for us all. Especially when you know what awaits us beyond this vision of yours.
Slowly, Gurulf locked eyes with the other half-breed leaders.
Long, brutal war with the major races. Loved ones slaughtered.
His gaze settled on the scowling King Tilidwin.
The owl bloods brought to near extinction, scattered to the four winds.
Beside Jack, Tanner flinched almost as sharply as Tilidwin did, and it wasn't hard for Jack to guess why. Such a fate would feel far too familiar after what Tanner had learned of his own people. Gobsmacked for a moment, Tilidwin turned to the sad, apologetic face of his friend, Shanedir.
"Is this true?"
said the Owlblood King.
It is.
The pale wolfkin beside Gurulf, Sonblade, interjected, staring down Shanedir in disgust.
He has seen it, as I have. And, even knowing the danger he would bring you and your kind, he forged ahead in his selfish dream of consolidating half-breed power.
Shanedir's shoulders slumped at the words, but he offered no argument against the attack on his character, instead reaching out to clap a feathery hand on his friend's shoulder, a gesture from which Tilidwin shrank away.
"Were you ever going to tell me?"
said Tilidwin, his voice thick with accusation as he backed away from Shanedir's side. At Shanedir's lack of response, Phasix, Pethinkul, Velikani, and Letterog began to exchange uneasy glances, with Letterog looking over to Shanedir in outright contempt.
Such blatant disregard for everyone's future,
the bearkin growled.
Even your own. All your talk of uniting in peace is now shown for utter foolishness.
He looked to the other leaders, straightening to stand eye to eye, even with Velikani.
As I've said from the beginning, we must show the major races that we are not afraid to defend ourselves. Their mistrust of our kinds must be tempered with the fear of our combined strength.
Sensing tensions rise on both sides of the table at Letterog's declaration, Jack coiled her hands into fists at her sides.
"Enough!"
she'd blurted before she could help herself, glaring down the table's length to Letterog.
"You're all claiming that you have your people's best interests at heart. But what you're suggesting would only antagonize the major races even more."
Letterog's sneer of response made it clear that he wasn't keen on hearing this from a human, but Jack ignored him, turning across the table to Gurulf.
"And you say you care about preserving the half-breed nations, but rather than call everyone together like this before Shanedir's summit began, you instead slaughter Queen Rothiak and the entire Ravenblood delegation in the night, like a coward."
Any hope Jack might have had that having an enormous wolf at her side would add weight to her words was washed away as Gurulf's hackles unfurled, a toothy snarl spreading over his face.
"Shanedir,"
the Wolfkin Alpha began in a low growl, his eyes never leaving Jack.
"I reached out to organize a meeting between us, those whom this matter concerns. Who are these outsiders meant to be?"
Finally, turning from Tilidwin's accusing stare, Shanedir managed a smile toward Gurulf.
"The very fact that you do not know means that there is hope."
His gaze shifted then to the frowning Sonblade at Gurulf's side, as he gestured toward Jack and her friends.
"I think, if you will but take a moment to study their paths, you will understand my meaning."
Brow still furrowed, Sonblade focused on each outsider in turn for a moment, causing Jack to shift uneasily as the Wolfkin's vibrant eyes flashed in succession. The sensation of being read like words on a page overcame her, much like it had with the half-orc seer, Balgi, on Nizame, or on her first meeting with Shanedir the night before. At last, Sonblade's eyes grew wide, her jaw going slack.
I cannot. They are...
Looking as though reality itself had just unraveled before her eyes, she turned back to Shanedir.
Their fates. They burn so bright. And yet...
Shanedir nodded.
It is only through focused and careful meditation that I have even begun to decipher their paths.
Much to Jack's unease, he turned to regard his guests with pride.
Such potent forces for change, bridled only by their own strength of will.
He turned to face the Wolfkin Alpha, who'd grown hesitant and unsure at his seer's reaction.
It is they who will shape this world's future, Gurulf. All that is left to us is to be willing threads in the tapestry.
Gurulf physically wavered on his feet for a moment, spinning on Sonblade with confused anger.
No,
he snarled.
This is some trickery on Shanedir's part. You have interfered with his visions, so now he has altered yours. It's no trick,
Sonblade said softly, meeting the Alpha's frenzied gaze.
Perhaps we have been wrong, Gurulf.
Still reeling at what it might have been that Sonblade had seen to alter her opinion so drastically, Jack ready to defend herself and her allies, noting the wary aggression in the eyes of the Wolfkin guards behind Gurulf. Look, said Tanner, taking a step forward as he raised his hands outward in placation. I don't pretend to understand what in the blazes it is Shanedir and Sonblade are talking about, but I can tell you what I've seen. Back in my home, he said carefully, his eyes shooting over to an expectant Letterog. Half-breeds and the major races have been divided for centuries, just like everywhere else. Not a nation of us there, mind you. Just stragglers like me. The way Tanner's voice nearly cracked, and the glisten of restrained tears in his eyes, nearly prompted Jack to offer words of comfort then and there. More than any of them, Jack was reminded, Tanner had had an emotionally draining day. Yet he pressed on, clearing his throat as he held Gurulf's gaze. But we came together. At our most vulnerable, our most broken, we were able to find strength in working as a single unit to rebuild a home we could all be proud of. Despite Tanner's appeal, however, Gurulf still bore a defiant snarl.
One anomaly in your argument's favor still does not justify recklessly throwing ourselves into danger.
Instead, you would have us live in fear?
A new voice rose to join the debate, Matriarch Velikani's eyes seeming to glint like unflinching steel, as, squaring her shoulders, she drew all eyes to her.
I have done so for years, inspiring my people to do the same, to cower in seclusion and mistrust.
A low, resounding drone echoed from her swaying trunk.
No longer. Such willful separation breeds only further suspicion and violence, and I will not fuel a society so vulnerable to scheming such as yours anymore. I know not what words you use to sway Thembakwesi to your cause, or to surrender our stillborn young to be transformed into your vile mutations. But from this day on, we will not be prey. Not to Kozagon and his lionkin, and certainly not to you.
Jack saw Gurulf waver at the mention of the elephant-kin beasts, even as her own stomach churned. She hadn't realized the awful cost that had seen elephant-kin blood fall into Gurulf's hands. But the Wolfkin Alpha brushed aside the assault.
I've only created our beast to ensure that we will have the strength to keep the rest of you in check.
His eyes shot back to Shanedir.
This alliance cannot stand.
Shanedir shook his head sadly.
Do you truly find hope to be so abhorrent, Gurulf?
He motioned to Jack, Allie, and Tanner beside him.
That is what these three provide. a glimmer of light into the darkness of a world that would destroy its own future.
To Jack's surprise, Allie stepped forward, grim resolve in her set features.
Honestly, we don't know what's in store for us, even 5 minutes from now, Gerulf. But we trust in Shanedir's vision. And you should believe me when I say that we'll do everything in our power to help create a world where everyone can live as equals.
Preempting Gerulf's gruff response, Sonblade reached out to rest a hand on her alpha's arm.
Gerulf, please.
The certainty in Gerulf's eyes wavered as he looked to the seer.
We have done many terrible things in the name of preserving our people. But I do not know how much more I could bear. Perhaps they are right.
Jack saw her hand squeeze where it clutched Gerulf's arm.
Perhaps this can finally end.
A long, grating sigh slid from Gerulf's throat as his posture slackened, his eyes falling to the ground in defeat.
Shanedir,
he said after a heart-pounding span of moments.
We will talk of your vision and of the threat that it poses. But,
he added, looking up to Jack and her companions,
we will also speak of your guests and of what steps might be taken to preserve our people.
Something between a gasp and a relieved laugh escaped Shanedir's beak.
I would like that very much, Gerulf. If it is agreeable, I would ask also that my fellow leaders be allowed to—
His voice trailed off, prompting a confused frown from Jack as the eagleblood king cocked his head, staring off into the distance as though having remembered something. Then, his eyes going wide, he looked up past Gerulf into the ruins beyond. At the same instant, Jack noticed that, across the table, Sonblade had fallen into a similar trance-like state, her own eyes filled with horror as she whipped her head around to her alpha.
Gerulf, there's—
Even as she lunged toward the wary Gerulf, a quick series of shrieks filled the still evening air, a cluster of arrows seeming to manifest in Gerulf's back like a grotesque porcupine hide, one of them piercing through the base of his throat. There was a moment of mute shock as everyone fought to absorb the awful truth of the situation. Then everything exploded into chaos.
Ember!
Jack shouted, leaping up onto the wolf's back as bodyguards threw themselves before their charges, weapons at the ready. Monarchs dived for cover, and archers frantically spun about for a target. Amidst it all, Ember was already crouching, Jack slinging into her new saddle and barely calling to mind the image of Ember bearing her skyward before the wolf had complied. Leaping into the dusky gloom that overhung the elven ruins as great furry wings materialized from nothingness at his shoulder blades, catching Jack up in a cyclone of wind as they pounded against the air for altitude. Bow already in hand, Jack shot her gaze about for a quarry as she notched an arrow, seeing that dozens of wolfkin were scattered about the surrounding ruins, rushing in to aid their leader. But what held Jack's gaze, igniting a dormant furnace of rage inside her, was the sight of the bearkin general, Rigand, perched in a nook of rubble left in the remains of an old home's second story. In her hand was another cluster of arrows, ready for quickfire at her target. Sparing a glance directly below, Jack saw that Gerulf still swayed precariously on his feet, still alive.
And we have to keep him that way,
Jack thought with a snarl, directing Ember with a mere thought into a streaking dive toward the would-be assassin, her own bow ready to fire. She was close enough when she released her first arrow to note the sneer of satisfaction in Rigand's eyes as the general loosed her second volley. Chapter 19. The Death of Infant Hopes. Tanner could practically hear Okizi's frightened screams sounding in his ears as his sister's consciousness seemed to shrink back in terror at the frenzied activity that had erupted around them. But there was no time to comfort her, Tanner knew. As Shanedir and the other leaders ducked low behind the broad stone table, Allie throwing herself in front of the eagleblood king to defend from the most possible directions, Gefnar raising his shield up beside, Tanner flung himself across the table's cold, rough surface, to where a still shocked and unmoving Sonblade stared in horror at the arrows protruding from her alpha's body. Gerulf swayed on his feet, eyes wide as he fumbled at the bloody arrowhead that had pierced the front of his neck. From the sound of it, the arrow had severed the wolfkin's windpipe, leaving Gerulf to gasp red spittle that hung grotesquely from his muzzle. Fighting the urge to retch, Tanner prepared to leap in the path of any further arrows, only to find that he now had his own volley to worry about. With a gasp of horror, he watched as, in their confusion, the wolfkin guards who had their bows at the ready to loose upon the first target to present itself had turned their attention directly on him, a chorus of frantic snarls erupting from behind their bared teeth as they trained their weapons on his body. "Wait!" Tanner blurted, bringing his hands up, palms outward, as he awkwardly clawed across the last stretch of the table with his feet. "I'm trying to help!" Though some of the guards hesitated, many others did not, leaving Tanner to yelp in fear as he tried to throw himself sideways. One of the arrows still found its mark, however, sinking into the thick of Tanner's calf. Wincing at the pain, Tanner still scrambled forward to interpose himself between Gerulf and any further attacks. As he did so, he looked up to trace the last volley's point of origin, jaw going slack, as he saw the bearkin general crouched there, her eyes grim and focused, as she clutched 5 arrows in her large, furry hand. And she was firing again. On instinct, Tanner called the familiar touch of fire to his grasp, growling incoherently as the next stream of arrows streaked toward him, General Regand still clearly intent on striking the wolfkin alpha. Hope flickered in Tanner's chest as the first 2 arrows shrieked in on him, only to be disintegrated in the heat rippling from his palms. The next 3, however, found their mark. Tanner wanted to scream in frustration at the sound of the arrows entering flesh, spinning to see that Gerulf had slumped forward, unmoving, to stain the stone table red with his blood before toppling to the soft grass. Before he could absorb the truth that Gerulf was beyond his help, Tanner heard the sickening sound of another arrow loosed through the air. Thinking that Regand had targeted Sonblade next, Tanner dropped into a sideways tackle that sent him sprawling down to the ground atop the wolfkin's seer. Jarred from her shock, Sonblade began clawing wildly at him. "Get off!" she screeched in his ears, fumbling for the dagger at her side. "Stop!" Tanner hissed, batting away her strikes. "I'm trying to help you!" Glancing up to Regand's latest position, he realized that the arrow he'd heard had been Jack's, as the huntress swooped in on the bearkin general atop her winged wolf companion, startling Regand from her perch and driving her into a retreat. The arrow had found its mark, but the shaft protruding from Regand's shoulder seemed a mild inconvenience to the hardy bearkin. In the moment of Tanner's distraction, however, Sonblade wrestled her dagger free of its sheath beneath him, slashing wildly for Tanner as, bleating in alarm, Tanner scrambled off her. Despite his best efforts and continued protests, the dagger cut lightly across his chest as he leapt back to his feet, shooting pain through his body as he fought to absorb the situation. The wolfkin guards were closing in on him, rushing to Sonblade's aid. Across the table, Shanedir and the other leaders were falling into a ducking retreat. And Shanedir's dream, Tanner realized, had just shattered into 1,000 pieces. So, pain gripping his heart as he glanced to the fallen form of Gerulf, Tanner let himself feel all the frustration, the unfairness of what had proven to be a truly horrid day, and let himself find a target for it. Reaching out to his sister, Tanner sank to all fours, his form rippling quickly and painlessly into that of a large and very angry fox. And, only fairly certain that he wasn't planning to execute the bearkin general on the spot when he found her, Tanner bolted off after Jack and Regand. Allie couldn't help herself from locking eyes on Letterog down the table's length as Gefnar helped bustle Shanedir and the others to safety. She studied his face as he prepared to retreat as well, noting every crease, every twitch of fur, Only one question sounded in her mind.
Did he know?
Even as she'd dragged Shanedir to cover, Allie had spared a look in Letterog's direction, immediately after noting who it was that had fired the arrows into Gerulf. Then, as now, Allie found it impossible to implicate the Bearkin King as General Regand's accomplice. He'd seemed as shocked as anyone else when the arrows had struck, perhaps as shocked as Allie had been. But he clearly hadn't shared Allie's anger or indignation. If anything, the look in his eyes as he took in his general's actions had been trusting, as though he believed with absolute certainty that Regand was loyal to him, and that she wouldn't have just committed an act akin to regicide, and one that had completely obliterated their chance at peace, without good cause. Allie was decidedly less convinced, and, for her own sanity, she needed to say the words. So, storming directly into Letterog's face, Allie stared the large bearkin down.
Was this you?
She shouted, feeling the dark power rise within her as Letterog instinctively bared his teeth.
Your general just doomed us all. Did you know she was planning this?
Hardly time for this, girl,
Letterog snarled, glancing about as Wolfkin's shouts began to close in on them from the surrounding ruins. Letterog's guards, meanwhile, formed up in a protective semicircle around their king to ward off any attacks, seeming to trust that he had Allie well in hand.
The better question at this point,
Letterog continued, clearly braced to lash out with his sword if Allie didn't move,
is how in the blazes do we plan to survive what's coming?
The worry in the Bearkin King's tone was enough to shake Allie's stubborn conviction that this was what Letterog had planned all along. And, reluctantly, she crouched low as, across the table, Sonblade shouted for her archers to fire on the murderers. Arms coiled over her head, Allie bolted from the scene, the heavy thud of bearkin feet behind her as Letterog and his guards tailed her back to the summit grounds.
Damn it,
Allie thought darkly as she retreated through Cadison's crumbling remains.
We're all dead.
Jack leaned low over Ember, effortlessly directing him along the outer wall of the building where Regand had made her sniper nest. The Bearkin general had been spooked from hiding, but Jack wasn't planning to relax until Regand was disarmed and dropped at the feet of everyone she'd just doomed. From all around, Wolfkin's shouts were beginning to sound through the ruins as Gerulf's people marked the strange sight Jack and Ember presented in the sky, but Jack was too distracted to care for the moment. Regand had just sprinted out the broken side door beneath her. Jack hissed, the wolf already swerving them in their flight path. Deftly, Ember swooped close to the second-story wall above Regand's head, planting his massive paws against the building's exterior as he turned downward to leap sideways onto the fleeing bearkin. With a grunt of alarm, Regand was thrown to the ground beneath Ember's pounce, squirming in Ember's grasp as Jack drew her sword. They couldn't afford to lose Regand, and Hellfade's elven blade would aid Jack in tracking the bearkin wherever she might go, as soon as it got a taste of her blood. To Jack's unending frustration, however, Regand looked right up into Ember's growling face, then up to his rider, a defiant sneer coming over her features as the swirling tendrils of a quick spell laced about her hands. Before Jack could slash her blade across the bearkin's arm, she vanished in a puff of light and sound, a similar flash echoing in the ruins to the southeast, the place where Regand had re-emerged from her hasty short-range teleport.
Ember, move,
Jack hissed, willing the large wolf beneath her into a frenzied run toward Regand's last known location. Wolfkin shouted after in anger and alarm as she did so, a handful of arrows whizzing past her head as she sped on, a notably fatigued Ember retracting his wings into nothingness. As Jack brought Ember pounding up to where Regand had emerged from her spell, the familiar form of the oversized fox form Tanner had first assumed earlier that day, darted out of the ruins to keep pace beside her.
On the scent,
Tanner blurted, sounding faintly out of breath as his furry legs churned up the turf beneath him. His eyes shot to the bloodless blade in Jack's grasp.
Didn't get her?
No.
Jack grunted, her eyes shooting about for any sign of
footprints.
Barely halted, she took off once more, noting that Ember's nostrils flared with Regand's scent as well. She was continuing southeast, back toward the summit grounds.
Why?
Jack wondered, her mind quickly sifting through the possibilities. The only conclusion she could reach was that Regand believed that the summit grounds, or at least the Bearkin camp, would offer her sanctuary.
Like if she and Letterog had premeditated this since we learned of the Wolfkin presence,
Jack thought furiously. But again, why? Letterog had to know that they had no chance of matching Gerulf's forces. Such a simple, short-sighted option would confirm Jack's worst fears about the world beyond her forest home. That some people simply could not be reasoned with.
Got her!
Tanner yelled from beside Jack as they weaved through the straggling ruins, leading up to the large glade eastward. Jack looked up, spotting Regand's fleeing form up ahead, trailing the last of the half-breed leaders back to camp.
Not so fast,
thought Jack, urging Ember onward as she saw Regand shoot a frantic glance over her shoulder.
Now you get to confess what you did and throw yourself on Sunblade's mercy.
As a chorus of loud, chilling howls from the bereaved wolfkin rose up behind, however, the bulk of the army before the gate Shanedir had constructed turning toward the ruins to join in the mournful song, Jack let herself wonder if any plan to salvage peace might already be too late. Allie slowed to a trot for the last few steps as she followed Shanedir toward the small mound from which he'd erected the gate. The eagleblood king was already sinking down to his knees once more, obviously preparing to complete the ritual. Beside Allie, Gefnar came to a plodding stop as he took in the chaos of the half-breed delegations rushing about to mount their defense.
What do we do now?
The gnome gasped, his helpless words nearly causing Allie to shudder as the cold drizzle of rain clung to her clothes. Dusk was fast approaching as well, along with a mercilessly brisk autumn breeze. From where he knelt, Shanedir looked sadly over to Allie and Gefnar.
It seems,
he said, with a defeatist weight on his shoulders,
that we now have no option but to do all we can to survive.
His eyes drifting shut, Shanedir reached down to the damp grass, the glow of magic rising in his fingertips. A second later, Allie felt a deep, rumbling shudder in the earth beneath her. She was left to glance about in all directions, her respect for Shanedir's power rising as, sweeping out from the gate the eagleblood had manifested before, walls began to climb out of the earth to encircle the summit grounds. Then, her heart skipping a beat, Allie caught sight of Jack, Ember, and Tanner sprinting toward her, shifting their course as the climbing barrier cut off their approach.
Our friends!
She blurted, turning to the concentrating Shanedir.
They're still out there!
Shanedir gave a distracted nod, not even opening his eyes.
They'll make it.
Sharing a worried glance with Gefnar, Allie turned to watch the others close the distance. Her legs itching for her to sprint out and help defend her friends against the horde of wolfkin pouring southward to assault the gate, Allie gulped.
You'd better be right,
she muttered. Tanner could feel the cold air freezing his lungs, he was sure of it. The cold burn threatened to lock him in place as, panting in his sprint alongside Ember, he veered to run parallel with the shifting earthen walls rising from the ground. Already he could see the other end of the wall rushing in on them to enclose the summit grounds. His limbs burning with exertion, Tanner urged himself onward, diving left at Jack's cry of, "Now!" when they at last overcame the wall to be presented with a quick window inside. Stumbling as he landed, Tanner was left to sprawl onto his back as, shifting forms, he was left to stare at the darkened sky, massaging his aching forearms with foxkin hands. At his feet, the two sides of the enclosing wall thudded into place, shutting them off from the outside world.
Ow!
Tanner gasped, taking Jack's offered hand up after she'd allowed Ember to catch his breath as well.
Gonna have to get used to running on all fours.
He could have sworn that Ember shot him a smug look.
Come on,
said Jack, motioning to the spot behind her new saddle.
Regent can't be far.
Tanner nodded, slinging up into place tiredly and glancing quickly about as Jack nudged Ember into motion once more. They'd lost sight of Regand when the Bearkin general had darted into the chaos of the summit grounds ahead of them, the rising wall cutting off any line of sight. But Jack was right. If Regand had made a point to return to camp, she couldn't be far. Tanner was eyes forward once more as Jack veered to the left, but quickly saw that she hadn't done so upon marking their quarry. Ahead, Allie stood with Gefnar by a shakily rising Shanedir.
I suppose it is time to see what fate has determined for us,
the Eagleblood King was saying heavily to Allie as Tanner and Jack came within earshot. Morosely spreading his wings and fluttering up to the tower atop the gate to alight beside a somber Velikani. Confusion overcoming the relief on his face as he turned to regard Tanner, Jack, and Ember, Gefnar pointed after Shanedir with the flat of his shield.
Does he expect us to leave?
I think he's telling us we can, Allie said with a grunt, dagger grasped firmly in her hand as she nodded a greeting to the new arrivals. Tanner looked about to his friends' faces as he slipped from Ember's back to land heavily on the ground. We're not, though, right?
No,
Jack said crisply, pointing off toward the Bearkin camp.
I'm going after Regand. If she's still here, that's where she'll be.
I'm coming too, Allie growled, trotting over to take Tanner's place behind Jack. Throwing that bitch at Sonblade's feet might be our one chance to keep everyone here from being slaughtered. Tanner winced, glancing about at the half-breeds running in every direction all around them, but everyone seemed too distracted by their own task, and the rising shouts of chaos and battle, to have heard Allie's foreboding sentiment.
What about us?
Said Gefnar, turning to look up at Tanner. Heart still pounding, Tanner lifted his eyes past the gnome to where the battle at the gate was about to begin. We'll be in the thick of it, he said heavily, fire coursing down his limbs to flare in his grasp. Then, turning to smile grimly at Jack and Allie, good luck, and try not to take too long. Jack responded with a heavy nod, even as she directed Ember away with her knees.
We won't. I just hope we're not already too late.
With a mute, good luck nod from Allie, the pair were off atop Ember's large but nimble form, dodging this way and that through the bustling half-breeds toward their destination. Well, come on, Gef, Tanner said with a sigh, turning back down to the gnome. Let's go save the day. The weight of that responsibility seemed to strike Gefnar even more deeply than the fear of battle. But Tanner didn't have time for a comforting heart-to-heart. Instead, he sprinted off for the gate, toward the rising howls of the wolfkin beyond as they closed in, the attackers already being peppered with arrows and magical darts from atop the walls. As Tanner ran, he reached out to his sister once more, Okizi surrendering control more readily this time as Tanner's form morphed into that of a true fox, fire rippling about his body as he darted up the steps to the battlements. Reaching the wall walk, Tanner rose up on his hind legs, resting his forepaws between a pair of earthen merlons to peer out at the glade beyond. Hundreds of wolfkin had swept forward, a shouting Sonblade directing their assault from the back of a sleek brown mare. The attacking force was largely concentrated on the gate, with a pair of the elephantkin beasts thundering forward to slam their bulk into the massive double doors. Beneath the combined weight of the beasts, the doors surrendered a loud, crackling groan as the earthen fibers, threaded together in a facsimile of the large wooden barriers that had once stood in their stead, began to shred as the beast continued to pound mercilessly with fist and weapon. "Drop the battering rams!" Tanner found himself shouting to the nearby archers, some of them shooting him hesitant looks, as they glanced to the wolfkin infantry making for the base of the wall they'd been pelting with arrows. Following their gaze, Tanner saw that many of the wolfkin charged forward with makeshift ladders, much like the ones he'd seen evidence of them utilizing to scale the ruins of Cadison. And they were already beginning to erect them into place. "Forget about them!" Tanner shouted, painfully aware of the drastically diminished charisma he now wielded.
Would I listen to some random guy who could turn into a fox?
Still, he gestured frantically with a paw toward the beasts that battered the splintering gates.
"If they get through, we're dead, do you understand?"
He'd seen the power even a smaller one had wielded, let alone the two behemoths entrusted with the frontal assault. And, if they opened a breach that size in the wall's defense, the full might of Sonblade's army would soon follow, diverted from their other efforts along the northern wall.
"Listen to him,"
Gefnar ordered from behind, his short legs finally carrying him up the steps to the battlements. Turning to the nearby bearkin archers, he positioned himself at the top of the ladder, sword in hand.
"I'll hold off the climbers."
From behind his visor, his eyes shifted to where he could barely peek over the embrasure before him, down to the beasts below, his voice hardening as he added,
"You lot are our only shot of dropping those things before it's too late."
So, even as wolfkin began to scramble up their ladder, the archers shared a quick glance, then diverted their next volley toward the hunched backs of the elephantkin beasts at the gate. Both beasts gave a trumpeting roar as the order swept along the battlements, archers and magic wielders alike turning their attention down on the beasts. As Tanner watched, eagle and phoenix bloods wielding strange arced devices leapt back and forth sidelong over the battlements in an intricate aerial dance, always loosing a bolt of deadly energy at the height of their fluttering bounds. The archers, meanwhile, rained a steady torrent of arrows down on the beasts, as, in turn, the beasts drove on in their single-minded task of tearing through the gate. Glancing back down, Tanner saw that Ledrog and a band of bearkin warriors awaited the gate's breaching, gleaming weapons in hand and snarls on their faces. Pethencool and some of his apekin were there as well, as were a pair of elephantkin guards. Even Tilidwin, seemingly having set aside his fallout with Shanedir in the interest of survival, stood at the ready, flanked by a handful of his own fighters. But Tanner knew that nothing could prepare them for the ferocity they would face should the gates fall. Fire coursing through him as he called it into being, Tanner swiveled his head back over the battlements, unleashing a blast of fire to match the might of a small dragon down on the beasts at the gate. As before, however, their thick pachyderm skin seemed to shield them from the worst of the heat, and before Tanner could dredge up another dose of fire breath, he was forced into a retreat as a pair of wolfkin leapt up over the wall by Gefnar.
"Blazes!"
Tanner cursed, ducking back behind the armored gnome as he attempted to angle around for a better shot. Not only was he stymied in the chaos of battle, he heard a sharp cry of pain from over the gate, looking up to see that Shanedir and Velikani had just been caught in a potent blast of magic. In its wake, Velikani shook aside the effects, protected by her own thick hide. But Shanedir stumbled forward, bracing himself behind the closest Merlon as charred feathers began to molt from his body. Fear pulsing in his chest, Tanner sprinted up the steps to the gate tower, already dredging up a flicker of healing magic into his paws. Even as he closed the distance between him and Shanedir, however, there was a shuddering crack from below that echoed along the length of the wall and caused the battlements themselves to shift beneath Tanner. Without having to look, Tanner knew that the gates had failed beneath the might of Sonblade's beasts. As shouts rose up from the defenders on the ground below, all of them bracing for the beast's charge, Tanner dared to look northward to see the bulk of the wolfkin forces begin to funnel forward with a deafening chorus of howls and battle cries. The wild-eyed Sonblade at the front of the column shouting loudest of all, atop her horse, as she raised her sword to the sky. It was as though Curtis's face, his gray-flecked brow creased in familiar worry, had flashed before Tanner's sight. "I'm sorry, Dad," Tanner thought, his pulse pounding in his pointed ears. "But if this is how I go down, I'm going down in flames." Chapter 20. For my people.
"Like I told you,"
said Jack, vocal cords straining as she fought not to show her frustration, staring down at the pair of bearkin warriors that had barred Ember's path.
We need to speak with your general, urgently.
Concerning what?
One of the bearkin shot back, throwing a skeptical glower over to her comrade.
Regand is certainly preparing for battle at the moment.
Allie leaned sideways to peer out from behind Jack's back.
And why do you suppose that someone like her isn't already in the thick of it, Letterog has a plan in place for her to mount a counter-assault, and we've come to help her however we can.
Jack scrutinized the guards' faces intently as Allie spoke, alert for any indication that they might be party to Regand's machinations. Instead, they seemed to mull over the words, the one who'd spoken nodding curtly to her cohort.
Very well,
said the bearkin, stepping aside and motioning for Jack and Allie to dismount.
We'll escort you to the general's tent.
Managing a professional smile, Jack complied, Allie slipping down to the ground after.
Could have gone worse, I guess,
the other woman muttered. Jack's only response was a faint nod as she struggled not to break into a run, forced to measure her pace between the bearkin guards as they passed through the nearly emptied encampment toward the fur-lined tent that seemed to mark their destination.
General?
The bearkin guard said loudly at the entrance to the tent. Then, after a frowning pause,
General Regand?
In the same instant, Jack and Allie looked to each other, both striding forward for the tent flaps as the other guard turned to intercept them.
She could be in danger,
Allie blurted before the guard could offer protest, shouldering her way past.
The spells involved in the counterattack are quite taxing.
Sparing a moment to marvel at the ease with which Allie conjured a story, a side effect of having grown up as a pickpocketing street urchin, no doubt, Jack forced her way into the tent as well, finding herself in a main room replete with furs, seating, and empty ale vessels, divided from either end of the tent by draped floor-to-ceiling partitions. And, simultaneously, she heard a faint puff of magical energy from behind the partition on the left. Stifling a curse as she recognized the sound of Regand's teleportation spell, Jack shot into the side chamber. Empty, save for the racks of weaponry and the recently lit candlestick that still burned.
She's gone to join the fighting,
Allie declared, turning about to face the off-balance guards.
Hurry, we have to find her if we're going to help win this battle.
At once,
the guardswoman declared, darting off to fulfill her duty. Doing her best to shut out the scene behind her, which she might have otherwise found humorous, Jack motioned through the tent flaps for Ember to remain where he was, striding forward and dropping to touch the faint impression of feet left in the yak fur rug beneath her. She froze, her glowing fingertips halting over the footprints before her spell could bring an image of whoever had left them to mind. There were 2 sets of feet that had stood here recently, one of them considerably lighter. Fighting down her aggravation, Jack did some quick mental calculations. The ones on the left had feet comparable in size to the ones on the right, as though the heavier individual, though close in size to the lighter, had been weighted down by an excessive belly or by copious amounts of armaments. Since she had yet to see a bearkin without muscles resembling a rolling sea, it wasn't hard to guess which. And when last she'd spotted Regand, the general had been sporting her usual plate armor and longsword. Jack made the call, her fingers brushing the lighter footprints as her spell sprang from the touch into the coarse, trampled yak hair. As expected, the image that sprang into her mind was of another bearkin entirely, a female, and one of roughly the same height and build as their quarry. A confused expression was on her face as she conversed with the individual across from her, presumably Regand. If Jack had to guess, it was as though the bearkin was trying to comprehend what was being asked of her.
What is it?
Allie's voice sounded from behind, snapping Jack back into the present. Jack stood, already making for the tent opening.
I'm not sure, but it looks like Regand.
Her words trailed off as she swept out into the grainy light of near dusk, her gaze falling on a shadowy figure in the near distance, one sprinting along the wall of Shanedir's fortress toward the fighting at the main gate, sword drawn. Regand's sword. Beyond that, The figure also looked to be wearing Regand's cloak, the one Jack had used as a visual target when she and Ember had given chase. The large wolf beside her followed her gaze, hackles rising as he marked the quarry as well. Jack, meanwhile, allowed herself a heavy groan. The second bearkin she'd seen could easily double for Regand at this distance, and in this poor lighting, which was almost certainly what Regand had planned on. At the same time, however, Jack couldn't risk being wrong on her hunch. If Regand really was sprinting for the thick of the fighting, nothing good could come of that. "Jack?" Allie prompted, her eyes also locked on the fleeing form.
"A decoy,"
Jack sighed, slinging up into her saddle.
"Maybe, but
we can't afford to risk it," Allie growled, leaping up after as Jack nudged Ember into motion, bearkin tents whizzing past as dark blurs as the wolf's paws churned deep furrows in the grass. Even as they charged back toward the fray, however, Jack couldn't keep her mind from wondering what it was Regand might really be planning. As furious as Allie was with Regand, she found her gaze wrenched from the figure wearing the general's cloak as, with Ember more than doubling their target's speed, he promised to carry Allie and Jack into the thick of the fighting at the gates close behind. Allie swallowed a lump of fear as she saw two of the towering elephant-kin beasts burst through the broken gates, their tusks and massive swords thrashing about as they carved through the defenders. Then, absurdly, movement out of the corner of Allie's eye drew her gaze. Glancing left, she saw that a familiar apekin was rushing to join the defense, a look of determination on his face as he closed in and slashed his blade down on the nearest beast's tree-like leg.
"Imal?"
Allie said aloud, finding that, even in the chaos of the moment, she felt a rush of pride at seeing that Nelina's first mate had decided to stay true to his own beliefs, rather than remain under his captain's thumb. No sooner had the feelings begun to take root, however, than both elephant-kin beasts bellowed furiously to the darkening sky, cutting this way and that with their great swords in a blind rage. With pained, startled cries, the half-breed defenders at the gate began to fall as the elephant-kin beasts carved through their ranks again and again. The fortunate ones managed to evade the blows, but Allie looked back to mark her and Jack's target in time to see the figure bearing Regand's cloak falter in her step, attempting to reverse course and lunge away from the nearest beast's blow. Too late. Barely uttering a whimper, the figure toppled to the ground as Allie, Jack, and Ember thundered up next to her. Allie dropping from the wolf's back to examine the body, heaving it over on its back. A low, angry groan slid from her throat as she took in the face of an unfamiliar bearkin, clearly Regand's decoy. Still grappling with what to do next, Allie looked up to see that Pethinkul, high silverback of the apekin, had fallen under the second beast's merciless blows, dodging once, twice, but finally caught up in the arc of the beast's great scything blade. Howling in defiance, his teeth bared, Imal lunged forward from nearby, sinking his blade up to the hilt in the beast's ankle. However, with his sword so deep in the thing's thick hide, he was unable to withdraw it in time to evade the beast's indignant blow of response. Allie grimaced, turning away from the sight at the last instant. She'd seen enough battle in her time to know that Imal's heroic stand had ended. Jaw set in fury, Allie let her eyes fall back to the still form of Regand's double as she reached out to close the bearkin woman's eyes. The woman's general had sent her to her death, knowingly and without hesitation.
"All these years,"
Allie thought coldly, feeling the chill, crackling touch of her dark power coursing in her veins, pulsing ferociously for release.
"I've worried so much that I wouldn't be able to stem the evil inside of me. That I'd become the monster I'd always felt was waiting patiently below the surface of my mind."
Lifting her gaze, Allie took in the gruesome scene before her, the dead and dying, the clawing stench of blood, the horrific screams of anger and pain.
"But now, I think I understand,"
she mused, strangely calm, even as her fury rose like boiling bile in her throat.
"Everyone has a monster inside. just waiting for the days when it can feed on the scraps of the comfortably evil thoughts and actions we throw its way. And all those years I spent fighting mine, not everyone had the decency to do the same.
She stood, coolly manifesting her dagger, Biriak, in her grasp, as a horde of wolfkin began pouring into the breach opened by their beasts.
So, as long as I've got this monster on a leash, I might as well let it cut its teeth.
Allie swept forward, sinking Biriak's fang-like blade into the nearest wolfkin, locking gazes with her victim, her vision crackling with dark power. She let the monster out to play. The wolfkin's eyes went wide as power rippled down the length of Allie's arm, focused into the blade of her dagger, only to be unleashed in a blinding torrent of blackest death. With a deafening thunderclap, drenched in bitter malice, the blast tore through the wolfkin, scorching completely through the attacker's midsection to fizzle away to nothingness against the shards of broken gate behind him. Swaying on his feet, the wolfkin dropped limply back to the ground, a smoking cavity where his heart had once been. Allie's gaze slid to the wolfkin a few steps behind her comrade, now frozen and eyeing Allie with terror and awe.
I'll be honest,
Allie growled to the wolfkin, power crackling painfully behind her teeth as she spoke.
I don't know how long I can control this.
Distantly, she let herself feel the horror of how much truth her words carried. Then, for once not caring if she could coax the monster back into its cage, she loosed a primal scream, dagger raised as she rushed into the thick of battle. Jack gulped as she witnessed Allie's raw display of power, recalling the other woman's story of how she'd initially uncovered her powers, by blasting an entire city block to ash. Still, for the moment at least, Jack was intact, and that meant her tactical senses were taking over as she assessed the bloody scene before her. What was left of the gate's defenders were holding the wolfkin reinforcements at bay, while a handful still stood against the foremost elephantkin beast, managing only small cuts here and there. The beast who had hung back near the gate itself, however, stood alone, a handful of bodies at its enormous feet as it squared off against the single remaining warrior in its path, King Lederog of the Bearkin. Even amidst the frenzy of battle, Jack found time to be amazed as she watched Lederog dive beneath one blow, glancing another aside with his shield, then plunge his sword into the side of the beast's knee, slash it across the other leg to sever the femoral artery, then drive his blade into the beast's gut as it stumbled forward.
Good,
Jack thought, turning her attention to the other beast.
Those two are our biggest threats. Once they're down, we can start worrying about stemming the tide of wolfkin.
At the thought, she heard the garbled cry of one of the attackers above the ear-splitting drone of another of Allie's blasts.
Provided Allie hasn't already handled it by then.
"Ember!" she shouted aloud, motioning toward the foremost elephantkin beast with her sword. Dutifully, the wolf carried her forward, grunting in acknowledgement as Jack added in his ear,
"Bring him down to me."
Just in the few seconds Jack had been close enough to study the tide of battle, a half-dozen defenders had fallen beneath the beast's blade, leaving Ember to leap over feathered and furry bodies as he closed the distance to their quarry. The beast, seeing Jack bearing down on him with his beady eyes, swiveled to face the assault head-on, but Ember managed to bound over the low swipe that was meant to take his legs out from under him, alighting beside the beast and sinking his teeth deep into the thing's ankle. Trumpeting to the sky through its lashing trunk, the beast stooped low, preparing to gore Ember free with its bloodied tusks. However, that was when Jack leapt up in her saddle, plunging her sword skyward into the underside of the beast's throat. The beast's cry became garbled as its tongue was severed from within. The beast left to clutch at its throat as its eyes grew dark, and it sank weakly to the ground. Spinning to the other beast, she caught sight of a familiar gnome up on the battlements in the corner of her eye. Turning to see that, no sooner had he flung a wolfkin from the battlements, than Gefnar turned to point with his red-stained blade down to the beast. "Volley! Now!" he shouted, as the archers, seemingly bought a moment of respite from the wolfkin scaling the walls, turned, notched their arrows, and complied. At the latest barrage, the beast, already weakened from its bout with Letterog, staggered to its knees to be cleanly decapitated by the frothy-mouthed bearkin king. Teeth bared in a snarl, Letterog loosed a roar of victory to the sky, even as he clutched a seeping wound in his side.
Let's not celebrate just yet,
Jack thought darkly, turning to stare out the gate at the sea of wolfkin spilling in toward the breach.
We've still got an attacking force that outnumbers us 3-1.
Then, before Jack's eyes, she saw Matriarch Velikani raise her tusked staff to the sky, light swirling around the memory stone engravings as great stone tusks began to climb up from the earth, cutting off the handful of wolfkin already through the gate from their allies and barring the path of the rest of the horde. And, for the first time since the battle had begun, Jack allowed herself a sigh of relief. They'd just been bought a moment to catch their breath.
Now, if we can just press our advantage,
she thought, her mind frantically working over the impossible problem before them.
Keep them where our arrows can thin their numbers.
Gerulf!
A thundering, grating voice echoed across the landscape, seeming to erupt like a shockwave across the glade.
I am not pleased.
Jack froze, fear and anger gripping her heart in a cold, stifling grip as she fought to absorb what she'd just heard.
It can't be,
she breathed. Not him. Not here. Almost without registering that she'd given Ember the order to do so, the wolf had carried her up the steps to the battlements, allowing her to peer northward through the gloom of a dying sunset into the glade beyond Shanedir's fortress. Past the sea of metal and fur that made up Sonblade and her wolfkin, a new force had bled into the grasslands of the glade, the dark green of their scales nearly matching the backdrop of lush nature all around them. And, at the head of the seething ranks of teeth and twisted metal, stood a single towering figure, decked in thick armor plating Jack knew to be etched with jagged runes. A long, sickle-like polearm was in the figure's grasp, planted firmly in the grass at his feet, as he demanded the attention of all within sight with his sheer presence, his voice magically reverberating from within his gnarled snout as he bellowed once more.
This alliance will stand, by the will of Garich, Lord of the Crockbloods.
Allie braced a hand against the earthen wall before her as she fought to make sense of what she was hearing.
Garich? Here? And he wants the alliance to stand?
But whatever hope she might have had that her ears were deceiving her was swept away, as she looked up to catch eyes with her comrades on the wall. Tanner, now in his fox form, appeared too stunned even to tear his eyes away from the scene to the north. They all knew better than to feel a rush of optimism, Allie knew. If Garich was espousing the merits of Shanedir's alliance, that could only mean he would somehow twist it to serve his own ends.
Like forcing everyone to join him in his war against the major races?
She thought, feeling decidedly human at the prospect. Fighting to catch her breath, Allie looked down to the dagger in her grasp, seeing that the dark, crackling energy coursing over its length had begun to dwindle, her strength waning with it.
Still,
she thought darkly, her eyes falling to the handful of charred wolfkin bodies at her feet.
It's hard to argue with the effectiveness of whatever the blazes I just did.
In the breath-held stillness left in the wake of Garich's issued challenge, Allie found that a single low whisper had caught her attention, drawing her gaze back toward the fallen defenders, and to one in particular. Imal lay still, his apekin eyes distant and vacant, as he was clutched in the arms of a familiar tigerkin. Absurdly, however, Allie's mind wouldn't let herself reconcile the woman before her with the actual Nelina. After all, when had she ever seen Nelina cry? But there she was, tears spilling down her tigerkin face, as Allie numbly closed the distance between them, her feline eyes filled with loss as she looked up to meet Allie's gaze.
There was meant to be peace,
said Nelina, her voice a husky growl.
Shanedir said there would be peace.
To her own surprise, Allie found her snide remarks falling away. Since when did Nelina care? About anything? Anyone? Instead, she simply nodded, letting her anger instead fester for the real villain behind all this violence.
We were close. Then Regand shot Gerulf. She's doomed us all.
The tears still flowed, but Nelina's eyes narrowed to slits, the continued sorrow somehow making the anger there that much more chilling.
General Regand? She is to blame for all of this?
Allie gave an affirming grunt.
Yeah, and now we can't find her.
She motioned to the bloodied form of Regand's decoy.
Our trail went cold with her double.
Immediately catching Allie's meaning, Nelina eased Imal's body back to the ground, standing and striding over to the body with purpose.
Not cold,
she said, slipping the cloak from the body with one fluid movement before holding it up before Allie.
Regand's?
At Allie's nod, the tigerkin's eyes closed briefly, opening with a brief flash of magic. A slow snarl came over Nelina's face as she turned southward.
She's not far.
I'm coming with you, Allie declared before the other woman could take off. Nelina gave an assenting nod, but held Allie's gaze.
Very well, but Regand is mine.
Fine by me, Allie grunted, taking off after Nelina as a chorus of wailing began to rise from the apekin gathered around the fallen Pethinkul. She couldn't say what bearing bringing Regand before Sonblade might have on the day's rapidly shifting loyalties, and, if she was honest, she was past caring. At this point, Regand just needed to pay. Chapter 21 Shrouded Faces. An unfamiliar and wholly uncomfortable feeling settled in Tanner's heart as he looked out northward into the dusk-laden glade from where he stood over Shanedir's gate. Upon a moment of reflection, he found that the feeling was resignation. How else could he feel? Below him, past the bodies of fallen wolfkin and smoldering, spell-scorched grass, was a wolfkin army that still easily outnumbered Tanner and his allies 3-1. And, beyond that, an even larger force of crockbloods, lizardkin, goblins, and snakebloods, their teeth and weapons bared as they stood braced and eager for battle, in the grainy light of sunset.
How?
Tanner heard Shanedir whisper from beside him, looking up from where he had his foxkin forepaws draped over the embrasure before him.
I take it you didn't see this coming? Said Tanner.
Shanedir shook his head, exchanging a worried look with Matriarch Velikani at his side.
No. Garich must have a seer of great power in his employ, if he was able to blind my senses to such a bold move.
Terrific, Tanner muttered, turning sullenly back to watch as Garich strode purposefully forward, alone and armed only with his gnarled polearm, which he used as a walking stick in his glowering advance.
Fall back!
Sonblade's order rang out from below, causing any straggling attackers to retreat into the wolfkin ranks as the entire band withdrew a few dozen paces from the wall to escape the range of arrows and spellcasting. Still astride her horse, Sonblade wheeled about, trotting back through her people as she moved to meet the oncoming Garich. A long, tense moment of stillness fell over the outside world as Sonblade came to a halt on the other side of her army, awaiting Garich's arrival, leaving the defenders of Shanedir's conjured fortress to scramble up onto the walls, muttering frantically to each other as everyone attempted to make sense of what was happening.
What do we do?
Tanner hissed up to Shanedir, his claws clacking impatiently against the strange earthen wall. Shanedir clucked his tongue against the inside of his beak for a moment, ruminating on the question.
We wait. Wait and see what sort of reprieve we have been bought, and what it might end up costing us.
Jack's furrowed gaze never flinched from the approaching mountain of a crockblood as she recalled the last time she had encountered Garich. The power-mad vermin had assaulted Aglek, the crockblood mage who'd gifted Jack her elven sword, as well as the burden of whatever it meant to be the fabled huntress, in a blatant attempt to draw Jack into a trap. Not fancying herself a coward, Jack had willingly stepped into this trap, with she and her friends defeating Garich's minions as they'd swarmed in. Content merely to look on during the fight, Garich had offered a cryptic threat before vanishing into the shadows.
He promised that I would suffer,
Jack thought darkly, knowing full well that Garich was now in the best possible position to make that happen. Self-preservation barely crossed Jack's mind. She could soar off into the sky atop Ember easily enough, living to fight another day. But that wasn't remotely who she was. Abandoning those around her to a gruesome death was not an option. Below her, a low, rumbling growl rose in Ember's throat as they both peered out over the battlements, watching Garich near Sonblade.
Easy,
Jack soothed, patting the wolf's thick, furry neck.
If they want to press the fight, we won't disappoint.
Even at her bravado, however, she glanced behind her to the interior of the gate, her heart aching at all the death below. Imal, Nelina's ape-kin companion, lay dead, as did many eagle and phoenix bloods, the latter's bodies periodically self-immolating into blackest ash, to leave vaguely person-shaped scorch marks in the damp grass. Many ape, elephant, and bearkin lay dead as well, including the richly adorned body of Pethinkul, the ape-kin high silverback. His wife, and presumably his son, both clutched his body, offering up silent wails of mourning as they began a withdrawal to their own camp. And Sanlar, the single surviving Ravenblood of the summit delegation, lay with his head in the lap of his phoenix blood lover, Zael, one hand clutching the bloody wound in his side, the other weakly grasping his beloved's arm. Under Zael's attentive care, it seemed that he, at least, might pull through.
All of them fighting for survival,
Jack thought with a sigh.
For their people.
The whole scene was so morbidly senseless as to turn Jack's stomach.
It didn't have to be this way,
she growled inwardly, furious that she had no visual target for her frustration at the moment. She settled for turning her glare back on Garich as he came up alongside the mounted Sonblade. He may not have started this fight, but he would more than serve as a proper focal point for Jack's fury. With a distinct sense of disappointment in herself, she found that a small part of her hoped that the battle would resume after all.
At least then I might have a chance to erase one awful factor from this mess.
Allie's feet pounded beneath her as she kept pace behind the unveering Nelina. The tigerkin woman still held General Regan's cloak in one hand, and her wicked, thin-bladed sword in the other. It wasn't lost on Allie that their heading would bring them right to the doorstep of Shanedir's tent.
What would Regand want from there?
Allie let herself wonder as she and Nelina drew near, the chaos in the wake of battle falling away to near silence behind. Still a few hundred paces out, Nelina turned back to Allie, bringing a finger to her muzzle as she slowed her pace, motioning for Allie to wait in front while Nelina circled around back. Allie nodded, creeping up to the tent's main opening, dagger in hand, as the tigerkin vanished around the curvature of the tent wall. Unsure how long she was meant to wait, Allie determined that she would count 5, then charge in as a distraction if nothing else. Before she'd even finished her count, she heard a faint, muffled cry of pain, followed by a frantic flailing. The cry had barely sounded before Allie was inside the tent, her eyes quickly falling on the personal chambers of Shanedir past an opened partition, where a simple bed and modest furniture were situated, as well as the frenetic chaos of chests full of belongings strewn about the floor of the room. And, standing in front of one of these chests, was a wide-eyed Regand, arms now frozen at her side as, one hand clamped over the general's mouth, Nelina clutched Regand in a vice-like hold, her sword driven through to the hilt in the bearkin's back, its slender, wicked blade slick with blood as it protruded from Regand's chest.
Nelina!
Allie snapped, plodding to a halt a few paces away.
We either need her alive or enough proof of what she did to stop this. That is entirely up to her,
Nelina purred, her eyes not leaving Regand as she leaned in close to the general's ear.
Really?
Allie said incredulously, gesturing at the blade erupted from Regand's chest with the tip of her dagger.
And how exactly do you expect her to live with that?
Nelina briefly glanced in Allie's direction, but simply whispered into Regand's twitching ear by way of response.
I need you to hold very still, my dear. I've not harmed any of your vital organs.
Allie could practically see the ice in the Tigerkin's voice as she added,
Yet.
Then, after a weighted pause,
Now, the three of us are going to leave this place and return to the northern gate, where you are going to own up to what you've done. And, if there's any justice to be had in this world, you will pay for it. Dearly.
To her own surprise, Allie found herself bowing her head in approval to the Tigerkin as she began to forcibly march Regand from the tent. Nelina looked quickly away as Allie fell into step once more.
None of this is done for you. Do not learn to expect my unconditional assistance.
Wouldn't dream of it, Allie muttered, watching Regand for any trace of duplicity as they began the long walk back to the gate.
I just hope we make it back in time to stop all of this.
Tanner watched as Sonblade uttered a few quiet words to Garich, who, in turn, looked visibly surprised at what he'd heard.
Well, I had nothing to do with your leader's death,
he bellowed, whatever spell he had in place to carry his voice so far still clearly in place.
And I will not stand for this infighting. It is the major races who are the true threat.
At this, he pushed past Sonblade and her mount, parting the wolfkin ranks as he made for the gate, his reptilian eyes fixing on Shanedir. Clearly off balance at Garich's audacity, Sonblade spurred her horse after the Crockblood, trotting to catch up as Garich came to a halt near the base of the gate, as though daring any archers or spellcasters to take their best shot. Despite the gravity of the situation, Tanner found himself sorely tempted.
Shanedir!
Garich called up to the Eagleblood King, as he planted the butt of his polearm firmly in the dirt.
We shall speak.
Tanner looked beside him to see that Shanedir had met Garich's gaze, falling silent for a moment before giving a deep nod.
Very well.
With that, he spread his wings, preparing to coast the ground, while, nearby, Lederog's bearkin eyes went wide with disbelief.
Are you mad? He'll kill you where you stand.
For once, Tanner found himself inclined to agree with Lederog, but Shanedir ignored the warning, stepping lightly out over the parapets as his wings pounded heavily to break his fall. And, despite the multitude of promises Tanner had made to himself, and to Curtis, over the past few months, he found that he was doing something incredibly stupid. Before Shanedir had even alighted on the grass in front of Garich, Tanner was leaping over the battlements as well, feeling a faint stab of guilt at Gefnar's muted cry of, "Tanner!" Pain shot up through Tanner's paws with the weight of the impact as he dropped the 2-story distance to the ground. Coming up from his crouch alongside Shanedir as, deep in the recesses of his mind, Okizi's presence seemed to go numb with shock at what he'd just done. "Don't worry," he tried to assure her as he looked up defiantly into Garich's heavy stare. "I've got a plan." He was beginning to learn, he found, that it was much more difficult to lie to someone so blatantly when they were such an integral part of yourself.
"So,"
said Garich, his yellow gaze turning to level down his scaly snout at Shanedir, hardly seeming to register Tanner as a threat.
"You have slain Gurulf during talks of peace? I admit, it sounds unlike you."
Shanedir shook his head, clearly gripping his staff for support as he tried to stand tall in Garich's imposing presence.
Not I, Garich. A single party.
At this he turned to Sonblade.
Working alone. I regret not only that the act took place, but that I was unable to stop it.
Sonblade's glare made it clear that she remained unconvinced, and she seemed about to call Shanedir a filthy liar as she ordered her army to press the attack. But then something happened that, mercifully, seemed to shock everyone equally. Garich turned back down to Tanner, jerked his scaly chin to the side, and declared,
"I would speak with you, alone."
Tanner blinked, exchanging baffled looks with Shanedir and even Sonblade, as Garich already began stepping off to the side, his back to everyone else. All right," said Tanner, hesitantly moving to stand alongside the Crockblood a few paces away. He was still watching Garich's polearm for even a twitch in his direction, when Garich looked sidelong down at him, and Tanner saw something in the Crockblood's eyes he wouldn't have thought possible. Is that panic? More than that, there was distinct recognition in Garich's eyes, for a form in which he'd never seen Tanner, as the Crockblood leaned faintly over to him, his confidence and menace melting away, as Garich's voice became a frantic whisper.
"Otuli."
Tanner's jaw fell open. How in the blazes do you know my real name? I didn't know it before today." Garich gave an exasperated groan, shooting a worried glance over his shoulder.
"It's me, Jotugan."
It was a new and interesting experience, Tanner decided, having his brain crumble in on itself. For a long moment, he was left utterly speechless as his brain attempted to wrap itself around the absurdity of the moment. "Jotugan?" he finally hissed in disbelief. Garich's form nodded, and, now that he was watching for it, Tanner found that he did see the faintest shimmer around the illusion's edges, though they were nearly lost in the tricky light of dusk.
"Yes, Tiraki is maintaining the illusion of myself and the Crockblood army close by, but I don't know how long she can sustain it, especially with her staff broken."
"Right," said Tanner, trying to piece together the fragments of a plan as he continued to grapple with the desperate ruse Jotugan and Tiraki were attempting. If Sonblade suspected, even for an instant, that Garich wasn't truly there, the cracks of the illusion would begin to show, and they'd all be just as doomed as before. "Wait, so," said Tanner, shaking his foxen head as he tried to separate reality from illusion. "So, Garich doesn't want this alliance to succeed?"
"No,"
Jotugan growled under his breath.
"I don't know. Please, just tell me that you have something I can use to placate the Wolfkin."
Shutting his eyes lightly as he sent up a pleading prayer to whatever Thakur might be listening, Tanner whispered his next words through the link he shared with his companions. "So it'd be great if you guys were just about to tell me you managed to track down Regand." There was a brief pause in response, and Tanner could sense the mingled confusion of Jack, Allie, and Gefnar.
I was, Allie said slowly. Nelina and I are escorting her back to the gate right now.
And why are we sharing this information with the murdering psychopath beside you?
Came Jack's response, causing Tanner to glance up to the wall above him, where Jack and Ember glared down at the image of Garich. Tanner gave a nervous laugh.
Well, it turns out it's not Garich. Tiraki dropped an illusion over my cousin, and we've got a few minutes at best before that enormous army of crockbloods adding weight to whatever diplomatic approach we try dissolves to leave us at Sonblade's mercy again.
The shock Tanner had felt just a few moments earlier now swept through him again, this time rippling through the link from his friends.
Then we have to hurry,
came Gefnar's reply.
Just throw Regand at Sonblade's feet and tell them to leave.
But we can't act like we're hurrying,
said Tanner, meeting Jotagun's pained gaze as his cousin waited for the private conference to end.
As far as they know, we've got all the time in the world, so we need to pretend that we do.
He nodded to Jotagun.
That said, Allie, if you could rush Regand along a bit, we need to go promise that you're about to show up.
Turning back toward the confused and impatient Sonblade, Tanner and Jotagun started walking toward the biggest lie of Tanner's life. Tanner gulped.
And I really hope we can sell it.
Jack glanced down the length of the battlements to catch Gefnar's eye, but before she could even make the request, the gnome began clambering up the steps to the gate tower. Matriarch Velikani would need to know that the barricade she'd erected would need to come back down in a hurry. Then, as Jack looked over her shoulder to see the promised procession of Allie, Nelina, and a stone-faced, impaled Regand, her eyes flickered to the large, imposing figure already trotting down the steps to the wall, clearly moving to place himself in Allie's path.
Damn it, Lederog,
Jack groaned inwardly, nudging Ember into a soaring leap that landed them squarely in front of the Bearkin King at the base of the steps.
Don't make us fight you on this.
Lederog met Jack's leveled gaze as he came to a halt before her, glancing past to mark Allie and his general's continued approach.
I'll not stop what I'm left to assume you intend to do, human. If Regand's motives were pure, she'll understand the sacrifice to be made. And if they weren't...
He trailed off, watching, as Jack did, as Nelina coolly withdrew her blade from Regand's back, shoving her into Allie's grasp.
I just need to know why.
Jack nodded, maneuvering Ember out of Lederog's path and escorting him the short walk remaining to Regand, the general swaying on her feet, as Allie pressed her dagger to her prisoner's ribs. Years of camaraderie flashed between Regand and Lederog as they stared at each other for a moment, Lederog finally scowling.
Did you know something? Had Gerulf meant to move against us at the meeting? Did he intend our capture? Our deaths?
Regand gave a low growl, her expression curling in disappointment and disgust.
Does it matter? You would trust them, Lederog. The king I once served knew that such blind belief was an unacceptable weakness. If not today, then in a month, a year, Gerulf would have moved against us once more. Though now with you and your new allies lulled into a false sense of security, with oaths of friendship.
She spat a grunting curse.
And you would have proved to be a coward then, as you were today. Willing to placate and cower to serve Shanedir's whim.
Anger flashed in Lederog's eyes as he squared his shoulders, towering over his general.
Not a coward, Regand. I thought once that you were the general our people needed. Perhaps for a time you were. But the world is changing. We are strong, but Not so strong as to wage war purely for expansion and glory as we once did. And today you forced us into a battle we had no hope of winning. This is not courage, but blind foolishness. If Hungyel brings justice today, no more of our people will pay for your short-sighted arrogance. Only you.
He stepped aside, turning a crisp nod on Allie.
My apologies. Her sentence is already too long delayed.
Jack couldn't help a small grunt of agreement.
And we're all running out of time.
Allie inclined her head toward Letterog by way of response, muscling Regand forward as she looked up to see that Gefnar's time had been well spent, directing Matriarch Velikani's attention down below to watch as Allie continued the march forward. As Velikani began to wave about her tusk-crowned staff, the ground noisily shifting as the stony barriers she directed in the gate began to recede into the earth, Allie glanced back to see Nelina standing dutifully a few paces back, watching Regand with hatred.
Don't go anywhere,
Allie had ordered the Tigerkin, as Nelina had silently handed over the prisoner.
Wouldn't dream of it,
Nelina had replied with a snarling smirk. Allie didn't know why she'd bothered. She could see in the Tigerkin's eyes that she'd be slinking off into the trees at the nearest opportunity. But convincing Nelina to extend her bout of altruism wasn't exactly priority at the moment. So, eyes forward once more, Allie forced Regand forward through the gate as a peculiar scene opened up before her. Shanedir, Blade, Tanner, and someone who looked an awful lot like Garich were clustered loosely together, the enormous Crockblood's form growling eye to eye into the mounted Sonblade's stoic face.
And here comes the peace offering now,
said a Garich-cloaked Jotugan, gesturing broadly to the approaching Allie and Regand with his free hand.
I did not kill your precious Gurulf, seer, but as a show of good faith, I have convinced Shanedir and his allies to hand over the one who did.
She acted alone, Shanedir chimed in as Sonblade marked Regand's every step. And without foreknowledge or approval from myself or the other leaders. Tanner fought back a sharp twitch of his features. It was risky for Shanedir making such a bold statement. If Letterog were to swoop in and counter it. But the Bearkin King merely hung back through the gate, watching with heavy eyes as the negotiations progressed. Sonblade studied Regand's snarling face from atop her horse as Allie came to a stop, holding the general in place.
You would have us take her and retreat, then?
She said, turning to level her stare at the false Garich. Jotugan nodded.
Secure in the knowledge that you are free to mete out whatever vengeance you see fit against the one who slew your alpha. Or you can remain and press the fight.
Even Tanner was impressed at the menace that entered Jotugan's illusory face then.
But, one way or another, Sonblade, this alliance will come to be, now under my mighty rule.
Shanedir notably prickled at this, but visibly bit back whatever interjection he might have had at Tanner's quick look and minute shake of the head.
Trust me, Shanedir,
Tanner thought, hoping the sentiment showed on his face.
It's better than you think.
Silently, Sonblade motioned a pair of her soldiers forward, ordering as they drew near.
Ready her for interrogation.
Her narrowed eyes settled on Shanedir.
We'll soon ascertain the truth of the matter.
Sincerity shone in Shanedir's face as he gave a muted bow.
I truly hope that you will.
Sonblade uttered a noncommittal grunt, drawing her reins sideways as she moved to follow her receding prisoner, now held between two wolfkin. Then stopped, sweeping a glare at those behind her over her shoulder.
Do not presume to think this is a victory,
she said, baring her teeth at the image of Garich.
The major races were nearly driven to act against us already. And, now that he has declared himself lord of this alliance, how long do you think we have before their combined might is brought against us?
She shook her head, genuine despair in her eyes as she looked to Shanedir once more.
This summit of yours has doomed us all.
Tanner fought to keep from twitching impatiently as Glade spurred on her mount, issuing a loud, guttural order for retreat as the Wolfkin horde began to melt away into the westward ruins.
Come on,
he thought, sharing a pointed glance with Jotagun's false face.
Leave faster.
Even the most powerful of mages would have difficulty maintaining such an extensive illusion for so long, and Tiraki was still weakened from capture, as well as being left without the focusing qualities of her staff. Finally, after long, agonizing minutes of the Wolfkin and their elephantkin beasts slowly trickling from sight amongst the ruins, the last of them had vanished, leaving the half-breed delegations and a fictional army of crockbloods in the last lights of sunset.
Ancestors preserve me,
Jotagun gasped in relief, slumping forward to rest his hands on his knees.
I cannot believe that worked.
Tanner echoed the sentiment with a tension-draining guffaw, turning to see the shock and confusion on Shanedir's face at Jotagun's outburst. Oh, said Tanner, reaching out to simultaneously soothe his sister's troubled presence, as well as to utilize their connection to shift into his more typical foxkin form. He draped an arm over the shoulders of the still frazzled Jotagun, delighting in the dawning realization in Shanedir's expression as his arm passed through the image of the much taller Garich. My cousin, he said, smiling to Shanedir. Don't you see the resemblance? Shanedir frowned only a second longer before relief, and even good humor, came to his eyes.
I do, indeed.
Cocking a brow, Tanner turned back to see that Jotagun now wore his true features, the fur on his neck bristling with the tension he'd just undergone. Oh, you're back, said Tanner, clapping his cousin on the shoulder. Jotagun nodded, looking as though he was about to vomit.
Yes, which means that Tiraki either believes the danger to be past, or she's in trouble,
said Jack, easing Ember forward beneath her from where she'd hung back through the gate with the half-breed leaders. Another nod from Jotagun as he stepped up alongside Ember, extending a hand out for assistance in mounting.
I'll guide you to where we parted ways. Quickly, I'd not have the Wolfkin stumble upon her once again.
Jack wordlessly complied, hauling Jotagun up behind her and darting off northward, where a near-endless army of crockbloods and their allies were dissolving in the dusk.
For the record,
Allie said, stepping up between Shanedir and Tanner to watch them leave.
I can't believe that worked either. Still trying to decide if it was the bravest thing I've ever seen, or just the most desperate.
The two are often interchangeable, I find,
Shanedir said with a weak laugh, visibly still sorting out reality from illusion in his mind as he turned back to the fortress he'd erected. Weight seemed to settle back on his shoulders after the brief moment of respite, however, as he took in the carnage and the bewildered half-breed leaders beyond the gate.
But now, we must attend to the dead, and to what plans we might set in place for the living.
Chapter 22. The Past Counted.
It is not far,
Jotagun declared into Jack's ear as they passed through the crumbled perimeter of the elven ruins.
I left her in that fallen granary just ahead. She wished to be closer to the illusion, but I insisted that she also remain out of sight. It was a compromise. I only hope that no rear scouts have...
There, said Jack, some part of her recoiling at her own lack of manners, though still knowing that this wasn't the time to worry about such trivialities. Tiraki had just stumbled into view in the dim dusk light, falling the last couple of steps in her run as she fell to brace herself against a pile of rubble. Jack had barely formed the thought in her mind before Ember had veered toward the crockblood in his run, plodding to a stop beside Taraki. Her broken staff held in one hand, Taraki stood shakily upright, turning a weary smile up to Jack.
It is good to see you, Huntress. I don't suppose I could trouble you for a ride.
Of course,
Jack said with a relieved laugh, inching back in her saddle as Jotagun dismounted to help Taraki clamber up in front of her. In seconds, they were underway once again, bolting back toward the summit grounds atop Ember, as Jack subtly helped to keep Taraki upright.
I just wanted to say, to both of you,
she said after a moment,
what the two of you accomplished, that was nothing short of amazing.
I might share your feelings on the matter, Huntress,
Taraki said weakly over her shoulder.
Given some time, distance, and a good night's rest. But right now...
Right now, you don't owe me or anyone else anything.
Jack cut her off gently, glad of the chance to treat someone else like a hero for a change.
Let's just get you back to some food and a warm tent.
She smiled back at Jotagun.
You've both earned it.
Allie looked down to her hands as she made for Shanedir's tent, her heart heavy as she magically cleansed the blood and dirt from her palms, fingers, and beneath her nails. The distant look in Sanlar's eyes as he'd looked to her in gratitude when she'd moved to aid him and Zael in the burial of his dead kin was haunting.
For all Sonblade's pursuit of justice,
Allie thought bitterly,
she didn't seem to give much thought to the massive debt owed her by Sanlar, or by the people he has to go home and tell that their queen has been murdered.
Groaning at the unfairness of it all, she glanced about the morose scene playing across the summit grounds. The various half-breed delegations were seeing to their own burials and rituals in the wake of all the death, save for the Phoenix Bloods, who, after a short gathering and what had looked to be silent prayers, had moved to aid Sanlar and Zael in burying the gathered Ravenblood bodies, with their own dead vanishing in dotted flashes of white-hot fire that reduced the fallen Phoenix Bloods to ash. King Phasix and his people had somberly joined Zael and Sanlar in their efforts. A gesture better late than never, Allie supposed, still rankling at the fact that no one had aided the devastated Sanlar in the burial since that morning. Everyone, including her, had other priorities, she knew, but it had still felt wrong to find that one loss had yet to be managed before the next one overtook them. However, as she saw the other delegations complete their rites over their own fallen, handfuls of half-breeds from each camp, even bearkin, began trickling toward the efforts in the Ravenblood camp, silently aiding in respectfully depositing the Ravenblood bodies in the mass graves near the smaller ones Sanlar had dug specifically for his queen. To Allie's surprise, it was the Apekin who were slowest to offer their support. Many still deep in the morning ritual for High Silverback Pethencool, who lay, eyes closed, on a pyre over the grave of his fallen warriors, an ornate cloak draped over his body. Sadness pricked at Allie's heart as she saw a still-faced Imal among the rows of dead Apekin along the graveside, each in turn hauled down to their final rest. Allie attempted to shake off the coldness in her heart, catching sight of her companions among the sober chaos. Gefnar was offering what aid he could in healing, it seemed, while Tanner walked slowly about the encampment, a morose but beautiful chant Allie couldn't understand spilling from his lips. She took it to be in the tongue of the Thakur, as the words seemed to have a calming effect on those who looked on the brink of snapping entirely whenever Tanner passed by.
And with all of my power,
Allie thought in self-deprecation as she continued her march toward Shanedir's tent,
I can't even help dig a hole properly.
She'd helped Sanlar and Zael however she could, of course, but as the Phoenix Blood mages had gathered to assist, it had soon become clear that they were far more versed in natural magics, as they'd utilized their combined energy to easily shift mounds of dirt out of the growing mass grave in seconds. Hoping she'd prove to be of more use elsewhere, Allie had quietly slinked away, thinking to gain some sort of direction from Shanedir.
Or at least offer my support,
she thought, coming upon the guards at the tent exterior as she began to hear a familiar voice coming from the dancing lamplit shadows within.
Such a union requires trust, my friend. Transparency,
Tilidwin was saying, sounding pained as he did so.
For one who reads the future as you do, it is a wonder you didn't understand. I would have joined with you in this, Shanedir, even had you told me what fate might await my people. I would have believed that we could find some way to alter this path together. But that you did not trust me with this knowledge, a vision that affected myself and those whom I love so profoundly. It speaks of distrust. That you think me more coward than friend or confidant. Or worse, that you believe me incapable of leading my people toward a different path. I wish you would have truly believed in me, my friend, as I believed in you.
Allie slowed her pace as she neared the tent entrance, but the eagleblood guards to either side merely bowed their heads to her, motioning for her to continue inside. Frowning, Allie did so.
I guess they're hoping I'll put a stop to the conversation,
she thought, finding that she quickly fulfilled this purpose as, stepping into the warm light of the tent's interior, Tilidwin and Shanedir, seated on a bench by the table in the main chamber, both looked up to mark her entrance, with Tilidwin easing to his feet, nodding down to a deflated Shanedir.
I hope that the damage done here today might be repaired, my friend, in all its forms. But I am afraid I can no longer support this alliance you've so desired to build.
With a respectful bow to both Shanedir and Desikin, who stood close to her king's shoulder, restraint and anger warring in her eyes, Tilidwin strode from the tent past Allie, inclining his head to her as well before departing. Still seated, and looking as though he might never have the strength to stand again, Shanedir stared down at his hands, finally looking up to meet Allie's gaze.
You wished to speak with me, young Allie?
Allie nodded slowly, moving to stand at the end of the table.
I did. Didn't mean to interrupt, though.
Shanedir gave a sad chuckle.
I believe Tilidwin had said everything that he wished to. Not to worry.
Chewing on her lip for a moment, Allie blurted,
You can't just decide what other people can handle. Working with others, it means trusting that they can use their own discernment to work toward a common good.
The faces of her companions seemed to smile at her from within her own thoughts, and she did her best not to be annoyed about it.
The voice of experience, I think,
said Shanedir meekly, turning to look up at Desikin.
You sound very much like someone else I know.
Clucking her tongue uneasily, Desikin failed to meet Shanedir's gaze, instead locking eyes on Allie.
How goes the laying to rest of the dead?
Allie shrugged.
As well as it can. Doesn't bring them back, but helps with the closure, I guess.
Yes, said Shanedir, sighing heavily as he rose to his feet.
Allowing us to look to the future.
About that,
said Allie.
How can we be sure the danger's past? What's to keep Sunblade from just peeking into the future and seeing that you didn't all ally under Garich's leadership?
A self-deprecating smile came to Shanedir's eyes.
It's proven difficult for me, even with prior knowledge.
How? Said Allie, aware of how hurtful her question might be.
Aren't both of you supposed to be these powerful seers?
At the risk of sounding arrogant, said Shanedir with an amused grunt, we are. It is hard to describe to those who are not able to see the weaving paths and the threads of fate, but it is much like learning a whole new language, and you and your friends seem to speak a different tongue entirely. Ripples in the fabric of the future grow more and more difficult to discern the closer they draw to you. It's as though the course of reality itself is overwritten by your actions, and the actions of those closest to you. And that is something which even the most accomplished seer will struggle to comprehend.
His avian gaze seemed to bore into Allie as he tilted his head forward to convey the weight of his words.
To alter the course of fate on such a scale, I don't know that it's ever been done.
Allie gulped, attempting to brush aside the moment as she motioned past Shanedir to his bedchamber, where the chaos Regand had left in her wake upon rifling through his belongings seemed untouched.
Right. Is that something we need to worry about?
Physically shaking himself at the abrupt shift in conversation, Shanedir followed her gaze, giving a faint groan.
It seems I have been something of a slob in my elder years, doesn't it?
Did Regand find what she was looking for?
Said Allie, not particularly feeling like laughing at the joke. She'd done a quick pat-down on the Bearkin general before handing her over to Sonblade, but in the haste of the moment, she had little confidence that she couldn't have missed something.
Doubtful,
said Shanedir, motioning for Allie to follow him to the foot of the bed, where it looked like a large chest had vomited its contents across the rugs lining the floor. Stooping, Shanedir heaved the near-empty chest aside, performing a quick flourish of his feathered fingers as a second, smaller chest seemed to materialize in the exact same place.
I suppose it is time then,
Shanedir said softly, opening the chest and reaching inside to retrieve a large, immaculately bound book from within, as well as an item about the width of 2 fists and the length of a forearm wrapped in muslin cloth. Allie had her suspicions as to what the wrappings concealed, even before Shanedir delicately lifted them away. She'd already recognized the book. It was the elven tome originally belonging to Guard Captain Phylac back in Dragon's Nest. Which makes that, Allie thought, watching as the familiar intricately carved statuette of 2 elven lovers, locked in an embrace that weaved together to form the spreading crown of a tree, took shape in Shanedir's hand as the wrappings fell away. The eagleblood king turned an apologetic smile on her.
I am sorry for the methods which I used to acquire these items.
You should be,
Allie said tersely, recalling how, in Phylac's anger upon finding his prized possessions gone missing, he'd been quick to accuse the most likely of culprits, Allie and her friends, jeopardizing the serving girl Atresar's newly bought freedom.
You nearly cost us something a lot more precious than a couple of old trinkets.
Shanedir winced.
Again, my apologies, but I think you'll find these old trinkets will come to mean a great deal as well.
Allie looked to Desikin as Shanedir carried both items from the tent, but as always the woman's expression was inscrutable. So, resigning herself to a few moments more of mystery, Allie followed the king and his advisor from the lamplit confines of the tent, out into the cold, flickering torchlight awaiting them in the nightfall outside.
Not to hold a grudge, Shanedir,
she thought, pulling her cloak more tightly around her,
but this had better be good.
Tanner stood near his friends, gathered around the base of Shanedir's wooden platform, along with the entirety of the half-breed delegations.
I'm a little conflicted about seeing those again,
he muttered to the others as he studied the book and elven paperweight in Shanedir's hands.
I don't understand,
Jotagan replied over Jack's grunt of agreement.
Those were yours?
Not exactly,
Tanner admitted with a shrug. But they were pretty important to us at the time. Or at least to this old curmudgeon we had to keep happy. Long story, I'll tell you later. There was a weighted pause before Jotagan said with a nod,
Yes, I'd like that.
Before Tanner could attempt to decipher what that meant, Shanedir looked about the gathered half-breeds, pain warring with pride in his expression.
Words cannot express the losses we have all suffered here today, and I understand if the pain you feel demands that you hold me responsible.
He paused, his eyes falling to his feet.
I probably even deserve it.
Unsure why, Tanner found his gaze drifting over to the Owlblood delegation, finding that Tilidwin and his people were pointedly hanging back from their appointed space in the gathering, as though wordlessly declaring themselves separated from Shanedir. There was even a shroud of anger over both Tilidwin and his queen, Elenhir, though Tilidwin's clearly wavered at the guilt his friend displayed from the platform. Still, the Owlbloods held their ground, obviously declaring their intent toward the inevitable offer of alliance to which Shanedir was building.
But,
Shanedir continued, holding aloft both book and statue,
if you will all listen to me for but a minute longer, it is time that I address the true heart of why I called for this summit.
Flipping open the book to a marked page with one hand, cradling it in the crook of his arm, Shanedir raised the statue like a torch overhead as fluid lyrical speech Tanner took to be Elven began to cluck from behind the king's beak. Almost immediately, the incantation took hold of the statue, causing muted memory stone veins to glow with warm blue light that crept up from the roots to the intricate crown. Then, the light began to spill beyond the confines of the statue, tendrils of it climbing up and around each other to shine like a beacon in the night sky, as they took form in dancing, intertwining branches to make up a larger, brighter tree, one that spread over the entire gathering. His eyes wide, Tanner instinctively began to reach out physically, as though to take his sister's trembling hand, only to be reminded that her frightened presence existed only within him. "It's all right," he whispered aloud, watching, spellbound, as hundreds of luminous branches began to coil downward, alighting on the foreheads of each half-breed present. "It will be all—" He didn't finish the words as, steeling himself while the branch drew closer, he closed his eyes, feeling the hot brush of it against his brow, though somehow without the threat of burning. And, in an instant of clarity that left him breathless, he understood. A feeling of oneness overcame him, one that left him inextricably bound to every half-breed sharing in the tree's touch. Their race didn't matter. Be it the wary Taraki, visibly on edge at Jack's side as she watched for any hint of aggression from the half-breed delegations, the subdued Jotagan, who clearly grappled with the implications of Iramis's death, as well as the rest of the day's events, as much as Tanner himself, or even the ever-guarded, scowling Letterog across the way. Tanner was a brother to them all, as much as he was to Okizi, all of them linked by the unbreakable bond that was their heritage. Despite the tide of camaraderie that swept over the gathering, however, Tanner still found himself clamping down on any thoughts of Curtis as he sensed Letterog's presence. The horrific image of Letterog just as mercilessly ending his adoptive father's life as Tanner had Iramis's, causing a fresh torrent of mingled shame, anger, and satisfaction to batter Tanner's mind. Stubbornly, he pushed it all back down into its dark corner, letting the moment overcome him once more as he looked up to see the light of the great tree before them climb even higher, now taking on a new form. Shoulders, head, and a distinctly elven face. The face smiled down, it seemed, somehow, in all directions at once, parental affection creasing its aged features. "My children!" The image of the elf spoke, the words simultaneously far away, yet as clear as if Tanner had been standing face to face with a corporeal being. "For that is what you are. I hope that this message finds you all in a time of peace. The threads of fate grow dim now, at the end. But I hope that, as I take this final glimpse forward, you, in turn, are able to glimpse back into the world that was. The time of the elves has ended, as it always must. As the sun must set on all things, on all peoples, to allow for the dawn of a new day." A shadow fell over the elf's face. "This time, however, I fear that, in our complacency and arrogance,
We have failed to sow the crops that will be harvested by those who would inherit this world. The balance of the four, of giants, elves, gnomes, and orcs, has faltered, and I do not think that humans alone can salvage it. To that end, as what I hope to be my final gift to a tired world, I have woven our blood into the very creatures of earth and sky.
A proud smile.
You, my 12 nations, to bring claw, wing, and wisdom. To bear the light of the elves forward, where we cannot. It is my sincerest hope that the differences among you will be a strength, not a cause for division. Only together do you possess the power to safeguard and shepherd this world into a new age of peace and cooperation, to rival and surpass whatever heights we deemed too lofty to fall. Be well, my children,
said the elf, with a sad bow of parting.
And remember always the blood you carry, that of a people wishing to be humbled by their successors.
With that, the image wavered, the light of both tree and elf receding in a vibrant flash into a kernel of radiance that sat atop the statue in Shanedir's hand, then crept along its length to vanish in fading pulses of blue. Tanner swayed on his feet, finding that he was breathing far too deeply, and that the subconscious act had left him light-headed. Resting a hand on Jotagan's shoulder for support as he shared an awestruck look with his cousin, he could feel Okizi reeling from the experience as well.
Wow,
he finally breathed, glancing up to where Shanedir stood atop the platform, allowing the quiet gathering a moment to collect themselves.
Shanedir really knows how to undersell things, huh?
A concerned frown on his face, Gefnar looked from Tanner to Jotagan to Taraki, then back again, seeming more than a little uneasy at the dazed, faraway expression in their eyes.
You three going to be all right?
Tanner nodded slowly, watching as Velikani, Phasix, and even Lederog made their way up to the platform, each clasping hands with Shanedir as they began a muted conversation.
Yeah,
said Tanner, the rush of the moment admittedly dampened at the sight of a reserved Tilidwin simply extricating himself from the gathering and making for the Owlblood camp.
I think we will be.
The following morning, Jack stood patiently outside the entrance to Shanedir's tent, alongside her companions, the morning dew already soaking through her boots. She wasn't sure how much sleep Shanedir and the others might have gotten the night before, but before disappearing inside to retrieve the eagleblood king, the guard outside the tent had informed them that all the surviving leaders, save Tilidwin, had stayed up well past midnight, discussing how an alliance might actually look.
Never thought I'd see it,
thought Jack with a weary, though smiling sigh, as she watched another chunk of the wall Shanedir had erected the night before crumble away to smash to dust against the ground, the magic that had held it together beginning to waver.
The most widespread alliance since the Age of Birth began almost 9,000 years ago.
She looked morosely to the mounds of dirt that marked the mass graves dug the night before.
Hopefully it was all worth the cost.
I wish my own people could have been a part of this,
Taraki said from Jack's side, the Crockblood staring wistfully across the summit grounds as the various encampments were dismantled in preparation for departure.
Instead of the threat of them being used to force a truce, we could have joined in this alliance, pursued a better future for us all.
Unsure what to say, Jack merely rested a hand on Taraki's shoulder. But Gefnar, a thoughtful scowl on his face, turned to the Crockblood.
Well, you never know. Your people may have ended up on the same side of history the orcs did in the alliance of the other major races with the humans, but they may come around eventually. Aragos and the Glendadoc tribe are making steps to foster relations with other races right now, something most people would have thought impossible for orcs, even just a few months ago.
Taraki shot the gnome a grateful nod, though her spirits hardly seemed lightened.
Yes,
I hope my people learn from the example, rather than mimicking the orcish stubbornness that has prevailed up till now.
Seeing how the situation had affected Taraki, Jack was glad of the fact that, at least until her strength had returned, and she was able to repair her staff, Taraki had agreed to travel with her and her companions.
I'll not be able to go with you into Falcon Crest,
Taraki had warned the night before.
Tensions being what they are with Garich, but it will be my honor to travel beside you for a time.
Jack had felt herself positively beaming.
The honor is all mine.
I know their pain well, Jotagan said from beside Tanner in the present, watching as many half-breeds concluded a final visit to the graves of their people.
But those who remain are not alone. They will heal.
Tanner, currently sporting his well-groomed foxkin form, nudged his cousin playfully. You're not alone anymore either. At Jotagan's muted smile, he added, I'm glad you're coming along. Jack was as well, she decided, seeing the conflict from the previous day's trials still tugging at Tanner's eyes. It would be good for him to have family nearby to help carry him through the emotional complexities of exacted revenge, as well as those of discovering your long-lost sister quite literally lived on within your own soul.
And maybe Tanner can help Jotagan begin to recover from so many years of solitude and vengeance.
A flash of dark, spitting sparks on the edge of Jack's vision snapped her gaze to her other side, past the similarly startled form of Ember, to where Allie sat cross-legged on a nearby stool, glancing up into the faces of her jumpy comrades. Sorry, she said distractedly, her focus returning to the gleaming dagger in her hand. Just trying to figure out how I did that trick yesterday. Her eyes narrowing to a focus, the dark crackle of energy curled around the edge of the blade once more. Well, let me know when you need a test subject, Tanner said lightly. I'll be sure to volunteer. At Allie's raised eyebrow, he added, Volunteer a nearby tree to be reduced to smoldering splinters. Jack managed a polite smile, but she noted a genuine gleam of excitement enter Allie's eyes at the prospect. In the brief moment, Jack wondered if she should be talking her friend out of blasting apart half of the forest on their continued trek eastward. The voices inside Shanedir's tent grew louder, followed by the appearance of Velikani, Lederog, Phasix, and Pethinkel's newly appointed heir, Dunfana. Shanedir himself was last to exit, trailing the animated discussion that carried on, even as the leaders began to drift their separate ways.
We'll discuss the specifics next year, of course, Velikani was saying to her attentive peers. But our memorial ground should serve as a perfect location for the following summit.
And we await the experience with great interest, said Phasix with a good-natured laugh. It will give me more time to break in a new advisor before attempting to organize whatever year is our turn to host.
Jack couldn't help a sad smile at the reminder of Zael's resignation the previous evening, as she'd declared to her king that she would be returning with Sanlar to the Ravenbloods, in order to help the soon-to-be devastated nation wherever she could. And, obviously, to remain at Sanlar's side. Phasix wouldn't hear of Zael's total resignation from his service, however, instead appointing his shocked but grateful advisor the new liaison between her people and Sanlar's. Upon Jack's first waking to jog the summit grounds perimeter with Ember that morning, she'd sighted the faintest glimpse of two figures, one with feathers of vibrant red, the other of deepest black, soaring over the treetops to the southwest, where the Ravenblood home lay in the crystal shore. Jack had offered a silent prayer to Eirnot for their travel's safety, letting her mind wander, as it did now, as to what the future might hold for the Ravenbloods.
Or any of us,
she reminded herself, seeing the half-breed leaders bid Shanedir farewell as they dispersed to rejoin their delegations.
An alliance on this scale affects us all, even humans.
Exhausted fulfillment in Shanedir's eyes as he handed off a pair of letters to Desikin, the Eagleblood king turned to his waiting guests, offering a warm smile to them all.
My thanks again for staying, my friends. I don't think you'll ever know the great help you've all been. For the first time in memory, the future of all half-breeds is cause for excitement, not fear. I think we are just beginning to realize the purpose for which we were made, to continue spreading the light of our elven forefathers. We're privileged to have been a part in this,
said Jack with a slight bow.
Thank you for inviting us, and for the guidance you have offered.
Which, now that you bring it up, said Allie, fixing Shanedir with a pointed stare as she stood and strode over to him.
Was there anything you wanted to say to me about that?
She gestured broadly to her companions.
They seemed satisfied with whatever insights you gave, but I'll be honest, I feel just as lost about who I am as before.
Shanedir gave an appreciative chuckle.
I'll miss your honesty and your candor, young Allie. They are things too little encountered when one works in politics. And yes, I had intended to offer you what guidance I could as well.
At this, he gestured to the faintly glowing dagger in Allie's grasp.
But it seems your instincts and innate abilities have preempted me.
Allie frowned, looking to the dagger.
You knew it would do that?
I knew that it could,
said Shanedir.
Perhaps even that it should. Powerful mages have utilized potent foci for their spells since time unremembered, and this dagger of yours is clearly the most fitting choice for you.
Right,
Allie said slowly, her frown deepening.
But isn't a focus supposed to be a staff or a wand?
Traditionally,
Shanedir said with a shrug.
But a few beings prefer to channel magics through the tools with which they've grown familiar, be it a weapon, a meaningful bauble, or even a musical instrument. As the dagger has manifested as yours, I think with time and practice you will become a truly terrifying force. And I hope that, when the day comes that you struggle to find a power to rival your own, you will utilize this strength for the good of others.
At Allie's pensive nod, Shanedir's tone grew more distant, his eyes glazing over, as though he was staring into a world no one else could see.
Beyond that, through careful and focused meditation, I think I can be confident in saying that at least some of the answers you seek are quite close indeed. If you are open to hearing it, fate may soon be ready to tell you of the life you've forgotten.
Allie stiffened, and Jack wondered for a moment if the other woman would physically slap the old eagleblood.
The life I've forgotten? What is that supposed to mean?
I do not know for certain, Shanedir admitted. And I wish I had more to offer, but it is time I saw to my people, and to their preparations for departure. A long journey awaits us.
He nodded to the saddled grazing horses tied off to a post behind the group.
As it does for you all as well. Light of the detour guide your path, and may fate be so kind as to bring us together once again.
With a deep bow, Shanedir turned and began calling for status reports.
What a nice man,
said Tanner as they all moved for the horses, Jack nimbly leaping up into Ember's saddle and hauling Taraki up after. A playful glint in his eyes, Tanner turned a chiding glare on the others.
I can't believe none of you trusted him.
No gate needed to be opened for the group as they mounted and pushed eastward, the wall there already having crumbled away to allow passage across the Cadison Glade and into the awaiting forest. The summit grounds falling away behind them, Jack leaned over to pat Ember's neck, a faint rush of elation sweeping over her as she realized that, at the slightest mental command, his great furry wings would return to carry her to the sky.
The journey must never take you where you expect it to, my treasure.
Her father's voice rang in her memory.
Else you might as well not have journeyed at all.